I refer to this bed as my side walkway bed for the reason that right behind me is my side walkway. And that's actually the entrance that we use the most when we enter and leave our house. We've been living in this house for 20 years now. And what you're looking at on the screen is what this flower bed looked like when we first bought the house. During the last many years, this flower bed has seen many iterations. In fact, isn't that what gardening's all about? We're always changing things, we're always adding things or removing things that we like or that we don't like. I've definitely done that in many flower beds, but especially this one. In fact, I thought it would be fun to pop up on the screen how this flower bed has evolved over the last many years, just so you could see what it's looked like and how I've changed it over the years. What I'm going to do now is walk you around this bed and give you a close-up look at what is blooming or what is going to bloom in the near future. In between the two windows, right here, there's an ornamental grass, a miscanthus. It's going to get very tall and it's really going to fill in that space towards the back of this bed. We've had some nights that have been in the low to mid 20-degree Fahrenheit range. So the crocuses are trying their best. In fact, this one here looks really, really pretty still. And I recently made a video showing you my process for just adding some snowdrops into this area along with the crocuses. Towards the front of the bed are some dianthus. There are some hot pink colors as well as white, and then there's a different kind of dianthus over there. And as I go along with this garden tour, please drop comments below if there's anything you want to know more about. I'd be more than happy to tell you. Right behind this dianthus here is a perennial mum. It looks so pretty when it bloomed in the fall time, and we just cut it back barely a few weeks ago. I will be bringing you along when it's time for me to start dividing this perennial and moving it around my yard. Around this rock here are some daffodils, and they're just the regular yellow type of daffodils that you find. But the special thing about these daffodils, like many things in my yard, is that my mother-in-law gave me a small piece of the daffodils from her yard. And over the last many, many years, I just keep dividing and moving those daffodils all around my yard. And you can see that they are all budded up. It's just a matter of weeks and they'll be blooming. And don't worry, I'll do another garden tour and show you what they look like when they're blooming. As many of you know, a lot of the plants in my yard were not plants that I bought. They were very small divisions that I got from my late mother-in-law's home. This includes this plant right here. This is called Gloria the Snow, and it is such a beautiful spring flower. I love it, and I have this divided all around my yard as well. You can see that only a few blooms are open right now, but give it time, and this plant will be blooming before you know it. There'll be a ton of blooms on it. Isn't it just so sweet? I love the color. The snowdrops were the very first bulbs to bloom in my yard. They are still looking very sweet, but within another week or so, I think they'll be going by, and they'll allow other plants to bloom in the yard. Their heads are nodding down, but when you lift them, look how sweet they are. A few years ago, I divided a whole bunch of grape hyacinths, or muscari, and I put them towards the front of the daffodils. So you can see they're all just starting to pop up. Another bulb that's just barely starting to pop up is the hyacinth. It's not a grape hyacinth, but it is a hyacinth. It's another spring bulb. And these are spring bulbs that I got from my parents' house before they sold their home. For the sake of not repeating myself, I'll just let you know that a lot of these plants are originally from my mother-in-law's home. They started off as the smallest little pot of plants, and I've just divided them over time. These little pink flowers are one of many plants from her home. They are called a spring larkspur. Another name for them is fumewort. They just are so cute. I love them. I love how their little frilly leaves look. I love the little pink flowers. I originally planted these in my front yard in a large flower bed that I don't walk by very often. And then I said, no, why did I do that? So I dug them up and I moved them. And I moved them to a place where I can really enjoy them here at the side walkway garden. There are many other plants that are in this flower bed, but they're not really waking up yet. So rather than go through all the flowers in here, I think in future tours, I'll just highlight them as they're putting on more growth and as they're starting to bloom. The last thing I want to point out in this flower bed is a mum that we planted together right over here. It's a type of hardy or garden mum, and they typically are perennial here where I live, as well as many other zones. So if you've never overwintered mums, I highly recommend it. My brother and sister-in-law made this cold frame for me a number of years ago. To be honest with you, I haven't put it to great use. I'd like to try to do that this year. We'll see if I get to it. The only thing that's in here right now are 2 buckets of hardwood cuttings that we took together during the winter months. This one right here is Annabelle hydrangea, and the one right next to it is forsythia. And very exciting, they are putting on some new growth. I've been good about checking them and giving them water as needed. But as it gets warmer, probably next week, I'm going to have to start opening up my cold frame because I don't want it to get too hot in here. As we leave the side walkway bed, which by the way is located on the south side of my house, and we cross over the driveway, we come over to another patch of lawn here. And this area gets a fair amount of sun, the side walkway bed, as well as what I call the long flower bed, just because it is quite a long bed. And this bed has seen a lot of changes during the years. What I'll also do is pop up on the screen just the different images that I have of this flower bed over the last many years, just so you can see how it's evolved. On a different day, I'll bring you out here, and together we're going to tackle cleaning up this bed. But for right now, let me take you in for a closer look to show you what's waking up. There is a perennial in this flower bed that I think everyone should have. It's called the fringed bleeding heart. It's not the typical bleeding heart that a lot of you might have seen before. It just looks so pretty when it was blooming, and you can see that it's starting to wake up. I just need to come in here and pull back all the old growth. What I love about this particular bleeding heart, and by the way, it comes in white as well as pink flowers, is that it doesn't just die back during the heat of the summer, at least not here in New Hampshire. The old-fashioned bleeding heart usually does. This bleeding heart blooms all spring, summer, and fall for me in New Hampshire. I just love it so much. Other than removing the top growth off of the bleeding heart, we also need to come in here and we're going to just pull out all of these old annuals that bloomed last year. That's where I had some vinca. And towards the front is where I had some begonias last year. Those were plants that I had started from seed. So we're going to be removing those just to clean it up. There is a hydrangea in this bed. I don't know what kind it is, but I can tell you one thing. I am not very good about cutting back or pruning back my hydrangeas. Well, we're going to go after it this year. I'm not an expert when it comes to pruning hydrangeas, but I've watched enough videos that I pretty much know what I need to do. And at the base of the hydrangea are a whole bunch of daffodils. And these are just daffodils that I just keep dividing and moving around the yard, much like many of the perennials in my yard. That's the name of the game. You're going to hear me say it often. Divide and move if you want to increase your stock in any plant. I can't wait until these bloom so I can show you what it looks like. As we come around on the corner, many of the flowers that are in this flower bed are basically creating a pattern. I'm basically repeating the same plants in an effort to try to make a little bit of an impact. So the first plant I want to point out is Pulmonaria, or lungwort. And it is trying so hard to get through last year's old debris. So the next week it's supposed to be much warmer. So we're going to tackle this bed together and free the Pulmonaria. Just look how pretty they are. I just love lungwort so much. And if you're wondering which variety of lungwort I have, I can't answer that because this came from my mother-in-law's. I just know it's a lungwort, but I don't know which variety it is. And right near the lungwort is more of the beautiful fumewort. The fumewort is still budded up quite a bit. I would say in about 1 week, it's really going to put on a nice show, and it actually blooms for a long time. They're just so pretty, even though they're tiny. They're a very small plant. It's definitely a plant that you want to put towards the front of a flower bed. I just think they're so vibrant. The peonies are just starting to wake up. In fact, in this flower bed, there are a ton of peonies. I just love that plant so much. So they're really packed in this flower bed. There's a tree stump right there. There used to be a fairly large sized tree, and during the winter months we did have the tree cut down. If any of you have been watching my videos, I did mention that I planned on cutting that tree down. It was casting a lot of shade on this flower bed, and seeing that my yard has a lot of woods around it, if I can get areas where I get more pockets of sun, I really try hard to do that. So it'll be interesting to see how much extra sun comes in here without that tree being in this flower bed. There are also a lot of Stelladoro daylilies in here, as well as many other perennials. You can see that there are a bunch of daffodils coming up, and just look at the show that the fumewort is putting on. Here's another lungwort in this flower bed. I just think it's so interesting that you get the purple flowers as well as the pink flowers. It makes it a very interesting plant. And then once the blooms go by, the spots on the leaves really stand out, especially in a shady spot of the yard. This area is called Work in Progress. I have a bunch of raised beds here, and they mostly have strawberries, blueberries, as well as raspberries in them. The soil level needs to be raised, the strawberries need to be thinned out, and I'll be moving around the raised beds in possibly my fire pit because I have a greenhouse that's going to be installed. I'm not sure when it's going to get installed. It's a greenhouse that I bought at a very good price on Facebook Marketplace at the end of last year. So I'll give you an update on that when the time comes. And I did want to point out, right over here, there are 3 hydrangeas. And I gave you a little clip of what one of the hydrangeas looks like just in this past little reel of pictures that you saw. So the hydrangeas will be looking really pretty. I'll be coming in soon to basically cut them back. Again, I mentioned earlier, I'm not great about cutting back my hydrangeas, but this will be the year that I get after it. The last thing I wanted to point out was in the corner, I have my compost bin. I have a bunch of compost left over from last year, so we'll be getting into that compost because I need to use it in all my hanging baskets, window boxes, containers, and I like to mix it in with potting mix, just to make it a little bit more of a richer type of potting mix. So I will be bringing you in on a different day, showing you my process for not only depleting that compost pile, but also I have a compost bin that's full and needs to be basically opened up. I need to mix up all the material in there and get it heated up so that I have compost later this season. As we swing this way, back across the driveway, I have a very small flower bed, and it's located right over here. It's right next to my side walkway bed. I call this small flower bed the old arborvite bed. What I'm going to do is put up on the screen some old footage of how this bed has evolved over the last many years. In the center of the bed is a ground cover called a juga, and there are also a bunch of small rhododendrons. They were very small still. I got them when my mother-in-law passed away, and I had them actually up along my driveway. They didn't thrive, but I do think that they're doing much better in this flower bed, and I'll be giving them some fertilizer like I do every spring. Another perennial that's in this bed is candy tuft, and I have a number of candy tuft that's in here because I've divided it over the last many years. A new addition to this bed last spring were some spring bulbs. I basically divided them and moved them from other areas of my yard. And I did them after they were done blooming, and that's called moving them in the green. And they're all around in this bed, and one of the spring bulbs is Glory of the Snow. When I do my next garden tour, I'll be sure to bring you along in this bed because it's going to look so pretty when it blooms. There's another spring bulb that I put in this bed from a different area of my yard, and it's called Alpine Squill, and you can see it's all budded up. As we leave the south side of my house and head towards the backyard, we are heading towards the east side of my house. I'm going to bring you right down over here where I have a large hosta bed. This area of my garden has evolved a lot over the last many years. I'm going to give you a glimpse of how it's changed over the last 20 years. You can see that the hosta are still very, very much asleep here in New Hampshire. It's okay, they will wake up whenever they're ready. Towards the front of the hosta bed, I just have a couple of small things. I have some primrose that are just starting to come up, as well as some daffodils. And I'm also noticing right over here another spring bulb. I must have put it here last year, so it will be a happy surprise when it blooms. It's either the snow in the mountain or it's a grape hyacinth. And I imagine, if you know me, you know I like to do things in patterns. If there's a small grouping right in here, that means there must be more groupings along in this same area of the flower bed. And if we step back in between these trees here, there are more daffodils down along this way. Well, I think my mystery has been solved. Looks like I planted some of those Glory of the Snow right in this area as well. I must have planted them in between the daffodils. It's funny, you sometimes forget what you do when you're quickly just moving around things in your yard, but it's definitely a happy little surprise. And there are more. These were not here last year, so I'm really excited to see them bloom this year, right towards the front of my hosta garden. As we leave the hosta garden, there are some things that are starting to wake up. This was last year's happy surprise. I didn't know what it was, and some of you told me feverfew. So I'm really excited about having it in my yard, and I collected the seeds from it. I winter sowed them, and I have a ton of feverfew now, which I'm super excited about. And as we leave the feverfew, I do have some hellebore in here. Now, hellebore is an expensive plant, at least for me, it's an expensive plant. And a lot of times people say you shouldn't divide it. I have divided it because I want to get the most out of, the plant and get more plants. So let me take you in closer and show you what it looks like. I do need to clean the hellebore up by cutting back the old leaves, but you can see towards the center, it is all budded up. And it's a small plant because I did divide it down to a single plant, and that's fine. It will get big over time. Right near it are a bunch of really pretty, very striking heuchera, and I did divide them down last year as well. So I just need to come in here and I just need to clean up just by cutting back all the old leaves so that the new leaves can come through. So that's the hellebore that I just showed you that's pretty small. And as we come right behind it, this is a much larger hellebore. I'm assuming this was probably the main mother plant, and I was able to divide off of it. A lot of blooms on here. And then as we leave that mother plant and head this way, here's yet another small division that was made. I have a lot of videos on my channel on how to divide different perennials, including hellebores. So if you ever want to know how to divide a perennial, do a search on my channel and you might find that I have a video on it. Look how pretty that is. At the base of my Hosta garden, there are a bunch of pulmonaria. And this is basically where I go if I want to take more pulmonaria and divide from it. It's kind of like a holding bed for my lungwort or my pulmonaria. But it's also just a really nice area for pulmonaria to just sprawl and take off if it wants to. I think it looks really pretty at the base of this wall. As we leave the Hosta garden and head towards my backyard, I'm not going to go into detail on what's in this bed because right now there are a lot of things just starting to wake up. But basically, I've tried over the last many years to create flower beds where my lawn ends and where the woods begin. So in this particular flower bed, there are heuchera, tiarella, pulmonaria, bloodroot, betony or stachys. There's astilbe. There are hydrangeas. And honestly, I can't remember what else. But what I like to do is towards the front of the bed, I like to put a bunch of annuals. So be on the lookout. I'll keep you updated when it's time to come out here, clean up flower beds, fertilize, and then start adding our summer annuals. I also want to point out I have hangers on my trees. For many years, I've been putting hanging baskets on these trees. I just love doing that. I think it really just is whimsical. It adds a little bit of character. It adds vertical height. And I'm basically taking advantage of the trees that are here. Right near this area, there are some boulders or some rocks. So I call it my rock garden. And some years are better than others, I'll be honest. We do end up getting runoff. And if there's runoff, it ends up basically wiping out the flower bed. So I do struggle with this area, but there have been years that this has looked really, really pretty. And I'd like to get it back to looking pretty again. It has quite a bit of creeping phlox on it, which is perfect for a rock wall. So my goal for this year is to really work harder on this bed to get it to look pretty again. One of my goals with my videos is to hopefully motivate you and inspire you. I do like to teach. I like to teach anything I've learned over the years of gardening, but I also like to share my mistakes or share how I had a flower bed that looked really pretty and then why did I change it? Maybe it doesn't look so pretty anymore. But I think that's the reality of gardening is we work so hard to achieve a certain goal and then we change our mind or it didn't work or it looked really pretty, it looked great and now it doesn't. And we have to adjust, we have to pivot. So I really hope that you're enjoying this video so far. And with future garden tours, at least for this year, I don't intend to bring you back in time. But because it is basically the start of my season here in New Hampshire, I thought it's important to bring you back in time and show you how each of these areas of my garden started out. It's my way of sharing my garden and showing you how it's changed and how it's evolved over the years. Okay, let's keep on going in the backyard. So we're going to keep on walking. And I mentioned it last year that my backyard is work in progress. And it was all last year. I didn't even tackle it. It is a goal of mine. I want to work back here. I think there are so many areas that would look so pretty. And there are areas that used to look really pretty. I have this opportunity in my backyard where I could do additional gardening and not just keep it lawn. When my kids were younger, I used to tell myself, no, I need to leave it open so that they can play soccer and kick the ball back there. Well, they're in college now. Eventually there'll be grandkids and they can kick the ball, right? Or I should just turn it into garden space and make raised beds back there. What do you think? We are currently sitting in what I call the rose garden. This used to be where my kids had one of those above ground pools. And then we eventually got rid of the pool and I didn't know what to do with this space. I could have just turned it into lawn and put grass here. I decided to turn it into a rose garden. Well, not originally. Originally, I did not know what I was going to do with this space. So I had sand here where the pool was, and I put some just container pots with vegetables in them in this area because this area gets some sun. It maybe doesn't get full sun. I want to say half the bed gets full sun and half the bed gets maybe part sun. And then over time, the bed evolved, and I ended up getting some roses from my mother-in-law's house, you know the story, on this half of the bed. But then on this half of the bed are some roses that I've just bought from big box stores or bare root from Costco, Sam's, places like that. But even then, this bed has changed and evolved, and I want you to see how it's evolved over the last many years. In terms of spring bulbs, there is a specific variety of daffodil that's in the center. And I want to say 2 years ago, my husband and I came in here and we basically divided the daffodils and we moved them. So there's still a whole bunch in the center, but then we brought more out towards, I want to call it the semi center of the bed. So that's what you see. It's all the same type of daffodil, basically. But a new thing that I added to the bed, well, it's new to the bed, but it's not new to me, are these crocuses. I had these crocuses not far from here in a small temporary holding bed here in my backyard. And I didn't know what I wanted to do with them. So last year, when I was moving a whole bunch of spring bulbs in the green, I moved the crocuses that you see here, and then right near it, lots of that beautiful glory in the snow. And surprisingly, I have some at the base of that rose. I'm not really sure why, but it can stay there for now. But I need to make a mental note. I need to move that. So that was something that I did last spring, was just adding some of these spring bulbs to the outer part of my rose garden. Glory of the snow can almost seem invasive, but I love it. I really do. And you can see I have another crocus that I also moved from my temporary holding bed. And I'm pretty sure I tried to make a pattern. So basically we have the purple and whites, and then we have the light yellow. And then as we continue going this way, we once again have, they're either going to be purple and white or they're just going to be the purple. And right behind them will be the glory of the snow. And then once again, the pattern continues. We have the yellow, and they're just small sprigs. There's not a lot. I tried to divide with whatever I had, but you can imagine over the years, these are going to look really pretty as they colonize. And I'm really happy that I put these crocuses in here, as well as the glory of the snow. As I wait for the daffodils to bloom and then eventually the roses to bloom, it just adds nice color to this bed, which I'm really enjoying. So this pattern continues all the way around the outskirts of my rose garden. I've seen a lot of videos of cutting back, pruning roses. In case you're wondering why I haven't gotten after it yet, you can see my roses are just barely starting to wake up. It hasn't been their time yet, but it will be soon enough. Very close by to the rose garden is a dilapidated raised garden. Let's bring you in for a closer look. Rule number 1, when you make a raised bed, you don't want it to be this big. I clearly did not get the memo. This was built a long time ago, and even this bed has seen changes over the years. The The biggest change that's going to happen this year is we're going to be turning this bed into smaller sections. I'm not really sure how it's going to play out, if the sections are going to be here within this area, or if they're going to get shifted one way or another way. But this area should be seeing changes hopefully this year. But I did want to point it out that it's here. The main thing that's in here right now that's a perennial are asparagus. And if you grow asparagus, then you're probably like, Normally when you have asparagus, you want to have asparagus in its own bed. I have it right smack in the center of this bed. So I need to think hard about what I'm going to do with this bed. Someone asked me recently, what do I grow in here? I'll tell you the things that I've grown in the past that have done really well. Cucumber have done extremely well towards that side of the bed where I would have a trellis. Bush beans have done extremely well. I usually have those on this side of the bed. Over on this side of the bed, I've planted peas. I usually just grow it in the spring and that's it. I've tried to do it again after the first succession has gone by, and I've never had success with it. And then I've tried a bunch of different things in this bed over the years. For example, on this side, I had some grapes, and then I've also had some cool weather crops in here. But this is the year that I really want to hone in and learn a lot when it comes to growing vegetables. I've pretty much grown vegetables in pots in this house, especially when it comes to tomatoes and peppers, eggplant, things like that. The house I lived in 20 years ago had a much larger vegetable garden, and I really could grow a lot more there. But I want to challenge myself because this is plenty of room to grow a lot in. And I want to learn more. I want to learn and I want to share with you when it comes to vegetable gardening and maximizing space. So be on the lookout for changes. The other thing I want to mention while I'm sitting here and I'm all comfortable, there is a tree that's right over here. And I've talked about it in the past, that it would cast a lot of shade on this bed. I had considered cutting down the tree this winter when we had an arborist here. And he and I spoke and we decided to limb up the tree for right now. And let's see how it does. So he did come in and he did limb up this tree that's right over here. And we're going to just see if this area gets more sun. Another thing that I had done this past winter is right behind me, we had 3, maybe 4 trees taken out. The main reason was because the trees, a couple of them were leaning pretty much right towards my house. So the arborist highly advised that we take them out. I'm like, oh geez, take out some trees and now give me some sun. That's a shame. I was very happy about that because the more sun I can get in my yard, the better off I am. So a bunch of trees were taken out and now there are some stumps there, and we'll have to see, I guess, number one, how much sun now comes into this area as well as the area behind me. I would be super thrilled if I have more sun. And then the second thing is, will I get someone to come in and grind the stumps up? So that's something I'm looking into right now, and I'll keep you updated if I end up doing that. Okay, enough talking, let's walk around. There's a bunch of, I think it's chickweed that's in here. So I really should come in here and at a minimum just pull it all. And if I have to, just cover this bed with black plastic or something until I can finally start planting things out here before the weeds start taking over. I'm looking and I don't see any asparagus coming up yet. So I do need to apply some of my compost on my asparagus bed pretty soon. This area is really one of my big goals to work on for this year here in the backyard. There is so much potential here. There are so many plants here that we could divide and move around. So I'm really looking forward to tackling this section of my yard with you this year. There are a ton of daylilies, a lot of different types of daylilies. And then there are a bunch of just the regular plain Jane yellow daffodils. I'm showing you on the screen what these daffodils look like when they bloom. It just looks so pretty when they're all blooming. And I definitely want to come in here this year and start dividing these down because I have so many daffodils. I might as well go shopping in my yard. And I encourage you to do the same thing with all your perennials, including your spring bulbs. So I will wait until they're done blooming. You can see they're budded up. And once they're done blooming, I plan on dividing them and moving them in the green. I mentioned this temporary holding bed for spring bulbs. I basically bought a bunch of spring bulbs a number of years ago. I didn't know where I wanted to put them. And rather than just plunk them here, there, and everywhere, I basically placed them in this bed. I placed them in between, basically see all these daylilies that are here? There's a section of also peonies that are right close by. You can probably see them. They're just starting to come up. So I used that pathway to plant a bunch of these spring bulbs. I keep going by this. I need to talk about it. Thank you. Someone mentioned to me striped squill. That's the name of this. There's another name. I don't know if it's pushkinia, something like that, but I can remember it as striped squill. Look how pretty that is. It's so tiny, so delicate, and it needs to be up near my walkway where I can see it. Pretty soon my whole walkway is just going to be a bunch of spring bulbs. That's okay. I know I mentioned to you that these are all yellow daffodils, and then there are a whole bunch of daylilies that are in here. A lot of different kind of daylilies. But again, in my, quote, temporary holding bed are a bunch of different, I want to say these are replete daffodils. I had bought a whole bunch of replete daffodils. So I believe there's some over there as well. And then there might be more over there. And then a whole nother chunk down over there. And I've just let them naturalize over the last few years, but I will be digging those and moving those out of this bed. And I'm going to show you some of the places that I'm going to be moving them, because I really don't want daffodils over there. I have this whole nice section of daffodils towards the front. And honestly, that's meant to be a walking path between the row of daylilies and the row of peonies. See back there? That is just grass. This whole section became overgrown and weedy last year. It was very embarrassing. And this is a big area that I really want to work on this year. I'm not sure what's going to go in here, but we're going to work on this area together. I want it to look really pretty. And I do have to share the peonies that are in here. A whole bunch of them towards the section where I'm standing right now are peonies that came from my parents' house. Both my parents have passed away and their house has been sold. So the peonies were from their home. But then the rest of the peonies are peonies that came from my mother-in-law's home. I didn't take all the peonies from her home, but what I did was the ones I did take, I divided them right down to single peonies. And over the last many years, they've multiplied. This space right here is called Opportunity. It looked really pretty when I weeded it a number of years ago. Last year, it was an eyesore. I came out here, I don't know, maybe 2-3 weeks ago, and I started weeding it again. So now there's opportunity. And what I'm thinking of doing is a bunch of those daffodils that are over there, that are the replete kind. I'm thinking of putting a whole bunch in here, although there are still daffodils in here. I might as well pack it with more daffodils. And then there are also those daylilies that I talked about and the peonies, as well as plants around my yard. I want to basically start putting plants in here, but I want to think about it. I don't want to just start going to town and planting in here. I want to also look at the light. Now that the trees have been removed, I want to monitor the light levels and see how much light comes in this area. The trees haven't leafed out yet, so I still don't know what kind of lighting this area is going to get. So I'm going to be patient, and my plan is to come in here and continue weeding this section, finish this section up and keep going that way, and just keep weeding and thinking about what I want to do here and looking around my yard and getting ideas. And I encourage you to do the same thing. You know, sometimes it's better to just kind of think about it. Think about what you want to do, and don't just start plunking plants in willy-nilly and then being unhappy. Sometimes it's better to step back and think about it a little bit, even if it has to be a whole season. I know that sounds crazy, but sometimes it's okay to do that. I'd rather do that than just go to town and plant a whole bunch of things and not be happy with it. Look how clean it looks. I know it looks like a blank slate, but that's how I like it. I work better when something is a blank slate because then I can really think about what I want to do in here. I will show you. You can see it's blooming. Look how pretty this purple crocus is. Really pretty. And since I've moved crocuses already near my side walkway, I won't move any there. And then I moved crocuses last year over towards my rose garden, which I showed you. But I noticed I don't have any crocuses up my front walkway, so I may move these over there. I'm not sure yet. But on the same token, it is kind of nice to have some color back here. Don't you agree? We need to have something blooming while we wait for the daffodils. So maybe I'll just divide the crocuses and move them in this bed so we can enjoy them next year. So I'm just stepping back so you can see what it looks like. There are a bunch of heuchera that I have basically been dividing over the years. They don't look like much right now, but it looks really pretty in the summertime. And it'll be interesting to see how they do now that these trees have been removed. Look how sweet these are. They are super tiny. They are called alpine squill. One of my viewers told me the name of it last year. Thank you for that. And I really am enjoying these. And these are what I divided and I moved over in my old arborvite bed. I had a whole patch of them back here, but what I found was I wasn't enjoying them because they're so small. Right now on the screen they look big, but I'm going to step back so you can see how small they are. That's them right over there. They're very tiny. And I didn't realize, or I guess I forgot, but I also have a small little patch of them at the base of this tree, which I guess I better move those because if I'm going to have the stump grinder come in and do what it needs to do, he mentioned that I should move any perennials that are at the base. So now that I'm seeing this and I have it on video, I'll have to move those. And this bed just has other bulbs in here, lots of daffodils that I've basically divided over the years. And then there's more of the beautiful glory of the snow. Some of the perennials that are also in this bed that are just waking up are Jacob's ladder. I had moved them in here. I divided them down and moved them in here. So I am happy to have them in here. There's also a whole bunch of hosta in this bed. And then finally, there are a ton of tiarella down over there, a whole bunch of them. I just divided them and I just moved them in that section. So if I do keep them in here, that's fine, but I can always move them around in here as I play around with this area of my yard. I do want to show you on this side of my house, this is the north side of my house, you'll see I don't have anything planted here. One day I would like to plant something on the north side of my house, but I have so many areas I'm working on in my yard right now that it's not realistic for me to think about that. And that's something I want to pass on to you. Don't start too many things at once. When it comes to seeds, when it comes to projects in the yard, I think it's better to just tackle a few projects at a time. There will always be another season, but tackle whatever you can this season and try to button it up. At least that's what I'm trying to tell myself. So we're gonna leave the backyard and we're gonna head towards the front yard. And the front yard is basically the west side of my house. Again, you can see there are a lot of heuchera, a lot of daffodils. By the time I do my next garden tour, a lot of these daffodils will start blooming. I really am enjoying the view of my backyard now that these trees are gone. It just really opens things up. One thing I'm noticing is when I look this way, I'd like to make the flower bed a little more uniform when it comes to edging. It's kind of jagged right now, and I'd like it not to be so jagged. And that's something easy I can do, even if, I don't tackle other big projects. Just to come in here and make a nice, clean edge, I think would look really nice. I couldn't really think of doing that before because of all the trees that were in here. Remember earlier I had mentioned I bought 2 hellebores and I showed you the one that was in the backyard. So here is the other one. Isn't that really pretty? And you can see at the base of the plant, it's a very small plant. And that's because right near it is another plant. This one may not bloom, I can't tell, but it is alive and that's the key. So there's technically 2 plants here. And you can see that it's over there, and I just moved down a little bit. And here's another division from that plant. And since we divided it last year, it may or may not bloom this year, and that's okay. The key is that it survived, and if it doesn't bloom this year, it should bloom next year. And in fact, right here, as well as right there, are more divisions of hellebores. And I'm excited to see that because I divided them down. They survived the winter, and they should do fine. They should survive, and then they should bloom for us next year. And here's the last of the hellebores I have in my yard. It's budded up. It's not blooming quite yet. It is just budded up, but this is a quince. And it is so pretty when it blooms. You can see how beautiful the little buds look. And when it blooms, they look like little miniature roses on the flowering quince. Here in the front yard, again, there are a lot of flower beds where the lawn ends and where the woods begin, where I've basically pushed the woods out and turned them into flower beds. We worked on this flower bed together last year, so there's a whole bunch of stuff that's just coming up. A lot of sedum, there are daffodils in here, there is cardinal flower, there are even some geum. Towards the front, you can see a whole bunch of heuchera that we put in last year. And the heuchera just repeat over and over again because they're the same heuchera that I have in my yard that I just keep taking divisions from. There are a couple of Stella d'Oro daylilies that are in here. There are a whole bunch of different things. So over time, I will definitely keep you updated once this starts filling in. Let's keep heading down this way. Lots of things in here as well. I have come in and cleaned up this bed quite a bit already. Towards the front of this bed is lamb's ear. We had divided it together and moved them in this area. There are a bunch of daylilies. There are a bunch of daffodils that are budded up. And then I want to say 2 years ago, I divided and moved a whole bunch of grape hyacinths. They're all just starting to come up. It's really going to look pretty this year. The daffodils each year have looked prettier and prettier, but this is, I think, their year to really shine. There are so many buds on each little grouping of daffodils. I feel like my garden has stories that go behind it, and I like sharing the stories, and I hope you don't mind me sharing the stories. I want to talk about these daffodils. I know what you're thinking. You're going to say, yeah, we know. You got them from your mother-in-law's house. No, kind of, but no. Here's the story behind pretty much all the daffodils that are in my front yard. And I keep them separate because I want to remember the story and I don't want to mix them up with other daffodils. Here's the story. There was an area across the street from where my mother-in-law lived where she used to throw all her debris that she didn't want to compost. And she was very good, very clean about where she put all that debris. Anyway, my point is with all of this, there was this whole area of daffodils that were coming up. And my sister-in-law and I didn't understand why those daffodils were there. It was like a sea, a living sea of daffodils, really beautiful. And they're just like in an area where not just she, but other people would just throw out any sort of yard waste that they don't want. So ever since 2018, when my mother-in-law passed away, every year I go back to that area and I dig up some of the daffodils to bring to my yard because it makes me happy. It makes me think of her. Her name was Sue. And I'm not sure why the daffodils were there. I can't ask her why, but I like having them in my yard. It makes me happy. I know it makes my husband happy as well. And so that was in about 2018 is when I started digging up the daffodils, and I've gone back every year. Now, most of the daffodils are gone. They're here. But anyway, as I would dig them up, I would divide them. And there were some bulbs that were nice and big, and then there were many bulbs that were small. And that's why every year since then, the groupings, there weren't that many blooms in them because as I would divide them, there were some super small bulbs in there. And whenever I would plant them in here, I would always plant it so that there were maybe 2 or 3 that were bigger size bulbs and then a whole bunch that were smaller size bulbs. and I spaced them out so that they had room to grow, because you know how daffodils are. You have to divide them every few years, otherwise they stop producing for you. So that's the story behind the daffodils in my front yard. And the only thing my sister-in-law and I can think about is the possibility that maybe Sue did not like that color of the daffodil. They were like the lighter yellow color daffodil. They weren't your traditional dark yellow. So maybe she threw a couple out there and they just naturalized over time. But it was weird because they were like in a big section. And they really were in the woods. I mean, no one would ever see them and notice them. So I have a hard time believing that she purposely planted them there to enjoy them. Anyway, that's the story behind the daffodils in my front yard. Hello, little grape hyacinths. I had divided and moved a whole bunch of grape hyacinths, I want to say 2 years ago, and I moved them all around my yard. This will be the year that I think they'll start to look kind of pretty. And I moved them on either side of each clump of daffodils that are in this bed. So you can see the clumps that are on either side, and I think that will look really pretty, the purple with the yellow. Look at all the daffodils. Oh, this makes me so happy. They're just gonna look so pretty when they bloom. Towards the back of the bed are iris, and they are a purple color iris. And another little happy surprise near my iris. What are you doing there? I'm gonna have to move you. It looks like another type of Gloria of the Snow. Not the ones that I've shown you already. I think it's a pink color or a light purple color. So I just showed you all the daffodils that are in this section here. And as we head, basically we're now heading, in my front yard, we're heading towards my driveway. And this flower bed here, I like to call the half circle or semicircle flower bed. I've also called it the lilac bed. There is a lilac tree over there. Towards the front of this bed are just a whole bunch of creeping phlox. I'm pretty sure they're a light purple color, and I put them in here. I divided them and moved them in here probably 3 years ago. I believe this will be the year they put on a really good show. Since I divided them down to very small pieces, it's taken them a while to recover. And then just other things that are in here are perennial mums, yellow color, that I'll be dividing. There are purple aster. There are Stelladoro daylilies, as well as other kinds of daylilies that I moved in here last year. And then more of the daffodils. And that's what you see back there. I'm really trying hard in my beds to really get that spring color going as I wait for the perennials to wake up. And that's a huge reason why I like to divide a lot of my spring bulbs and move them around the yard. But while I'm doing that, I'm also taking notes on, okay, right now nothing is blooming in this bed. So maybe I need to add something in here. I'm not quite sure what though. In this bed is where I originally had the fumewort, those little pink flowers. And it's just, you don't notice it from far away. So I need something that blooms early in the spring, but that's taller. And maybe just the answer is daffodils, and I just have to wait. Let's head down that way. I should call this my driveway bed. I like naming beds just so I can refer to them. So in the driveway bed, we worked on this last year, but I'm going to pop up on the screen how the driveway bed has changed over the last many years when it wasn't even a driveway bed. The daffodils from the woods continue here, and they have quite a few buds on them as well. And I just have some nice small groupings of them. But then other than the daffodils that are in here, the other thing that's in here are just more of the, you guessed it, glory of the snow. Those are just tucked in towards the back. And while I'm looking at it, I'm kind of thinking that I probably should move them forward. They're tucked in a little too close to the grass, so I might end up doing that. But for this year, I'll enjoy them when they bloom. I think they'll look nice, but I think it would look a lot better if I maybe pull them out a little bit, even if they were on the either side of the daffodils. So there's a clump here and a clump there of the glory of the snow. I think they'll still look pretty when they bloom, regardless. They'll add some nice color in here. So we've been making our way to the driveway bed. And the one thing I want to show you down along either side of my driveway are some daffodils. They're not blooming yet, but there are quite a few buds on them. Mr. Budget Gardener was super thrilled. He said, "Did you see the daffodils?" I'm like, "Yep." More daffodils from Grandma's Woods. So we have some there. And they're just small little clusters all the way down to the end of the driveway. And the same thing is mimicked up along the other side of the driveway. And as you come up my driveway on the right, here is my, I'm going to call it front yard, front yard, backyard, whatever you want to call it, plant nursery. I promise you, I will be making a video soon. I know I keep saying that, but I do need to come out here and I need to basically do cleanup and maintenance like you would in a regular perennial bed. So I will be coming out here next week. That's my goal, because the nice weather is finally going to be here. And I'm going to be cleaning up perennials. And what I think I'm going to do with you is, as I clean up a section of perennials, I will show you what the plant is. And that way you know all the plants that are in my plant nursery. And there are many plants that still haven't woken up. So I'll just show you the ones that have woken up. And we'll get at it and we'll clean up the plant nursery. The final place I'm going to bring you is up along my walkway. And I will tell you, right here next to my garage are a whole bunch of black-eyed Susan or Rebecca. I just need to come in and clean those. And as we head this way, this is what I call my pansy bed. And I'm going to show you why. I call them pansies. They very well could be Johnny jump-ups, but I think they're pansies. Nevertheless, they're very sweet. And I've mentioned this in videos before, that no matter how many pansies I start from seed, the ones that self-sow out here in this pansy bed, just to me at least, bloom quicker and just are much stronger. So I really enjoy them. And I don't think they overwinter. I used to say that they overwinter. I think it's that they bloom and then they drop their seeds and then they create new little seedlings in the middle of the summer. And those seedlings are what survive the winter. And I love coming in here and shopping for pansies. I have a lot of hanging baskets to make. I think we need to do that next week as well. And we're going to pack them with pansies. My whole front walkway has changed a lot over the last 20 years. I'm going to give you a sneak peek at how it's changed. I've given up on pruning back or cutting back these rhododendrons. And I mentioned last year I'd like to move them. I need to research that more because I want to make sure I'm moving them at the right time. And I have some plans on what I want to do once those get removed. Up along the walkway are a lot of spring bulbs. Mostly there are a ton of the grape hyacinths, and you can see they're all just starting to come up. And years ago, I literally started with like a small little section of them, and I just keep dividing and moving them around. And when they bloom, I will show you, they just put on such a great show. And also up along the walkway, other than the grape hyacinths, are more of the beautiful spring larkspur, or we also call it fumwort. Look how interesting it looks when it's all budded up. Along the front walkway, they're just a little bit more behind than on my side walkway. So when they're budded up, this is what they look like. Very cool, very neat. And then as we continue up the front walkway, we basically are heading towards what I call the bay window bed. And I'm now going to pop up on the screen what the bay window bed has looked like over the last 20 years. Another plant that is also starting to pop up along my front walkway is an ephemeral plant, and it's called bloodroot. And I have it all along the front walkway. Things are really waking up in the bay window bed. I'm going to take you in and show you some really interesting, cool things. One of the first perennials that's not a bulb to bloom in my yard is this one over here. And this is called leopard's bane. It's a very, very pretty yellow daisy type flower. And I have a whole bunch of them. I've divided them and moved them all around. And what I like about them in this bed specifically is that because they're a yellow color, I don't like to then mix them with daffodils. I want them to put on a great show because they bloom a little bit before the daffodils do in my yard. And so I want to just have them stand out. I don't want them to compete with yellow daffodils. And that's why I've divided and lined up this perennial all around this bay window bed. And if I step back, you can see the large clumps of the leopard's bane. And towards the front of each of those clumps, the grassy texture there, those are Stelladoro daylilies. And then in front of the Stelladoro daylilies are a whole bunch of the cranesbill geranium. I like for this flower bed to be a little bit more formal. It's gone through a lot of different iterations, and because it is the front of the house and it's the front walkway, I want it to be a little bit more formal, but I have also played with the idea of turning it kind of into a cottage garden. So I need to think a little bit more about how I want to do that. But one thing I have talked about in the past is that guy right over there, that boxwood, I want to remove that because it just doesn't look good. And there's a place that I'm going to put it in my yard, so it's not going to go to waste. So I need to think a little bit more about what I want to do in this bed. But I think that I do want to still keep the perennials that are here and then see what else I want to add in this bed. The big thing is right here, our septic tank is underneath here, so I can't plant anything right along that area there. Look at all the growth on this perennial. This is called Montauk daisy. I showed you last spring my process for taking cuttings on this and rooting them. It is super easy to root this plant. So you better believe it. I'll be coming in here and taking a whole bunch of cuttings and rooting them. That's the reason why I didn't cut this perennial back in the fall, because I knew that I wanted to turn each of these segments into cuttings. Can anyone guess what seedling this is? Well, I'm going to tell you. It is a lupin. And I have lupin seedlings all over this bed, which is another reason why I've mentioned I'd like to turn this into a cottage garden. I mean, look how sweet that little seedling is. And then there's another one right nearby over here. The last thing I'm going to show you is up along my front walkway, and it's basically my pond. The pond has been here for a number of years, but I'm going to pop up on the screen now how this area has changed over the years. When it comes time to cleaning the pond, I will bring you along. Just in case you have a pond or you're thinking of creating a pond, I just want to show you our process for getting the pond ready for the season. We're going to start on the south side of my house. This is called the long flower bed, and it gets quite a bit of sun here. We just have to start with these beautiful pink flowers. They are called fumewort. They are a spring bulb, and they're one of the first spring bulbs to bloom in my yard. They just put on such a great show. They're not a very tall plant, which is why I like to put them towards the front of my flower beds. One thing that I like to take note of is what is blooming at the same time in my yard. You can see in the distance there is a small blue flower. That is called Glory of the Snow. And one thing that I'm making a note about right now is I want to have the Glory of the Snow planted very closely with all of my beautiful fumewort, just to really make that nice impact that I'm looking for in my garden this time of year. And I have to point these plants out. They are closed right now because it's early in the morning. They are called bloodroot. Bloodroot is an ephemeral plant, and it only will bloom for a few days and then it will drop its petals. I want you to notice how neat the leaves are. They basically unfurl, and after the blooms go by, the leaves actually get taller and bigger. They're very striking. I have things planted in such a way so that when the pink fumewort is no longer blooming, the yellow daffodils will bloom next. Also in this flower bed, there is a ton of lungwort, also known as plumenaria. It is just starting to wake up, and look how pretty the purple blossoms look next to the pink on the fumewort. I have a forsythia that's just starting to bloom, and I want you to notice how beautiful the yellow looks next to the pink of the fumewort. The front walkway is waking up, and there's a lot of color happening in here. The flower bed that I've affectionately called the pansy holding bed is starting to really wake up. Look how dainty and cute all these little plants look. And they were all free. They dropped their seeds from last year. And I have a lot of different colors, a lot of different faces to the pansies in this bed. On a different day, we can come out here and start plucking out some of these pansies and putting them in pots and containers. The fumewort up along the front walkway is also starting to wake up. It was just a week ago that these were all budded up, but now they're opening up and just looking so beautiful. I want to take you to my driveway bed, which is right down here. I can't tell you how much I love Glory of the Snow. I just think it is so pretty. It just adds a nice little pop of color in this flower bed. You'll notice again, once the Glory of the Snow goes by, the daffodils will start blooming. It just makes for a really nice succession of color. I have grape hyacinths sprinkled all around my yard, and they are all waking up. Probably in the next garden tour that I do in a week, I can show you how beautiful they look when they're blooming. Same with a lot of my daffodils. The bay window bed, which is in my front yard on the west side of my house, is also seeing some changes. The purple in the distance is grape hyacinth or muscari. I just planted them last year, so they're very small. The big thing I want to show you is look at all the buds. These are a perennial. They're one of the first perennials that are not a bulb to bloom in my yard, and they're called leopard's bane. Probably by the time we do our next garden tour, there should be blossoms. And I'll show you just how pretty it looks when they're blooming. I have a few hellebores in my yard, and they're really starting to put on a show. Here's one of them. Look how beautiful and dainty that is. I just love it. Here's another one. Look at its face. I just think it's so exquisite. On the north side of my house in my backyard, there are a bunch of daffodils that I've divided and moved around over time. You can see this one patch down there. Let me bring you over there where it's blooming. There's something to be said about just the plain old, regular yellow daffodils. I love them so much. Clearly, I love them so much. And this spring, once they've gone by, I plan on dividing them and moving them around in other areas of my yard. But I had to show you these because they are just starting to bloom. In my backyard, I have a few forsythia bushes. Some that bloom earlier, some that bloom later. In the very far distance there is one that's blooming, but the reason I'm down in this area is I wanted to show you I have a forsythia that's blooming here as well. Just starting to bloom, and it looks so pretty. To me, forsythias are a sign of spring. The alpine squill is still blooming, but it's starting to fade and go by. The striped squill is still looking so pretty. Isn't it just something unique and different? I just love the color on striped squill. I am so happy with the flowers that I added last year after the springtime. I moved the spring bulbs from other parts of my yard, and I knew I needed color in my rose garden. Look how pretty that is. The crocuses towards the front have already gone by, and now that they've gone by, we are packed with a lot of color from the glory of the snow. And I made a conscious effort when I moved bulbs from other parts of my yard into this bed to make sure that I had crocuses that would bloom first, but then as soon as the crocuses would go by, we would have the glory of the snow. Once the glory of the snow goes by, shortly thereafter, a whole bunch of daffodils are going to bloom in the rose garden. Here on the east side of my house, I don't have a lot of things blooming, but there is one thing that's blooming, and I just have to show you. I don't have a lot of this pink-colored glory of the snow. It doesn't seem to naturalize as much as the blue one. I have it in probably 3 places in my yard. Well, you better believe that I will be dividing it this year and moving it around in other places of my yard. It's just so sweet. The hellebores that are at the base of my Hosta garden continue to look beautiful. And I just love the color of this hellebore. I think it's just so striking. The lungwort at the base of my Hosta garden is also just starting to bloom. And over the next 1 to 2 weeks, it will really put on a great show. It's just starting its beautiful show. On the south side of my house, in the old arborvite bed, the glory of the snow is just starting to put on its show. And I had just moved these here last year when I was dividing a whole bunch of bulbs. On the south side of my house, the fumewort is still looking so pretty. But what also is looking pretty is the emergence of all the bloodroot. I've just divided, like a lot of plants in my yard, and moved these around. Later today, they will open up. And I'm going to pop up on the screen what they look like when they are opened up, because some of them were blooming for me just yesterday, looking so pretty. With the bloodroot, I divided and moved it all around my yard. And you can see that it's just starting to come up. The hyacinths are also starting to wake up. And look at all the buds on the daffodils. And then we have more Gloria of the Snow. And the muscari, or grape hyacinths, are just budded up. Some freebie seedlings of the bloodroot, which honestly I'm enjoying right now in this area. And on the other side of the rock, there are some more hyacinths that are just starting to bloom. The forsythia that is at the bottom of my driveway is looking so beautiful and blooming right now. At the base of my driveway, the forsythia is in full bloom. And not only that, you can see I have small patches of daffodils blooming as well. I just want anyone that enters my home to feel spring. I want them to see spring, and I want them to see all the beautiful colors as they're coming up my driveway. So let us head up my driveway. I want you to feel like you're welcome back to my home. You're coming back for a visit, and we're going to take a garden tour here. When it comes to the daffodils, I'm going to continue adding more along my driveway. I just love listening to the birds in the morning. It's just so beautiful to be out here with nature. One thing I want to share is these daffodils have only been planted here a few years. So they are just now starting to put on a great show. And my hope is to add some of the darker yellow daffodils up along my driveway to complement these lighter colored daffodils. I want you to peek through the woods and see what's next, what's around the corner. I love this flower bed. This flower bed is what I call the driveway flower bed. It's right next to the driveway, and there are so many different daffodils in here, lots of different colors. Aren't they so sweet? And I love the way that they look next to the glory of the snow. Many times I have the same kind of daffodils in certain areas, but this particular bed, there's a whole mix of different ones. And I really am enjoying them. I like that it's a little bit whimsical. It's early morning here, and everyone's waking up. The glory of the snow have really put on a great show this year. I've really been enjoying them, and it's probably another week and they'll start going by as well. As you peek over from the driveway flower bed, you can see that there is a lot of color in the distance there. I'll bring you over there in a little while. Let's keep going up the driveway. So as we're heading up the driveway, on the right-hand side, this is where I have my plant nursery. It's been a good year so far. Things are picking up, and it's still very early in the season. I have a whole playlist that goes over my plant nursery. I'll link that down below. This will be my 3rd year selling plants from home, and I really have enjoyed it. On the south side of my house, I have a flower bed that I call the side walkway bed, and it is looking so pretty. You can see that the daffodils are really in their glory right now. I'm truly enjoying them. This time of year, I'm paying a lot of attention to when different plants bloom, so that as soon as a plant goes by, then I know what other plants to plant in certain flower beds. I love how the muscari or grape hyacinth looks next to the yellow of the daffodils. And I'm enjoying the glory of the snow, the light purple color flowers you see there. I think all those colors complement very nicely in this one area. And then there's some pink also, and I really am trying to just get a lot of different colors going in this one flower bed. The hyacinths are absolutely gorgeous this time of year. I love the purples, I love the pinks, just so pretty. The pink corydalis, or fumwort, is still looking pretty, but it is starting to go by. And the little white flowers that are closed up right now, those are bloodroot, and they will open later in the day. I'll pop up on the screen what they looked like yesterday when they were blooming. They only bloom for 1 week, maybe 2 weeks, but they are so worth having in the garden, I feel. I love hyacinths so much that you can see I have the purple colored hyacinth on both sides of the rock. I just enjoy the scent of hyacinth. I enjoy its structure, the way it looks, its bold color, just such a beautiful plant. This is the south side of my house here, and there are a number of things going on. So as we leave the plant nursery and we keep going up the driveway, I like to call this the long flower border, because it really is a very long, somewhat narrow flower bed. It starts off as a much wider flower bed, but then it eventually becomes narrow. The hydrangea here in the center was recently cut back hard, but look at the daffodils that surround that hydrangea. I'm so glad we cleaned around that hydrangea, just to let those daffodils breathe and shine. There are a few things that are awake in this flower bed, and one of them is the fringed bleeding heart. I love this bleeding heart. You'll hear me talk about it often. It's all budded up right now, and it's going to bloom spring, summer through fall. It does well in shade, and here in New Hampshire it even does well in sun. And doesn't it look just so striking next to all those daffodils? I have a few patches of the fringed bleeding heart. They usually come in a few colors. You'll often find them in a pink color or a white color, and I have both. I just love the leaves on them. And then the blooms are also just so dainty, so pretty. Here's another angle of the daffodils. And I am loving the color combination that we see right here. We have more of the pink fumwort, which is a spring type of bulb. But then we also have the lungwort. It's funny, two different plants that end in the word wart. Lungwort, also known as plumeria, is just such a striking plant. I love it not only for the blooms, but even for the leaves. And what will happen is, as the blooms fade, the leaves actually get more prominent. They get larger, and in fact, all of the spots that you see on there get more prominent as well. I do like to plant things in mass, and the way I'm able to do that is by constantly dividing my plants. I feel that dividing plants saves a lot of money and makes a big impact in our gardens. You'll notice that the daffodils in the background there are blooming, and yet the daffodils towards the foreground are still budded up. And that's because they are a different kind of daffodil. The beautiful thing about daffodils is there are so many different kinds out there in terms of the way they look. And there are also different ones that bloom at different times during the spring. So these clearly bloom later on in the spring. This flower bed has many repeating plants, and the white plants that you see here are bloodroot. You can see they're closed up still because it's early in the morning, but look at the leaf structure on them. It's a very interesting woodland type of plant. We're going to head this way in the flower bed. And the one thing I want to point out here is we have a plant that's waking up. This is also a bleeding heart, but this is the old-fashioned bleeding heart. I will definitely show you it when it's in bloom. I have it in a few places in my yard. I want to just step back so you can really take in what you see in this flower bed. There are a ton of peonies that are just waking up. And eventually, those will bloom once a lot of these spring plants that you see go by. And this is what I meant by a long border. It really is a very long, somewhat narrow flower bed, especially on this side of the flower bed. Let's head down this way. I want to show you what's going on down here. A couple of things. A couple of projects that I'm planning to work on in this area, which I'm very excited about. You can see here where the lawn ends and the gravel begins. I basically feel like it's a separate flower bed. Even though they're right near each other, I feel like they're a little different. So let me talk about some changes I want to make this year. We recently cut back the hydrangea that are in this bed pretty hard, and that exposed a lot of the plants that were beneath it. And that got me thinking that I need to make a few small changes in this flower bed. I like to repeat patterns when I go from one bed to another. So certain plants will stay. For example, the daffodils will stay in here, as well as the daylilies, and even the pulmonaria. But let me show you some things I want to add or change. That plant right there is Stella Doro daylily. And you can see the spacing over in that flower bed. But as we come this way, the spacing is a little more frequent. So I'm planning to take out every other daylily. That's what I had done in the long border, and I never got to it on this side. So I'll come in here on a different day and take out every other daylily, just so that they're spaced the same as in the other flower bed. We're now looking at the end of this flower bed where the daffodils are, and you'll notice that there's a big gap right here. So I need to add one more grouping of the daffodils where there's a gap. So I'm just going to pull from one of these big clumps that are here and just divide it down a little bit. And of course I'll wait until the blooms have gone by, and then I can start dividing. I have 3 hydrangeas in this bed, and I'm pointing to two of the ones that you see here. And then as we move down, there is a gap. And then as we continue moving down, here's another hydrangea. So what I'm planning to do is I'm going to add a hydrangea right here where there's a gap. And what will end up happening is there will be a pattern of alternating types of hydrangeas. Be on the lookout for that in a future video, but I'm very excited about that as well. There are a number of bridal wreath spirea that are in this flower bed. They are just starting to leaf out, and in fact they're also starting to bud up. There is a lot of work to be done in this area here. I have a number of raised beds that I need to tend to, and I can bring you in on a different day with what's going on there. A lot of milk jugs from my winter sowing. Again, I do need to start taking plants out of the milk jugs, and I'll show you my process for doing that in a separate video. As we head away from the long flower bed, there's this little tucked in hidden area here. Under that tarp is finished compost that I made last year. I'm excited. I have a lot of it, and I'm going to be using it in a number of projects. I also like to make my own potting mix, and I use my own compost for that. And then I have a compost bin here, and I will be heating up that compost that's in there from last year. I want to wait though until I've used up a majority of last year's compost. So once I've used up a good amount of that compost, I'll show you my process for heating up an existing compost pile. Right near the compost pile are a bunch of my potted spring bulbs. I want to show you them. They're hidden in this corner because many of them have actually already bloomed and gone by. So I don't want to keep them out and be looking at them, because at this point they just need to absorb the sun's energy to feed the bulbs for next year. But that's why they're tucked over here. And I'm letting them basically die back naturally. And once they've died back naturally, I'll show you in a future video my process for lifting the bulbs and what I end up doing with them. I will share with you that I had some successes and I had some failures when it comes to potting up spring bulbs in containers. I will share in a future video my new process for potting up spring bulbs, so be on the lookout for that. So let's head out of this area where my compost pile is. We're going to turn the corner, and you can see my drop spreader is out. We put down some lime on the lawn, and that just helps make it greener, and it helps with moss and all sorts of fun stuff. So we're going to now head this way. We're still on the south side of my house, and I'm going to slowly pan you around this way. Let's head over to my porch, and I want to show you the two containers that we had put together a little while ago. It was just a simple little arrangement that we did that cost no money. And this plant right here, it's looking a little sad. This is a vinca vine. We've had some cold nights, so it's not very happy with me, but that's okay. It should bounce back. And then look at those pretty little pansies. They are just plants that basically they dropped their seeds last year and then they popped up this year. Some people might call them Johnny Jump Ups, but I call them pansies. I think they're so pretty. And we just stuck them in here. So it was just a freebie little container pot that we put together. And we did the same thing on this side as well. Isn't that the sweetest little thing? Right next to the side walkway bed is another flower bed, a very small one. I'm going to take you in for a closer look. I call this the old arborvite bed. I used to have 3 arborvite that used to be in this bed. And then we removed them and we turned it into a little more of a formal space. There are a bunch of things in here. We have candy tuft. I have it in this flower bed as well as the side walkway bed. And they should be blooming sometime soon. You can see that there are a bunch of the glory of the snow. And in fact, I had just planted these last year. I took them from existing little clumps that I had in my yard, divided them, and just moved them in here. And I like them because they just had that little spring pop of color that this flower bed was lacking. I'm always looking around my yard, spring, summer, and fall, and if there's a space that's lacking color, I try to take the color from another area and add it into the bed that's lacking the color, just to give it a little bit of interest as we wait for other things to wake up. And when the glory of the snow goes by, the candy tuft is all budded up, and then it will have a nice, beautiful white color to it. Look how lush the foliage looks. Once the candy tuft goes by, as hard as it is, I'm going to prune this back really hard this year. Because if I don't do that, it tends to have a little bit of a wild growth habit to it. In the center, there is a juga, or bugleweed, and it is just waking up. But pretty soon it's going to be throwing out some beautiful purple blooms. And then in the center of this bed, there are a number of small rhododendrons. They are all budded up. So I want you to notice in this small little bed, we have some color right now. And once that purple color goes by, the ajuga will bloom. And also the rhododendrons will bloom. And once those go by, it'll be time for me to start planting all my summer annuals in here. My average last frost date is still about 2 weeks away, if not a little more actually. So I need color in these flower beds as I wait to plant my summer annuals. I do want to share that this spring, as the glory of the snow was blooming, I noticed that I didn't have any over here or over there. So what I did was I went to areas where the glory of the snow was just randomly popping up. I dug them up and I put them in here. And that's something I'm just constantly doing in the springtime, especially with the spring bulbs, is just digging them up. Even if they're blooming, it's fine. I dig them up and I move them where I want them. I notice right here there's a small little sprig of a patch. I'll probably add more here because clearly those didn't bloom this year. So I need to add some bigger bulbs in here, and I'll pull them from other areas where glory of the snow is growing and I don't want it to grow. We're going to head away from the south side of my house and we're going to go towards the backyard. This is the east side of my house. If you're new to my channel, you'll see that I live in a very wooded area. Lots of woods. So sometimes it can be challenging, but I feel with gardening, we should be up for the challenge. Let's work around what we have, be it lots of woods, shade, deer pressure. I think you can really do a lot just by being creative and thinking a little outside the box. Right here next to my barn is a hosta garden. And this area is usually packed with a ton of hosta. The hosta are just barely waking up. And some of the early rising hosta are just coming up now. I love seeing that. I love seeing the hosta just start to wake up. Towards the front of the hosta garden, you can see that I have more glory of the snow. And then I just have a few random daffodils that are budded up. At the base of the hosta garden are pulmonaria or lungwort. And look how beautiful they look. They just have a nice spray of purple blossoms going on right now. It's nice having all these blooms this time of year. We still have temperatures that are in the high 30-degree Fahrenheit range at night, but it's important to have as many blooms as possible because the pollinators are here and they're looking for food. I have some more fringed bleeding heart in this flower bed. And then I also have a number of Hellebore. They are looking beautiful, even though I need to cut back last year's foliage. And I just love their color. And that's what this Hellebore looks like right here. Isn't that just so striking? I've mentioned in many of my videos, I love to propagate plants as much as I can. And that's what I did with these Hellebore. Hellebore can be very expensive, so it's always nice to be able to divide the Hellebores that we have, just to get more free Hellebores. So pretty. In this garden tour, I'm not going over every single plant that's in all the flower beds. I'm just trying to highlight the flowers that are currently blooming, just to give you an idea of what's blooming in my 5B garden here in New Hampshire, where my average last frost date is around May 15th. So we're going to head away from this area here, and we're going to continue going towards my backyard. As we head towards the backyard, we're heading towards the north side of my house. In the distance, you can see I have a forsythia that's blooming. And I love having it there because it just basically anchors the corner of my backyard. I wanted to bring you in closer to the forsythia that is here in the backyard. So pretty. In fact, I have another forsythia that's blooming in the very corner of my backyard, as well as some random daffodils that you can see. Here in the very back part of my yard, together we planted this a few years ago. This is Creeping Jenny. It is considered invasive here in New Hampshire. I planted it here just as an experiment. It hasn't crept all the way out into the woods, which is good because I didn't want it to necessarily do that. But you can see it tries to creep into my lawn. Again, it was an experiment. I wanted to see how it would look. I do like it. I think it looks pretty here because this is a tough area of my yard and I wasn't sure what to do. So it was a small experiment that I tried. And someone asked me recently if it's possible to plant spring bulbs amongst the Creeping Jenny. And here you go. That just gives you an example. It is possible. Something that I also tried a few years ago was planting some daffodils at the base of this rock. And I do think it looks very sweet. I'm enjoying it here. And this was the first year that a few of them bloomed. And I think the daffodils look really pretty next to the moss, I think is what it is, on the rock. On the other side here in my backyard, there's a whole different story. There are a lot of blooms happening. And I basically have treated this side of my garden, of my yard, I guess I would call it, as holding bed because I'm still trying to figure out what I want to do in my backyard. It's not an area that gets full sun. It gets sun, but not full sun. So I've planted a whole bunch of different spring bulbs that I can then pick from and dig them up and move them to different areas of my yard. I'm pretty sure this one is called Replete. So on a different day, I will be digging up all of these daffodils and I will be moving them to other areas of my yard. This area needs to be weeded, it needs to be cleaned up, and then I want to think really hard about what I'm going to put in this area of my yard. But how exciting. I have a lot of daffodils I can play with. When you have a whole bunch of foliage like this patch here and no blooms, that is your indicator. Either there's not enough sun, that the bulbs are too tightly packed in and they need to be divided, or a little bit of both. So don't worry, little daffodils. I'll be digging you up and I will be moving you, don't worry. But until then, we might as well enjoy what we have in here. I'm pretty sure that these are still opening up. Probably tomorrow they'll put on their really good show. We're gonna head this way, and you can just see they are in their glory. All of these yellow daffodils. I can never get bored of yellow daffodils. There are so many different kinds of daffs out there, so many different pretty variations of it, but there's nothing like the good old classic daffodil. I love these because of their vibrant yellow color. I love these because they face upwards. They just look so pretty. Right now, it's early morning, they're looking for the sun, but you can just see how pretty they are. I've said this for the last few years, but I think this is the year I want to tackle this area. Even if I don't plant anything in there, what I'd like to do is just come in here and clean up towards the front half of this bed. Basically where the lawn ends, I want to divide and move a whole bunch of daffodils while still keeping a whole bunch in here. There are a bunch of daylilies behind them. I want to divide and move those. Then right behind those are a bunch of peonies. And then what I want to do is, I know I have some perennials that are still left over that are tucked in this area. I've really gone and dug up a whole lot of those perennials. I did a lot of that last year. I need to come in here. I need to finish my job with digging up plants. And then I think what I might do, just for this year, is put down cardboard and put down compost and just let this bed rest as I think about what I want to do in this area. Because what I don't want to do is let a lot of the weeds go to seed. So it might just be a year of rest, but I want to reclaim this area of my yard. And I want to show you the other side, this angle, looking at the daffodils. Because you know how it is, it's just a matter of time and these daffodils will have gone by. So we just have to take it in. And I suggest you do the same thing in your gardens. Walk around and just take it all in. Because in a blink of an eye, certain plants, they don't bloom anymore until the next season. So you want to enjoy them while they are blooming. I can tell you I've really been enjoying these daffodils. I really have. I'm off to a slow start when it comes to planting a lot of my vegetables this year, but it will happen. I want to show you what's in the center here. They are waking up. That is asparagus. I have a ton of asparagus in this bed. I want to say it's 4, maybe 5 years old. Last year I really enjoyed the asparagus. They are still waking up. There's a lot in here, and it goes almost to the end of this bed. And I've mentioned it before, this area will be seeing a lot of changes this year when the time permits. Close by to the raised vegetable garden is what I call the rose garden. And I just need to come in here, I need to edge, I need to cut back my roses and fertilize them. And they are just barely starting to wake up here. So I'm not late in doing it. I'm definitely not late at all in doing it. Because if you look carefully, you can see that they're just starting to show a little bit of green growth at the bottom. So I will come in here and take care of that, give the roses some fertilizer. Not a lot of work to do in this bed, just a little bit of basic maintenance. And the spring bulbs at the base were just added again during the last maybe 1 year to 2 years, because I noticed I was waiting. I was waiting for the daffodils in the center to bloom. Once again, they're a later type of daffodil. They bloom later. And I was waiting for the roses, of course, to do their thing. So I needed some color in here. So the first thing that bloomed in here were some crocuses. And then the crocuses went by. And now we have a wonderful display of the glory of the snow. And once the glory of the snow goes by, about that time is when the daffodils will bloom. Once the daffodils have gone by, then hopefully the roses will start. And around that same time is when I'll be planting my summer annuals. So we're going to head away from the rose garden. And I want to show you some really pretty things that we'll find on this side of my house. I want to show you that the peonies are waking up for the year. I love peonies. I can never get enough of them. So when we head in this direction here, a number of trees were cut down during the winter months, and it really opened things up. I'm excited to see how much sun this area actually gets this year. I did come in here during the late winter months, and I started really cleaning and weeding this area. This is an area I'd like to focus on this year. And I want you to notice, when I say I want to focus on an area, it's basically from around here to up to this tree here. And I think that's a realistic goal, to try to make that area look really pretty this year. Because if I were to say to myself, I want to do all of that and I want to work on that bed there, I don't think that's a realistic goal. If I get to it, that's fine, but I'm not planning on it. I really just want to focus on this one area here. You can see that it has a lot of beautiful spring color in there. Let me take you in for a closer look. So we have a nice little patch of these daffodils here that are looking wonderful. And towards the front, there is a ton of heuchera, or coral bells. And I've just divided and moved these along over time. So I just need to come in and clean those up. And then this right here is a quince, flowering quince. And in fact, it's budded up, and when we do our next garden tour, I should be able to show you how beautiful it looks when it's blooming. Towards the back of this flower bed, there is an assortment of random beautiful things. What I want to do is just take you in closer to show you some of the random beautiful things that are here. We'll start with the small leaf rhododendron. I'm pretty sure those are buds that are on there. One thing I will say is it's a little shady in this area. I believe that this would do better in a little more sun, so I am planning to move it to a sunnier location of my yard. I have an azalea, and you can see that it's just starting to push out a little bit of color. So probably when we do our next garden tour, this will be blooming. Here is a bridal wreath spirea, and it is just budded up. In a number of places in my yard, I have the Miss Kim lilacs, and if they're not Miss Kim, they're very similar. They're basically lilacs with the smaller leaves on them. This is all budded up. This is called flowering almond, and you can see it's going to have a beautiful pink color to it. This is pushing out growth, and I can't remember the name of it for the life of me. I'm going to put it up on the screen, but I have a bunch of this in my yard, and when it blooms, it's so pretty. As we head to the front yard, I just love this view right here. Even the tree stumps, I think, look pretty. I could put some little pots on there and make it look really whimsical. But look at the display of all the daffodils in the distance. Let's head that way. Let's head to the front yard. But first, I want you to notice this beautiful plant combination. We have the daffodils, and at the base of the daffodils is European wild ginger. It's just such a pretty ground cover. I love it so much. And if you have this plant, I bet you didn't know, it actually puts out a beautiful little bloom. It's not known for its bloom, but that little red thing that you see there, that is the bloom on the wild ginger here. We're just heading towards the front of my yard, and that is the west side of my house that we're heading towards. Things are still waking up, but while we wait for things to wake up, it's so nice to have this nice spring color in the yard. And I do want to point out, in this one particular flower bed, there are daffodils here. That's the foliage that you see there. And the reason they're not blooming is pretty much every year I come in whenever I can and divide daffodil bulbs. And clearly when I divided them and moved them here, they were bulbs that were on the smaller side. And that's why they're not blooming. But I am a patient gardener. I'm willing to wait. I feel that you know, we just can't always get our gardens looking beautiful in one day or in one year. It might take a number of years. I'm okay with that, especially on the budget that I'm on when it comes to dividing my plants. Sometimes we just have to wait, but it's worth it. It's definitely worth waiting for. The sun is really shining on this little hellebore here, but I just had to show you. Look how pretty it is, even with the sun shining down on it, coming through the leaves. So pretty. We're going to head in this direction here. I've been creating flower beds where the lawn ends and where the woods begin for about the last 5 or 6 years. And the beds are constant work in progress. It's fun. It's fun looking at the light condition, the soil condition, and just seeing where plants thrive and where plants maybe don't thrive and where I need to move them. I do want to show you another hellebore that's blooming right here. And that's a really pretty face to that one as well. When you're in the front yard and you're just peeking around the corner in the backyard, this is what it looks like, just to give you a different angle. Now, a lot of this area has hostas in it. Since we had trees cut down, it'll be interesting to see how the hosta do. It is on the north side of the house, so I'm guessing they should do okay, but you just never know. Time will tell. We're going to head down to this little pocket right here. The daffodil that are here are really putting on a great show this year. I would say this is the best year so far. There are mostly two different faces, I would call them, to the daffodils. They're either the light colored, yellow colored flowers or the orange center with a yellow outer border. I spaced them out enough so that they can make an impact in their little clumps. And I just have a little bit of a pattern going when it comes to spacing them out. And then a few years ago when I divided my muscari or grape hyacinth, I placed them on either side of the groupings of daffodils, just to add that little pop of purple. And I really am enjoying the muscari. They're still quite small, their groupings are not as big, and that's fine. They're still quite young. I had mentioned there were two different colors of the daffodils in here. There's a third. There's yellow, just plain old yellow. And I'm okay with the variation in colors of the daffodils. All of these daffodils were daffodils that I dug up in an area that where my mother-in-law had put them. So it really was just random. I didn't know what to expect when it came to the blooms. And honestly, I'm enjoying their randomness in this flower bed. As we continue along the way here, I had given you a little glimpse of this as we peeked over from the driveway. And this flower bed I like to call the lilac flower bed, and because it has a lilac tree right in the center there. Towards the back, those are yucca. I need to come in and just do some basic maintenance on the yucca. Towards the front, there's a whole bunch of different things. Like I mentioned, in this video, I just want to focus on what's blooming right now. So you can see that we do have some grape hyacinth in here. A couple of years ago, I just went and divided a whole bunch of the muscari or grape hyacinth. So they are just barely putting on a show in this flower bed. You can see them just, you know, the purple color. And then towards the back of the bed are a whole bunch of daffodils that are looking wonderful. My husband and I limbed up a few trees in this area to allow for more sun to come in. So it'll be interesting to see this year the sun conditions in this flower bed. I'm hoping that it gets a little more sun than it has in the past. You can see the impact spring bulbs make, especially in gardens that are slow to wake up. I highly recommend you do that with your bulbs. If you have spring bulbs, divide them and move them around. If you have a flower bed where you're waiting for it to wake up, then it's worth it. And spring bulbs, just like any other perennial, benefit from being divided every 3 to 5 years. I am thankful for the little patches of purple that I have here towards the front. Because like I mentioned, I noticed there wasn't a lot of color in this flower bed. So I'm always looking out for that. And as we leave the lilac bed, we're back at the driveway bed. And I already showed you what that looked like. But let's head up the hill here in my front yard. So here in the front yard, which again is on the west side of my house, this bed here is what's called the bay window bed because of the bay window that you see there. I had told you in a previous garden tour that one of the first perennials to bloom in my yard is this yellow perennial here. And this is called leopard's bane. I joke with anyone that sees it when they come visit because it kind of looks like a marigold, but it also looks like a yellow daisy. So I'd like to believe it looks more like a yellow daisy. And I'm noticing right now, look at that, I have a seedling. I have many seedlings of lupin in this yard. I'm actually considering leaving them as is. And the reason is they don't love to be transplanted. And quite honestly, I just don't have time right now to deal with it. I'd love to transplant them. I've done it before and moved them successfully, but I might just leave them as is and let them do their thing because there's just so many in this bed. And I think that's a good problem to have, right? When it comes to lupin. Last year, I also added some of the muscari or grape hyacinth in this bed as well. As you might know, purple complements very nicely with yellow on the color wheel. And I thought that that would look really pretty because they do bloom at the same time. So you can see that there's quite a bit of a little pattern going on here that repeats itself. And even though the muscari is still very small, give it time. I bet 2, if not 3 years from now, it's going to really look pretty here. But I am enjoying the yellow that we have in this bed. One reason I try not to add a ton of daffodils in this flower bed is I want to really just let these yellow flowers make the impact in the bed. I don't want the yellow of the leopard's bane to fight with the yellow that you would find on a daffodil. I say that, but I do have a small patch of daffodils in here. And well, for right now, they can stay. I mean, why can't they stay, right? Look how pretty that is. In this flower bed are a couple of nice mature patches of lupin, and they should be putting on a wonderful show later this season. Be on the lookout. In a future video, I'm going to show you my process for pruning back my Montauk daisies and taking cuttings to propagate them so we can have more plants. The time has come to start cleaning the pond up. So hopefully within the next week, I'm going to tackle that. Up along the walkway, as we end this tour, I just want to show you some pretty things. We have the beautiful grape hyacinth. These are the big patches that I have that I've basically been pulling from and dividing these because you can see they're quite mature. I also have a lot of the white bloodroot, and I love that combination of the white, the purple, and then the pink of the corydalis. And I'll be coming in here soon enough and dividing a bunch of these plants to move around in different areas of the yard. And there are also some hyacinth that are out here in the front yard. But I really love the color combination that we see here. And even though there's no yellow right here, you can see in the distance, that's where the yellow is of the leopard's bane. And there's plenty of yellow in the pansy holding bed. Look at all the different colors. We have whites, purples, yellow, and even if there's no pink, there's pink in the distance there. I'm enjoying all the different colors that you see right here. Look how pretty that is. We are at the pansy holding bed. And a lot of people ask me if I plant the pansies every year. I don't. I planted these pansies years ago. And they just self-seed. So the pansies that are here right now will end up dying, but then before they die, they'll drop their seeds. Those seeds will germinate and I'll end up with baby plants, sometime middle summer, maybe late summer. And then those baby plants will overwinter. And then next year we'll have another beautiful display. I just love them so much, and when time permits, I like to dig them up and put them in hanging baskets, container pots, because they're basically free plants for me. I just love all the different colors. Near the house I have 3 small leaf rhododendrons. They are called PJM as well as Olga. What I did for many years was size control them, just so they wouldn't get so big. I let them go the last few years because my intention was to move them. I really hope this is the year. I want to wait though. I want to wait until they're done blooming, but I want to move them soon because I want to move them before it gets too hot this summer. We're still having fairly cool temperature here in New Hampshire. So once they're done blooming, the goal is to move these in an area of my yard where they really can just do their own thing. And instead, up along the walkway, I want to make it a little more formal. And I'll bring you along once I start working on that project. Look how pretty the purple looks. That's a spring bulb, and it's called muscari or a grape hyacinth. It's really putting on a lovely show up along the walkway. Right nearby to the muscari is a very interesting leaf structure. This is called bloodroot. It bloomed earlier in the season and it had a beautiful white daisy-like flower. Once the flower goes by, it leaves behind these beautiful leaves, and I think they add so much interest to the garden. I even love the way it looks when it has little water droplets on it. Usually you would find this more in the woodland area of your yard, but I like having it also towards the front of my yard in this walkway. When it was blooming, it looked really pretty, the white flowers with the purple of the muscari, and it even looked so pretty with the pink of the corydalis or fumwort. The Jacob's ladder is just budded up. During my next garden tour, I'll show you what it looks like when it's blooming. I love the leaves on Jacob's ladder. They look like little mini ferns. At the end of the walkway in my bay window bed, the leopard's bane is putting on a wonderful show. And I made a video recently just showing you my process of taking out every other leopard's bane and replacing it with a small batch of daffodils. I'm still working on that project, but you can just see how pretty the leopard's bane looks here. It's one of the first perennials that's not a bulb to bloom in my yard. For companion planting, I want you to notice how pretty it looks when you have the yellow leopard's bane next to the purple of the muscari. I think in a garden, they make wonderful companions. A flower that is budded up and it's going to bloom soon is a perennial geranium, cranesbill geranium, and it's going to be a nice hot pink color. You can see the start of a bud right there, and pretty soon all of these are going to be in full bloom, and it's going to look so pretty when they're blooming. The daffodils in the driveway bed are just starting to go by. Within the next few weeks, I'll be planting this up with a whole bunch of impatiens. Last year we planted a bunch of astilbe in this area. You can see that the astilbe is waking up, and I'm looking forward to seeing how the astilbe does in this part of my garden. We also planted a bunch of heuchera at the base of this tree here, and I'm also interested to see how the heuchera will perform. I think it looks really pretty, the red on the heuchera next to the green on the astilbe. And then in the background there, what you see is euonymus. And I love the chartreuse green color of the euonymus in the background there. The lilac bed is a little quiet, but during our next garden tour, I can't wait to show you how it looks towards the front here. There is a bunch of light purple colored creeping phlox, and it is just budded up. It's ready to explode in color. This flower bed did not have a lot of color a few days ago. Together, we added a bunch of leopard's bane, and in order to do that, we had to remove patches of daffodils that were in here. I'm really looking forward over the next few years to watch how this flower bed evolves, but I love the yellow pop of color that we added here. In this next flower bed, there are a few things that are budded up that I want to show you. The first one is heuchera, or coral bells. This kind of coral bells is, I would say, an older type of coral bells. I've had it for a number of years. I really do love it. One thing I love about it is it's one of the first coral bells to bloom in my yard. During the next garden tour, I'll show you what it looks like when it's in full bloom. A few other things that are budded up in here that we're going to look forward to in the next tour are geum. This is banana daiquiri. It's a yellow color geum. And I think what's going to look really nice to complement along with the yellow on the banana daiquiri is the mountain bluet. And it's a purple colored flower. It is also all budded up. And I love the way the buds look. They look just as pretty as the blossom itself. Many of the plants that I'm telling you about today repeat themselves throughout various flower beds, just to make that nice impact that I'm looking for here. The Hosta are all waking up. I have a lot of different kinds of Hosta in my yard, and a lot of different sizes, a lot of different colors. Some are variegated, some are not, just to add that interest to the garden. The ground cover that you see here is a wild ginger, and it's so pretty. It has a little bloom to it, but it's not known for its bloom. It's just known for its glossy leaves. And I have a bunch of tree stumps here, and I'm looking forward to adding some pots just to add vertical interest on here. Even though many of the daffodils have gone by, there are still some daffodils in this flower bed that have little pops of color, which I'm really enjoying. There is more Jacob's ladder or polemonium tucked into this flower bed, as well as lots more Hosta. I'll be working on this flower bed this year. I had temporarily placed a bunch of different perennials in this area, but I'm planning to move things around and add some really pretty flowers in this space. But look at the golden tiara Hosta. I just think it's so pretty, so bright. And also amongst the golden tiara Hosta is a type of tiarella. And it's super pretty when it's blooming, but even when it's not blooming, it's very pretty. Towards the front of this bed are a bunch of different heuchera, but I want you to look at the beautiful colors and the beautiful flowers on this plant. It's a double quince, and the little flowers, they look like small roses. They're just so delicate. And this plant brings me so much joy every time it blooms each year. In this part of my yard, there is not a lot of color happening right now. So just having this one plant here gives so much impact and so much beautiful color. I especially love how it complements nicely with the heuchera at the base of it. Towards the back of this flower bed, I had tucked in a bunch of different shrubs. I want to take you in just for a closer look and go over a few of them that are here. But my plan is to move some of these around my yard because these were placed here temporarily. This is just starting to go by, but look how pretty that is. That is the blossom of flowering almond. And even though the flowering almond has done okay here, it survived when I moved it here in 2018 from my mother-in-law's home. I want to move it to other areas of my yard. I think it will thrive and do better there. I can't wait to move this around. This is Miss Kim lilac, and they are all budded up. I am thankful that I have these here, even though they were placed here temporarily, but I'm going to move them to other areas of my yard that get a little more sun and where they can really explode and shine. In this one area of my yard, I have come in here and I have shopped it. I have pulled out any perennials that I planted here. The plan is to come in and put cardboard down and then wood chips on top of the cardboard. And I'm going to let this flower bed rest so I can really think about what I'm going to put in here. Most likely it's going to be some sort of shrubs. I don't necessarily need this space to be a herbaceous perennial garden bed, I've decided. I think it just needs to rest. We need to kill the weeds off. And then I'm going to start planting in here, hopefully next year. I have a bunch of bridal wreath spirea that's tucked in back here. Lots of good goodies to come shopping my yard for and to move around to other areas of my yard that are more finished, that are more complete. These were all placed here temporarily because I didn't know where I wanted to put them. I have a small leaf rhododendron that's never really done well here. It did bloom earlier in the year, but it will do much better once I move it. This Japanese maple was a small little sprig of a seedling that I had gotten from my mother-in-law's home. And it's done okay. It's just tucked here in the woods. I do like it because of its color. I think it's very pretty. And it's actually gotten quite large. We have more of the Miss Kim lilac, which I often will just refer to as a small-leafed lilac because it has small leaves on it. Another small-leafed rhododendron that once again has not done well here. And now that I know my yard really well and I know areas where the small-leafed rhododendrons thrive in, it makes sense to move these. They're not doing well here. They're surviving. They come back every year. But if they do bloom, they only put out one bloom. So it's well worth moving them. I'm really looking forward to working on this space during the next few years. There are a bunch of daylilies as well as peonies in here. I'm also planning on moving these to other areas of my yard that are more complete and more finished. The roses have been pruned, and I pruned them pretty hard this year. I think we had a lot of winter kill, and I just wanted to size control them. So that was recently done, but I want to show you the beautiful display of daffodils. Did you know that when it comes to daffodils, there are early bloomers, mid bloomers, and then late bloomers? I never knew that until the last few years. Well, clearly these daffodils bloom later, and they just are very, very pretty. The other day I was looking out at this one section of my backyard, and I was specifically looking at these two colors of heuchera. I love how they are next to each other. You have the chartreuse green, and then you have this more burgundy red color. So what I'm planning to do is I am going to be coming in here and dividing these down, and I want to make it more of a drift rather than just having them in a line like that. And I'm planning to just tackle this small little area and get that drift going. I think that would look really pretty. The Hakonakloa grass is starting to wake up, and there are a bunch of other perennials in here. This beautiful spotted colored plant here, this is called pulmonaria or lungwort. And I just love this plant so much. It does really well in the shady areas of my yard. A lot of the plants that you see in my yard repeat themselves because I just divide and move them along. But I like showing you how they look in different parts of my yard, especially, for example, bloodroot. I have it here in the backyard, and this is more of its natural habitat where you would find it, towards the wooded part of the yard. I just love this leaf structure on this tiarella. I just think it's so interesting. One thing that I'm really enjoying this year is the color of this hosta. It's a small little yellow colored hosta, chartreuse green, I guess, with a green stripe on the edge. And when you look at it coupled with the tiarella, as well as the pulmonaria, I think it just pulls it all nicely together. When I look at this space right here, I really think of woodland garden. And that's what I'm going after. I really want it to feel like I'm in a woodland garden here because technically I am. But you can see that we have the fringed bleeding heart. There's also the Lenten rose or Hellebore. And these have already gone by, but those are epimediums. And we have one there and a few more nearby. I also have a few pieces of the Japanese painted fern. My mini hosta that I like to line around the trees in this one part of my yard are just starting to wake up. And they do put on a lovely show once they get a little bit bigger. I want to bring you to the back part of my hosta garden. There's a little tiny treasure here that I'll be digging up and moving soon. It can be considered invasive because it self-seeds. It's a biennial, and it's called Forget-Me-Not. I just think this would look so pretty in my garden right now because of its nice pop of blue color. And I have a couple of different patches of it here in this messy part of my yard towards the back of the hosta garden. Little tiny treasures waiting to be lifted. Another treasure here towards the back of this rock wall are little Labrador violets. I absolutely am enjoying how the Labrador violet looks. I just didn't know where I wanted to put it in my yard. So it basically has self-sown back here. I will be lifting pieces of it and moving it around my yard this year. The other thing that I did put here at the base of the wall is a whole bunch of pulmonaria or lungwort. And oftentimes I'll come to this space and dig from it. So I basically have let it spread and naturalize in this area. And it just adds a nice color in an area where normally nothing else is really popping or putting out a lot of color at this time of year. And I love how the Labrador violet looks next to the pulmonaria. I think they complement each other very sweetly. A lot of times with creeping myrtle, you find it in a light purple color. But look how beautiful this color is. This is more of a mauve pink color. I really love this in my yard. The hosta garden is waking up. And you can see tiny signs of life. I've really been enjoying watching the hosta wake up because I'm noticing some hosta wakes up a lot faster than other kinds of hosta. And it's just fun to see that progression. Towards the front of the hosta bed is a very sweet primrose. We've had a lot of rain lately, so it's looking a little sad, but I just love the color of this primrose. The old arborvite bed is waking up. It looked very pretty when there were spring bulbs blooming in here, but now you can see there are a bunch of beautiful light pink, almost a blush pink color of small leaf rhododendron. And at the base of them, which I'll have to show you in the next garden tour when they're blooming, they're all budded up, are a bunch of ajuga or bugleweed. Just imagine how pretty that's going to look when we have the purple of the bugleweed coupled with the pink of the small leaf rhododendron. And then throw in there the white of the candy tuft. I think that those three plants together complement each other beautifully. You can see that the candy tuft is budded up. When we do our next garden tour, I'll show you how beautiful it is when it's in full bloom. I'm really enjoying the spring pots that we put together using the freebie pansies that I have in my pansy holding bed. And notice how pretty the yellow of the pansies look, coupled with this beautiful hot pink magenta colored small leaf rhododendron. The white candy tuft is just budded up, as well as the pink and white mix of the dianthus. Everything is going to burst in color when we do our next tour. And look how beautiful the bloodroot looks as the leaves have elongated in this flower bed. I need more basket of gold in my life. Look how pretty that yellow is. It's just so striking, coupled with the hot pink color of that rhododendron. In fact, I love the combination of all three colors that we're going to be seeing here, probably during our next garden tour. The white of the candy tuft, as well as the yellow of the basket of gold, and then the pink of the small leaf rhododendron. Tucked on either side of the basket of gold are pasquet flower. I'm going to pop up on the screen what they look like when they were blooming a few days ago. You can start to see hints of the dianthus starting to bloom, or where the dianthus is just budded up. I feel like this year things are blooming earlier than normal, but I'm not complaining. I'm going to take it all in and enjoy it. There are a lot of different things budded up in this bed right now that you can see. You can see even the white dianthus is budded up here. The daffodils are starting to go by. But another thing that's going to be blooming before you know it are the peonies. They also are all budded up, and they're ready to put on a great show for us. If you have peonies, now is the time, don't forget, before it's too late, to put your peony cages around your peonies. Because what a shame when they bloom if they're going to flop over. At least if you have the cages up, it'll help support them. I want to show you a couple of nice treasures down at the bottom of my driveway. In the backyard plant nursery, we recently added wood chips just to suppress the weeds in between each of the pathways. And here at the base of this tree is some very beautiful periwinkle. and it's blooming and it just looks so pretty. It's a ground cover. It's invasive in certain areas. It's not invasive here in New Hampshire. It is aggressive, but it's not considered invasive. So I like to plant it just towards the edge of my driveway here. I'll be shopping my plant nursery soon, but I had put in here a couple of plants that I purchased last year. And one of them is this beautiful trillium. I bought a few different kinds of trillium, and they will be placed in my backyard near my Hosta garden. I also purchased at that time some mayapple. I've heard mayapple can spread a little aggressively, so I will think a little hard about where I'm going to place it, but it is going to get placed in my woodland area in my backyard. I want to show some plants that are in my nursery because this nursery is not just plants that I'm selling, it's also plants that I hold over for myself. And look how pretty this primrose is. There are a lot of treasures here in my nursery. I also purchased this plant. It's a variegated type of ajuga, and I bought it last year and just held it over in my plant nursery. In the plant nursery, I have chocolate chip ajuga. It's just a smaller variety of the ajuga that I have in another place in my yard. And it's just so pretty when it's blooming. I love ajuga for its foliage, but I also love it for its beautiful blossoms. And it's just barely budded up. The chives in my nursery are all budded up. During our next tour, they will be blooming. And right next to the chives are some strawberries. And the strawberries are also just budded up. Look at the beautiful pulmonaria in my plant nursery. It's been a very popular plant. A lot of people are buying this plant this year. I just love it so much, and I'm glad other people get to enjoy it in their yard as well. I have a lot of different iris in my plant nursery, but some of the iris that are in here are ones that are for myself. I never labeled them, so I need to wait until they bloom so I know which ones are which. But you can see I have a couple of yellow ones that are just about to bloom. I'll be coming in here shortly to take those and move them somewhere in my yard. This is the big root geranium, and it has a hot pink color to it. You can see it's budded up. I don't have this anywhere in my yard. I did have it at one point in my yard, and I potted them up because I wanted to move them, but I wasn't sure when. Well, now I know where I want to put these geranium. So I'll be moving them shortly, and I'm going to show you in a video where they go. Tucked in the back of the nursery are some plants for myself. They are a type of yarrow, and they have a silver leaf to them. I don't have many of them, so I'll be planting these somewhere in my landscape as well. So be on the lookout for that video. I have another kind of hardy geranium here in my plant nursery. I believe it's a type of cranesbill geranium. I bought it from a backyard plant nursery, and I'll be tucking that somewhere in my yard as well. Right next to it is a beautiful type of spurge, or a euphorbia. And this is what it actually looks like when it's blooming. I used to have euphorbia in my yard, but then I found that it set its seeds everywhere and I didn't like it. And now that I'm looking at it in my nursery, I think I'm going to put it back in my yard because it is pretty. And also in this area, because this area is my holding bed, is a wild phlox. It's native here in New Hampshire. So I'm going to be coming down here and I'm going to have fun shopping my own nursery. I also have some clematis tucked in here. Lots of really fun things. In my nursery, I even spied some muscari just peeking through here, saying hello. During the last 5 years or so, I've really spent a lot of time in this one particular flower bed, and I'm loving how it's coming along. It's always changing color, which I really enjoy. And I'm really enjoying the fringed bleeding heart. This is a must-have, I feel, in anyone's garden. I love the bluish green color of the leaves, and then I love the flowers. You typically will find them in pink or white. It's a very versatile plant that grows in sun or shade, and it blooms spring, summer, and fall. This flower bed has quite a few peonies tucked in it. And when they bloom, I can't wait to show you the show that they put on. These daffodils are just starting to go by, but they looked so pretty when they were blooming. I'll pop up on the screen what they look like, just so you can see in case you missed that show. The lungwort or pulmonaria is just starting to go by, so pretty soon I'm going to have to come in here and deadhead them, just to clean them up. I have a number of old-fashioned bleeding heart in my yard, and look how pretty they look with the water droplets on them. I love them for the structure of the leaves. I love them for the flowers. The flowers are beautiful. But even just when there's water droplets on the leaves, I think they look so pretty. I have a number of small leaf rhododendrons that are tucked into this flower bed. And I'm noticing that they really add a lot of color. Because right now there's a slight lull with perennials blooming in my yard. So the shrubs and the little bushes are actually the ones that are providing the color. Here in this flower bed, I am going to be adding a spirea, bridal wreath spirea. It's still quite small. It was a sucker that I had from a mother plant. But it will grow and it will get bigger and it will fill in this space very nicely, I think. Right now it's very small, but give it time and it will look so pretty back there. I have a lot of pink in this flower bed. The old-fashioned bleeding heart is just looking so glorious. But if you look right behind it, they are budded up. It's the small leaf lilacs. I believe it's a Miss Kim, or it's something like a Miss Kim. And they're very, very pretty when they bloom. In fact, I have a number of these tiny lilacs tucked in towards the back of the bed. I have two over here. And then as we move in this direction, I have two more over here. And what I'm planning to do is as soon as they bloom, I'm going to come in and I'm actually going to cut back the taller parts of the plant because I find that it looks a little leggy and I want it to be more of a bush. So I'm going to come in and give them a hard prune immediately after they bloom. I had to bring you in closer to look at this one here. Just look how pretty the small leaf rhododendron looks. It's almost electrifying. It's just so beautiful. And right near it, you can see it, a whole bunch of peonies are budded up, ready to put on a show. Even though I say there is a lot of pink in here, the daffodils, even though they're going by, they still provide that nice light yellow color that I think this flower bed needs, just to bring it all together. My forsythia has already gone by, and now would be a great time if I wanted to. I could come in here and cut it back. When it comes to your forsythias, if you do want to prune them, you want to do it right after they're done blooming. Here's another small leaf rhododendron, and then close by to it is a beautiful azalea. And it's budded up, and when it blooms, I'll show you what it looks like. But it's ready to put on a nice show. In this area, I have a bunch of hydrangeas that were recently cut back. But what I'm really enjoying is this spirea, the bridal wreath spirea. It's my understanding that there are a few different varieties, or a number of varieties, of bridal wreath spirea. I really like this one in particular because the way that it flows. It's not as wild of a habit. It's a little bit more upright. I don't know which kind it is. I had gotten a small piece of it from my mother-in-law's yard, but my plan with this particular plant, because it suckers so much, is to take pieces of it and move it around my yard because I really love the white color that it provides in the garden this time of year. And it is just a beautiful backdrop towards any flower bed, or I think every flower bed in my yard. And I have them in a few places in my yard, but I definitely want to spread them around. At the base of this hydrangea is jack-in-the-pulpit. It's such a beautiful wildflower, and you can see it's a very interesting flower. This is what the flower looks like. And eventually, when the flower goes by, it's going to produce red berries. And I'm going to research it. I want to see if I can propagate this plant from its seeds. I'm sure it's probably not easy. It's usually not very easy to propagate wildflowers, but I'm going to try. I have a lot of work to do when it comes to my winter sowing. I plan on bringing you in on a different day and giving you a tour of what's in the milk jugs. I also need to start taking out plants from the milk jugs. And when it comes to the raised beds, I have a project that I'll be doing with my raised beds, and I'm going to bring you along with that as well. So be on the lookout. Lots going on in the garden. My pansy holding bed really put on a wonderful show for me this year. The colors together were just so beautiful and so stunning. And right near the pansy holding bed are 3 small leaf rhododendrons. In the last garden tour, in case you missed it, I'll link it down below. On either side were PJMs, and they were a lilac color. And now we have Olga in the center with its beautiful pink color flowers. Within the next week, I'll be planting all my annuals up along my walkway. But as we're waiting for those annuals to be planted, I do have some perennials that are planted up along here. And they are all budded up, so I would consider these a late spring perennial. They are called lance leaf coreopsis, and they have a beautiful dark yellow, almost orange yellow colored bloom to them. And coupled with the coreopsis that's up along the walkway, the beautiful leaves that you're noticing, those are the leaves of bloodroot. And I want you to see how tall they get. They were originally very short, very small when they first bloomed, and then they got taller. And they really just add a lot of visual interest, I feel, in this flower bed. Right here, I have a random columbine that has popped up, and it's going to be a beautiful pink color. I still need to come in here and weed this flower bed before I plant it up with the annuals, but I had to show you some freebie perennials that are in here. Well, they're actually biennials. They are called English lawn daisy. They're so sweet. Even if they're biennials and they only come up every other year, I really do enjoy them. So I think I'm going to be taking them out and tucking them somewhere else in my landscape. One of the recent changes that I made in my bay window flower bed was not only edging and extending this side of the flower bed, but also dividing and moving a whole bunch of the cranesbill geranium. I basically wanted to complete a pattern that I had started a few years ago. And that's why on one side you're noticing that the cranesbill geranium, even though it's there, is pretty sparse or small. And it's just because we had just divided and moved those this spring. But over time, those patches will get much larger so that they match the patches of cranesbill geranium that are on this side of the flower bed. The cranesbill geranium plants are budded up, and that's what they're going to look like when they all bloom. So pretty. On the inside of the flower bed, the leopard's bane, or Doronicum, are still putting on a strong show. And one thing I'm making note of this year is they seem to bloom for quite a long time, which is really nice because I don't have a lot of other things blooming in this flower bed at the current moment. What I'm really excited to see are the lupin. They are budded up and they're going to be blooming very soon. Their blooms will be this beautiful purple color. And there are so many buds on this particular plant. I just can't wait to see what it looks like when it's all in bloom. And the lupin that's right next to it is a little smaller, but it still also has a few buds on it from what I can see. Close to the lupin plant is a type of bulb. Let me bring you in for a closer look to show you. I believe it's called bluebells, but I'll double check it and put it up on the screen if I can find it. It's a spring blooming bulb, and what I like about it is that it's blooming here in the late spring, and I like that it has a really pretty blue color to it. When I planted it here, I planted a hydrangea afterwards. So there is an Annabelle hydrangea that is coming up with this bluebells, I believe it's called, intermingled inside of it, and that's fine. Along my front walkway is a small pond, and right near the pond is Jacob's ladder, and it is all budded up. It's so pretty, and you can see with this particular bud what the color is going to be. It's like a light purple or a light lavender color. I love it for its flowers, but I think the leaves on it are equally as stunning. The lilac bed is looking beautiful with the creeping phlox or phlox moss towards the front of the bed. I love the light purple flowers that are blooming currently. Very close by to the lilac bed, where the light purple phlox is, there's a tree, and at the base of the tree, where I love to tuck different things in, is a very pretty light pink colored phlox. And it's budded up. It will be blooming soon. I'm so glad we chose to tuck in some of the leopard's bane in this garden area, because you can still see there's not much else blooming in here. The leopard's bane is starting to go by, but it is still blooming also and providing some color in this bed as we wait for other things to bloom and as we wait for me to add a bunch of annuals that I started from seed. The next flower bed at the base of this tree are a whole bunch of different hosta, and peeking right through is a small sprig of a creeping phlox. And then as we continue over to the next flower bed, even though there's a slight break or a slight lull in this flower bed, pretty soon it's going to be bursting with some color. In fact, a geum that's over here is just starting to open up. It's a yellow daiquiri geum, and I have a few of them in this flower bed. I tried to create a little bit of a drift in this area, and the drift is amongst some of the daylilies as well as the daffodils. Right behind the geum is mountain bluet, or centaurea. It takes its time opening up. They're still budded up from the last garden tour that I gave you. And hopefully by the next garden tour, they'll be opened up for us to see their beautiful colors that they provide. One of the first heuchera to bloom for me is this particular one. I don't know the variety names of all the heuchera or coral bells in my yard because a lot of them I just received from either my mother-in-law's garden or have had for so many years. But nevertheless, you can see that it is about to bloom, probably in our next garden tour. Things are definitely waking up. And I want to just point out the lawn ends and then I have flower beds created. And where the flower beds end, we just put down some of the wood chips that we received when we had some trees cut down in this area. And the wood chips have come in handy because since we live where I call it basically a forest. Since we live where the forest is, there are a lot of native small little plants that try to come in. And in order to keep the beds a little tidy, we just put down a barrier of the wood chips, and it really works out well. And right here, there are a lot of heuchera and a lot of the Hosta are waking up now. And I'm really enjoying the way it's looking. At the base of this tree stump, I want to show you this ground cover with its glossy leaves. It's a European wild ginger, and I really just enjoy it. I think it looks magical in a little garden like this. In this garden bed, I am planning on putting some time and working on it this year. A lot of the plants that are in towards the center of the bed, as well as the back of the bed, were placed there temporarily. And I'm not saying they look bad. I actually think they look very pretty, but they were just placed there. For example, look at all the Hosta, this one kind of Hosta here. So I will end up moving some of it around, maybe taking it out. I'm not quite sure, to be honest with you. I love the color of the blue Hosta that's here. I love blue Hosta. I always think it's so striking. The quince is continuing to put on a spectacular show. It just really is such a beautiful plant. I just love it so much. I just want to take you in so you can really take in how beautiful this plant is. If you don't have quince in your yard, definitely consider it. And this is the double quince. Very pretty. And I like how it plays with the color of everything else that's in this current flower bed. In the distance there, Mr. Budget Gardener spent a lot of time helping me out. Well, I actually went in and I pulled out a whole bunch of perennials that were just kind of plunked in that area. And after I was done, he came in with his tractor and he pulled out any big rocks, any big roots, and then he leveled it. He put down cardboard and then he put down the wood chips that we had in our yard. And we're basically letting this area rest. And so I can think a little bit more about what I want to put in there. And the white that you see in the distance, that is a spirea. And I love how it's actually popping right now, partially because the wood chips are here. And then we also have the Korean lilac, or I call them the miniature or dwarf lilacs. So look how pretty that looks right there with the purple and then the white. I just love bridal wreath spirea. I think it's so striking. And I'm loving that we should be able to suppress the weeds that were in here last year. I have a lot of plans for the rest of this area here, and I'm not going to go into detail about it today. What I'd rather do is, as I start working on this area, which won't happen for a while, it's not going to happen until I get all of my annuals put into the ground or into pots and containers. Once that's done, that's when I'm going to start working on different flower beds. And this should be one of them that I'd like to tackle this year. In this flower bed, there are a ton of daffodils towards the front, and then there are a whole bunch of different daylilies that are here in the center. And then right after the daylilies, there are a whole bunch of peonies. And I plan on actually digging up, dividing, and moving a number of these plants, but that will be in a different day. Do you remember the wooden raised bed that was here in the backyard? And I mentioned to you that we had some plans on what we were going to do. Ta-da! It's not done, but it's work in progress. And I'll be making a video later on talking a little bit more about these raised beds and where they came from. And there is a lot of work to be done in terms of planting them up, as well as putting down some wood chips down at the base. We need to reseed some areas here, but I'm so excited to have these raised beds in the backyard. And it'll be interesting to see how much sun these raised beds get. If you've been following me for any amount of time, then you know that I struggled before with the raised bed that was in here before, the wooden raised bed. But we did have a number of trees cut down, and then even in the corner here, this taller tree, we had it limbed up quite high. We have a lot of trees in my yard. So I'm really hopeful that this area will see a lot more sun. As we head in this direction, we are at the rose garden. I need to come in here and do some maintenance work, and I'm planning to bring you along when I do that. And some of that includes cutting back the daffodils, fertilizing the daffodils. The roses have already been cut, and honestly, I cut them back really hard this year. It was kind of a rejuvenation prune, just to kind of size control them. And then I'm going to be packing this area in with a whole bunch of annuals that I started from seed. Most likely, I'm going to be putting in wax begonias on the outside part, because I did that last year. I put wax begonias on the inside, and it looked really pretty. So I want to try it again, but this time I want to do wax begonias on the outside. I don't show a lot of things in my backyard because, you know, it's work in progress and it's not a priority for me this year. But there are some really pretty things in these areas here. They've just kind of gone rogue. One of them is lamium. And I'm not going to say I don't like lamium. I do like it. It just needs to be cut back a little bit. I just need to tame it. And another plant that is in here that I want to point out, this is a type of primrose. And what is so sweet about it is not just its color, but I'm now knowing by looking at it blooming that it blooms in the late spring months. And right behind it, that's also blooming, are the Solomon seal. They are the variegated Solomon seal. And in fact, I have quite a few in this flower bed. I was very good at cutting back a number of my clematis this year. I didn't get to cutting back this one. You can see that it is all budded up. And it's beautiful. It's going to look very pretty when it blooms. But when you have a clematis that has a lot of growth at the bottom that looks like this, that is usually an indicator, and that means that that's one type of clematis that you do want to cut back during the early spring months. So I will remember that for next year. Also in my backyard, where I don't show you much in what's going on here, I do want you to see that the purple creeping phlox that I put in here a long time ago is looking stunning and beautiful. And it is late in the evening. It's getting dark out. And I want you to see how the creeping phlox is popping amongst all the weeds. My rock wall has seen better days. This is a tough area for me. I can spend hours just weeding and cleaning this, and then it just unfortunately gets out of control. But even so, I had to show you some of the creeping phlox that's either blooming or budded up. There are some really pretty colors in here. Near the hosta bed, I have spent a little bit of time moving some plants around during the last few years. The one plant, well, there's a number of plants I love in here, but one plant that I really enjoy is the tiarella, or the foam flower. I love it for how beautiful the blooms are on it, but I love the foliage on it as well. And you can see that I pretty much repeat the pattern of a number of plants in this flower bed, including the foam flower. And look at the impact the foam flower makes. So pretty. It's been a busy but very good year so far with my backyard plant nursery. And every time I sell plants, I restock my nursery with more plants. At the base of this tree is periwinkle. It's a wonderful ground cover, as long as you put it in the right place where it can do its thing. I love it for its beautiful flowers, and I also think the glossy leaves are just as striking. My chives are all budded up. They're going to look so pretty when they're blooming. And look how beautiful the chocolate chip ajuga is looking right now. I have places where I'm going to be planting these in my landscape, so be on the lookout for these in a future video, and I'll show you where I'm going to put them. The yarrow is all budded up, and I'm pretty sure I have hot pink as well as white yarrow in here. And right near the yarrow is lungwort or pulmonaria, and it's just starting to go by. I have a large number of iris that are in my nursery. Many of these iris I already have in my landscape, but some of these iris I don't have. I never did tag them, so I don't know which ones are ones that I wanted to keep. So I wait until they bloom, and once they're blooming, then I can see if it's one I'm selling or one I'm keeping. And if it's one I'm keeping, I'm putting it in my landscape this year. So for example, this beautiful purple looking iris, I don't have this anywhere in my yard. So I'll be pulling that and moving it somewhere else in my landscape. I have this beautiful large leaf geranium in my nursery. I originally had it in my landscape, but then I pulled it for the real reason of being able to put it back somewhere else in my landscape. And I need to come in here and go shopping my nursery and start putting these out in my landscape. So pretty. And the same is true for this type of geranium right over here. All of these types of geraniums make a wonderful ground cover towards the front of a flower bed. There are some beautiful things out here in the long border. I recently installed some trellises up along the long border here. And then I went ahead and I started clipping my clematis. So you can see it's starting to climb. And in fact, there are even some buds on here. It's going to look so pretty when it's blooming. Right near the clematis is the fringed bleeding heart. And I have a mix of white as well as pink that are mixed in here. It just looks so beautiful spring, summer, and fall. I just really enjoy this plant so much. In a previous video, we had planted a spring bulb called larkspur in this flower bed, and it's starting to go by. And that's what you're noticing right there with its leaves that have started to turn. Right near it are a woodland phlox, and that's that light purple color that you see. It's considered a native here in New Hampshire. And I got that from a backyard plant nursery a few years ago. I didn't know where I wanted to put it. And then I recently planted it in this flower bed. I love the combination of the white and pink on the fringe bleeding heart with the purple of the woodland phlox, and then throw in there a little bit of yellow with this iris. I think it looks so pretty. And this is the first year of me trying all of these plants out together. So just imagine next year how pretty this is all going to look. And towards the front of this flower bed, I'm going to be coming in here soon and packing it in with a bunch of annuals, most likely begonias that I started from seed. Right behind all those beautiful flowers are more beautiful flowers. They're all budded up, and in this bed there are a ton of different peonies that are waiting to put on a beautiful show. I have another clematis over here on the other side of this area. We'll see if it blooms. I'm not quite sure. I don't see any buds on it yet, but it is still quite early, so time will tell. I am so pleased with the fact that we added little amounts of yellow in this flower bed with the leopard Spain. I just love the yellow, and I can't wait for other things to start blooming as we wait. Do you remember when we planted this small bridal wreath spirea in this flower bed? It's still looking pretty. Even if it's small, it's very mighty. And these are all budded up. Right nearby are a type of syringa. Myri syringa, I believe it's called. I'll pop it up on the screen. I always like to just call it a small-leafed lilac because to me that's what it is. It's basically like a hybrid of a lilac tree, and it has small leaves to it. And I have a number of these in this flower bed, and they are all currently budded up. And even more peonies waiting to explode with color. This year I am noticing I have a few of the bleeding hearts, the old-fashioned bleeding hearts that are kind of just freebie seedlings. I'm going to let them bloom for right now, but once they're done blooming, I do plan to dig them up and move them to other areas of my yard. Here is another of those Myri syringas, and look how pretty it looks. It has almost like a pink color hue to it. So pretty. This is my most established patch of the old-fashioned bleeding heart, and she is putting on a wonderfully spectacular show. Just blooming her little head off right now. And I'm especially enjoying the combination of the yellow leopard's bane that's blooming right now, coupled with this old-fashioned bleeding heart. I think together they complement each other beautifully. And another of the Myri syringas. A number of you have asked me what this striking hot pink plant is. It's a type of rhododendron, and it has small leaves on it, so I refer to it as a small leaf rhododendron. It's just so vibrant, so bright. I really enjoy it. And that's just a close-up of what the flowers look like. I really think they're so pretty. I'm enjoying doing these frequent garden tours for you so you can see how this area, as well as other areas of my yard, are changing. Probably by the next time we do a garden tour, these will be blooming. These are ox-eye Shasta daisies. They are wild, they're nothing too fancy, but I really like them. They are a white colored daisy and they really pop. They make this area shine as other plants are starting to go by. I have a beautiful azalea here, and this came from my mother-in-law's home. You can see that it's budded up, but let me take you in closer and show you a couple of the blooms that are on here. Just a few of the blooms are opened up. It's like a light blush pink color to it. Very, very pretty. And here are some of the blooms on this side that are opened up as well. The strawberries in my raised beds have blooms all over them, and pretty soon they'll be producing for us. There are also some blueberries that are in here. I'm not noticing any blooms on any of these yet. This year I didn't get to fertilizing my blueberries like I normally do, but this blueberry right here does have some blossoms on it. I have a few bridal wreath spirea on the other side of the long border. They are still blooming. I'm glad I'm making these garden tours pretty frequently so I can see which of my perennials bloom for a longer period of time. And definitely my spirea put on a show for quite an extended period of time. The day is just starting, the sun is just rising, and everything is looking so pretty. The little pops of yellow that you see towards the front, those are just some freebie pansies that popped up from last year. My Cheddar's pink dianthus are all budded up, and right near them, other plants that are all budded up include the dianthus, and I have them in a couple of different colors. They're budded up, but then they're also just barely starting to bloom. This little blue flower that you see here, that's a biennial that dropped its seed, and that's called forget-me-nots. I have a whole bunch of them behind my barn. I really need to get to moving them in this flower bed. I think they would look so pretty. Look how big those peony buds are. You can see that my peonies have all been staked up, and they're ready to accept the big blossoms that will appear on my peonies soon. This is a seedling plant that has become a larger plant. It's been in this bed for a number of years. I've left it here, and you can see that it is budded up. This is Baptisia or false indigo. It is quite beautiful, and I can't wait to show you what it looks like when it's in bloom. We have more peonies as well as a large leaf rhododendron. But right at the base, I want you to notice this beautiful striking white. That is called candy tuft. And it is in its glory right now. It's absolutely beautiful. Right near it, which is going by, is the yellow basket of gold. And even though the basket of gold is going by, I just think that this color combination right there is very, very pretty. And look at the leaves of the bloodroot thrown in there as well, just to add some interest. Now I have a number of nice patches of the candy tuft that basically are on the full side of this flower bed. The old arborvite bed is really looking pretty as we wait for the annuals to be planted in here. And these candy tuft patches that are here are a little bit younger. They're smaller, but they still look very pretty. I want you to see the color combination happening here. We have the light pink of the rhododendron, even though it's going by, and we throw in there the white of the candy tuft, as well as the purple of the ajuga or bugleweed. And I really love how that's looking right there. And the variety of this bugleweed is black scallop bugleweed. The pansies here that we put together near the porch are still putting on a very beautiful spring show. It'll be hard, but I will be taking them out soon to plant these up with some beautiful annuals. We've enjoyed the pansies for a long time. And even though we'll be pulling them, I just still wanted to show you them in this final garden tour. They are starting to get leggy if you look at them very closely. So that makes it a little easier of a decision for me when it comes time to pull them. We've mowed our lawn a couple of times this year already. We've given it some fertilizer, so it really is greening up nicely. This is what I call my Hosta bed. Although I have Hosta in a few areas of my yard, this area has the largest amount of Hostas in it. And the Hosta are still quite small. Probably within another 2 to 3 weeks, this whole bed will be absolutely filled with color. Green color, or green and yellow color. but nevertheless, foliage, I guess is the right word. It's going to be filled with foliage. At the base of the trees here are a small type of hosta. They might be considered miniature, but they're a smaller variety of hosta, and I like having them tucked at the base of the tree. Together we had put these hanging baskets together. They are just starting to put on some growth, but it's been quite cool, so it'll be probably another few weeks before they start really filling in. We're going to start on the south side of my house because this is where I get the most amount of sun in my yard. Let's head down towards this corner little nook here. This is what you see when you come up my driveway on the right-hand side. And up along this trellis is a beautiful clematis. You can see it's vining. And as we head down the trellis, there are a couple of buds on here that I'm noticing. So it's really just a matter of time before we start seeing some beautiful blooms. And if you'll recall, I really cut this back hard in the springtime because I'm not quite sure what kind of clematis I have. This is the year though. When it's blooming, I'm just going to use my phone and I'm going to use the app that tells me what kind of clematis I have. I'll make a note of it and I'll probably just add a tag at the base of it. I'll put a link to this trellis down in the description below in case you're interested. It looks like metal, but actually it's plastic, but it's been very sturdy, and for the price point, I'm very pleased with it. I'm using these little green clips here, and I got these from the Dollar Tree. They're perfect for keeping the clematis on the trellis. At the base of the clematis cage is a fringed bleeding heart. I really do love this plant. I talk about it in every video, and it's looking so lush, so glorious. It's out here in the sun, and what I tell a lot of people is what's nice about this particular type of bleeding heart is that it does well in shade, it does well in sun, and it blooms spring, summer, and fall. And I also love it for the bluish green foliage that's on there that look like little ferns. My begonias that I planted recently are not looking the best. We've had some really weird weather, and the irrigation is now running, so that should help it because first it was very wet, and then it's become dry. We've had some really cold days as well. So I'm hopeful they should bounce back. I'll definitely keep you posted. I don't see why they won't. They just look a little tired right now. They've been through a lot, poor little guys. And towards the back, I have a couple of dwarf iris that have already gone by. And then peeking through is a woodland phlox. It's very cute. It's a native here in New Hampshire. They prefer to be in more of a shade situation, so this is an experiment to see how they do here this year. And then right behind all of that, well, you can see it, the peonies are about to burst. Look at all the buds. They are just such a beautiful flower. I love peonies so much, and I can't wait until they bloom so I can show you how pretty they are. I just want to step back a little bit so you can see everything that's going on in this bed. So I also have the fringed bleeding heart on the other side of the bed as well. And it's looking very beautiful. In the center of this bed is some sort of a hydrangea. I don't know the variety, but for many years it had gone wild. It did not look good. So in the spring, Mr. Budget Gardener and I went after it and we cut it back super hard. So now I see that there's opportunity at the base of it. I don't know. I might have to put something that likes shade. Maybe as the hydrangea gets bigger, it'll have some shade at the base of it. I need to think about that a little bit more. As we head in this direction, there are a bunch of daylilies in here. They are the Stella d'Oro daylilies. They're going to be a nice, beautiful yellow color flower, and they're reblooming as long as I deadhead them. I have another clematis over here. It's never bloomed for me. I'm really hoping this is the year that it puts on a show. As many of you know, I like to step back in my garden spaces, and I like to see what's going on. Where is there color? Where is color lacking? And in this particular flower bed, there's not a lot of color right now. It's something that I'm really working hard on this year. Why this particular flower bed? I think it's because this is what I see when I come and leave my house. I notice this flower bed the most. And since it's pretty much full sun, I feel like there's a lot of opportunity here for me since much of my yard is shade. I have struggled with whether or not I should keep the lungwort, also known as pulmonaria, in this flower bed. As you may know, it prefers shade, and out here it's getting a lot more sun. I love this plant in the springtime because when not much else is blooming in this area, the lungwort's putting on a great show. So I'm still trying to decide. I'm on the fence on whether or not I should remove it or if I should just leave it here, knowing that it's not going to look that great during the summer months. You can see right nearby there's a proven winter pot, but it's not a proven winter plant. It's a beautiful iris. I looked on my phone to see the name of it, so I'm going to pop it up on the screen. I'm almost sure I know the name of this iris. But regardless, it's so pretty. I don't know where I got it from. Well, I do know where I got it from. It was down in my plant nursery. But I don't know where I got it from prior to that. My guess is either from my friend Linda in her backyard plant nursery, or I had it in my backyard and I dug it up and I put it out here. So I'm not sure about the story, but nevertheless, I was waiting for my iris to bloom, and when they bloom, if I don't have that iris in my yard, you better believe I'm going to take it and put it in my own yard. And the best part about doing something like that is I really didn't know where I wanted to put these. Well, now I do, because this will add a nice pop of color here, and you can imagine as those iris multiply, how nice it's going to look having a whole bunch of these iris in this flower bed. The flower bed does have other plants in here that are going to pop later in the season, such as black-eyed Susan or Rebecca, as well as echinacea or purple coneflower. There's even a small rose tucked in here. And then there are a whole bunch of peonies that again are budded up and will be blooming for us. One thing I'm noticing about some of my peonies are that the bunches are quite large. They actually should be divided. So I say it every year, but I really would like to divide some of my peonies this year. Right behind the peonies is the beautiful Miss Kim lilac, or it's a type of Korean lilac. Very, very pretty. Look how delicate the flowers are. And I want you to notice the leaves. They're just like a very small little leaf on this type of lilac. It's not really a tree. I would call it more of a shrub or a bush. Once it's done blooming, I'm planning to come in here and cut it back pretty hard. I want it to have more of a compact habit instead of these wispy tall pieces that are coming out of it. But for now we might as well enjoy the blooms. Tucked in right next to it is the old-fashioned bleeding heart. Now this is the bleeding heart that I think most of you are familiar with. And this is the bleeding heart that quite a few people seem to have in their gardens, which why not, right? It's just such a beautiful plant. I really love just how delicate it is. So pretty. Even though this flower bed is fairly narrow in certain areas, it's actually quite long. I really do enjoy that because I feel like I can be creative. And I do love to be creative in my gardens. We have another beautiful peony over here. And then right near it is the oxeye Shasta daisy. This particular Shasta daisy can get a little wild. If it drops its seeds, you can end up with a ton of the plants everywhere. But what I like about it is that it does look a little wild. And sometimes in such a formal space, it's nice to have a little wild, I feel. And I also like that it's blooming right now, which it's blooming pretty early. Once it's done blooming, I will be coming in here and I will be deadheading it. I don't want it to drop its seeds. And I'm hopeful it should put on another flush. So I'll be cutting it back pretty hard actually, probably by about 50%. You can see, in fact, that it's starting to get a little bit leggy. So it would benefit from being cut back really hard. I'll do that as soon as it puts out its first flush of blooms. And you can see I placed another one of those beautiful iris right here. So just imagine next year when the oxeye Shasta daisy are blooming, I should also have this beautiful iris blooming at the same time. And I think those two colors right there complement each other very nicely. And if you couple those colors with the color of the lilac in the background there, I think that's a lot of nice color happening now in this bed. In fact, let's look at it from this angle. We have the pink of the old-fashioned bleeding heart. We also have the Korean lilac, which is light purple. Then we have the dark purple of that iris, and then the white of the oxeye Shasta daisy. I think those complement each other beautifully. You'll notice towards the back of the bed, I actually have a number of the Korean lilacs. My hope is once I cut them back hard, that in future years, they will actually be much taller than the bleeding heart and much taller than the peonies. And if that doesn't happen, that's fine too. You can still see the colors popping through in the background there. If you ever notice ants on your peonies, don't be alarmed. They are not harming your peonies. They just want a little snack. But they are perfectly fine. It's totally normal to have ants all over your peony buds. I wanted to bring you down to this angle right here. We'll just take a tour of all the flower buds, of the peonies, of the oxeye Shasta daisy. Literally within a week, all of these will be bursting in color. And I think it's going to look really pretty having that white oxeye Shasta daisy blooming at the same time as my peonies. And don't worry, I'll definitely do another garden tour because I want you to see everything bursting in color. So many of the plants repeat themselves in this flower bed. I didn't go over every single plant in here. I'd rather wait until things are blooming. See where the lawn ends and the gravel begins? I kind of feel like that is a separate flower bed over there. I am planning on working on this. I'm hoping this week. I really want to make some changes in here. Nothing major, but I do need to make changes. The last garden tour I had a bunch of brush here. I burned it yesterday. Took me all day, but it's done. So now I can get in here and do some work. I also have a bunch of annuals, and I may tuck in some annuals out in this flower bed just to have color all season long. We'll see. But at a minimum, I need to come in here and I need to just move around some plants and divide some plants. And I'll probably bring you along and show you my thought process on why I'm doing what I'm doing. So be on the lookout for that video. I haven't really shown you this angle right here. I have a bunch of raised beds. I had 5, I now have 3 because 2 of them got moved. I have to tell you, I never came in here and cleaned up my strawberry patch, as you can see. I never fertilized my strawberries. And I feel like the garden is so forgiving, isn't it? It still wants to just give, even if sometimes we don't give it the attention and love that it deserves and needs. So you can see that the alpine strawberries, now these are not the ones I started from seed during the winter. These are ones that I started from seed probably, I'd say 3 or 4 years ago. They're packed. And I can't wait to start snacking on these. And then we have some blueberry bushes that are in the middle here. It's a little too late in the season. I'd like to come in here at some point and redo this whole area, but not for this year. So the garden will just have to wait. A few of you have asked me about the winter sowing and what am I doing with them and can I do a winter sowing tour? I think what I'm probably going to do is start showing you my process for one milk jug at a time. I think that that's just more realistic for me with everything else I have going on versus opening all of them and moving them all around the yard. What do you think? Would you be interested in that? Let me know. We could just tackle one milk jug and what I'm going to do with it. And that wouldn't be the whole video, but it could be part of a video. Or maybe we do a few. I just don't think it's realistic to do all of them. So I'm going past all of this area here. There's just a lot happening here. There are raspberries in the center of this raised bed, and then more strawberries. And these are a larger variety of strawberry. I don't remember the kind, but you can see they look very happy. Again, they are forgiving. They are forgiving me for not taking care of them. And in the other raised bed are more of the larger kind of strawberries. I've pulled a bunch out. I've sold them as part of my backyard plant nursery. And then there are raspberries as well as blueberries inside of that bed as well. I didn't like doing this, but I had to do it. I had to dig up all my asparagus. I hope it lives, fingers crossed. It's temporary, but I had to do it in order to accommodate some raised beds that are in the backyard. I'll be showing you that in the future video pretty soon. I see you, little strawberry, in my gravel. Ooh, I can't wait till that one turns red. You know, I really should have started the tour over here. I think it would have been more impactful. This garden bed right now is my favorite. And you can see why. Towards the front, there are white dianthus. Many people say dianthus are an annual. You know, there are different dianthus out there. Sweet William is a type of dianthus, but that's a biennial. So it blooms its second year. But lots of the dianthus that you buy, even if it says it's an annual, what I say is plant it. Just plant it and see what happens. I noticed I have a couple of patches that have died out, which is not typical. That doesn't usually happen. And at this point, I'm not worrying about it. And that's why, you know, it's a little uneven on this side. And right here, this is also a type of dianthus. It's called cheddar pink. And look at the color of the foliage. It's like a bluish green color. And you can see that it's much taller than the other dianthus, which is why I placed it where I placed it. But isn't that such a beautiful sight? I love it so much. I have videos on how to divide many plants, including dianthus. I will link some of them down in the description below, but you can also do a search on my channel if you're interested on how to divide a plant, because after all, that's how I have as many plants as I have. I started off with one plant that was white, one plant that was this hot pink color, and then one plant that was this light pink color. And it's taken me maybe 6-7 years to make this type of pattern. It's totally doable. I have Joe Pieweed. That blooms later in the summer, but it's starting to emerge. You can see it. I had made a video on perennial mums and cutting them back and taking cuttings. I made the video partially because there are a lot of you that live in warmer zones, so you want to be doing that sooner than later. But I need to do it too. So I'm hoping to tackle that next week. Even if I don't take all cuttings and try to root them, I just need to come in here and hack that back by 30 to 50%. I have a lot of opportunity in this open space here. I'm going to be coming in here and packing it with annuals that I started from seed, which will be great because within a matter of weeks, unfortunately, all this beautiful color that you see towards the front will be gone. And then, yes, the peonies will be blooming as well, but there will be a lull in this flower bed. And that's where those annuals will come into play. I just want to step back right here and just show you how pretty this looks. I love the yellow of the pansies that have self-seeded. As some of you know, I have a pansy holding bed, and I must have planted some of these pansies here last year. And I'm making a mental note that I need to come back and plant some more yellow pansies in here. Because how pretty would that be, just to add that little pop of yellow. I want to bring you into this very striking plant. You know how it is with perennials. They only bloom for such a short period of time, and we really need to enjoy it while they are blooming. This is false indigo or baptisia. And when these beautiful blooms go by, it's going to look like little peas, little legumes. And I'll show you that once the blooms go by. But until then, this is very striking. This baptisia is just a seedling that had dropped here. I'm letting it stay. It's happy. It has quite the extensive taproot, so there's no use in me moving it. And it's just content being in here. And I love the color of it when you couple it with the color of the dianthus. It's definitely been work in progress, dividing and moving this dianthus around. I want to say it's only been 2 years that this side of dianthus has been here. So it really has filled in. I can't stress that enough. I say it a lot in my videos. Divide and move, divide and move. That's the name of the game. And I look at this and I think, oh, wouldn't this look really pretty if I divided it and moved some of it over there? But, you know, there's something also to be said about just keeping a certain bed looking at this a certain way. So I don't think so. I think I'll just leave them here. The one thing I would like to do, though, is divide more of the cheddar pink dianthus, and I'd like to move some of it on this side, just to complete the pattern going all the way around. And then I also have some candy tuft that's gone by. And what I could do is I could take out some of the candy tuft from here and also move some of that along. Because I love how this flower bed is not huge, it's big enough, but how I can try to divide and move plants just so that there's a little bit of a pattern going on in here. I'm going to pop up on the screen how this small-leafed rhododendron looked like when it was blooming. It was so striking. Last year I had asked some of you, what do you think? Should I pull it or should I keep it? Because I was thinking of pulling it and moving it somewhere else in my yard because it's such a beast. I used to, for many years, tame the beast and cut it back. Anyway, Mr. Budget Gardener, as well as my daughter, they really want me to keep it here. And I know a few of you said to keep it. Some of you said to move it. So here's the compromise. We're going to keep it. The birds would like me to keep it because they love to go in there and then go use the bird bath and then come back here and flutter around. We're going to keep it. However, I'm going to be coming in pretty soon and cutting it back really hard. If you have any spring blooming shrub or bush and it's already gone by, you want to cut it back or prune it now. You don't want to wait. You want to prune it right after it's done blooming. So I'll be coming in here and cutting this back by at least 1/3, if not a half. So when I do prune that back, that's just going to open up more opportunity over here as well as on the other side of the bed. And you guessed it, I'm going to be planting a whole bunch more of the annuals that I started from seed in there. And I want to show you the Hosta that I placed under here. I believe it was last year. Might have been 2 years ago. I love how it looks there. I like tucking hosta around trees and shrubs at the base of them. So I think that adds a nice little pop of color under here. I was so busy talking about the dianthus, I forgot to mention the peonies. We can't forget about the peonies. There are peonies in this area as well, and you can see that it is all budded up. We had put together some container pots and window boxes together. Here's a quick update. Remember I mentioned it's been kind of cool and wet. The leaves don't look great. I think one of you mentioned the same thing happened with your geraniums. I have full faith they're going to bounce right back. I think they still look pretty, so we just need to give them time. And I'll link the video down in the description if you missed it when we put this together. And I'll also link the video for these guys when we put these together. They'll be going up soon off my bedroom balcony once I power wash it. I don't want to bring them up there until the power washing is done. But I'm very pleased with how these container pots came out. I love putting container pots together on a budget, using just materials that I have or plants that I started from seed. Here is the old arborvite bed. This happens every year. As soon as I plant all the annuals, they kind of fizzle. They're not very happy, but they then take off once we get the heat. We just haven't had the heat. So we just need to be patient, and this area will be beautiful in no time. You know that saying, Rome wasn't built in a day? Well, flower beds weren't built in a day either. I try to tell myself that. Just have some patience and good things will come to those who wait. And I just want you to see what the other side looks like. And as we leave the old arborvite bed, we're now heading towards my backyard, and this is my main hosta garden. I do have hosta in other areas of my yard, but this is the primary place where I just pack in a ton of hosta. And you can see they are loving life in here. They're waking up. I believe it was last year. It was either the last year or 2 years when I came in here. I noticed I didn't have a lot of larger leaf hosta in the back, and I noticed I didn't have a lot of blue colored hosta. So I just took hosta from my yard, I divided them, and I moved them around. I'm almost sure like this one here, I divided it and moved it around back there. What I'll do also is I'll pop up on the screen what this area looks like when you're looking down from my bedroom balcony. It just gives you a different vantage point. But it's an area I really enjoy. I love packing hosta in here. And you can see I also like to put hosta around the base of the trees here. I believe this is called Lakeside Zinger. I'm not that familiar, to be honest with you, with all the hosta names, because most of these hosta were just small pieces that I got from friends or family. Very few hosta were hosta that I bought. We had also put together these hanging baskets, and they're looking pretty good. We have a perennial here, and that's lamium. We have creeping Jenny, and then we have some impatiens that we started from seed. Again, I know I'm sounding like a broken record, I'm sorry. It's been cold. It hasn't been that hot. So things are just starting to pop. But they're still looking pretty. I'm thankful for adding this element right here. I think that adds a nice pop right now while we wait. And just showing you the hosta from this angle. We're just heading down. I feel like you're with me. We're just walking in the backyard. This little nook right here, I love this. There are a bunch of different colored heuchera, lots of heuchera that I just don't have elsewhere in my yard. And I tucked them in here because I wanted this area to just pop with color. And I think it does. I think it does pop. You can see we have some Japanese painted fern. There's also some epimedium. It's definitely more like a woodland garden out here. there are also heucheras or Lenten rose. And then towards the back are a bunch of lungwort or pulmonaria. Lots of great plants here for the shade. We have some ligularia, the bottle rocket ligularia. And then there's also the goat's beard. And you can actually see that the goat's beard is just budded up. So maybe by our next garden tour, it will be blooming for us. I also have tucked in here, you can see the little pink flowers, fringed bleeding heart. And I'm making a note to myself that I definitely want to add more of the fringed bleeding heart out in this woodland type garden. The little white flowers that you see in the distance, that's tiarella or foam flower. It's just starting to go by. It looked so pretty a few weeks ago when it was blooming. I want you to just see how striking the leaves are on this plant. It really is a beautiful plant. If you have a shady area, definitely consider it for your yard. As we head in this direction here, and we just can kind of look back at the Hosta garden, there are some other really pretty things in here. I have a fern that is a maidenhair fern. I got it for free. I dug it up from an area where my mother-in-law used to just throw a bunch of things, and other people too, like, yard waste. So one man's junk is another man's treasure, I guess. I don't think it was my mother-in-law's. I'm not sure whose it was, but regardless, it's mine now. I love it. And I also have these beautiful pink flowers, and if you look at the base, it's a type of heuchera or coral bells. And it's one of the first coral bells to bloom for me. So I really enjoy the spray of pink flowers that we get this time of year. And I love how it looks next to the heucherella and the white flowers that you see there. You'll see that I have this red colored heuchera, and I don't know the kind or variety. I got a small piece of it from my mother-in-law's, but it's one that basically it seeds itself. I don't have many heuchera that do that, but this one does seed itself. So I've taken them and I've moved them along in here. I like how I have that burgundy red color in this flower bed because there's a lot of green happening here. And then we have a little bit of the blue from the Hosta, but then we also have the red of this heuchera. And I just think it lends very nicely with all the other colors that you see here. Last year I sold a ton of my columbine. I feel bad I didn't save a bunch of them. I should have. I'm missing them now, but it's okay. I still have some left. This one's going by. It was a beautiful purple color. And I have a few more towards the back here that didn't bloom this year. So over time they will bloom and they'll fill in this back part of the bed. Towards the front of this flower bed, where the lawn ends and where this flower bed begins, is a really pretty little ground cover. It's actually a dwarf variety of a goat's beard. And in fact, you can see that they are budded up, and hopefully by our next garden tour, they should be blooming. I showed you in the spring my bloodroot when it was blooming. And I had mentioned at that time that once the blooms go by, the leaves basically elongate. And I want you to see just how they look right now. I feel that they look so beautiful in this woodland garden. So a couple of things that I'd like to do when it comes to editing my garden. That hosta that we have around that tree there, well, I started putting some around this tree and I never finished. So I just need to divide some of the hosta and I want to finish putting it around this tree. And even that tree over there, I'd like to put more towards the back of the tree. And then we have a tree over here. I'd like to put some around this tree. It really is work in progress when it comes to things like that. Some of you have been very kind and you've said that when it comes to my flower beds, I place things in a way that, they're strategically placed. But I have to tell you, it takes time. just constantly looking at the flower beds and thinking about how I want to do it. Like, for example, these little guys right here, I'd like to divide each piece, even though they're not very big, divide each piece in half. I'd prefer to do it this year. Come in here and just finish that pattern. You know, the question is, where does that pattern stop? Because the yard just keeps going. I think for me, what I would like to do is have that pattern continue, but then basically just stop right here. The reason is because I need to come in and start weeding this whole area here and working on all of this area. And that can just be a whole separate new bed. So that's what I'm planning to do. The other thing I'm thinking of doing is, see the lime green heuchera that I have here? And I put them in between the reddish color heuchera. I love the way that they play together. I love that chartreuse color next to the red. And the one thing I want to mention, if we head back this way, is we have Hosta here instead, in between the two red heuchera. And the deer do come this far and this far. They don't touch my Hosta garden up there, but they will nibble on these ones here. I'd rather just come in here, divide each of those heuchera pieces, maybe in half, and then just place them in between the red heuchera. There's not much happening at my rock wall. I'm continuing to think about this really hard and what I want to do here. One of my biggest challenges with this area is the seed that comes from the lawn. If the lawn goes to seed at any point, at any little area of it, it ends up going into my creeping phlox. And I love creeping phlox. I think it's such a pretty thing to put on a rock wall. But dealing with the grass that comes in it is just not worth it. Also, if it rains really hard, sometimes we have runoff and it just kind of falls down the wall there and it doesn't look very good. So I need to think really hard about what I'm going to do with this space because I do want it to look really nice. Maybe the answer is just rip everything out of here and put annuals in here. I don't know. If you have any suggestions, let me know. There is a type of sedum that's at the base here, and it's quite aggressive. It's pretty, but it definitely takes over. So I just wanted to point that out. I'm not going to point out a whole lot in the back here because this is work in progress. We all have work in progress inside of our homes, outside of our homes. So I have been coming into this space right here and I've been shopping my yard or I've been digging out plants that I can sell as part of my plant nursery. There is a primrose in here that looks beautiful. I only have it right here in my yard, nowhere else. So I will be shopping my yard and digging that up. I also have some beautiful variegated Solomon seal. And you can see that some of them have blooms on them, but most of the blooms have already gone by. There are actually a lot of great plants in this area. And the way that I do my flower beds is I come in and I just empty out a whole entire flower bed. And I start from scratch. So one day, probably not this year, but we'll see. That's my plan for this area. The lamium, in case you're wondering, yes, it spreads. You need to keep lamium in check if you have it in your yard. It's pretty, but it does spread. I never cut back this clematis, so I need to remember to do that. But it does have a lot of buds on it. So it will look really pretty when it does bloom. This was more of a pink colored columbine, but it's starting to go by, so it looks more of a white color now. And a beautiful purple colored columbine. In my weedy backyard, there is a lot of beauty. I have to show you it. I can't not show you it. And all of these plants can get moved if I want them to while I empty out a bed. This is beauty bush. And I had gotten just a small piece of it from my mother-in-law's because her beauty bush had like a bunch of little babies at the bottom. And you can see that it's all budded up. When it's done blooming, I need to be really good though about coming in here and really giving it a good cut back. Right near it is a beautiful bridal wreath spirea. I showed you one in a previous video that had more of an upright habit. I love that one, but I also love this one as well. This one came from my husband's grandmother's home. And it's just so pretty. And here's another beautiful columbine. I have columbine in a number of areas of my yard. I just need to dig them up and at a minimum move them or even pot them up. And the reason is because of these beds where I will eventually be working on them. I have to show you them because this is reality gardening. Okay, so let's head across the back lawn here. We're gonna go this way. It's good to show you the good, bad, and the ugly. There is a red Japanese maple tucked in the back here. I'd like to move it actually because you don't really see it. I also have another red Japanese maple that is down over here. They were just little seedlings that came from my mother-in-law's home. This whole flower bed here will be seeing a change, so stay tuned. You can see in the center, we've started. We're letting it rest, but we have started. There are some beautiful things towards the back of it. I'll bring you in a minute so you can see what's there. The peonies that are in here, and there's a whole row of them, they're not happy. I think I put them in too deep. And they really deserve to shine. There are a lot of peonies in here. They came from either my parents, some of them I bought, some came from my mother-in-law's. There are a whole bunch of beautiful daylilies. And then towards the front, some beautiful daffodils as well as weeds. I really need to do some work in this area. This is where I had a raised bed and we pulled out the raised bed and then we put in these metal raised beds. And you can see that we haven't filled them yet. So be on the lookout. I'll be making a video soon where we're planting these up and you can see there's some cardboard going in the center here. Lots of work happening. I'm not too late though. Even though it's almost the beginning of June, it's been cold, it's been wet. So in New Hampshire, it's not too late to be planting up our gardens, our vegetable gardens. But I have a lot of space to do some fun stuff here. Towards the front of this bed are a whole bunch of coral bells or heuchera. And I've started digging some of them out because I'm going to be working on this space and redoing this space. So I'll be coming in here and I'll be moving some of my coral bells because you know me, I love to divide and move. I have a whole bunch of Hosta tucked in towards the back. There's a whole bunch of beautiful things in here. So there will be a lot of changes happening in this area. This year, this is my goal, to work on this space in this area and really get it buttoned up. I wanted to show you, these were, again, they were just little suckers that I got from my mother-in-law's home of the Korean lilac. Look how pretty that is. I have one here. And what I'd like to do with these is actually I'd like to move them down that way more, where my flower beds are more finished. Even if I don't move this whole thing, I can always take some suckers off the bottom. And I can do the same with other, oh, I just smelled this. Oh my goodness, it just smells so good. I love the smell of lilac. Sorry, I just had to, I got distracted. Here is another Korean lilac over here. I noticed they really stand out ever since we put the wood chips down. It's amazing. They never used to stand out before. But yeah, there's a lot of really pretty things in here that are going to get moved. Here is a small leaf rhododendron that does not like it here. It does not bloom. It's not happy. So I'll be coming in and just moving these guys to an area where they can put on more of a beautiful show. At least, the big thing is at least they've lived. They're not dead. And I can start shopping my yard, which I like to do, and move things around. This is the other kind of spirea that bloomed earlier in the season, the bridal wreath spirea, the one I told you that's more upright. So it's all done blooming. As we look around the corner here, in this area that we're going to tackle together, this hosta, it's called Golden Tiara. It grows so fast. If you're looking for a hosta that grows fast, then this is the one for you. It's very striking, actually. I planted it here kind of temporarily, but it does look pretty. There's quite a bit in here. And I also temporarily planted in here a bunch of foam flower or tiarella. What I want you to notice is, look at the leaves on there. They're not as striking as the ones that were in the woods, and that's because this area is getting more sun because we had trees cut down. So that's something to keep in mind when it comes to certain plants. If you give them sun and they prefer shade, they might get a little washed out. The rose garden is still waking up. And I wanted to show you a plant that I don't remember planting it here, but I must have. It's right here, and it's closed up for the night. I'm going to pop up on the screen a picture that I took yesterday of it. I believe it's called Star of Bethlehem. And I read that it can be invasive. Let me know if you have that in your yard. I also wonder, though, if I just kind of keep it in check, like I have a small piece here, is it really invasive, or is it invasive because when you disturb the soil, you're moving the bulbs around? Well, I'm going to find out. When it comes to the roses, we cut the roses back really hard this year, and they seem to be responding okay to it. There are a lot of buds on this drift rose right here. And towards the center here, that is a type of coreopsis, and it's looking really pretty. I love the color of it. I just think it's very striking, especially in the evening hours. So pretty. We had planted some of the white wax begonias that I started from seed, and they're still quite small, so we just need to be patient as the weather starts to warm up. But I am thankful for the coreopsis, because if we didn't have the coreopsis, there wouldn't be a lot of color in here right now. The daffodils, I'm still leaving the foliage all around my yard, including in here. I'm going to wait until the foliage dies back before I cut them back. This area really has opened up quite a bit since we had a lot of trees removed. It's actually kind of fun to have an open area like this. I always say I live in the woods, and well, you can see there are a lot of trees, and there definitely are a lot of woods in the back there. But we've also been opening things up. Towards the back, we're placing wood chips just to kind of keep the forest at bay. And in this area here, that's where I plunked in a bunch of random different hydrangeas. There's beauty bush. There is a flowering almond. And then there's the Korean lilac. I would love to be able to dig these up and just start moving them down that way, because there's opportunity there. It's pretty empty. Many of you have asked me about the hosta and how do I keep the deer away. Well, I haven't done it yet, but I need to. I like to take Irish Spring soap, and I buy it in bulk from like Sam's Club, but you can get it from maybe Costco if you have a Costco membership. Or if you only want to buy a few, you can buy them at Dollar Tree. I like to take it and shred it. You can cut it up in pieces, whatever you need to do, and sprinkle it around your hosta. The deer don't like the smell of it. I tried it last year and it did seem to work. So give that a try. Then there's also a lot of different repellents that you can even make, lots of DIY repellents for deer. If you have a repellent that you make or something that you use to repel deer, please drop it down in the comment section below to help me out as well as anyone else that's reading the comments. There are a lot of hosta here, and this area will be seeing change. Last year, Mr. Budget Gardener and I worked in the whole side here, and we stopped up to here. And what we did was I came in and I basically emptied out a whole bed. And then I replanted flowers or plants in here. I tried to do it so it was basically, like in this area, 3 lines. Then Mr. Budget Gardener came in here and he put in drip irrigation. So this is where we stopped, right here. So I'll be coming in here and I'll be doing the same thing. I'll come in and I'll weed, and see all these hosta here? These are actually the same as the hosta there. Now these look much larger, much more striking. That's because I came in and I divided them down. And I didn't worry so much about big, huge pieces. I ended up actually selling a lot of them as part of my plant nursery because in a year or two, these are all going to be big and huge. For this year, I don't know, I haven't decided, but when I at least take all of these out, I'm going to be moving them back. The reason I want to move them back is I want there to be opportunity between the front and the back. I want something in the center. And that's kind of what I did here. I have daffodils, I have a stilby, there's pulmonaria, there's hellebores, there's columbine, lots of great plants. They're still sleeping. Next year they'll creep, and then in another year after that, they'll leap. So as beautiful as this area looks, I do want to move the hosta back, even if I don't divide them up. And I want there to be opportunity in the center. And then we can also put in our drip irrigation. And when it comes to this area over here, I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet. So I just wanted to give you an update. Even though this is a garden tour, I think it's important for you to know the changes that are coming so you can look forward to those. Okay, let's keep heading this way. One thing that I do love that I did towards the front here, you can see I continued with the heuchera, but the big thing I did was I made sure to alternate some light with dark colors. And I noticed that over here, there was a lot more of the dark colors, not enough of the light. So I love that pattern. You have that caramel color, and it just basically pops as your eye moves down this way. I want you to see some of the beautiful colors right here. In the distance, there's some purple iris looking so pretty, but then we have the pink of the coral bells, and then just towards the front, all the different colors of the coral bell foliage. I really love this angle right here. This flower bed is a couple of years old now. It has some really pretty things in it right now. We have the banana daiquiri, I believe it's called, GM, with the beautiful yellow. And then right behind it is mountain bluet, or centaurea. Look how striking that is. Now, it is considered invasive in some areas, so just be aware of that. But I just love that color combination right there. I think they are a wonderful companion to each other. And then right behind, you can see that I have some iris. I've had these iris for many years, so I don't know what kind they are, but I love them. I just think they're so pretty. And you can see that many of the same plants repeat themselves as we go this way. Towards the back of this bed, it would be sad if I didn't show you, is a type of Weigela. And you can see that it's all budded up. So by the time we do our next garden tour, it should be blooming. And right near the Weigela is a small, very small Japanese maple. It was taller, it was much bigger. Something happened. I think it got cut or broken. Regardless, it's actually looking very pretty. It's very sweet in its low habit. So maybe I should do something interesting with it or just leave it. I don't know. I am enjoying it even though it got cut off from the top. I have a little ring of Hosta around this tree here. And again, you can see the beautiful iris popping in the background. This variegated iris has never bloomed for me. I think I need to lift it and just see if maybe I have it in there too deep. because I would love to see what color it is. And one of the reasons why there aren't more iris blooming in the back there is because I have the habit of dividing very often. So I'm going to leave these iris alone for a few years so that they can do what they need to do. But they are putting on a pretty spectacular show this year. I'm really, really enjoying them. There's not much happening in this flower bed right now. The creeping phlox is just starting to go over, but it really did put on a beautiful show when it bloomed. There are still some blooms on it, and I'm thankful for them. Otherwise, there really wouldn't be anything in this garden bed right now. Creeping phlox is a fun plant to put towards the front of a flower bed. I think it really just makes such a nice impact. Towards the back of this bed is an azalea. You can have azaleas that are more of a tree, and you can have small little like bushes or little shrubs. So it's quite small, but it really does have a beautiful flower on it. And right near the azalea is a weigela. I had transplanted it for my sister-in-law's. It was very large when I transplanted it. So it didn't die, but it set it back quite a bit. So you can see though, it is alive and it's putting on some blooms. I love that striking yellow color there. That's euonymus. It's really, really happy in this one space. Euonymus can be a little invasive, and I'm watching it, but it's behaving itself back here. And I love that color. Last year together, we had planted a bunch of this red color of heuchera at the base of this tree. So it's going to take a few years for it to really fill in nicely. We also planted a bunch of astilbe in this area here. So I'm being patient with all of that. More of the heuchera around that tree. And the annuals we planted in the ground here, we just need to wait. Enough said, it's the same story. We just have to wait. I will definitely keep showing it to you, but just wait until they pop. Here in the front yard, we're going to head up the hill to the front of my house. And we're heading towards what I call the bay window flower bed. This area gets full sun, and towards the front is the beautiful cranesbill geranium. It's in its glory. It's looking so pretty right now. I've been really good about dividing and moving this plant around. When the Stella d'Oro daylilies bloom behind it, it just looks so nice having both colors together. But while we wait for the Stella d'Oro daylilies to bloom, you can see that we have the beautiful color of the coreopsis to complement nicely with the cranesbill geranium. And it would be sad if I didn't mention how beautiful the lupin is looking. There are some wonderful iris nearby. In the next garden tour, I'll show you what they look like. Something new for this year was extending this flower bed just a little bit and then dividing a whole bunch of the cranesbill geranium and taking pieces of it and moving it along here. So eventually, all of these will be as big as that piece there, I would say by next year. When it comes to your cranesbill geranium, it's important to really prune them back hard once they're done blooming. Otherwise, they tend to get very leggy. I will put a link to a video where I show you my process for doing that. We are going to walk through, I should just call this Lupin Valley. There are so many lupin in here, and at this point, I think I'm just going to let them go. I think I have to. And just let this become one big lupin field. course, this is where my septic tank is, but that's okay. So let's look at the lupin, shall we? We have to enjoy it when it's in bloom. There are so many buds on the lupin plant. I've heard that as soon as the flower starts to just barely go by, you want to deadhead it so that it continues blooming for you. I've never done that, so I'm going to try that this year, and I'll let you know how that goes. Usually by now my pond is running, the fountain is running. Well, it hasn't happened yet, and that's okay. It is totally okay. It looks pretty the way it is without the fountain running, and it will look pretty once I clean it. I just want to show you what it looks like. There are a ton of mini Hosta all around it. There is this invasive weed that I need to do something about it, but we'll just ignore that. And some beautiful shade-loving plants in here that are really adding a nice color in here. The blue flowers are Jacob's ladder. We have heuchera, that's the red. We have a type of grass. If I can find the name, I'll pop it up on the screen. As we wait for annuals to get planted up along the front walkway, I want you to just see there is color in here. And that's really important. If you're like me and you like to add annuals in your landscape and you're waiting for the weather to warm up, you're waiting for whatever, maybe you just had a bad year and you didn't get to things in your yard, it's important to also have those perennials just to give you that color while you wait. And I'm very thankful for this. My annuals will get added, but I'm not in a rush. It will happen when it happens. Here is my pansy holding bed. It's definitely looking a little tired now, even though it is putting out some color still. The pansies are looking tired, but I need to let them go to seed. I want them to go to seed so that they can continue growing for me for next year. So we're just going to keep looking at them until then. And I'm also going to be putting together some pots with dahlias, and I'll show you my process for doing that. And those pots will get placed in this flower bed. Speaking of dahlias, here are just some of the dahlias where I overwintered their tubers in my garage. They are looking fantastic. In fact, some of them already have buds on them, which I'm thrilled about. Here's one of my rolling carts with a whole bunch of plants on it. And if we go around, and I'm not going to do a tour of them because there's just so many. Here are some more plants. I see you little snapdragons. These will be placed up along my front walkway. And right here is my first dahlia in bloom. It's just in a small little 3-inch pot, and it desperately needs to be planted inside of a container pot, like everything else here. I would just want to show you a few things down in my nursery, because there are some things that are blooming here that look really pretty. And this will be quick. I just want to focus on anything that has some sort of color on it. So we have chives that are blooming. We have the alpine strawberries that are blooming. And then the beautiful chocolate chip ajuga. They're not blooming, but they will be pretty soon. The oxeye Shasta daisy. There is a beautiful type of primula or primrose. And that's not for sale, that's for me. I'm just holding it down here. These were looking a little sad earlier. I did give them a good drink of water and they bounced back. This is a type of perennial geranium. And then right near it is a pink flowering ajuga. I noticed that the Zagreb coreopsis or threadleaf coreopsis is budded up. So I think maybe by our next garden tour, they'll be blooming. I don't have this anywhere in my landscape. I used to, I just don't anymore. And I do want to add it, but I want to think very hard about where I'm going to put it. A bunch of my yarrow is budded up. They're either a pink color, like a hot pink color, or a white color. I have another kind of yarrow down here. I believe the name is Moonshine. And that's for me also. That's not for sale. So I'll be planting that up in my long flower border. There is a bunch of penstemon that is budded up. Oh, I can't wait to go shopping in my plant nursery. There are a lot of goodies out here. They all came from my yard, but they're in that weedy area in my backyard. Now I can take these and put them in the nicer areas that are not so weedy. And look at the big root geranium. I think the other name is macrorrhizum, something like that. So pretty. I used to have this up along my driveway on the right. So now I don't have it anywhere in my yard but in my plant nursery. I do want to add this back in my yard. I told you I have a tendency to basically pull out plants from areas and then redo sections. This is another plant that I pulled out and it needs to come back in my yard. This is called lady's mantle. You can see that there are some blooms on a few of them. There is some beautiful Weigela that's tucked in there. Like I said, I really need to just come out here and shop my own nursery because there are plants that I temporarily put down here. We have another beautiful type of perennial geranium. And yes, I pulled these aside because I don't want to sell them. I have some more iris. I just don't know what they're going to look like, so I'm waiting for them to bloom so that I know. Here's a beautiful euphorbia. This originally came from my mother-in-law's, and I like it, but what I don't like about it is if you let it go to seed, it ends up going everywhere. So that's why it's in my nursery. I'm thinking a little bit about it and where I'm going to place it. And I just want to show you there are some more iris that are down here that I'm waiting for them to bloom so I can see what they look like. I'm almost sure these ones are the ones that I have up in my long border. And if they are, I'm snagging them. The side walkway bed is exploding with color. I just love this bed this time of year. Towards the very front, we have a white dianthus, and right behind it is more of a hot pink dianthus. Right behind that is yet another dianthus. And I'm just going to bring you in closer so you can see how beautiful they are. This is the cheddar pink dianthus. And what I love about it is the silvery blue color of foliage that it has. And I just love how all three of these dianthus complement and play with each other so nicely in the garden. They really just make a garden space explode in color. The peonies are absolutely gorgeous right now. Many of them are still budded up, but I'll be sure to show you which ones are blooming because they're just all so pretty. The tall purple baptisia or false indigo is in its glory, and I love showing you different angles here just so you can see how nicely everything is playing together. We have a beautiful white colored peony, and the peony is not blooming quite yet. It's budded up, but I wanted to just show you how pretty that's going to look when it opens up. This is the next day, and the white peonies opened up. And I wanted to show you them because they're just so pretty. And you know how it is with peonies. They can change overnight. So they're a white color, but in the center is a creamy yellow color. I really enjoy having this color of peony in my gardens because I find I have a lot of different shades of pink. So it's nice to also have this color just to complement with the pink peonies. And then right here, just look how beautiful that is. I just think that's so gorgeous. All the colors that you see right in that frame. So we have some beautiful peonies, and then right behind it is false indigo or baptisia. So striking. And we have a repetition of the dianthus basically all the way around this flower bed. The pansies are still blooming, and I'm enjoying them because they're adding a little bit of that yellow color in this flower area. Dianthus are so easy to divide. That's how I got all of these plants. I just started with one of each color and I divided them over the last few years. Probably I'd say the last 5 to 7 years. These tall leaves that you see here, they are bloodroot. It's an ephemeral woodland plant, but I actually have them in full sun here and they're doing quite well. I'm going to take you in just so you can see this peony here and what it looks like. I don't have the names. I've had many of these peonies for a number of years in my garden space. And right behind the peonies are sea holly or eryngium. They are all budded up. They will eventually be blooming for us, and they're going to provide such a beautiful blue color in this area. Out of all the spaces in my garden, I really am enjoying this one because this is where I exit and enter my home the most. We put this container pot together. These pelargoniums or geraniums are geraniums that I overwintered bare root, and then we woke them up together, and I think they're looking great. There are also some annuals that we started from seed tucked in here. We have the white color as well as the vibrant blue color of trailing lobelia. And then we also have a vinca vine. It's a variegated vinca vine. It's usually not hardy here where I live, so I overwinter it in my garage. But I'm really pleased with how this red, white, and blue container is looking. And here on the other side of my porch is the other container that matches it. We put these window boxes together a few weeks ago. Eventually they'll make it up to my bedroom balcony. I haven't had a chance yet to power wash up there, but once I do, these guys will be heading up there. But look how pretty they look. And they are filled with petunias that we started from seed, as well as more of the annual trailing vinca vine, the variegated vine. And then towards the center there is a type of Lysimachia. And then we also have some creeping jenny in here. That's that nice chartreuse green color that you're seeing. Here on the side porch are a couple of window boxes that we put together, and they are really starting to fill in. This is a beautiful perennial, and it's called lamium or dead nettle, and it actually will be blooming pretty soon. We also have some Lysimachia that's not hardy here where I live, but I overwintered it in my garage, and that's a nice spiller in a container pot. There are also some impatiens that we started from seed. We've had a bit of a cool, wet spring so far, so the impatiens are not very happy, but they'll take off before you know it. And you can see here that the lamium is blooming a pretty pink color. I have lamium in a couple of different colors in my landscape. And here's another one of the window boxes just on the other side of my porch, looking very pretty. Between my garage doors, we put together this container pot, and it's looking very beautiful. Trailing down, we have the creeping jenny. It's the chartreuse green color. We also have dead nettle or lamium, and both of those plants are perennials here where I live, so it's always nice to be able to tuck in a perennial inside of our container pots. We have some really pretty pink colored geranium or pelargoniums that I overwintered, bare root, and they're looking very nice. We also have a couple of Dusty Miller in here. Dusty Miller are not hardy here in New Hampshire, zone 5B, so I was able to overwinter those. And then in the center, it's still very small, it's going to take off eventually, is a type of grass. I believe it's called Mohawk grass, but I'll put it up on the screen. I'm very pleased with how this pot is looking. I'm not really going to show you too much of what's blooming in the plant nursery. We're going to go by that for today. But I do want to head down here, down my driveway, and I want to show you some of the hanging baskets. I have a number of hanging baskets along my driveway, but they're looking so pretty. You'll see that I have the same kind of plants throughout my yard. We have the creeping jenny, which is right over here, impatiens that we started from seed, dead nettle or lamium, which is a perennial in my yard, as is the creeping Jenny. And I'm really pleased with how these are filling out. I call this the long border. It's a full sun area, and here is a clematis that we cut back really hard in the springtime. And I had mentioned to you I wasn't sure if it was a type 1, type 2, or type 3 clematis. And I'm happy to report we have a beautiful bloom on it. Look how pretty that is. And if you peek in there, we have another one that's budded up that will be blooming before you know it. Very pretty. And right near the clematis is a fringed bleeding heart. And I've mentioned before that this plant can be in sun, it can be in shade. It will bloom spring, summer, and fall. It is such a great plant to have in the garden. And I'm especially enjoying it next to my clematis that's blooming. Close by to this area are a whole bunch of peonies that are all budded up. They are ready to explode with color. At the base of the peonies are some annuals that I started from seed. They are bouncing back slowly. We had some very cool and wet weather this spring, as many of you have, so the begonias really didn't like it. But they are starting to bounce back. In fact, I'm going to be giving them some Miracle Grow. I really want to be fertilizing them at least once a week, and I think that will make them happier. Well, I might as well show you these because I have them pulled out. I got these from my plant nursery. They are dianthus that I winter sowed probably 2 years ago, and they're not ones that I have anywhere else in my yard. I was thinking of tucking them in towards the front of this flower space. I think it would look really pretty here. They're a perennial, so I would get that instant pink color in the springtime just by putting them in this space. And we have more of the French bleeding heart on the other side of this area here. I will show you one of the peonies here is blooming. Isn't that pretty? Let's head around the corner here. We recently planted some iris in this flower bed, and you can see they're starting to go by, but I'm excited to have added some iris on this side of my garden. Here in the back, we have the old-fashioned bleeding heart, and it is still blooming and still looking gorgeous. And here's yet another iris that we tucked into this garden space very recently. I love iris, and I just am looking forward to adding more of them into my garden space. We have some roses nearby, and you can see that they're all budded up. The oxeye Shasta daisy looks so glorious, that nice bright white color. And I'm really happy I added them in this garden space to complement nicely along with my peonies. Just imagine how pretty it's going to look to have the white of the oxeye Shasta daisy blooming along with this very pretty pink colored peony. Here is an iris that is opened up still. So we had planted quite a few of this particular iris around in this garden space. And just imagine as they multiply over time how pretty they're going to look here. I'm really looking forward to all the peonies opening up so I can show you how beautiful they are. You can see with this one here, it's more of a dark red color. Right nearby to that peony are some more bleeding hearts. They've been blooming for a number of weeks, so these old-fashioned bleeding hearts will eventually start to fade, and the color of the leaves will become yellow. You can see that they're starting to inside there. And then I'll have to then cut back the plant. I do want to show you that the old-fashioned bleeding hearts are going to seed, and a lot of times if you press on it, they'll open up and there'll be little shiny black seeds in there. They're not quite ready yet. And I've made videos showing you my process for collecting the old-fashioned bleeding heart seeds, and I'll put a link to that down in the description below. Here's another iris that we added. You can see it's not quite open yet. But what is open right nearby are some beautiful peonies. I'll bring you in closer so you can see this one here. Look at that. I wish you could smell these. They smell so delicious. And as we continue down this space, I'll tell you that there are a number of peonies that are still budded up. And then there are a number of peonies that are blooming right now. And it's nice to actually have peonies that bloom at different times of the year. And what I noticed about the space in my yard was there was a lot of pink and there was a lot of white. The other color that was missing though was purple, and that was a big reason why I added some of the iris in here. Just look how beautiful they look together, these two plants. And if you look at them and just look barely in the distance, you'll see some of the white as well popping through. This pink colored peony is huge. It's just so big. Look how big that flower is compared to my hand. Oxeye Shasta daisy can be a little bit weedy. It goes to seed. It's pretty prolific like that. But I really am enjoying it in my garden space. I really am. And as long as you deadhead it and don't let it go to seed everywhere, you're fine. So I'm bringing you in closer so you can see a few other peonies tucked in back here. They're all a little unique, a little different. We have some rain coming in, some storms coming in later today into tomorrow. And my fear was I wasn't going to capture this for you. So I ran out here with my camera. I wanted to make sure I got this for you all to enjoy and for me to enjoy. We have a few more peonies here at the end of the bed. And I'm just climbing in here so you can see that one there. So pretty. We also have a clematis, and it looks like it is budded up. Many of the clematis out in this flower bed, I just cut them way back. So they might not give me a ton of blooms, but they might. We'll have to wait and see. And then there are some more of the peonies over here. This guy definitely needs to be divided. That's not a bad problem to have, right? And I think it needs to be lifted. Notice there aren't a lot of blooms in the center. So if you have a peony bush like this one, and there aren't many blooms on it, there are a number of reasons why. It might need to be lifted because it's too deep. Perhaps it's too shady where it's planted, or it simply just needs to be divided. And as we head down this way, where there's a bunch of hydrangeas that were cut back really hard this year, and boy, I'm so happy they were. They're looking really nice. They're looking more like a tree rather than an unruly shrub. I really am enjoying the habit of them. Normally this peony right here struggles to bloom because it was being covered by the hydrangea, and it is loving its life right now. And as we get to the end of this long flower bed here, I still have compost. I've been chipping away at it. This peony also has always struggled because it would get covered by the leaves of the hydrangea. Well, there are a ton of buds on it, and it's one happy camper. This area right here is work in progress, but I just wanted to show you some highlights of what's happening. So I do have a bunch of strawberry plants, and they have flowers on them, and there are even strawberries. You can see them. Some are even starting to turn. So hopefully within the next few weeks, I'll be ready to pick some strawberries from here. In this raised bed are a bunch of alpine strawberries. You can see that there are a bunch of blossoms, and if you actually dig deeper, you'll see that there are some strawberries that are ready to be picked. The old arborvite bed is still waking up, but you can see, look how beautiful the lobelia, trailing lobelia looks, the bright blue. We planted those together indoors, and then we also planted a whole bunch of coleus as well as begonias, wax begonias. The wax begonias on this side of the bed from day one didn't look that great. So I'm going to bring you on the other side of the bed so you can see close up how they're looking. Most of them look really good. If you see a few toppled over, my wonderful son who's home from college was playing basketball. And honestly, I don't care. I don't care if that happens, because when your kids come home from college, you just let them do what they want to do. You want them to be happy, and that makes me happy. But I had to explain it to you in case you were wondering, wait a minute, Vita, what happened to a couple of those begonias? Life happens. It's okay. And you can see the coleus in between here, how they're looking. I'm happy. I'm happy with how this is coming. This flower bed always takes its time, and then all of a sudden, boom, it just fills right in. We just have to be a little patient. Close by to the old arborvite bed is what I call my Hosta garden, and I've slowly started adding Hosta to other areas of my yard. But I really am pleased with how this is looking. The drip irrigation has been in this area for 2 years now, and I can really tell the difference. The Hosta that are supposed to get larger are getting larger. The small Hosta, they only have a maximum size, which is fine. I love every Hosta, big and small. And when we say small Hosta, that would include these guys right here. I like putting the Hosta of the smaller size around the trees here, just to ring them. That's what that bed's looking like. I made an effort to add some of the blue colored Hosta towards the back because I noticed, I believe it was last year, there weren't a lot of blue Hosta towards the back. And I like sprinkling the blue with the green. The hanging baskets that we made are filling in nicely. A lot of the repeating same type of plants that we see throughout the garden. I really love the colors in this one particular area. I wish I could replicate it everywhere. Many of the plants you see here are very slow to grow for me. And some of those plants include the Japanese painted fern. There are a bunch of different kinds of heuchera in here. The spotted leaves, I don't have any problem with those. Those multiply pretty quickly for me. Those are pulmonaria or lungwort. There are a bunch of Hellebore that are in here that I've had a lot of success dividing. The pink flowers, that's the fringed bleeding heart. And then these really cool leaves here. This plant loves shade, so if you have shade, you should definitely look into this plant. It's called Ligularia, and it's the bottle rocket variety. Again, it grows slowly for me, but I was able to divide it, so I have 2 pieces of it now. And if you look a little carefully, I could divide that even more. And I could come in and divide this one even more. So once it's done blooming, which should be within the next month, I believe, I'll come in and divide that. And then right behind it, another shade-loving plant is goat's beard. And there are all different types of goat's beard, different heights. And that's a really pretty white color flower. And I bought that from a backyard plant nursery, and I was able to divide it a few times. As we come along this way, there are some other beautiful things happening. The pink spray of flowers, that is on a coral bells. And you can see if you look down this way, that we have it pretty much the same type of plants repeating as you go this way. That fern that you see is a maidenhair fern. And then towards the back of this bed, we have a couple of hydrangeas here. Those are the Annabelle hydrangeas. And there are a total of 3 Annabelle hydrangeas towards the back of this bed. I'm always testing things out. I do have a peony towards the back of this bed, but I just wanted to show you the different colors of the heuchera or coral bells and how nicely they look together. And towards the back of the bed are some beautiful columbine, and that's just a close-up of one of them. Here in the rose garden, well, the roses are starting to bud up. They're going to look so pretty once they're all blooming. So we just have to wait. But while we wait, I want you to notice this beautiful display of orange in the center. That is a perennial, and I love this perennial. I really love it. It is a type of coreopsis. So imagine if we didn't have that in the center of this rose garden, there really wouldn't be a lot of color. And then the other color that's in here are some wax begonias that we started from seed. And they're actually looking pretty good. I like how they look next to the coreopsis that's in here. All of this happening while we wait for some beautiful blooms on our roses. Time to head to my messy area of my backyard. There are some beautiful things here, and I just have to show you because they're really shining right now. There is a wonderful clematis here. Just look how bright and vibrant purple those flowers are. So pretty. This is a type of clematis that should be cut back all the way, I believe. See how there are no leaves down there? There are no blooms. So I'll make sure to remember that. That's what's great about either taking pictures or video. It's basically a gentle reminder to ourselves of things we need to do in our garden spaces. Right nearby, as we head this way, is a beautiful beauty bush. And I have not been very good about pruning this back. So notice there are no blooms on the top. But as we come to the base, there are a ton of blooms. A ton of gorgeous blooms. So if you don't have beauty bush in your yard and you're looking for something that blooms during the spring months or early summer months, this is a great option for you. This area is work in progress, and a lot of the peonies didn't have buds on them. I'm going to be moving them anyway this year, and I'll make sure I lift them and I put them in an area where they get more sun. But I want to show you a few peonies that are blooming here. These ones have buds on them, and when I say blooming, I guess I mean it's just barely starting to bloom. By tomorrow, that one will be opened up and will look so pretty. I have a bunch of raised beds here. You will be seeing it soon. I'm working on it. A video that talks a little bit more about these raised beds. And I do need to plant some more of my bush beans. Some have come up, but many have not. Or they're just maybe slow to come up, given our weather. And the same is true for the peas. There are peas in here, but not many. And that's okay. Different day I'll come out here and I'll put some more peas in. And we'll work on this bed some more because tomatoes need to go in. Let's head down in this direction. You can see towards the front there are a wonderful display of coral bells or heuchera. Lots of different beautiful colors. And towards the back is another beauty bush. And clearly the butterflies love the beauty bush. What a wonderful sight to see. We had a number of trees cut down on this side of my house, and I have to admit, I really am enjoying this area so much. So much beauty. It's amazing how letting a little bit of sun makes a garden space just pop. And on the side of my house, you can see there's a ton of Hosta here, coupled with the coral bells. A wonderful ground cover if you live in an area that's where it's wet and it's shady is the wild ginger. It has very glossy leaves. It prefers a little more shade than what it's getting now that we've cut the trees, but it still looks glorious. Some astilbe in here. In fact, I noticed today that the astilbe is budded up. So hopefully by our next garden tour, those will be blooming. We're just going to continue heading down this way. Lots of beautiful colors in here. This flower bed that we're looking at is only a few years old. And some of the flowers in here are starting to go by. There's the banana daiquiri geum, the yellow colored flower. And then right behind it, beautiful blue, that's mountain bluet or centaurea. And then right beyond that are a whole bunch of beautiful iris. And there in the distance, right here, is a wonderful weigela, looking so pretty. I just love this plant so much. And I want you to notice how beautiful it looks right here. The pink on the heuchera coupled with the purple or blue of the iris. And in the distance, we have the pink on the weigela. As we head this way, towards the front of the flower bed is lamb's ear. And at the back, you can see it, some beautiful iris. And that's what that iris looks like. There's not a lot happening right now in the what I call lilac flower bed. And I want to show you there are some lilacs that are blooming in this tree, but not a lot. So I need to research that more. Why didn't I have as many lilacs blooming? It could just be that it needed some fertilizer. But nevertheless, I'm enjoying the blooms that are currently on here. We have rain coming, so I need to hurry up with this tour. That's why I'm just showing you the highlights today. So as we head to the front of my house, this area right here is full sun, and this flower bed is called the bay window flower bed. We have some cranesbill geranium dotted on the outside here, and these patches right here are new. I just put them there in the spring, and I got divisions from these larger patches over here. Right behind the cranesbill geranium, they're starting to bud up, is going to be a beautiful display of yellow. And this is the Stella d'Oro daylily. It makes for a wonderful plant in the yard, I feel. Nice border. We have a bunch of coreopsis sprinkled throughout this whole entire flower bed here as we go this way. And then in the center here is some beautiful plants. I'm stepping back just so you can see all the colors that I'm looking at right there and how pretty that looks. So let's go in for a closer look. We have some iris, and I'll be honest, I can't wait to see what that one looks like. But as we wait, we have to take in the rest of these bearded iris and how pretty they look, coupled with the lupin in the background. And I thought they were all the same kind, but they're not. They're all a little bit different. Some have a little bit more yellow, some have a little bit more peach, and then some have, I would say, a little bit more of a red color to them. They're just so striking. Here at the front porch, we had put these containers together very recently. That's why they haven't put on a lot of growth. but they still look good, and I'll be sure to give you updates on them as they continue to grow. My pansy holding bed is still holding strong. Here we are in New Hampshire, Zone 5B. It is mid-June. Things are really waking up now. I have some beautiful dianthus, and they've been blooming for a number of weeks. In fact, they're just starting to go by, but you can see what beautiful, vibrant colors are in here. We have some big leaves here. That's bloodroot. Pretty soon I need to come in and start cutting them back. They're starting to turn yellow. They looked beautiful earlier in the spring when they were blooming. There are some beautiful Hosta here, and right above the Hosta is a rhododendron. I recently came in here and cut it back really hard. It needed to be size controlled in this space, and I'm glad that I finally got that done. As we pan this way, it's a rainy day here in New Hampshire. It's a great day to be out walking around the garden with you. Even though a lot of the flowers in here are going by, some new flowers will be blooming soon. In fact, you can see that the sea holly, or eryngium, is all budded up. And when it blooms, the blue on it is such a vibrant blue color. It's really pretty when it blooms. There are also some Asiatic lilies right there that are budded up, and they should be blooming during our next garden tour. It's always fun when plants are going by to have other plants that are ready to bloom and burst in color. A lot of maintenance work still needs to be done with the peonies. It's always good to come in and deadhead or cut back the spent blooms. You just want to make sure you keep the foliage on there. I have daffodils that are still green, but pretty soon they're going to start turning yellow, and then I can come in and start cutting those back. I have some perennial mums here that still need to be cut back. I'm going to cut them back one more time before the 4th of July. After that, I don't dare cut them back because I don't want to forfeit my blooms that I'll see later in the season. Lots of dianthus to be cut back in this area. And the beautiful Joe Pye weed. It's getting taller and taller, and that's also another great plant for late summer interest. The plant that looks like a thistle with the spikes, that is globe thistle, and that will bloom later in the summer. I have a number of amaryllis that I like to basically hold over year after year. So I'll show you later on my process for bringing them in for dormancy. Right near the amaryllis is a beautiful container pot that we put together in a previous video. It's doing really well. I recently came in and deadheaded it. When it comes to all my annuals, I like to give them a weekly feed of fertilizer just to keep them going throughout the season. And as we go this way, at my side porch here, you can see I have another one of the same type of containers, looking really pretty. I tried going with a red, white, and blue theme, and all the plants in here are basically free to me. I overwintered the geranium bare root, and then the lobelia, I have 2 of them, trailing lobelia. There's a blue one, and then on this side there's a white one. Both of them were started from seed, and they were from seed that I collected myself. Close by to the container pots is a small flower garden that I call the old arborvite bed. It is starting to finally wake up. You can see the bright blue flowers in here. Those are more of the trailing lobelia. And all the annuals you see in here are annuals that I started from seed. I have videos showing you my process for starting plants from seed as well as collecting the seeds. You can definitely check those out on my channel. There are a lot of coleus in here, looking really pretty. There's a perennial here called candy tuft that's starting to go to seed. I'll be coming in soon and shearing or pruning back my candy tuft. In the center of the bed is another perennial called ajuga or bugleweed. It can be invasive in other areas of a yard, but in this small garden space, it behaves itself. I also have a number of small leaf rhododendrons that are in the center of the bed. They looked so beautiful when they were blooming earlier in the spring. And then finally, there are a bunch of wax begonias in here. We have some heat coming, some warm weather coming. And with that warm weather, these plants are definitely going to start taking off now. But I love this little space. I love tucking in annuals coupled with the perennials that are already here. Let's head over to what I call my Hosta garden. There are a number of hanging baskets. I love to hang baskets on the trees since my yard has a lot of trees around it. We put these together in a previous video. There are a bunch of impatiens that I started from seed. And then there is dead nettle or lamium, and that's a perennial here where I live. There is also creeping jenny. Even though creeping jenny is invasive in New Hampshire, it's still a pretty plant to have in container pots. And I repeat that same type of planting in all of my other hanging baskets. As we look around the tree here, you can see there are a lot of hosta. I absolutely love hosta. And the deer don't bother the hosta here, I think because it's right next to this structure here, which is my barn. I love mixing the different colors of hosta as well as the different sizes of hosta. And over the years, I just continue to divide the hosta because hosta is a really easy plant that you can divide. At the base of the tree here are a small or miniature size hosta, and they're called lakeside zinger. I love that effect of the small hosta at the base of the tree. They really clump together nicely, and I like the variegation where it really just adds that nice pop of color to this space. It's just such a beautiful morning right now in the rain. This plant right here has beautiful leaves to it. It looks like a coral bell or heuchera, but in fact it's a tiarella or foam flower. And the flowers on it are very pretty. They're starting to go by, but I really enjoy it for its foliage. And what I also like about this plant is that it clumps very quickly over time. Right behind the foam flower is the beautiful feverfew. It just appeared in my yard randomly, and it's just budded up. It's just starting to bloom. I love the pops of color in this particular space right here. And there are a lot of fun plants that you can have when you have a very shady area like this is. You can put a lot of different colors in there to add pops of color. So you can see the chartreuse green as well as purple and red. Those are all heucheras or coral bells. And then the ferns are Japanese painted fern. There are also a number of hellebores. I started with one hellebore and then I divided them over time. There is also a few epimediums here. Those are the little leaves that look like little heart-shaped leaves there. And then a plant that I really love. See those large heart-shaped leaves? Those are called ligularia, and that's the bottle rocket ligularia. I have a couple of them because I've divided them, and I'm going to come in later in the season after they're done blooming. I'm going to divide them again just to continue having more of that plant. And right behind them you can see the white flowers. That is a type of goat's beard. And did you know goat's beard does well in the shade? It's known to be like, it looks like a stilby, but it's not. It's known as false astilbe, and it comes in various sizes. And as we just pan this way, there are a lot of different plants in this space here, and they basically repeat themselves. I'll bring you over there so I can show you. There are a lot more of those large leaves in here that are bloodroot. They have a very interesting leaf structure to them. What I want to point out is amongst the beauty are weeds, and I think that's typical of our gardens. I love to show my spaces the way they are. And when I get to it, I'll come in here and weed it. But it's ready to be toured, and I wanted to show you how things are looking. A plant that I really love is this maidenhair fern. And it comes back for me year after year. I started with one small piece, and then I went ahead and I divided it. And so that's why I have another one right down here. It just adds really nice structure in this space. And I want to point out there are a few different colors going on here. You can see the blue of this beautiful hosta, but then right near it is the red of the heuchera or coral bells. And I feel like they play really nicely with each other. Towards the back, again, the white is the goat's beard. I bought that on Facebook Marketplace. I think it was like $6 for one plant. And you can see I've divided it over time. I like coming in almost every year and dividing plants like that. It really just increases my stock in many of my plants. Towards the back of this bed is Annabelle hydrangea. And I have a number of those towards the back. There's another one right there. I put these in here maybe 1 or 2 years ago, so they're still quite small. And then I have a third small one right over there. We're just going to step back, and I just want you to look over this way as we look up towards the Hosta garden. Another plant that I definitely should mention in this shady garden space is lungwort or pulmonaria. It looked really beautiful in the spring when it was blooming, but notice how vibrant and bright those little spots are on the leaves. And also, we can't not mention the coral bells, the pink flowers that are blooming. What's interesting about coral bells is you can get different ones with different leaf structures, but then you can also get ones that bloom different colors and at different times of the year. Another plant that I want to mention in this shady part of my garden is a different kind of goat's beard. It's a dwarf variety, and that's why I have it tucked towards the front of my flower bed. I plan on coming in here and dividing that and moving that around. You can see that I have small clumps of it towards the front of the space. So I'll be basically taking each plant, dividing it in half, and just continuing that pattern as we head down this way. There's a plant here that looks like goat's beard, but it's not. This is actually astilbe, and it's a white colored astilbe. And look how bright and beautiful that is. It's really just shining in this space. It looks very much like the goat's beard. And what I tell a lot of people is, you can see they're both blooming right now, the white astilbe and the goat's beard. And if you look carefully right here, you can see that they're slightly different, just slightly. Let's head in this direction. And as we look at this space over here, it's many of the same plants that we've already talked about. The only other plants that I haven't talked about yet are a small patch of the Haconocloa grass right there. And then we do have a small peony tucked in the back. It's a shady area of my garden, so even though it's giving off one bloom, it would give off a lot more blooms if it was in a more sunnier location. I have another large astilbe that is all budded up here. Here in my backyard, well, it is a weedy mess here, but I'm going to show you. I have some really pretty lamium or dead nettle in the landscape that's blooming. And here is a very pretty clematis. It put on a great show earlier this season. It's just starting to go by. But look at how pretty the blooms are on it. My beauty bush is also just starting to go by. But I just want you to see its flowers one more time, because probably when we do our next garden tour, this won't be blooming anymore. So delicate. The raised gardens in the backyard are new this year, and I had made a video showing you when we had them set up. It's been a cool, wet spring here in New Hampshire. Starting this week, things are finally going to start warming up. But I want to show you, I have cucumbers that are planted and they are just starting to come up, which is very exciting. And you can see we have a trellis system in place, and we will help the cucumbers trellis up along this. We love cucumbers in our house, so we are investing a lot of space in cucumbers here. And here are yet more cucumbers. And then in the next few beds right behind are a whole variety of tomatoes. And these are tomatoes that we started from seed together earlier in the winter months. Lots of different varieties, thanks to you. I had asked a number of you just to mention to me some of your favorite varieties, and boy, did you deliver. And based on the suggestions, I bought a bunch of different types of tomato plants. I'm excited to try them out. You can see that they are just starting to create tomatoes, or they're starting to have flowers on them. And this whole setup is new to me. I'm going to be trying what's called single stemming them. And I'm following a system that I've seen James Pigioni use on his YouTube channel. So I'll definitely keep you updated on how that works out. In this next bed over are green beans. And then right behind the green beans are some peas. I didn't have great germination with my peas, and you know, that happens. So I'm going to be starting some more. Let's see what happens. If I can get some peas to, usually I can only get one succession of peas. So as long as I can get a succession of peas going, I'll be happy. So here are some more green beans and more peas. With the green beans, I can usually get 2, if not 3 successions of green beans going. So where there are some small gaps for the green beans, I recently planted or replanted some seeds. So they're just starting to come up. I used to have a wooden raised bed in this space, and we removed the wooden raised bed. So you can see in the center, mulch was applied. And also, I recently came in and just reseeded this area here with grass seed, just to get it looking a little bit nicer. But I'm really happy with how this came out. In this space here, my children used to have an above ground pool. When we got rid of the above ground pool, we ended up with basically a large center circle that was open. And so I've placed a bunch of different plants in here. This is what I call my rose garden. And on the outside here are some wax begonias, white ones that I started from seed. And then towards the center, you see those pops of yellow or orange. That is a type of coreopsis. There are a number of daffodils that are still green. I'm waiting for them to go by. But as long as 6 weeks have gone by after your spring bulbs have bloomed, that's the magic number. Usually after that, you can go ahead and cut them back. So I may be cutting mine back soon. But I want to show you that the roses are either all budded up, just about to bloom, or are now starting to bloom. This is a type of drift rose. And my roses were cut back very hard this spring. So they're on the shorter side because I did cut them back hard. And this type of variety here is a knockout rose. But they're looking really pretty. Everything is waking up nicely. Look how delicate that is right there. I just love how roses look when they're first just budding up like this. A drift rose that I really love is this color right here. I can't wait to show you in the next garden tour what it looks like when it's blooming. My yellow roses were some of the first ones to bloom. They're a type of hybrid tea, and they are just starting to go by. So I need to be diligent about coming in here and deadheading my roses so that they keep blooming for me. I really do love this space. It's a fun space to have all my roses in. This is an area right here where I'm working on these days. And I'm coming in and I'm starting to move back some of the bigger shrubs. I have a type of winterberry here. I had gotten it from my mother-in-law's home, and I had gotten two, but one did not make it. So each year it does start to create the little berries on there, but it doesn't do anything beyond that. So I'm going to invest some money and buy both a male and a female plant, and I'm going to plant them near this winterberry in hopes of getting berries. And then also I'm going to be moving this back because it's quite large and it really should be more towards the back of the flower bed. When it comes to my heuchera, I've been coming in and dividing and moving heuchera, so I need to keep doing that in this space. This over here is a quince, flowering quince. It's a double take. And I also would like to move this back. My goal with this space is basically towards the front just to have the heuchera. I want like something shorter towards the front. And then in the middle, medium-sized plants. And then taller things towards the back of the space. So work in progress. I had a number of trees removed during the winter months. I'll be coming in soon, and I'm going to be creating some pots in containers and putting them on top of the tree stumps, just to do something fun, something whimsical. But look how beautiful the Hosta are looking in this space. Lots of different colors in here. Towards the back of this area are some small leaf rhododendrons. They're either Olga or they are PJM. I have a mixture of both. And I recently showed you in a video that I moved them from the front of my walkway towards back here. Before I moved them, I did cut them back really hard. I know it's hard to tell because they're still quite large, but trust me, they were cut back super hard before they got moved. And they're going to do so much better, I feel, in this space, but time will tell, right? In this area right here, where some water comes out, I'm going to be buying some new stone to place in here. And in our water, we have rust. So the stone I'm going to buy will be more of a red color. I've tried white and that doesn't work because of the red rust. It would just kind of change the color of the stone. So stay tuned for that. Lots of the same plants here, the heucheras or coral bells, Hosta towards the back. At the base of these tree stumps are beautiful ground covers, and they're called Canadian wild ginger. I've spent a lot of time when it comes to the heuchera and placing them in a way that there's a little bit of a pattern going on. So you have some light colors coupled with some dark colors, just for nice contrast. Towards the center of this bed are some astilbe, and they are all budded up. I'm so excited to show you in our next garden tour what they're going to look like when they're blooming. Pretty soon it's going to be astilbe season. At the very back of the bed here is an eastern redbud. I bought it when it was very, very small, and it was in a place in my garden where it was not getting enough sun. So I recently moved it to this space here, and time will tell. I am hopeful that it will put out some flowers for me next year or the year after. And as we move in this direction, pretty soon we're going to be seeing more color in here. There are a few different types of daylilies in here. We have some Stella d'Oro daylilies, and there are buds on them. And then we have just some other various types of daylilies. Many of them might not bloom this year because I just moved them here last year. I see a few buds on them though. There are iris towards the back. They've already gone by. There's also geum in here. I recently came in and deadheaded the geum. And mountain bluet. I also came in and deadheaded the mountain bluet. So let's see if the geum and mountain bluet put on more blooms for us. They look so pretty when they were blooming. I have a few different types of sedum in here. And as you know, sedum usually don't bloom until later in the season. So we just need to be patient. I had planned on coming in here and dividing my Stokes aster, but I can see that it is quite large and it's already starting to bud up. So that will have to wait until later in the season. I can't wait to see that bloom this year. And right behind the Stokes aster are a few plants of cardinal flower. Those will also bloom later in the season. As we're heading in this direction, and I want to say I've been noticing or paying attention to sunlight in my garden this year. And it's definitely a little bit shadier as we head this way. But surprisingly enough, things still bloom. Still, things that you would think need more sun still bloom in this area. Maybe they don't bloom as much as they could, but they do bloom. So there are a number of daylilies in here. Towards the front of the bed is a large leaf type of lamb's ear. And then I also have a number of coneflower in here as well. They're all getting quite large, and you can see that they're just starting to bud up. In the lilac bed, things are pretty quiet. Towards the front of the bed is creeping phlox that put on a great show earlier in the season. This week is the week I need to come in and cut back these mums. You know how it is with gardening, there's always maintenance work to be done, right? And then there are a number of Stella d'Oro daylilies. They are budded up. And then there are other random daylilies in between the Stella d'Oro daylilies. That was a big project that we did either last year or the year before last. And for maintenance, I'm also going to be coming in here and just cutting back the lilac tree. It didn't put on a great show this year, so I need to look into that a little more. Maybe it needs some fertilizer. So hopefully next year it'll put on a better show for us. Down in this area, we made some changes here last year. We added some astilbe in this space, and I have more astilbe in my plant nursery. I'm going to shop my plant nursery and plant a whole bunch more astilbe in here. But you can see that they are budded up. These were astilbe that I got for free, actually. There was a nice lady on Facebook Marketplace that was looking to clean up some of her flower beds. So these were all freebie plants for me. And then in this space here, we had planted a bunch of impatiens and coleus that I started from seed. And after this week, as the weather starts to heat up, I think these plants are really going to take off. When it comes to this particular hydrangea, I never came in and cut it back like I did with my other hydrangea. So even though it's a little late to do it, I am going to come in on the bottom and just cut it back a little bit, just to control it. As we head up the walkway, a lot is happening over here. Here at the front of the house, there are a bunch of cranesbill geranium. They are looking a little sad only because it is raining pretty heavily out right now. But you can see that they have really filled in. In fact, pretty soon I will be coming in and cutting them back hard. They put on a great show, and they will for the next 1 week or so, but I'm going to come in and prune them back hard. I made a video already showing you my process for pruning back geraniums like this, so be sure to check my channel out for that. Just do a search on geraniums and you'll find it. And on the side here are some more of the cranesbill geranium. The Stella d'Oro daylilies are all budded up. During our next tour, I'm sure that these will be blooming and putting on a great show. This flower bed, by the way, is called the bay window flower bed. You can see that there is a bay window there. There are a lot of other plants towards the center that I'm not really going to talk about because they're not doing a whole lot. I'll just talk about things that are blooming right now. The lupin are just starting to go by. I've been coming in and deadheading them. I need to come back in and deadhead them. The iris also need to be deadheaded. There are some spirea that are budded up. So during our next tour, those should be blooming. Here at the front porch, there are a few containers that we had put together that are looking very pretty. Some dahlias in here. There's creeping jenny. There is the variegated vinca vine. And then there is some alyssum. The porch is pretty soon going to be power washed, and I'm going to get my furniture put out. There are a couple of container pots using many of the same plants that you see in my yard. We have lamium, and there's also impatiens. Another project that I'm going to be working on very soon is cleaning out my pond. I'm a little late this year, but better late than never, and just cleaning around the pond. There are a bunch of coreopsis that are blooming right now along the front walkway. And I planted some annuals along the walkway recently. There's alyssum, there's coleus, there are some snapdragons, but I had to cut them back. They were looking a little leggy. And pretty soon I'm going to be coming in here and also adding some of the gomphrena that I started from seed. That's going to be the main show, I think, for this year. So be on the lookout for that. And on the other side of the walkway is a space that I recently worked on, and I made a video showing you that, where I took out those 3 rhododendrons and put in some other beautiful perennials that were right near the pond. I basically just moved them, divided them, and I also took some hosta from another part of my yard. So I shopped my yard to create this little space here. When I do some power washing, I'll be coming in and power washing the front walkway. It really needs it. My raised beds continue to pump out the alpine strawberries, which I keep nibbling and eating them. Same with my husband, but we also share them with our little friends like the chipmunks. I often will find them eating them as well. There's plenty to go around. But look at all the blossoms on there. We also have some larger strawberries that are in this bed that we've been really enjoying. They're super sweet. And then you can see we have some raspberries here as well that are just budded up or starting to flower. I have a couple of types of hydrangeas that are out here. And I have to tell you, we went after them really hard this past spring and cut them way back. So I know the shape looks funny, but they were ridiculous before. So I'm very happy to have them pruned back or cut back pretty hard. And my plan is over the next few years to take a little more care of them and cutting them back a little more carefully each year. So it'll be interesting to see how they do once they start blooming. But I did notice that some of them are just barely starting to put out some flower buds. This particular hydrangea doesn't have any flower buds on it yet, but you can see the color of the stems. They're more of a red color. This is the strawberry vanilla hydrangea. These are all panicle hydrangeas. As we move this way, this hydrangea you can see definitely has flower buds on it, which is very exciting. Now, this hydrangea here is different than this hydrangea here. So eventually I'm going to come in and I'm going to put another strawberry vanilla hydrangea right in this spot here. And as we move this way, we have another one of the same type of hydrangea that is all budded up. The name is escaping me right now. It'll come to me probably in a future garden tour, but I just wanted to show you. So right now there are a total of 3 hydrangeas here, and I'm going to add a 4th one right in there so that they alternate. And I think that would look really nice. And at the corner here, there are a bunch of beautiful things. We have some peonies that are still blooming. We have Stelladoro daylilies, and then there's the beautiful Monarda or bee balm. That's very pretty. This flower bed I call the long border. It's fun to watch this flower bed because there's always change happening in here. Things are always coming in and out of bloom. And I'm enjoying that there is still a little bit of color in here as we wait for the yellow on the Stelladoro daylilies. And you can see there are quite a few Stelladoro daylilies towards the front of this bed. The oxeye Shasta daisy are still looking very pretty. I still have one peony that's in bloom here. And then I have some clematis that are all budded up, and hopefully they should be blooming by our next garden tour. There is some red Monarda or bee balm, and they're getting taller and taller. They should be blooming pretty soon. But before that, all budded up, you can see we have echinacea or coneflower. The lungwort or pulmonaria is still looking very pretty with the spots on its leaves, just to add a little bit of interest in this bed. I'm planning on continuing to tuck in other plants in this garden space. And I'm also making notes of plants that really should be staked during the early season. That would include the oxeye Shasta daisy. A lot of the plants in here just repeat themselves. Again, we have more of the coneflower here. And I was just walking by it, but another plant I do want to point out, we planted these here a few years ago because it was lacking color during the late summer, early fall months. This is Rebecca or Black-Eyed Susan. So it will be really nice to have that succession of color in this bed. I have some tree stumps here. I'm planning on putting together some summer pots or containers, and we'll probably do that together. I think that would be a fun project for us to do together. The old-fashioned bleeding heart is starting to go by, and you can see it's starting to turn yellow, and that is perfectly normal. So I'll be coming in here and cutting that back pretty hard, almost to ground level. Some really pretty peonies there. And a really pretty rose. I'm going to pop up on the screen what this rose looked like when it was blooming a few days ago. But it's a very interesting rose. Look at the flower bud on that one. And as we turn the corner here, I recently came in and deadheaded the fringed bleeding heart at the corner there with the greenish blue leaves. And we worked on this space together. It's looking really good. I'm very happy with it. We have some yellow yarrow. It's moonshine variety. And then we also have some pink dianthus, some purple scabiosa, and then the white that you see, those are some wax begonias that I started from seed. But I'm just loving all the colors right here in this space. And then we have more of the fringed bleeding heart. And then right behind that is another of the clematis. And in the distance there, we planted these together recently. We have some beautiful foxglove that I winter sowed 2 years ago, so they're blooming now. A couple of different colors, and they're at different heights. Here we are at my backyard plant nursery where I sell plants, and I'm just going to take you in for a few things that are blooming in here. The evening primrose is just budded up. It should be blooming by our next garden tour. This beautiful ground cover that does really well in the shade. This is dead nettle or lamium. Here we have some common yarrow. The pollinators just love this plant, and it's considered native here in New Hampshire. There's a bunch of astilbe that is all budded up. And then right behind it, and I'm going to be shopping my yard soon, or nursery I should say, is some beard tongue or penstemon. And I got these from my backyard and I had potted them up. I wasn't sure where I wanted to put them. Well, I'm going to be putting them in my long border, most likely. They're really pretty. Over here is spiderwort or Hydrangeas. This plant is a little wild for me, but I do love the colors on it. It does well in shade, so I might take some and just tuck it kind of out in the woods a little bit, but in a shady part of my yard. Down along my driveway, I have more hanging baskets, and they are the same plants that we've already seen in other hanging baskets in my yard. They are all looking really pretty. My plant nursery has many plants that I buy and I overwinter, or I put them down here as a temporary holding spot while I think about where to put them. So you can see I have a really pretty plant back there, and that's going to get planted in my yard pretty soon. It's all budded up, and that's called a 9-bark. It's new to me. I don't have any 9-barks anywhere in my yard. I bought that 75% off end of the season last year. And then there is a really pretty spirea down here. And then I also have some comfrey that is all budded up, and another spirea tucked in the back. Coming down here reminds me I need to go shopping in my own yard and plant some of these beautiful things out in my landscape. And there are a bunch of daylilies here in the plant nursery that are all budded up, ready for either sale or to be put in my landscape. I'm upstairs on my bedroom balcony. I wanted to show you, just give you an update on some window boxes that we had put together. It's hard to see from this angle, but there's some petunias that we started from seed. They were seeds that I collected, plus seeds from the dollar store. And when you look downstairs from the bedroom balcony, you can see the rose garden, and there's also all the raised beds that have the vegetable plants in them. And as we make our way this way, that's where many of my deep shade garden plants are, like my Hosta garden and lots of other fun plants. More petunias. But I like this view up here. I think it looks really nice, and I think it's nice to just show you how things are looking from up here. It's a different vantage point. And I just think you can really enjoy the Hosta garden just from a different angle. I recently power washed up here just because it was pretty bad, and I have a rug coming and some chairs, and I'm going to be growing some flowers as well as vegetables in pots up here, so stay tuned for that. And that ends our mid-June garden tour. I really hope you enjoyed it, and stay tuned for the end of June garden tour when we have some more beautiful things blooming in the garden. Happy gardening, friends. Good morning, budget gardeners. Join me today as we do a late June garden tour in my New Hampshire Zone 5B garden. We're going to start the tour in my front yard, and here we have my front porch. At the front porch, I have a couple of window boxes. I love putting together window boxes, and I love using material that I have in my landscape or plants that I started from seed. In the window box, there's lamium. There are also impatiens. And then trailing down the front here is a type of Lismachia. And we have another window box nearby that has the same plants in it. The window boxes are just starting to fill out very nicely for the season. Better late than never is my motto. We have a diplodenia that's in this pot, and I overwintered it last year. And then we have some alyssum at the base here. I had recently just cut them back really hard. When it comes to many annuals as well as perennials, they benefit from a hard cutback during the season, sometimes once, if not twice. So I did cut these back really hard, and they're going to flush out with growth within a matter of weeks. In terms of the diplodenia, since I overwintered it, and because I live in a cold climate, the diplodenia takes its time for reflushing with blooms, but I'm patient. It is so well worth the wait. In this pot here, you can see the calla lily is just about to come up. We had recently put this container pot together as well. Many of my container pots use the same plant material. For example, we have lamium, and I just dug that up for my landscape, as well as the creeping jenny. They are wonderful spillers inside of a container pot. We also have a beautiful vinca vine. That is not perennial where I live, but I was able to overwinter it in my unheated garage. The same is true for the calla lilies. They're not hardy where I live, so I'm able to overwinter those inside my garage during the winter months. We have two identical container pots here. You'll see a theme. I love putting together container pots. And what the plants that are inside these pots include the vinca vine, which again I overwintered, as well as alyssum. I love collecting my own seeds from my plants, and then I just grow the plants indoors under my LED shop lights. We have the beautiful creeping jenny. Now this pot was put together much earlier on in the season, which is why it's more full, whereas my other pots were put together a little bit later. We also have a beautiful dwarf dahlia. I started these dahlias from seed a number of years ago, and I've been able to propagate the plant by dividing the tubers. And you'll notice that there are a lot of buds, so by our next garden tour, this should be bursting in color. Dahlias are not hardy where I live, so I need to dig up the tubers each year and store them, and I store them in my unheated garage. I like to call this flower bed my bay window flower bed. I'm always thinking about changes I want to make in all my different areas, so be on the lookout. I'm contemplating what I want to do in this space. I did have a boxwood that was in this area, and I recently removed it with the help of my husband because it wasn't looking very good. And one thing I've learned with gardening is if there's something in your garden that you just don't like the look of, why live with it? You might as well change it, because after all, we want to enjoy our gardens, don't we? Right now, the biggest thing that I want to show you in this garden space are the Stella d'Oro daylilies. They're putting on a fabulous show. And right near the Stella d'Oro daylilies are the cranesbill geranium. I absolutely love daylilies. I think they add such impact in the garden space. I'll be showing you in a video soon my process for pruning back my cranesbill geranium. At this time of year, they are starting to look leggy. They put on a fabulous show probably about a week ago. But at this time, even though they're putting out a little bit of color, they are due for a nice hard cutback. And they'll reflash with more growth once we do that. But I want you to see in the late June, early July garden how beautiful these two plants complement each other. And right behind the daylilies are spirea. The spirea are also adding a nice pop of color in this space. We have more of the cranesbill geranium on this side of the flower bed. Those were just added this spring. But I really love the look of this area this time of year. There are a number of veronica or speedwell in this flower bed, and you can see that they are just budded up. And when they bloom, they put on a fabulous show. We have a beautiful verbascum in this flower bed. You can see that the bees are absolutely loving this plant. And what I like about the plant is that it puts out a nice vertical interest in this space, which is why I have it tucked in towards the center of this garden space. The Annabelle hydrangea is blooming and it's looking absolutely gorgeous. It's a nice tall hydrangea, so I have it tucked in towards the back of this garden area. And all budded up and just starting to bloom, in fact, are some of my different kinds of echinacea or coneflower. And many of these coneflower are coneflower that I winter sowed a few years ago. So it'll be fun to see what they look like when they're all blooming. This time of year, I really love looking at the different pops of pink and yellow in my garden space. I love my little pond that I have here along the front walkway. And surrounding the pond are a bunch of different kinds of mini hosta. Many of us know hosta to be quite large, and many of us want the large hosta. But what I enjoy is tucking in mini hosta around my little pond for that little impact. And along with the mini hosta, you have mini blooms. The calla lilies, as well as the coleus that we planted recently in container pots, are looking so pretty. I'm really enjoying them. and we made a few pots together. When it comes to your calla lilies, you want to make sure that you're cutting them back as soon as the blooms are starting to fade. So within a few days, a few of these will need to get cut back, and then the calla lily will end up pushing out new blooms. We've spent a lot of time working on this space along the walkway. We had planted a whole bunch of perennials here when we removed some rhododendrons. I called it an experiment, and I wanted to see how the plants would do. I've learned that this area definitely gets more sun than I thought. So on one hand, I'm a little sad because I'm going to have to remove these plants from here. But to be honest with you, my initial plan for this area was to put some lavender that I started from seed along my walkway. So I'm actually very excited to add that lavender here. We'll be doing that on a different day. And we can always find homes for a lot of these plants in the garden. That's the beauty of gardening, is always looking at our space and adjusting as we need to. Up along the walkway here, there are a whole bunch of different plants. We have coleus, there are some snapdragons, there's alyssum. We also have the trailing lobelia. There's coreopsis. There are a bunch of dahlias. In fact, I love putting my dwarf dahlias in pots. I really enjoy that. I like dahlias, but I don't love dahlias that you have to stake. It's a lot of maintenance. So when it comes to the dwarf dahlias, I just like tucking them into pots and containers. I like it to add the vertical height or vertical interest in a flower space. Just like lots of annuals and lots of perennials, dahlias definitely benefit from being deadheaded. So that's one of my goals this year, is to be better about coming in and deadheading those dahlias at a minimum on a weekly basis. But really, I should be coming out here at least 2, if not 3 times a week and checking on my dahlias and deadheading them. And you can see that the pollinators absolutely love the dahlias. Things are really filling in. These container pots with the dahlias have lamium as well as creeping jenny at the base. I tried to keep them very simple. I just like, again, using things that I already have and making my pots that way. When it comes to my coleus, I like to come out here about every 1 to 2 days and just check and see if I need to cut back any of the blooms. The blooms are pretty, but I prefer to not have blooms on my coleus plants. So you can see that all of the coleus are either starting to bloom or they're starting to bud up. These coleus were coleus that I started from seed, and they were seed that I collected, which is why there's a full range, a full spectrum and a mix of different types of coleus colors in here. Up along my walkway on the side, I call this the long border. There are a lot of things happening in here. We have a clematis that's been blooming and continues to bloom. It's looking so gorgeous. And then at the base of the clematis is a beautiful perennial. It's called the fringed bleeding heart. And if I continue to deadhead this, it will keep blooming for me. It blooms spring, summer, through fall, and it actually does well in full sun as well as shade. It's a wonderful plant to have in the garden. You'll notice that the peonies need to be cut back. It's all part of garden maintenance. The yellow colored flowers are a type of yarrow. It's called Moonshine. Really pretty. I love it for its silver colored leaves. We have some wax begonias that we started from seed earlier in the season. The pink colored flower that you see there is Sweet William. And I winter sowed that a few years ago, so it's blooming this year. And if I come in and start to deadhead this Sweet William, it'll continue blooming for me throughout the summertime. And I want you to notice in the distance the Stella d'Oro daylily, putting on a fabulous show this time of year. We have another clematis over here. And now you're starting to see the pops of yellow of the Stella d'Oro daylily coupled with the beautiful fringed bleeding heart. And in the distance there, you can see the echinacea is just starting to bloom. I love the speckled leaves of the lungwort or pulmonaria. And even though this garden space is full sun, I want you to notice that I have the lungwort in this area. I was worried that the leaves would not look as vibrant or bright, but I actually am enjoying them. I think they look really pretty in this space. This space changes so much. I really enjoy this area. In the distance there, you can see a hydrangea blooming. It's in my plant nursery, and I have plans for that hydrangea. Those are hydrangeas that are Annabelle hydrangeas, and I took hardwood cuttings of them a few years ago. So I know exactly where I'm going to be putting those. In fact, I'm looking in the distance and I'm seeing a lot of really pretty color down there. I need to shop my nursery soon. I'm planning on tackling this flower bed with you. I think it would be fun. We have the oxeye Shasta daisy that is due to be cut back. And another plant that's due to be pruned or cut back is the old-fashioned bleeding heart. I want you to see the yellow leaves in there. The plant is not dying, it's just going dormant for the season. And once we cut that back, it's going to be so satisfying. So I hope you join me when we tackle this flower bed together. We recently put this pot together. It has the dipladenia in it again. So we just need to be patient. If you live in a cold climate like I do and you overwinter your dipladenia, you will usually not see blooms on it until at least July. And that's just the way it goes, unless you have a heated greenhouse or anything like that. It's so worth the wait though. So as we wait for other perennials to start blooming in here, such as the coneflower or the great blue lobelia, we enjoy the yellow of the Stella d'Oro daylily. Another plant that's just starting to bud up, and this will bloom later in the season, is the Rudbeckia or black-eyed Susan. We added this in here, I believe it was 2 years ago, when I noticed that this flower bed was lacking color in the late summer, early fall months. So I'm really looking forward to the black-eyed Susan putting on a fabulous show this year. I want you to see, this is so tall. This is the coneflower, the purple coneflower. And it's just reaching for the sun in here. It wants to put on its fabulous display. And it's funny how some of them are budded up and some of them are now blooming. Look at this great color combination happening right here. We have the purple coneflower coupled with the bee balm, which I've been noticing that the hummingbirds have been all over that. And then you throw in the white of the oxeye Shasta daisy, as well as the yellow of the daylily here. And all four together are playing so nicely in this space. What's also looking so beautiful right now is the clematis. You can see there are a bunch of buds on there and then some blooms. We have more of the bee balm that's going to be blooming on this side of the garden bed. And as we make our way here, I don't know if you remember how hard we cut back these hydrangea. We cut them back really hard. That noise that you hear is the pileated woodpecker. And what's fun is this year, I'm really enjoying the Stelladoro daylilies at the base of the hydrangeas. I really couldn't enjoy them before because the hydrangea was so big and it was coming down to the ground. So we really cut it back hard. And pretty soon, probably our next garden tour, the hydrangea will really be opened up. They're currently just budded up, I would say. This variety with the red stems, this is called strawberry vanilla. And it's just so pretty. And the variety right next to it, I always forget its name. I'm going to pop it up on the screen. I would say it's a more common kind. It always escapes me. And then at the end here, we have another hydrangea that's currently just budded up. It looks so pretty when it's budded up like this, I feel. We put this container pot together and it's looking very pretty. It has the creeping Jenny as well as Dusty Miller. There's lamium, and then there's beautiful geraniums in here. And these are geraniums that I overwintered, bare root, and they've really filled in nicely in this container pot. The side walkway flower bed has a slight lull going on in it right now. I'm planning on making some big changes over in this area. But I want to show you there is a coneflower that's blooming in here, and it's called Paradoxa. It's very pretty. Also in this garden space, we have some echinacea. The other plant that I really want to show you that's looking pretty in this space is sea holly or eryngium. It's just barely starting to put on its beautiful blue display. If you don't have eryngium in your yard, you should consider it. It's really pretty. When it does go to seed, and if it drops its seeds, just keep in mind that you'll end up with a ton of this plant. So if you don't want that, you want to deadhead it as soon as it's done blooming. But I really just enjoy this plant so much. We have some beautiful globe thistle, and you can see that it's all budded up. And there are a lot of flower buds on this plant. It's going to put on a great display later in the season. Unfortunately, I did have to apply some powder to it because there were a bunch of insects that were attacking this plant. It's better to save the plant than let the plant go, I feel. At the base of the sea holly are some lilies, and you can see this lily is all budded up. Hopefully it'll be blooming by our next garden tour. But as we follow this lily down, we have another beautiful Asiatic lily. And I'm loving the bright orange color on this. Here at the side porch, we have two beautiful pots that we put together early in the season. And in the pots are zonal geraniums or pelargoniums that we overwintered bare root. And they've just been putting on such a great show. They've really filled in these pots. We also have a beautiful white-colored trailing lobelia. that we started from seed, and they were from seed that I collected. The same is true with this trailing lobelia on this side, the blue colored one. This was my patriotic red, white, and blue container pot that I wanted to put together. This guy is a trailing vinca, and it's trying, but it's getting swallowed up by all the other plants in there, which is totally fine. And even though there are a lot of blooms on here, you can see that there are still so many flower buds on here as well. Here on the side porch, we have some more container pots. We have the beautiful lamium. And I've been very diligent about coming in and deadheading this so that it can keep blooming for us. We also have Lysimachia that I was able to overwinter in my garage. I want you to see the leaf on this. Look how pretty that is. We have some impatiens, the beacon impatiens. They're just starting to bloom, and we have a whole bunch of flower buds on here. And we also have another container pot that looks identical on this side here. I rely heavily on different container pots in my garden. And since I do that, I really do try to make my container pots on a budget, because it can get very expensive quickly if you want to have this many pots in your garden. Here we are at the old arborvite bed. We worked on this very recently. And we just cleaned it up, did some deadheading, some pruning, and then we added a nice layer of mulch in this area. I enjoy this flower bed because it gets full sun, and I can really pack it with annuals, which is sometimes tricky in the landscape, I feel, to get annuals to pop in the landscape when you have a whole bunch of perennials. So kind of dedicating much of this flower bed to annuals is a lot of fun for me. And I like the pops of different colors that you see in this garden space. Peeking through around the corner here is my Hosta garden. I have Hosta in a few places in my yard, but I find that the Hosta really do well in this particular area. It's definitely quite shady. And it's pretty packed in there. What's fun about Hosta is not only does it come in different sizes, and there's variegated, there are different types of leaves, but then there are different blooms. Some are white, some are purple. So you can see that some of the blooms that are happening right now are more on the white side. Eventually we'll have some purple colored blooms. We talked about mini Hosta earlier, and I love using mini Hosta not only around my pond, but also around the base of my trees. Since where I live, I have a lot of trees around my landscape, and I like to use those trees to my advantage, both at the base of the trees as well as for vertical interest, adding the hanging baskets. I think that's a lot of fun too. Once again, in the hanging baskets, we have the lamium or dead nettle. There's the creeping jenny, and then we have impatiens. And I'm really enjoying the simplicity and yet fullness of the hanging baskets this year. I used to think that the hanging baskets need to be filled with annuals, and this year I've realized they don't. They can have some annuals tucked in there, but why not add splashes of perennials in there as well? I love this area of my shade garden. There are a lot of different beautiful plants tucked into this particular space. The first plant I want to talk about is the feverfew. This was a surprise to me plant that just showed up here last year, and I really love it. I think it's so pretty, so dainty. At the base of the feverfew, I need to come in and do some maintenance work, just deadheading, is a beautiful plant. It's a type of tiarella. Something's been digging in this area, but you can see that there's some beautiful ferns in here. That's the Japanese painted fern. We also have some epimedium with those little heart-shaped leaves. There are some gorgeous colors of heuchera in here that really make this shady area pop. There are some hellebores that just need a little bit of maintenance. I need to come in and clean those up a little. And then we also have the spotted leaves there, the lungwort or pulmonaria, peeking through. I want you to notice these beautiful leaves here. These big heart-shaped leaves, this plant is called ligularia. It's bottle rocket, and it is just budded up. And if you have a shady area of your yard and you want to add something that blooms, I highly recommend that plant. And then right behind it, it looks like a stilby, but it's not. That's called goat's beard. That's another great plant to have in a shade garden. I've also tucked in some hydrangeas towards the back of this bed, and those are the beautiful Annabelle hydrangeas. The fern that you see in the distance is a maidenhair fern. And then we just added this beautiful brunnera here earlier in the season. These large leaves that you see here, this is called bloodroot. And at this point, I need to come in here and cut the leaves back. They start to turn more of a yellow color, and the plant basically dies back to the ground during the summer months. But I want you to just step back and notice all the different colors happening here, texture. It's a lot of fun to play around with a shade garden. Oftentimes we think of shade gardens as a struggle, it can be kind of boring, but you can actually do a lot in a shade garden. For example, I've tucked in some astilbe in here, and you can see the astilbe is just starting to bud up. Another plant that's really fun to add in a shade garden, even though it prefers to be in the sun, is this plant right here that the bee is on. And that is a type of stackies. We have some more pops of astilbe, the pink as well as a white astilbe, and the blooms are just starting to go by. These pink little airy blooms that are on the heuchera. And in the distance, you'll just see lots more of the beautiful astilbe. So if you have a shady part of your yard, I'm really hoping that this tour gives you some ideas of plants that you can put in that shade garden of yours. This astilbe gets a little bit more sun, and it is quite tall. If I step back, I want you to just see. It's actually a very large astilbe. So it's fun to see in my yard the different heights of the different astilbe that we have here. And not only the height, but also the color. These are just budded up. Oftentimes I'll bring you into the weedy part of my backyard that I call work in progress. It might not be this year. I'm not sure when it will be, but I wanted to show you that there is a space that's weedy and it has some beauty in it. There's some astilbe. There's also a beautiful daylily in the back. At one time, the space was beautiful and it just got overrun, and that happens sometimes in our gardens. And I want to show you it because I don't want to hide it. I think it's worthwhile to show. I think it's important to know that we all have spaces like that, and that's okay. And amongst the chaos is beauty. There's a beautiful clematis that had already bloomed quite a bit, and it's just starting to go by. One of my goals when I eventually get to this space is to come in here and dig out some of the beautiful plants, because they really are beautiful plants. And as I work in certain areas of my yard, I can go shopping. I can come here, dig out plants and move them to spaces as I'm working on them. So in one way, we're emptying out a weedy part of the garden, but then we're moving some of these beautiful plants to areas that we're working on. I mean, who doesn't love astilbe? So I can literally come here and shop my own yard for some beautiful astilbe. Also tucked in this weedy part of my backyard, you can see in the distance we have some beautiful yarrow. It's the more common yarrow, as well as some astilbe. And I'm actually enjoying the pops of yellow in this weedy part of my yard, coupled with the purple of the spiderwort or Hydrangea. Look how pretty those two look near each other. They actually complement each other very nicely. So a lot more of the Stella d'Oro daylilies back here. Speaking of daylilies, the daylilies are just starting to put on their show. So we have what a lot of people refer to as ditch lilies. Well, I'm enjoying them, but I have plans for them. I'm going to be moving them down towards the end of my driveway behind a stone wall that I have there. And we have a daylily here. I don't know the names. A lot of these daylilies came from my mother-in-law's, and they also came just from backyard nurseries where I just purchased some. But this area is full of daylilies, all kinds of daylilies. So once they start blooming, I will definitely show you. And not only that, we're going to be coming in here and we're going to start digging a whole bunch of daylilies out of here. I want to basically work on this weedy part of my yard, and I have a lot of plans for it. And I'm going to be taking you along as we work on this area together. Here's another beautiful daylily. It's more of a red colored daylily. And this little guy is just tucked in here in the back. Look how pretty that is. We had worked on the vegetable garden together. And the first thing I want to point out is right here is where we just put some grass seed in here. And we've been very diligent about watering it. That's so important. If you're going to add some seed to your lawn or in a new space, you got to keep it well watered. We're also making sure we're not mowing it. We want to wait because the grass is so tender. And every so often I come out here and I just pull some of the bigger weeds that I see, because that's inevitable. If you're going to seed a new part of your yard, you're definitely going to get weeds. But I just don't want the weeds to overtake the grass seed. So even if it's manual effort, it's well worth it. I just come out here maybe once a week and just pull the bigger weeds. I leave the small ones and let them be. I just don't want the large weeds to compete against the grass. Towards the back of this vegetable garden space here are some peas. Some years, actually most years, I'm very successful with my peas, but because I had a lot of projects going on in the garden, I just wasn't as successful with my peas, and that happens. That's totally fine. I also have bush beans that are towards the front here, and they are just starting to bud up. And those look great. And we have the same type of plantings in this space here. Bush beans towards the front, and then peas towards the back. In this next space, these are primarily tomatoes, and I just added a bunch of alyssum at the base of the tomato plants. And I cut the alyssum back really hard. The other thing that I did was I came in and removed a bunch of the suckers off my tomatoes, or tomato plants, I should say. And I'm continuing to trellis them. I'm doing single stem trellising. But it's exciting to see that the tomatoes are starting on the plants. The tomatoes in this second garden space are also looking really good. So my goal for this year is to come out once a week and check on my tomato plants, remove the bottom leaves because I don't want any water to splash on the leaves and then cause any sort of disease. And then also remove any suckers so I can continue doing the single trellis, or single stem, I should say. I'm coming in with tomato fertilizer. It's by Espoma. Tomato Tone is what it's called. And I'm sprinkling that at the base every 2 weeks. So I'm really trying hard to baby my tomato plants this year. I definitely am more of a flower gardener than a vegetable gardener, but I love vegetables, and so does my husband. And I want to make sure that I learn from my experiences this year so I can be better next year. And then on this side here are the cucumbers. And they are looking good. We've been having some heat, and you can see we have drip irrigation set up in here as well. So we're making sure that our plants are getting the water that they need. But I'm really pleased with how my vegetable garden is looking this year. The rose garden is putting on a beautiful display. In fact, I would say about a week ago, it was really at its peak, and I wasn't able to show you it. But what I'll do is pop up on the screen what it was looking like. It's still looking very pretty right now. The big thing is I need to come in here and deadhead my roses. I have a bunch of knockout roses in here, and I'm loving their color. There was a beautiful yellow colored rose that really I need to come in and just deadhead that. And I want to explain about the leaves. They look a little bit shiny color. Basically, we have irrigation that has rust in the water. So when that rusty water hits all my roses, it just discolors them a little bit. And it's just the nature of the way it is. It's not really something I can change easily, and that's fine. This is a beautiful drift rose, and it's just starting to go by. It was looking so pretty a week ago, but you can see the color of it. Very, very pretty. I do need to come in here and do a bunch of maintenance. I'll be bringing you in when we do that. There are some annuals that have gone to seed that I would like to remove, so we'll do some of that and cut back our roses, add some mulch. This beautiful rose here. Many of these roses, I don't have the names or the tags for them. A lot of these came from Home Depot or Lowe's at the end of the season on clearance. But I really do enjoy this space. I love the color that my rose garden puts out. One thing I'd like to do in the rose garden is add some lavender to the outer part of this garden, because I do have so much lavender that I started from seed. And I think the lavender would look really pretty on the outside part of this garden space. Lots of beautiful different colors of roses in here. The white colored flowers that you see are wax begonias, and they're begonias that started from seed. And then this yellow colored or orange colored flower is a coreopsis. So when we come in here and do maintenance, we're going to be pruning those back so that they look tidier and they bloom again for us. They'll send out more blooms. There's a rose here that I had started from hardwood cuttings, and it really is so pretty. It's a lot of fun being able to propagate roses from cuttings. I especially love what this looks like in its tiny bud form. Isn't that beautiful? And then we have another drift rose here that's just starting to go over. But you can see the beautiful white flowers. Here on my back porch, I just want to show you, I have some more window boxes using many of the same plants that we've already talked about today. But these have really filled in. They're looking very lush, very beautiful. The back porch needs to be cleaned. It needs to be power washed. So I'm purposely showing an angle where you don't see my back porch. That should be happening this week though. Look at all the flower buds on this container pot, or window box, I should say. So let's talk about this area. I had a number of trees removed in this area, and I wasn't sure about the light situation, what kind of light this area would get. It used to be a very, very shady part of my yard, and the trees that were removed were all along here. A bunch of the trees were hanging over my house. They had to be removed. So I bought something on Amazon that basically calculates the sun, whether an area is full sun, part shade, or full shade. Now, I know you might think that's silly, that I really could just calculate it myself, but I want to do that in all areas of my garden because let's be honest, do we really know if a garden space in our yard is full sun or part sun? Usually we know, but when we have trees removed, it just changes everything. Or if we had a small tree, if we had a small tree that has become very large, now what? So I put the small indicator tool out in this area yesterday, and I kept it out here from 7 a.m. until 7 p.m. And it told me that this area is full sun. Now I have plants in here that are struggling this year. And it's not because they need water. This area right here has had irrigation in it for well over a month. And you can see that the Hosta are struggling. That is not a bad problem to have. I don't have a lot of full sun in my yard, so I'm actually excited to know that this area is full sun. So I guess what I'm saying is we are going to have so much fun playing in this area and adding a whole bunch of full sun plants in here. And the best part is I know exactly where we're going to get those full sun plants from. We're not going to go to a garden center. We're not going to go shopping. We're going to shop my own yard, and we're going to start with the area back over there where I have a whole bunch of peonies, and they were put there temporarily because I didn't know where to put them. So we will be shopping this area for peonies. We also have the daylilies we talked about earlier, a whole bunch of different daylilies. So not a problem when it comes to this new full sun area of the garden. It's opportunity. And you can see we've been adding more drip irrigation in here. We're getting ready for this project. So I really can't wait. And the best part is, as I start looking at my garden space and figuring out which areas are really full sun and which ones are truly shade. I can take a lot of the plants that are in here that thrive in shade, and I can just put them in those shady areas. So I'm really looking forward to this project. Another plant that thrives in shade is this plant right here. It's European wild ginger. And I can tell you that it used to be a much glossier green leaf to it, and it's a little on the yellow side. And it's not because it's lacking water or nutrients, it's because it's getting too much sun here. And the same is true for a lot of the heuchera in here. These heuchera usually thrive, and they're like, get us out of here. We need to be in the shade. I hear you, heuchera. I hear you. So I had to talk about this in this garden tour video because let's face it, this area is not looking as lush as it usually does, and that's totally fine. I see opportunity. I do want to mention though, because we removed those trees, the lawn has never looked that good in this area as it does this year. And it's because that it's getting a lot more sun here. So I'm very happy about that. I do have more container pots on the trees here, and it's more of the Diplodenia. So I'm hopeful by our next garden tour, they'll be blooming. So this area here, I'm pretty sure is probably part sun. But the little indicator tool that I have, you can see it's right there. I placed it here at 7 a.m. this morning. It's going to tell me after 12 hours what this space is. But I want you to see the Hosta in the back. They look a lot nicer. But as we move this way, that's where the Hostas start to not look so nice. So right here we have more beautiful astilbe. This is the season of astilbe, late June. The heuchera also look gorgeous as we go down this way. So I have a fun story. We have a boxwood here, and we recently added a boxwood there. And this boxwood came from that boxwood. Both of these boxwood were in my bay window flower bed. And we tried to remove the boxwood, this one, and this one came out, and it's gotten bigger. So it's basically 2 for 1. And this boxwood here, we moved it during a hot time of the year, but I basically told myself I want it out this year. I want it out. So I just have been coming in every day and watering it, and we'll see how it does. So in this space here, we have a few things that are blooming. We have the beautiful coral bells that are still blooming. They have a nice spray of pink. And then the other coral bell next door is also just starting to look beautiful. We have a nice red daylily that's blooming here. And then we have some Stella d'Oro daylilies that are blooming here. And then all budded up is my Stokes aster. This is my first full year of having the Stokes aster, so I'm still learning about this plant. We have a beautiful sedum, variegated sedum here. And right behind it is mountain bluet. I've come in and deadheaded it once. I also came in and deadheaded the geum. So I'm not sure if they're going to bloom again for me. I thought that they both bloom if you deadhead them, but time will tell. And this is a garden space that we worked on last year. And I'm really happy with how it's looking, because last year this space pretty much only had Stella d'Oro daylilies in it. So we added a whole bunch of other plants in here. So I'm pretty sure this area of my yard is more of a shade garden. I don't know about full shade or part shade. The little indicator will tell me that. And this is a freebie plant, a Rebecca. It's probably the annual Rebecca. It's budded up. And we have a daylily in here. We actually have a hodgepodge of things. I don't remember putting this Asiatic lily in here, but you can see that it should be blooming hopefully by our next garden tour. This space we worked on 2 years ago, and we tucked in a whole bunch of different plants, a lot of daylilies. And even though I feel like it's not a very sunny part of my yard, the big thing is the daylilies do bloom. They might not put on a spectacular show because they're not in full sun, but nevertheless, they put some color in this area. And another plant that seems to do well here, and you can see it all budded up, is coneflower. And these plants might reach for the sun a little bit, but that's okay. The fact that they bloom in here makes me happy. And I have a bunch of different types of coneflower in here. A lot of coneflower that I winter sowed. So that'll be fun to show you once they start blooming. And this daylily over here is all budded up. A few of them are. The lilac bed needs a little bit of work. We have mums, perennial mums. I need to come in and do their final cutback. And I like to do that before the 4th of July. And the reason for cutting them back is so that they get bushier. And the reason for cutting them back before the 4th of July is to ensure that I have blooms for this season. Although one year I cut them back, it was like July 10th, and I still had blooms. So there's a little bit of wiggle space in there, I think. Another reason for cutting back the mums, well, you can see they're hiding the beautiful display of the Stella d'Oro daylilies that are tucked right behind them. So for that reason, I'm bringing you down here to show you the Stella d'Oro daylilies. And there are other daylilies tucked in here as well that will bloom after the Stella d'Oro daylilies. Near the, what I call the driveway garden bed, some maintenance needs to be done down here. I need to come in and cut back all of the daffodils. I want to add a nice fresh layer of mulch. I need to do some weeding, but I wanted to show you a couple of things down here. We planted some astilbe down in this area last year, and it's looking really pretty. And I'm noticing that it's a little sparse as we head towards that tree. And I have the same astilbe in my nursery area. So we're going to go shop our nursery and we're going to plant them all in here because why not? And I want to show you that the impatiens are finally just starting to take off. It took them a while, as well as the coleus. So when we come in here and we cut back the daffodils, we weed out all the little maple tree seedlings. You can look at all the maple tree seedlings. There's so many. Then the impatiens will really shine. And I think once we add that fresh layer of mulch, it will look so much better in here also. The hanging baskets along my driveway continue to really put on a nice show. And I've shown you in previous videos, I come in for deadheading and I just pinch off the blooms. And if you pinch off the blooms, you're telling your lamium or dead nettle to continue blooming for you. I'm also giving this a fertilizer. I like to give Miracle Grow, and I'm doing that about once a week. Again, hanging baskets, you can get them for pretty cheap and fill them with just plants from your own garden or plants that you started from seed. And I think that they just make such a nice impact in the yard. You can see I have a bunch along the driveway here. Here we are in my backyard plant nursery, and I haven't spent a lot of time in my nursery during the last few weeks. I need to come down here. I need to do maintenance, and I need to shop my nursery for my own yard. So let me take you in and show you some things that are down here. I have some Asiatic lilies that I'm going to be pulling for myself. There are also some beautiful daylilies that are budded up. There must be an arrangium that's tucked in here that needs to be pulled out. I have a beautiful mallow that I winter sowed probably last year. Oh, and look, I have a phlox. It should be a tall phlox. It's a short phlox. I need to grab that. There's the astilbe I was telling you about. We're going to grab every single astilbe and we're going to be planting those. And right behind the astilbe is a beautiful penstemon. And I don't have penstemon really in my yard. It came from my weedy part of my backyard, so we need to grab those. The bee balm in this little patch here is just budded up. And the other thing that's all budded up are my coneflowers. I have not listed them for sale yet because I need to wait till they bloom and I want to see what they look like because there's some in here that I don't have in my landscape. So I'll be shopping my coneflower very soon within the next week. The Zagreb coreopsis is all budded up and it's just starting to bloom. And that's a plant that I had a big patch of it in my yard and I removed it. I like it, but I just need to think a little harder about where I'm going to put it. Here's another plant that I used to have in my landscape and I removed it. I like it again, but I need to think about where I'm going to put it. And this is called evening primrose or sundrops. And you can see that the pollinators love this plant. I mean, why wouldn't they, right? A few of the plants that I'm showing you here, like the evening primrose or the Zagreb coreopsis, they just spread a little too fast for my liking. But I don't think that's a bad thing. I just need to think very hard about where I want to put them in my landscape. I have some oxeye Shasta daisy that's blooming. There's a beautiful monarda. I only have one, and I need to move that and put that in my landscape so it can actually multiply. Look at the beautiful colors of the chocolate chip ajuga, the purple, coupled with the sedum that we have here. We have the nice blooms on it. And then we have some white here, and that's the English lawn daisy. And they're all low growing. They would actually look really pretty towards the front of a flower bed. I'm in my nursery going, wait a minute, I have some beautiful color here. I need to grab all of it. We have the common yarrow, the white, coupled with this little veronica here, or speedwell. And then we have some beautiful coneflower right there. Now these I definitely need to grab. I put these down here last year and I wasn't sure where I was going to put them. They're a beautiful Asiatic lily, and you can see I have another one down at the end there. So now that they're blooming, I need to grab those. There's some coreopsis in here. There's a really pretty veronica. Oh my goodness. We need to go shopping. Do you want to go shopping with me? Let's go shop my nursery together and get these planted. And then over in the distance there, I see some beautiful Shasta daisy I need to snag. And on a different day, we'll be coming in here and snagging the beautiful Annabelle hydrangea and planting them out in the landscape. We're upstairs on my bedroom balcony looking down at the garden. And I just want to show you what my backyard looks like from up here. It just gives you a different perspective of things. There's the Hosta garden right there. And my beautiful petunias that I started from seed are still looking so gorgeous up here. I have 4 window boxes, and I really am enjoying this space. And the petunias are clearly very happy. This is one of the only areas in my yard where I can put full sun-loving plants. So for that reason, it's totally worth growing petunias from seed. And these are petunias that I collected the seeds, and so there's a mix of different ones in here. Aren't they just so pretty? Some of the petunias that are in here are also petunias that I got the seeds from Dollar Tree. Well, you see, I have a bunch of pots there. I'll be working on those later today. And where the ditch lilies are, everyone calls them the common ditch lilies. You have to admit, though, they look pretty right there in the distance. I hope you enjoyed this late June garden tour. I can't wait to show you how the garden is waking up during the month of July. Happy gardening, friends. Hey, budget gardeners, Vita Loca here. Join me as we do a mid-July garden tour. There is a lot in bloom, so let's get started. We are on the south side of my house, and this begins what I call the long border. You can see there are some beautiful colors in here. I absolutely love my bee balm, or monarda, and not only do I love it, so do the hummingbirds. Years ago, I used to put up hummingbird feeders, but I no longer do that because I found that there are plenty of flowers in the yard blooming at all different times that attract all sorts of pollinators, including the hummingbirds. At the base of the bee balm, we have a beautiful daylily, and it's a reblooming daylily called Stella d'Oro. I've been pretty diligent about coming in here and deadheading it and cleaning it up at least 1 to 2 times a week. They are due for another cleanup. The more that you deadhead your reblooming daylilies, the more that they'll bloom for you. Plus, it just keeps any daylily nice and tidy and clean. There are 3 beautiful colors in here. Other than the yellow of the daylilies as well as the red of the bee balm, you can see a small pop of the coneflower or echinacea. I would say coneflower is one of my favorite perennials in the yard, but it's really hard because there are so many beautiful perennials that are blooming currently in my garden. As we move along the long border, there are a number of hydrangeas that are just starting to bloom, and I love them for their height as well as their creamy white flowers. There are more daylilies and more hydrangeas as we move along the long border, and I want you to see as we peek down the long border, there is an explosion of color. The reason I call this the long border is it's, first of all, a very long flower bed, but also I want to let you know that you can only access this flower bed on one side, on this side where the lawn is, because if you peek over towards the back, it actually just goes down into the woods there. So for that reason, I try really hard to layer this flower bed so that we have taller plants, trees, shrubs towards the back and shorter plants towards the front. I'm always experimenting in all my flower beds. I mention it in many of my videos that gardening is a process and it should be something that we enjoy. What gives me a lot of joy is trying to find plants that bloom at different times of the year so that I have interest going at all times. And I do try to layer my plants so that I have shorter plants towards the front and taller plants towards the back. I don't really have any sort of a theme when it comes to colors, but I just like a whole bunch of different colors and I like flowers blooming at different times of the year. The spotted leaves that you see here are lungwort or pulmonaria. They looked really pretty when they were blooming during the early spring months, but now they add a nice interest towards the front of this flower bed. And right near it, they're all budded up. This is Rebecca or black-eyed Susan. I added this in here a few years ago because I noticed that during the middle to end of summer, my garden had a little bit of a lull. And I want you to notice that they are all budded up. They are ready to go. And they are going to be blooming for us as soon as the coneflowers start to fade and as soon as the bee balm starts to fade. Towards the back of the flower bed, the creamy white flowers that you see, that's Annabelle hydrangea. And we recently added those into this garden space. I wanted to add a little bit of white, and I thought that that was a perfect mix inside of this space. This flower bed has a lot of things that have already gone by. You wouldn't even know that they're here, like the peonies or the daffodils. And that's the beauty, is trying to come up with those combinations where as soon as plants go by, other plants appear. For example, the leopard's bane has already gone by, and you can see its beautiful heart-shaped leaves here. The same is true with the iris. Those have gone by. And then we recently came in and added these beautiful little purple flowers, and they're just small plants right now, but within the next few years, they will take off. That is betony. And right near the betony is the beautiful coneflower. Right behind both of those plants, they're just popping up. That is the great blue lobelia. That is another wonderful late summer plant. That will bloom shortly after the Rebecca. We had come in here and we had cut back the oxeye daisy, a type of Shasta daisy. And hopefully they should be putting out another flush of blooms later in the summer. The beautiful clematis is still blooming and looking really pretty in this space. And I love the height that it gives this area. When it comes to plants, I love annuals and perennials equally. But in this long border, I really try hard to pack it with the perennials. And the plants really repeat themselves in this flower bed. I enjoy that because I like to stand back and I like to just see the same colors repeating themselves. I also like to add that element of vertical interest. So here we have another clematis, and it's going to bloom hopefully by our next garden tour. I want you to see all the flower buds on there. I really enjoy growing my gardens through seed, through division, basically through propagation, even through cuttings. You really can garden on a budget when you do that. We have another clematis on this trellis. It may or may not bloom for us this season. We'll have to wait and see. We recently added small pops of red down the long border because I noticed I was missing the bee balm. And we shopped my yard, we shopped my plant nursery, and I want you to just see how they're looking. They're looking so pretty. We already had the coneflower in here, so we have that nice pop of purple, and then we added some more of the hydrangeas, the Annabelle hydrangeas. And those were hydrangeas that I grew from hardwood cuttings. I want to give you some updates on some container pots. We just barely potted up this Martha Washington geranium. So by our next garden tour, it should really be filling in. I like to put pots and containers on top of tree stumps in my yard. I feel like it's whimsical, it adds a little bit of interest. And then in this container pot, we have some lobularia or alyssum that we started from seed. And then we also have a beautiful diplodenia that I overwintered in my garage, and it now has some buds on it. Usually when you overwinter plants like that, especially in cool areas where I live in New Hampshire, zone 5B, the diplodenia take their time to bloom, but it's so well worth it. And if I can overwinter that plant each year, I figure why not? Tucked in, you can see near the ground there is a beautiful rose. I just wanted to point that out. I do have a few roses tucked into this space here. Towards the back of this long border, there are a bunch of different shrubs. There are forsythias, there are small leaf rhododendrons, there are even a number of Korean lilacs tucked in back here. There's a little bit of a space open here for opportunity. We recently cut back a large, old fashioned bleeding heart. So I'm thinking about what I'm going to put there. But this space has really evolved over the last number of years. It really has come into its own. Since I have a lot of trees in my yard, I like to take advantage of that. And I have a number of hanging baskets all throughout my yard. I love that look. I think it just adds, again, I'm always looking for that vertical interest, just to add a little bit of element of surprise in a garden space. As we round the corner of this long garden bed, I want to show you some really beautiful things in here. We have the fringed bleeding heart, and this plant will bloom spring, summer through the fall as long as I keep it deadheaded. There is also a beautiful yarrow. It's moonshine, that's the variety, and that's been adding a nice yellow color in this space. And then towards the front of the yarrow is a beautiful begonia, a wax begonia that I started from seed. I love the color of the leaves in this area. The purple colored flower you see is a perennial, and that is scabiosa. It will bloom for me the whole season as long as I keep it deadheaded. The clematis here is starting to go by. It looked really pretty when it was blooming. And other than enjoying the bloom itself, look how pretty this looks after the bloom has gone by. Basically, when it starts creating its seed pod. I think that's equally as gorgeous. Along my driveway, I have the repeating hanging baskets that just add those nice pops of color. And I like to make my container pots on a budget. I use perennials like this one. This is Creeping Jenny. And look how bright the color looks in here. We also have a beautiful lamium or dead nettle. And if I'm diligent about deadheading it, it will keep blooming for me. And then a whole bunch of different colored beacon impatiens. And I never know what color they're going to be because I collect my own seeds. So I always enjoy the different colors that I get. Now I'm going to bring you towards the driveway garden. And this area is really fun. I really enjoy this space. Much of my yard is either full shade or part shade. And it's in areas where it can be pretty dry, which can be challenging, but I'm up for the challenge. We recently planted some astilbe in this little pocket here, and it's looking pretty good. Just to add a little bit of color here, but you can see there is a lot of color happening in this very shady part of my yard. I had planted a bunch of the beacon impatiens that we started from seed this winter, as well as the coleus that we started from seed. I like to collect my own seeds of all my annuals, so I'll be showing you later this season how I do that. We have a hydrangea that's in the center of the bed here. But as we wait for that hydrangea to change its color, just look how pretty these impatiens are finally looking. I had mentioned in my previous garden tour, just wait, they will eventually take off. And boy, have they. They're really happy here. It's always tricky putting annuals in the landscape, I feel, especially in shady situations like this. But with a little creativity, a little bit of time, you can find that perfect combination. And since I still have plenty of coleus and impatiens that need to get in the ground, I'm planning to come in here very soon and just pack in more of those flowers because they really need to get in the ground. We have some perennials in here as well that are blooming, and those are a beautiful astilbe. I got these for free last year. Someone on Facebook Marketplace wanted to have some help with cleaning out her flower beds. Myself, as well as a few other people, went and helped her out. And at that time, I went in and divided each of the plants that I had dug up. We recently planted some of these in this space because I needed to fill it in more, and I'm loving it. In a recent video, together we planted the Annabelle hydrangeas all around the yard. So 2 of them ended up in this area here. And once they get much larger and established, I think they're really going to be pretty. Just imagine coming up the driveway and seeing those Annabelles blooming. It's going to look so nice. I'd mentioned I like to plant things around trees. You can see there in the distance, I have a type of coral bells or heuchera. And I love it because it's a little bit red. So along with the green leaves that you see in here, I think that red is a nice complement. And as we move this way, you can see we have more of those beautiful red leaves at the base of this tree. Just for perspective, there's the main road down there. And when you come up my driveway on the right is my plant nursery where I sell plants, mostly perennials. And you see the long border up along the driveway on the right. But when you come up the driveway on the left, there's what I call my driveway bed. And from the driveway bed, we're going to head over to what I call the lilac bed, which is right there. I recently spent 2 days just cleaning up this flower bed. Part of that was just regular maintenance, and that included edging the flower bed, coming in and cutting back all of my creeping phlox, which is towards the front of the bed, just to keep it nice and tidy. And after I cut back the creeping phlox, I gave it some 10-10-10 fertilizer, just to keep it looking nice and green as a ground cover. I also came in and cut back my perennial mums. You usually want to do that by the 4th of July, and that keeps them from getting too big and flopping over. The perennial mums that are in here are a yellow color, so they were cut back pretty hard. After I cut them back, I gave them some 10-10-10 fertilizer. Pretty soon, I'm going to be coming in here and digging and dividing the perennial mums and moving them around, and I'll show you my process for doing that. I also came in here and deadheaded a bunch of my daylilies, and that can be a daily process if you want it to be. But like I said, at a minimum, I come out once a week and do that process just to keep things tidy. Some of the other things that I did in this flower bed was a lot of weeding. We have many maple trees, and they drop their little seedlings. So I came in and I pulled out all the maple tree seedlings, as well as weeds, and then put in a nice layer of mulch. Some other things that I did was towards the back, I have yucca, and I just cleaned them up. I cut back the leaves at the base because towards the center is where all the new growth is for the season. And that also made it easier for me to clean out the leaf litter and to just do weeding and put the mulch around it. We had also added another Annabelle hydrangea towards the back here. At the bottom of the lilac tree are a bunch of heuchera, darker colored heuchera, and they're looking very happy. We also have some millennium allium tucked in towards the back. And as I was working in this space, I got thinking, with the millennium allium, they're a little tucked in. So I wondered to myself, do you really see them? Do you not? So I'm thinking a little bit more about that. And I'd shown you in a previous video my process for dividing those alliums because I had only bought one and now I have four. Also tucked back towards the back here are a number of sedum. Now this flower bed is definitely not full sun, and some of these plants do better in full sun. So I need to think a little bit more about the plants that are tucked in towards the back here and what I want to remove as well as what I want to add. Our gardens are always changing, and I think that's what makes it fun. I call it pivoting. We're always pivoting and moving around plants. So when it comes to basically cleaning up garden spaces, I try to tackle one flower bed at a time. So I have left off in this flower bed. And then as we continue this way, this is where I'll be working next. Towards the front of this flower bed, there are a bunch of lamb's ear. And we put them here last year. I thought they would look really pretty. And what I'm noticing is the irrigation is hitting them. And our irrigation has rusty water in it, which is discoloring the leaves. So for that reason, I am going to have to move the lamb's ear because lamb's ear is very pretty with its silver colored foliage. But when it has the rust water hitting it, it doesn't look as attractive. So that's okay. We have other areas where we can tuck those in. This is the season of the daylilies. They are in their absolute glory. It's quite early in the morning right now, so they're not fully open. What I'm planning to do is I will be putting in basically pictures of a whole bunch of the daylilies that are blooming. So I'm going to insert that right now. I've been monitoring the light levels in my flower beds. This particular flower bed is considered part shade, but you can see that I'm pushing the limits and I've added plants in here that still do okay, even if they reach for the sun, or maybe they won't bloom to their fullest potential. So other than the daylilies that you've seen, we also have coneflower or echinacea. So even if a tag says full sun, you can sometimes play around with plants and tuck them into areas that maybe are not full sun. So remember I mentioned about the little maple tree seedlings? That's what I'm talking about. And someone had recently commented about how do I keep my flower beds weed free. I keep it weed free by coming out and weeding them and then putting down a nice layer of mulch. Someone else had asked me, because I live near the woods, don't I get, branches and things like that that fall? And I want to show it because it's important to show it. I definitely do. Whenever I'm out working in these flower beds, I get all sorts of branches, limbs, you name it. It's bound to happen when you live in an area like I do, where there are a lot of trees. And one of my goals a number of years ago was to push the limits, to basically make flower beds where the lawn ends and where the woods begin. If I hadn't done that, I wouldn't have as much space for flower beds in my yard. And I remember looking into that, going on Pinterest, going on YouTube, looking for inspiration where the lawn ends and where the woods begin, because that can be a really tricky way to garden, I feel. And that's why I love sharing my videos with you, because maybe you have a small piece similar to this where you're not sure what to do because you live in a very wooded area. And I want you to notice I took the coral bells or heuchera and I've divided them over the last few years. And I'm trying to play with different colors, different veining on the leaves. And I just kind of repeat the pattern towards the front of this area. Once again, this area is considered either part shade or part sun, I forget. But I've tried to tuck in plants in here that can possibly still bloom in those conditions. And I'm only going to go over the plants that are currently blooming. So, for example, right here we have the beautiful Stokes aster, and it is just either budded up or just starting to bloom. We also have Centaurea or mountain bluet, and I've been pretty diligent about coming in and deadheading it. And so for that reason, it continues to put out some blooms for me. This area that we're looking at right now is the north side of my house. And before we continue going that way, I want to turn this way. This is the front of my house. And remember I talked about the rusty water? That's what it ends up doing. And I can come in one day when I have time and just clean that up. But let's go over the flowers that are in this space. This is an area that I worked on yesterday. My husband helped me. And thank goodness for that because there was a lot to do in here. And I want to go over that with you. So there are either changes that are going to happen in this bed, or I want to talk about what I recently did in this bed. So let's do that really quickly. Right towards the front here, we have a hardy geranium, a perennial geranium. It's a cranesbill, Max Frey. And I came and pruned it pretty hard. I also came in here and deadheaded all of the Stella d'Oro daylilies. They did bloom really beautifully. I missed it. I wasn't able to show you. So right now what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop up on the screen how beautiful this area looked last year because it was the same effect, but 1 year ago. And then we have the beautiful speedwell or veronica, the purple colored flowers that are now putting on a great show. They're just starting to bloom. And by next week, they'll look even more beautiful. My septic tank is located right here, smack in the middle. So for that reason, I don't like to plant anything right there. So when the yellow daylilies were blooming, just imagine we have the yellow, we have the pink of the spirea. There's also the purple of the veronica or speedwell. And then you couple in with the beautiful white of the hydrangea that's in the back there. And that's an Annabelle hydrangea. And that's a lot of beautiful colors going on in my mid-July garden. So let's talk about some of the changes that are going to happen in here. In this bay window bed, I'd like to add 3 window boxes. And I think that would look really pretty just to add a little bit of height and color. Also, I want to remove the other boxwood. We removed one already this season. Remove the other boxwood. And then see this really tall plant right here? This is Montauk daisy. It's getting close, but I need to come back in here and cut it back one more time. And then what will happen is it will be more bushier and it won't be so tall. But nevertheless, I want to move the Montauk daisy later in the season, probably early fall, and I want to move it to either side of the hydrangea because it gets tall and I think it would look really pretty back there. So those are some of my goals for this space. So I'm just showing you this angle right here. So this empty space right here is where the boxwood got removed. I have some verbascum that's currently blooming and it's looking really pretty. My husband came in here with me yesterday and went to town with removing a whole bunch of the lupin. As some of you know, I had it everywhere in this area. So it got nice and cleaned up. And even though it's early morning, this little bee is going to town. We also have some beautiful echinacea or coneflower. And these are coneflower that I winter sowed. I've made many videos showing you my process for winter sowing. And one thing I want to share with you, friends, is be patient when it comes to your perennials. When you winter sow perennials, they may not bloom for you for 2 years. But look at these perennials. All of these echinacea were echinacea that I winter sowed. So it really is worth it. You just have to be patient. That's all. So we're looking down the front walkway, and this is going to be an unfiltered video. I want you to see everything going on in my yard. I don't want to hide it. So there are a lot of things happening right there. I'll go over that with you. And I have a package here. So let's go over some of the flowers. These container pots are not full and lush because we just put them together recently, but they are starting to fill in. When it comes to adding irrigation, I don't worry so much about doing it perfectly because it's not that important to me. It's more important to just get them hooked up to water. And the same is true with my container pots. Many times my container pots are just old container pots that I have on hand, and it's all good. We have lamium. That's a perennial in my zone. We also have creeping Jenny. There is the beautiful variegated vinca vine that is not hardy in my zone, so I can buy it every year, but I choose not to. Instead, I overwinter that in my garage. And then we have some beautiful calla lilies, and I also overwinter those in my garage rather than buy them every year. In this pot, we have alyssum, and again, we just barely planted these, so they're taking their sweet time. And then we also have the diplodenia that I overwintered in my garage. By our next garden tour, this one should be blooming. So there's my front door. I'm peeking around the corner here. There's my front porch. And I want to show you how pretty these window boxes are looking. They are finally filling in. I have many of the same plants in my yard that I've already shown you. We have the beautiful lamium, which is a perennial. And I want to show you that because it's so nice to be able to just tuck in those perennials. We also have the beacon impatiens, which we started from seed. And then trailing down towards the front is an annual, I believe it's an annual in my area. It's a type of Lismachia. And I've been able to overwinter that the last number of years in my garage. We have 2 container pots here that we put together, and they are now just starting to really fill in. We have the beautiful lobularia or alyssum that we started from seed together. Very pretty purple colored flower. They are starting to look a little bit leggy this time of year. I've made videos showing how to prune alyssum. I'll link them down below. I am planning on coming in here and pruning back my alyssum. It's hard to do because look at them. They are blooming. They're giving us color. But we want them to be a little more compact and tight and not so leggy. Then trailing from the front here is more of the variegated vinca, which every year I divide and turn into more plants for myself. We have more of the beautiful perennial creeping Jenny that adds that nice chartreuse color. And then we have the gorgeous dahlia. And this is filled with buds, but you can at least see what the color looks like. I've been pretty diligent about coming in here and fertilizing all my container pots. And also when it comes to the dahlias, deadheading those dahlias. And in this container pot, I also have been coming in and deadheading it, but you can see the color. It's going to be like a nice dark color flower here. I have a pond in my front yard here, and I still have much maintenance to do around this space. So on a different day, I'm going to bring you in and we're going to work around the pond. This whole area has really been work in progress for me, but that's part of gardening, right? We're always working on our spaces. I do want to show you down there are 2 windows. One of my goals is to also add some window boxes there. I think that would look really pretty because we removed some large rhododendrons from this space, and I think window boxes would look beautiful just to kind of carry that repetition down this way. One thing I noticed about my mini hosta that are around my pond is that some mini hosta do well out here with the amount of sun that they get, and some not so much. So what I'm planning to do is come in here and remove some of the mini hosta, like those ones there that don't look so good. I need to do some weeding, and then I'm going to divide the mini hosta that I have in here and move them around. And then I also have some more smallish hosta in my backyard garden that I'm going to put in this area. But you can see that the mini hosta are now starting to bloom. Mini hosta with mini blooms. How sweet is that? Along the walkway here, the annuals are finally starting to fill in. These are all annuals that we started from seed. So we have a lot of coleus. There are a number of alyssum plants that are out here. In the container pots, it's the same repeating plants. They're all budded up, but they're not quite blooming yet, or they've bloomed and I've deadheaded them. So, and what those plants are the dahlias. However, in this pot here, it does have a few dahlias that are blooming. Look how pretty that color is. We do have a perennial that's tucked into this flower bed that's providing some beautiful color, and that's a lance leaf coreopsis. Other than the alyssum towards the front of the flower bed, we also have a number of trailing lobelia plants, just to add in those little pops of purple or blue. And I like mixing in the different colors of lobelia. I'll definitely be collecting their seeds pretty soon. We have snapdragons that are in this flower bed. I had come in and cut them back pretty hard because I wanted them to branch. And I'm really pleased with the fact that I did that. I've chatted with a number of you, and I've heard you that it's really, really hard to cut back plants to get them to bush out. I think it's one of the scariest things as gardeners that we feel because we love our plants so much. But I've mentioned it in videos before that sometimes it's so important to do that because when we cut back our plants a little bit, they'll produce even better for us. For example, look at this coleus. It's really branched out because I've been diligent about pinching it. There's a beautiful, beautiful snapdragon down there. I can't wait to show you what it looks like. I tell myself every year I'm not going to grow snapdragons. But then I looked at this one and I said, why wouldn't I? So pretty. Now, if you're wondering what the variety is of that, I collect my own seeds of all my annuals, including my snapdragons. So I don't have a specific variety name. But I want to encourage you to collect your own seeds of your annuals and grow them this winter with me. I'll show you the whole process. You can grow along with me no matter what zone you're in, no matter how big garden you have, and no matter what kind of grow light system you have. We can do it together. You can start small, but you can really fill in a space on a budget like this. So all of these areas have been weeded, they've been edged, and you can see where the irrigation hits the mulch, and that's why it's a little bit darker there. In this space here, we had worked on this together. We had planted some of the beautiful gomphrena that we had started from seed. They are still pretty small because we just barely planted them in the ground, but we still have much summer left, and I can't wait until they fill out. And then we also planted a number of alyssum plants. We had cut them back pretty hard. So when our next garden tour happens, I can't wait to show you what they look like when they're really blooming. We have more dahlias in pots along with the perennials that I've already shown you, the creeping jenny and lamium. I also want to show you in this space, there are teeny tiny little seedlings of pansies. This is what I call my pansy holding bed. And I had dropped the seeds of my pansies, or I let the pansies drop their seeds. My plan is not to pull out all of these little seedlings. Even if they look like a weedy mess, it does not bother me the slightest bit because I know that these little pansies will bloom their heads off during the late winter months next year. So I purposely let all of these pansies seed themselves in this area. They just look so pretty and they're free plants that I can then dig and tuck into different parts of my yard come early spring. Do you remember when we worked on the space next to the pond? There was a weed that was in here that was taking over. So my goal was to basically take out all of the plants from this area. We did that together, and I wasn't sure what to do with the perennials that were in this space. And I said it would be an experiment to take out all those perennials and move them over into this area here. This area here used to have 3 PJM and Olga small leaf rhododendrons, which we removed together early in the spring. So it really opened up this area, which I like because it's my front walkway. So before I talk about that area with you, I do want to show you some of the container pots that we have here. This area is not meant to be looking very fancy or anything. It's just meant to be an area that's keeping these calla lilies alive. They're little small calla lilies that I had divided. And so that's why they're in these small pots. They have irrigation going to them. And I'm just trying to grow them on to be bigger. So hopefully by next year, they're blooming for us. In these 2 container pots that we have tucked back here, we put these together and the coleus have really filled in. And towards the center are some calla lilies that I've been diligent about deadheading. So this one in particular, you can see it's sending out some new blooms towards the center. And again, I will be overwintering my calla lilies. I like to overwinter a lot of plants in my garage. And here's the other container pot with the coleus around it that we started from seed, as well as some of the trailing vinca. So now let's talk about this space. This space is, I'm almost sure, part sun. It's not full sun, but regardless, you can see that the hosta that are in here are not happy. They're getting too much sun, so I will be moving those to a shadier area of my yard. The same is true for the heuchera. And when they were tucked in near the pond, they were just getting a little bit more shade. And I think that the small leaf rhododendrons were providing the shade that they needed. So they're getting too much sun in this space, and that is quite okay because my initial plan last year was to remove the rhododendrons and to put in a little more formal of a space here. And I was thinking of putting in some lavender and maybe some boxwood or possibly some roses or maybe a combination of 3. So we will be coming in here together. We will be digging these plants out. We'll be putting them in a new area. I'm so excited. I can't wait. We'll add the window boxes. And you can see some of the lavender that we started from seed this winter. Yep, I have more too. This is just some of it. We're going to be putting those along the walkway here. I think it's going to look really pretty and I can't wait. So lots of changes in the garden. But I really am happy with how the annuals are starting to fill in this space. That's something that I don't plan on changing because I really love the look of the annuals on this side of the walkway. And then when you add in the little splash of orange that comes in from the perennial coreopsis, I just think it's a nice combination. These two windows here are windows that go into my garage. And at the base here, these are all Rebecca or Black-Eyed Susan. And I think they look really pretty there. I can't wait to show you what they look like when they're blooming. But they just add that nice, simple pop of color on this side of the garage. And I wanted to show you, we still need to plant these. And I've been debating, should I just do it or should I show you it? Should we do it together? Let me know in the comments, do you want to plant with me? Do you want to get this done with me? Or do you just want to see instantly, boom, we have flowers in the garden? I want to hear from you, so let me know in the comments below. The one thing I know is I just need to get this done. There are a lot of beautiful things here that need to get in the ground. Look at all the Dollar Tree impatiens. Today's the day I asked Mr. Budget Gardener to help me. He's going to come in and he's going to be hacking these back because they are leggy and they need to be cut back. So we're going to continue heading towards the backyard. Now this has been an interesting space. This has been work in progress, and this year was the year where we made some big change. We had a number of trees cut back. And before we head down that way, I want to show you, I continue the pattern of the heuchera towards the front of this flower space. And I just need to come in here and do the general cutback of my daffodils. You can see that they are ready to be cut back. That's what's laying down in the center there. We have some beautiful astilbe that's still blooming in here. I have columbine that needs to be cut back. A whole bunch of the maple seedlings that need to be weeded out. And when it comes to astilbe, I'll be coming in here and cutting those back. In July, that's about the time when we start cutting back, pruning back our perennials. And that's a lot of what I'm doing this time of year. I did tuck in more of that centaurea or mountain bluet in this garden space. And that's still continuing to bloom because I've been deadheading it. I did put down Irish Spring soap. I shaved it up in small pieces. And even though there's been evidence of the deer coming, they haven't taken out all my hosta. I was worried about them on this side of my garden. So fingers crossed so far. And some of you have asked me about rabbits and bunnies. They are in New Hampshire, so I think it's a matter of time that they will come to my garden as well. So I'm very excited about this little container pot. Here's more of that dipladenia that I bought on clearance last year at the end of the season and overwintered in my garage. You can see the beautiful color it has there. There are a lot of flower buds. They bloom late in the season. It needs to be a certain temperature for them to bloom. So you usually will not see overwintered dipladenia in New Hampshire or cooler climates blooming until probably July. And it's okay. As long as you have other things in your garden that are blooming, then it's well worth the wait. So now I want to talk about this space here. We had 2 trees that were cut right there. We also had 2 trees that were cut right here. And in case you're wondering why I had the trees cut, they were very, very big and they were starting to lean towards my house. So it was not very safe actually. And it had to be done because they literally were leaning right towards the house. And we also had this tree cut. What that did was it made this area actually full sun. I have a little thing that I've been putting in around my yard and monitoring the sun over a 12-hour period on a sunny day each day. And it told me this is full sun. I don't have a lot of full sun in my yard, but this small little pocket here is full sun. And you can see the difference in the hosta. The hosta right there are bleached out. They're not looking good. They're crispy. And I do have drip irrigation that my husband and I put in this bed. So it's definitely not that they're lacking water. And literally right there, you can see the difference. The hostas start to look much nicer. So I'm so excited though. We're gonna tackle this area together. I'm gonna film it and we're gonna do it together. We're gonna be removing a number of plants in here that prefer shade. They're gonna get either potted up or moved to other areas of my yard. And then what we're gonna do is we are gonna shop my yard. There's no need to go shopping in a store. I have plenty of plants that I can take from my yard, and we're gonna move them into this space. So Mr. Budget Gardener has come in and he's just been adding the drip irrigation to help me out. And then once I remove the plants together with you, we are then going to add plants in here. We're going to weed and we're going to mulch this area. So a lot of work to be done in this space here. And then as we head in this direction here, it starts to get shadier again. Not full shade, but part shade. But it would be unfortunate to mention, look how pretty the blooms look on this hosta. Now these hosta are also getting too much sun. I can tell by just by looking at the leaves. This is a really, really pretty hosta and it grows fast. So if you're looking for hosta that is not very big and that grows fast, this is a perfect hosta. The name of this hosta is Golden Tiara and it's a little bleached out because of the sun. It would definitely be more of a beautiful color. So definitely look that one up if you're looking for a fast growing, smallerish hosta. So let's move this way. We are basically in my backyard. And I'm not focused on making flower beds towards the backyard. Not yet anyway. That will be one day, hopefully. But for right now, I want to focus on cleaning up and moving plants around in the beds that I have. So we have a number of peonies that were placed here temporarily because I just never had a lot of full sun in my yard. We'll be digging up a bunch of peonies and we're going to move those into these sunny spots of my yard. We also have a number of daylilies. You can see them that they're all starting to bloom. Those also are going to get moved. And I have two main ideas when it comes to my daylilies. In the bay window bed, we're going to be removing every other Stella d'Oro daylily and we're going to be replacing them with daylilies from here. These daylilies were placed here temporarily until I could think about what I was going to do with them. So since Stella d'Oro daylilies bloom first, then there's a lull in the bay window bed. So I figured if we took out every other Stella d'Oro, we could replace it with some daylilies from this space. And then we can also take a bunch of the daylilies that are in here and move them not very far, just down there where we're getting a whole bunch of full sun now. One thing I've been doing is coming in here with these daylilies and I've been deadheading them. I'm trying to figure out which ones of these are rebloomers because not all daylilies will rebloom for you, but some will if you deadhead them. Many of these daylilies were either ones that I got from my mother-in-law's, ones that I got on Facebook Marketplace, and there are a bunch here. I just want to point that out. A lot of them are not blooming for who knows, different reasons. Maybe the weeds have taken over or they're not getting enough sun. Maybe they need to be divided. There are a lot of daylilies in here. So what you see blooming, it's just a small amount. But I do want to know which ones are rebloomers, just so I know. I already showed you earlier pictures of ones that were blooming around my yard, but I just wanted to show you the space. So lots of work to be done in here. My goal for this year is to clean up this area, but strategically. And strategically means removing plants and putting them in areas where they're going to be happier, in the full sun areas. And then coming in and just doing a massive weeding and basically letting this whole area rest so that we can think about what we're going to do in this shadier part of my yard. So now let's head over towards my vegetable garden. This is where I used to have a large wooden raised bed, and we removed that together in the early spring, and we seeded this area right here where you can see some new grass seed that's germinated and grass is growing. I've been really happy with these Vigo raised beds that we put in. I can't recommend them enough. I think they're great for a big space, for a small space, and everything in between. In this first bed right here, we have cucumbers. And you can see that we plan on putting them up along this trellis. But for right now, they are starting to trellis on their own, but if I have to help them, I come in and I help them out. They're looking really good. I can't wait for us to have cucumbers. I don't see any blossoms on here yet, but pretty soon. I've been coming in and fertilizing these about once every 2 weeks, and I give them liquid fish emulsion. I don't want to give my plants too much fertilizer, but I do want to help them along. In this next space, there are a whole bunch of tomatoes that we started from seed, and they were tomatoes that you helped me pick out when I asked what kind of tomato should I start from seed. And I'm trying a new method called single stemming. So I need to still come in here and do that. I try to do it once a week. So I come in and I basically just keep trellising my tomatoes with little clips that are in here, like these little clips here. And then I also come in here and I remove suckers. So I need to do that still. I do that once a week and I need to come in. So like, for example, this right here, I need to come in and remove this sucker because I don't want my plants to be too bushy. I want them to be growing vertically up along this here. So right here, I would be coming in and removing this sucker. But then I would take the main plant, which is this main plant right here, and I would come in and clip it like that. The other thing I like to do every 2 weeks is give fertilizer to my tomatoes. And I'm using tomato tone, and I sprinkle it just at the base. And then the other thing I've been doing is just removing the bottom leaves. And by removing the bottom leaves, water doesn't splash up on the leaves, which would then bring in some sort of diseases. At the base here, I had come in and just planted a whole bunch of alyssum. And the reason I did the alyssum is to bring in the beneficial wasps. So I wish I had put in more marigolds, but I didn't have a chance to get marigolds. If I can find some, I will get them planted here. The marigolds help keep the tomato hornworms away. And they also keep the butterflies that lay the tomato hornworm eggs away, which are I believe they're the hummingbird moth. When it comes to the alyssums bring in the wasps, and the wasps lay their eggs on those tomato hornworms. And in effect, they basically kill off the tomato hornworms. It's like a symbiotic relationship. We have a timer set up in here, and there is drip irrigation. It's been working out really well, and we did it so that the drip irrigation is hooked up to our faucet, which is right down there. And we just trenched a line going from the faucet over to these raised beds. And what's very exciting is the 42-day tomato here looks like a tomato that's ready to be picked very soon. I've been enjoying the bluebirds. They constantly have little babies in this house here, and you can see Mama. She's feeding her little babies, and I can hear them squawking at her. It's so sweet. And then in this raised bed, we have bush beans. They are just now starting to flower, and in fact, you can see that there are little beans on there. So it's just a matter of another 1 to 2 weeks, and we'll be harvesting green beans. My green beans are also getting fertilized every 2 weeks, again with liquid fish emulsion. And then towards the back, it was a late start, but it's okay. We have some peas, and the peas are now starting to blossom, and we have peas that we can start picking pretty soon. And then we have the same type of vegetables on this side here. Just like when it comes to flowers and having the art of succession planting, the same is true with vegetables. I could definitely come in this time of year and plant some more beans. It's not late, and I could do that. I might still do that. The question is, where will I do that? One idea is I could just tuck in some plants, or I should say some seeds on the backside here, or I might be able to tuck some in towards the front side here. I'll have to see. I'm going to experiment with that. But I am very pleased with my Vigo raised beds. I think that they've been a hit for this year. The rose garden has been beautiful. I've already come in and cut back or deadheaded a bunch of my roses for two reasons: to keep things looking nice and tidy, but also to encourage more blooms. I keep getting distracted by the bluebirds because they keep squawking at Mama. It's so much fun to watch because they're hungry and they just need their parents to keep feeding them this time of year. What's interesting about birds is they can have two, sometimes even three clutches. I just love reading and learning more about birds in the garden. The wax begonias that we started from seed are looking really pretty in the rose garden. And I like having them in this space because as we wait for the roses to put on their second flush of blooms, we at least have some color in here. Another plant that was recently added in here, and I really just tucked them in, I would say kind of temporarily, are lavender that we started from seed. I do want lavender in the rose garden. I'm not sure about the placement of these, so for that reason, I say temporarily. I want them in the rose garden. I just don't know if the placement will be right. My initial thought is I should be having something on the outside of the rose garden, like a small boxwood hedge or the lavender. I'm not quite sure. So I need to think a little bit more about that. But until then, I have tucked in all the lavender in here. You can see that we have more of the coreopsis in this flower bed. And then a plant that's just not looking so great, and it might just be because it gets overhead irrigation on it, are the Veronica or Speedwell. We put them in here in the springtime. So it's a trial to see how they do. These were divisions from Veronica that I have in the front yard. And if I find that they're not doing well, we'll remove them and move them to another area of the yard. But I want to give them 1 year. But the roses really did put on a wonderful show when they put out their first initial flush. So we just have to wait a little bit longer, and they'll put on more flowers within a matter of weeks. Right close by to the rose garden here in the backyard is my back porch. We recently came in and power washed it and cleaned it up. So I'm excited because I am planning to add some container pots on here. But I wanted to show you the window boxes that we put together. I actually want to put up on the screen what these window boxes look like when we first put them together. And now I want to show you just how beautiful they are. So we have the lamium, and I've been coming in and deadheading those to keep them blooming. And look at the beacon impatiens. They are very happy here. I would say of all the years I've planted up these window boxes, this is my favorite combination. I wasn't sure if this area got too much sun, but the impatiens are really happy. And I mentioned earlier, since I start them from seed, you just never know what color you're going to get. And I think that's what makes it even more interesting and fun. And I have 3 cats. There's Winnie. Hi, Winnie. And I want to show you the third window box here. Looking very, very pretty. It's amazing how much color something like an impatiens can give you. I come in every week and do things like weeding. So if I see a weed, I pull them out. And then the other thing I do is I do come in with Miracle Grow, and I give Miracle Grow fertilizer to all of my annuals that are in the landscape as well as in all my container pots. I do that once a week. For potting mix, I make my own potting mix. And honestly, I feel like that's the way to go. You can save so much money by making your own potting mix. And the plants seem very happy. So just for perspective, this is my backyard, and I just showed you the back porch. Upstairs is my bedroom balcony, and I'll bring you up there in a little bit. We have the rose garden there, and then we have our raised beds over here. There's the backyard, where I technically really could just keep going and make flower beds where the lawn ends and where the woods begin. I would love to do that, but I really am trying to focus on the flower beds that I currently have and giving them the TLC and the love that they deserve. There have been previous years where I've tucked in flowers in my backyard and where they really looked pretty, but they have just gone wild now, and I am totally fine with that. I love coming into these spaces. I love shopping my yard, pulling out plants as I see them blooming, and moving them to other areas of my yard. And I love showing this space because I want you to see that it's okay. It's okay if you had a beautiful space and it's overgrown, because I do have spaces, many spaces in my yard that are wild and look like this. And it's totally fine. Now, as we head back towards the south side of my house, in this space here, I do need to come in here and give it some work, some TLC, but there are some beautiful things in here. We have a stilby that needs to be cut back. We also have some beautiful stackies or statues, however you want to say it. And this is humelo. It's very, very pretty. It does well in full sun, part shade. And then we also have some more stilby, basically the same repeating plants. And then towards the middle here are some wonderful coral bells or heuchera. Towards the back there, those nice glossy leaves, that's a type of rhododendron. Now, it hasn't bloomed for me. It looks really healthy, very lush, but it has not bloomed for me. So I need to think about why. Does it need fertilizer? Does it need something else? Does it need more sun? I'm not quite sure. And as we head in this direction here, we're going to continue working in this space together. We've already come out here and we've done some work. We had a lot of fun in the shade garden. Someone had mentioned that they wanted me to do a tour of the shade garden, so I'm going to go over some plants that we have in here, just in case you have a shady part of your yard and you're wondering what to do, because shade gardens can be tough when it comes to adding color. Let's start with this right here. I have not cut it back yet, and I want to show you the leaves because they're really pretty. This is a woodland plant, and it's called bloodroot. I did cut it back down in that part of the flower bed, and someone asked me why I cut it back because it does look really pretty. I cut it back because I was working on the flower bed and I was just trying to tidy things up. But you don't have to do that. You can leave your leaves up because they do add a lot of nice interest, and they are meant to be a woodland plant. And in future years, I may consider leaving the leaves up in this space here. So we'll have to see. But I wanted to point out that plant. We already talked about the stackies. We also talked about the different colors or different types of coral bells or heuchera that you can play with in a shade garden. Like, look at that really pretty purple one. I think it's called Palace Purple, but I could be wrong. A lot of the heuchera that I have in my yard are quite old. I've had them for a number of years, so I don't necessarily know the names. And the same is true with that green colored, like pistachio colored one. That is super pretty, and that adds a nice pop of color in here. The big thing is that I'm trying to show you, even if I'm not able to tell you the names, is to know that you can have these types of coral bells in a shade garden to add color in there. Another thing that looks really pretty in a shade garden is lungwort or pulmonaria. It looked really pretty when it bloomed during the early spring months. But look at how pretty it looks in a shade garden. So you would want to have that towards the front of your shade garden bed. Astilbe is always very pretty for its leaves as well as its blooms. And then right near the astilbe is foam flower. It's a type of tiarella. And even though it has some pretty blooms still left on it, many of the blooms have gone by. And you're really growing it also for its beautiful leaves. I have many of the same plants that are repeating in this area. I think visually that always looks nice when you can repeat different plants in the same area. It just carries your eyes along. We recently worked on the front part of this flower bed, and I'm very pleased with how it's looking. And I want you to see how they add a nice pop of color in this space. And what I'm talking about specifically are those smaller size hosta. They add that nice chartreuse color in here, and I like repeating them just for impact. And then right near it, look at the little ferny leaves. That's called dwarf goat's beard. And that already bloomed. It had a very pretty white flower to it. But now it's just adding that nice texture coupled with the miniature or small size of these hosta. What I found when it comes to miniature or small hosta is they're not very easy to find at garden centers. So do a search on the internet on mini hostas or small hostas, and you will find someone most likely close by to you where you can buy these types of, I'd call them more specialty type hostas. They're great to have in a woodland garden or basically where you want to be able to see them towards the front of any sort of flower bed. This beautiful fern is maidenhair fern, and that is super pretty in a shade garden. I really think it's so interesting, and it just pops in this area. And I have hair fern in 2 places in here. What I'm planning to do with many of the flowers in my yard, but especially in this space here when it comes to these type of plants, is dividing them. I can't stress that enough. The more you divide your plants, the more plants you can have in your garden. You don't have to keep buying the plants. You can just shop your own yard. Towards the back here, they're starting to go by. They look like a stilbe, but they're not. They are goat's beard. And I already showed you a miniature goat's beard. This is a taller type of goat's beard, and it looked really pretty when it was blooming. It was white color. And I bought one piece of that on Facebook Marketplace for $6, and I've been able to divide it now a number of times. I only bought it a few years ago. So I have another one right here. And then I have a few more back here. These beautiful yellow flowers. I can't stress this one enough in a shade garden. This is called ligularia. And the leaves are very striking, the heart-shaped beautiful leaves. But then look at the beautiful yellow flowers. And it's just starting to bloom. It's going to bloom from the bottom, and then it will eventually make its way upwards. It's a slow grower. I've had it for a number of years, and I've divided it once, and that's why I have another grouping here. I'll be coming in and I'll be dividing that plant this year. And I can turn these 2 patches into 4 patches. and then eventually 4 patches into 8 patches. The beautiful white colored blooms that you see here, more of the Annabelle hydrangeas. There are so many different kinds of hydrangeas out there. And with Annabelles, since they are not trademarked or have a patent on them, you can easily propagate them from cuttings or even from division. A lot of times they send suckers at the base. So if you don't have Annabelle hydrangea, but you know someone else that does, check the base of the plant and you very likely can find freebie plants that you can dig up from there. I like to play with the different kinds of hosta in here just for variety reasons. So we have a lot of different hosta in here. And I like adding this red color of the heuchera because I find that I was missing that red color, and it's just nice to have the red pop in here. So I normally add some annuals in here. I haven't done it yet. I'd like to add some of the impatiens that I have plenty of. But notice, even without annuals, this woodland shady part of my garden still has a lot of interest in it. We have a type of brunnera. I recently planted that in here. That's looking very pretty. And then right near it is epimedium that looked very beautiful when it bloomed during the springtime. And I only bought one plant of epimedium. For me, it doesn't grow very fast, but I was able to divide it. And so now I have 3 epimedium plants in here. And then this other beautiful fern that you see here is Japanese painted iris. And that's also very slow growing for me. I started with one small plant in 2018 when I bought it. Well, actually, I didn't buy it. I got it from my mother-in-law's garden. And I was able to, since then, I've divided it. So now I have 3 small plants. And then we have lots of different heuchera in here. And I purposely planted some of these bright colored ones to add that nice pop of color in here. Look at the beautiful leaves of the Lenten rose or hellebore. Even though they're not blooming anymore, they just add a lot of nice interest in this flower bed. And tucked in the corner right here, if you peek right over, is a beautiful astilbe. And that's adding some color in here. And then we have a whole bunch of the lungwort or pulmonaria as we head down towards the back of the space. Along the trees here, we have more of the hanging baskets. And at the base of these trees are a bunch of miniature or small hosta. And these are called Lakeside Zinger. And they look really, really pretty tucked in around the trees, I feel. Another small or miniature hosta that's just so sweet. This one you might be able to find at garden centers. They seem to sell this one quite a bit. It's called blue mouse ears. And it actually grows pretty quickly. I'm thinking of trying this one out around my pond and seeing how it does around the pond because I have so much of it and I'd like to move some out there. Before we continue on to the shade garden, I want to show you the space here. So we have my porch in the backyard, and then we have the rock wall. On a different day, I'm going to be coming in here and really, I'm just going to be redoing this area. I'm not happy with it. A lot of changes need to happen here. We also have a clematis here that I hadn't cut back for a long time. So I came in the springtime and I cut this back really, really hard. You can see it has a lot of nice fresh growth on it. We'll see if it blooms for me. But I just wanted to give it a rejuvenation prune because it had a lot of old dead growth on it. So if it doesn't bloom for me this year, that's quite fine. It just really needed to be cleaned up. And let's see if it puts out any blooms. And if not this year, we'll look forward to it next year. So we're going to head back towards my what I like to call my hosta garden. But before we go to the hosta garden, we have some beautiful flowers. They put on a great show a few weeks ago, but they're still blooming for us. And these are feverfew. Feverfew likes to seed itself everywhere, and I have found little seedlings here and there. So I need to think a little bit more about that plant because I think it's really pretty, and I'd like to incorporate that in some of my more sunnier areas of my yard. That golden tiara that I mentioned earlier, I have a piece of it right here. So you can see how pretty the leaves are. And not only that, how pretty the blooms are on it. I actually love, when I look this way, all the different beautiful colors, texture, foliage that we see in this area right here. So I call this my Hosta garden. Even though I have Hosta in a number of areas of my yard, this is where I have a majority of different kinds of Hosta. I want to show you, you can't see it, there's a rock wall on the edge of this. And I have the same kind of Hosta lining just that one side of the rock wall, just to basically anchor the space. And they're all budded up or they're just starting to bloom. But then inside of all of that one particular kind of hosta, we now have a variety of different kinds of hosta in here. And like any flower bed, this hosta garden is work in progress. I still have some changes I want to make in here, but I'm really happy with how it's filled in over time. Many of the hosta that I have were hosta that I got just small pieces of from friends or family members. And over time, I've divided the hosta. And I'm always looking at the different height, the different colors, and just playing around with that in my hosta garden. I don't usually show you this angle shot, but here we are at the back of the hosta garden, looking at the back of my house, just so you can see what it looks like from this angle here. I guess this is the angle a deer would see if it wanted to come in here and munch on my hosta, which fortunately they don't seem to munch on my hosta back here. And I'm quite okay with that. It was probably a few years ago when I was looking at my hosta garden saying, I don't have enough of the big size hosta in the back here, or I don't have enough of the lime green colored leaves in the back here. Those are things I'm looking for when I'm working in my hosta garden. And then I just come in and I divide. And that's why you might see one plant here or one plant there. And it's because I've come in and divided plants and just strategically placed them in here. So we're going to leave the hosta garden and we're now heading towards my side walkway. And in the side walkway is what I call the old arborvite bed. The old arborvite bed used to have 3 arborvite in it, and I removed them because I didn't like the placement of them and they didn't look very good. And this space has really evolved. Every year it's slow to take off, but once it takes off, and it's usually around July, I need to remind myself of that. It's tough when you live in a cool climate with a short growing season like I do. I always feel like in May or June, nothing's looking great in certain flower beds like this one. But come July, things are starting to really fill in. And I need to just be patient. I think as gardeners, we have to try to remember to do that. Be patient with our spaces. But I'm very happy with how everything's looking now. Some of the plants that you see in here are plants that we've already talked about, but I'll go over them with you. So when we have annuals, like these blue colored ones, this is trailing lobelia. The white colored one right here is alyssum. But then we also have another white colored one, and that's another trailing lobelia. And we have a different colors of trailing lobelia because they were just all different ones I started from seed. The pink as well as the white colored flowers right here, these are wax begonias. And since I collect my own seeds, we're always going to have a variety and a mix of different begonias as well as even the coleus. I tell myself I should buy my coleus seeds, but honestly, I'm happy with the ones that I collect. They're never going to be 100% all looking the same, but I think that also makes it kind of fun and interesting. So lots of different coleus tucked in. And then there is a perennial in the center here. It's a juga. It can be a thug, it can be aggressive, but in this garden space, I feel like it's doing what I want it to do, which is basically it gives me that nice pop of early spring color that this flower bed doesn't get otherwise. But then after the flowers go by, the ground cover just covers the center here. And it basically envelopes these plants that are in the middle, which are a type of small leaf rhododendron. And I place them in here temporarily to give them basically time to grow on. They give me a little bit of height in this flower bed. They actually give a little bit of green color in the flower bed. But then we also have the beautiful annuals on the outside. I mentioned earlier I started a bunch of different trailing lobelia from seed, and I had to show you close up. So we have this really, really strikingly blue one here. But look how pretty this purple one looks. So when I collect the seeds, I'll be labeling them just so I can remember the different colors. And it'll be interesting to see what color combinations we get next year. I'm okay if they mix, if we don't get 100% true to the parent plant. And I had made a video yesterday with my geraniums, and I said my goal was to get them in pots and containers. I did not get them in pots and containers, but they are pretty, and they're going to get potted up soon. Okay, so let's head along the side walkway. Many times when I do my garden tours, I'm just going to show you how things are looking, even if we have boots on the porch and we have basically life. Things along the porch here. It's all good. But we're going to stay focused on the flowers. So in this container pot, we're waiting. We're being patient. We have some alyssum that we started from seed. We have more of the beautiful diplodenia that we overwintered. And this was actually one that I was able to divide off. So it's a small little plant. And then I showed you recently in a video my process for taking care of my geraniums that I overwintered bare root. So they're all looking really nice. I really am happy with how my pelargoniums are looking. There's 3 in this pot. They've really filled in. In fact, they've filled in so much that I've had to cut back the leaves, and I have to keep cutting back the leaves just to show off the trailing lobelia, because otherwise it doesn't have enough sunlight. But I'm really happy with how that's looking. And I have 2 of them in the front here. So we have one over there, and then we have a second one over here. When it comes to the trailing vinca, each year I divide whatever I have. And like I said, I overwinter them in my garage. So then I'll have double the amount next year. You can also easily propagate that from cuttings if you took it and just put it in a glass of water. Same with the geraniums. You can easily propagate those with cuttings. It's amazing how you can make more plants just from one plant. And as we turn the corner of the side porch here, in the distance, you can see the raised beds. You can see the window boxes. But then I want to show you, we have 2 more window boxes here that are looking just as beautiful. And I'll stand on top of the porch in a minute so you can see a top-down view. Right now we are down below just looking up at them. And speaking down below and looking up at them, so if we are right here and we stand back and we look up, you can see that we have those window boxes that are off my bedroom balcony. So it just kind of gives you perspective. There are a lot of different window boxes just in this one area here. So now we're going to look at the side walkway flower bed. This bed sees a lot of changes during the season. And Right now, because there was a little bit of a lull, together we planted up some container pots that are just starting to fill in. And we planted them up with different proven winter supertunias. There's a large plant here I want to talk about. This is called Joe Pye weed, and that provides nice late summer, early fall interest. So we are going to be patient because that's a perennial that will give us some color later in the season. Some other perennials that are tucked in here, and they're not in the most optimal place, but I want to talk about them, is we do have globe thistle, and that's looking really nice. It's just starting to basically bud up. It will be a nice blue color. And then we also have some yarrow. And I'll show you it on the other side of this flower bed where you can see it a little bit better. But it has a really pretty pink color flower to it, like a hot pink. I have a rhododendron here that I cut back pretty hard after it was done blooming. And at the base of it are some hosta. They were definitely shaded before, so they were thriving more, but now they're getting a little bit more sun than they would like. I most likely will move those. Then we also have some Asiatic lilies in here. Some are starting to go by, like these orange ones down here. And then you can see that we have another one that's all budded up. At the front of this flower bed are some beautiful dianthus. They bloomed beautifully in the early spring months. And I showed you recently my process for coming in and cutting these back. So in the container pots are more of the supertunias. We've just barely recently planted those, so it's going to take another few weeks for them to put on a glorious show. But what is putting on a glorious show are these beautiful plants here. This is Hydrangea or sea holly. And they are either budded up, which is why they're green, or they are now starting to bloom, which is why they're blue. And they have such a vibrant electric blue color to them. They look so pretty, and I want you to notice how beautiful they look coupled with the pink yarrow in the background. These are plants that I would like to add in some of my more sunnier areas because these get pretty tall, and I think they would look nice towards the middle or the back of a full sun flower bed. Another plant that I want to talk about are perennial mums. I have some more perennial mums in here, and I recently came in and cut these ones back really hard, and I gave them 10-10-10 fertilizer. They're going to be a really pretty purple color in the late summer months, early fall months. We also have more of the Joe Pye weed over here. And then in the center of these two windows is a perennial type of grass that really needs to be divided. And then we also have some more of the beautiful globe thistle that will be blooming for us, hopefully by our next garden tour. That yellow flower that you see is Paradoxa echinacea. This plant is native here to us in New Hampshire. But I want to bring you in closer for this yarrow. Look how pretty that is. Such a vibrant pink color. I only have it in this one area of my garden, and I'd like to move this to some other areas where it gets a little more support. In this space, it's reaching and it's not able to stand up straight. So I'd like to move it in an area where it's supported by other plants so you can really enjoy its color. Here's some of the bubblegum supertunia. Such a vigorous plant, so pretty. And I love the color of the pink next to the blue of the eryngium. When you stand back and you just look in this general area, even if this particular flower bed doesn't have a lot of color, I want you to see around it though, beyond it. And that's where it gets really interesting because even if a flower bed has a lull or doesn't have a lot going on in it, there might be areas just beyond it where you're like, wait a minute, what's that? Let me go look at it. It's blooming. And I think that is also an interesting part of gardening, is making you want to wonder what is something around the corner that you see. Let's talk about these 5-gallon buckets here because they're here. We might as well talk about them. My friend Linda, who has a backyard plant nursery, had some irises that she was looking to thin out. So I was able to purchase some from her, and these will be going in a sunny area of my yard, the one in the backyard where trees were cut. So I'm looking forward to adding these out there. So for right now, they are sitting in water as we wait to get them planted. But I'm excited about adding them because we're going to have a lot of different kinds of iris in that area. We're going to spin this way. I have 2 garage doors here, and we have a container pot that we put together with more of the zonal or pelargonium geraniums that we overwintered. And they are looking so pretty. These are not set up on any sort of drip irrigation, so I have to be diligent about coming in and watering them. And when it comes to this dusty miller that's here, this is not hardy where I live. It sometimes will survive, sometimes it won't. It's marginal. But I am able to overwinter that plant in my garage. So it's nice because I don't have to buy that every year. And I don't know why I want to show you all this, but I want to show you it because this is what I look at every day. And it can sometimes bring me down. It can sometimes be overwhelming. But then I push myself. I push through it and say, I got this. I can do this. And I mentioned it earlier. Let me know. Let me know if you want me to bring you along, or do you want to just see a garden tour where everything is in place and it's all done? Because I need to do this and I need some sort of motivation. And maybe you can help me and motivate me. Lots of plants that we started from seed that need to get in the ground. Look how pretty they are. These are a type of impatiens, balsam impatiens. We have some amaranth, love lies bleeding. There's canna lilies that we started from seed. They've bloomed, they're budded up. Dahlias, lots of dahlias. There are some beautiful Morgomfrina. So that is my mid-July garden tour. It was so important for me today to show you the good, the bad, and the ugly, because I want you to see it. I want you to see that you're not alone if you're feeling overwhelmed, or if you're feeling like you still have lots of annuals or lots of perennials to get in the ground. We all are feeling the same thing. This time of year, we're so busy deadheading, pruning, but then we want to divide plants, but then we still have plants to get in the ground. My message is not to complain or make excuses. My message is to say, keep going. Whatever it is that makes you happy, do a little at a time and be kind to yourself. Step back and enjoy your gardens. I don't do that enough, and I need to do that enough. I want to be able to look around my garden and say, wow, look at this pretty flower. So not only am I giving you that advice, I want to give that advice to myself as well. But I really love enjoying my space with you. I hope that in some way it motivates you. In reality, none of us have the same gardens. Some of us have much bigger gardens, some of us have smaller gardens. Some of us live in the country, some of us live in the city. Maybe all you have is one container pot, but my goal is to motivate you or inspire you in some way. I love to teach you different things on how you can propagate or overwinter or divide plants. I also really enjoy sharing as a community, and we can do that just by making comments down below, talking about issues we're having in our garden, or maybe that this year wasn't a great year for us, or how we learned something new. So if you have any questions or comments or you want to share, please drop them down in the comment section below. And until the next video, make it a great day with gardening. This balcony is off my bedroom, and you can see that there are a bunch of petunias up here. And we had put these window boxes together, and I just want to show you how beautiful they're looking. Just like my other container pots, I've been diligent about coming in and deadheading, pruning, and fertilizing. When we look in the backyard, this is what it looks like when we're looking down. So we have the rose garden right there. And then in the distance are all the raised garden beds, or vegetable garden, I should say. And then you can see all of the different daylilies right over there that are blooming. And right behind the daylilies, we had put wood chips in there just to let that area basically rest for this year. And the goal will be to go in once we've moved all the perennials from that space towards the front and let that space rest as well. And I'll be putting down either wood chips or mulch there. And look at how beautiful on the back porch the impatiens are looking. So pretty. And I know a number of you have mentioned you like looking at how it looks like when you look from upstairs. So right down in the back there, that's my shade garden area. You can see the hanging baskets that are on the trees, the beautiful hosta lining around the trees, and then just all the different color and variety of plants that you see down there in the shaded part of my yard. And then as we head in this direction here, that's where the shade garden ends. And then we have the side walkway that begins. There's the old arborvite bed. And if you look down, that's the side porch there. And in the distance there, towards the back, that's where we have the long border, where it just barely starts. For my yard, it really doesn't make sense to do drone shots because we have so many trees, it's not very open. But at least from my back bedroom, this gives you an idea of how things are looking from up here. Now let's go to the front yard. So here's a different perspective. We're on the front yard looking down. You can see the nursery. As we pan around from the nursery, this is my front yard where it's pretty shady, but I want you to see all the impatiens that are looking very pretty. We have all the daylilies. You can see the lilac bed out in the distance there. Lots of very pretty color when you look down. And then you start to see the border of the heucheras all towards the front there. Then as we head towards the bay window bed, this is just a top-down view looking down at that, as well as the front walkway. It just gives you a general idea of all the different colors and everything as you're looking down. We're going to start the tour on what I call the long border, which is on the south side of my house. I want to start the tour here because this area is just jam-packed with beautiful color. And I want to take you in closer to tell you a little bit about what we're seeing here. The spotted leaves down below, those are pulmonaria or lungwort. They are really beautiful this time of year. And then right next to them is the gorgeous Rebecca or black-eyed Susan. And they're really putting on a glorious show. Right behind them, the red color is bee balm or Monarda. And I'm going to pop up on the screen the hummingbirds really having a treat and enjoying the bee balm. The beautiful purple colored flower is coneflower or echinacea, and this is the purpurea. In the back, we have some Annabelle hydrangeas that we recently planted here. So each year from now on, they're really going to put on some size. Many of these plants just repeat themselves along the long border. And what's exciting is the great blue lobelia is just starting to bud up. So possibly by our next garden tour, we may see it blooming. We had come in recently and made many edits to this long border, and the edits were made for next year. That's why there are just single plantings here and there. For example, we have some white colored balloon flower, and then we also have the liatris or gay feather, which is that purple colored spike in the back there. And I really want to highlight this beautiful purple colored plant. This is a clematis. And it's just looking so pretty right now. It's absolutely jam-packed with color. In this pot here, we have elephant ear or colocasia. And I'm planning to overwinter that this year. I'll be coming in this area here and cutting back some of the shrubs that we have in the back there and adding more of these same plantings just because there is a little bit of a break in here. But one thing I'm noticing that I want to show you is we also came in recently. We shopped my plant nursery and we have a tall phlox here, garden phlox. I really am loving this area this year. I just think it's so pretty. In this pot here, we have Diplodenia, which we overwintered in the garage, and then some Alyssum or Lobularia that we started from seed. The bee balm is definitely starting to go over at this time, but we really have enjoyed it for a number of weeks. And then some more of the garden phlox that we recently added, as well as the liatris. I'll be coming in soon and cutting back these daylilies. They are reblooming. They are the Stella d'Oro daylilies. I made a video recently showing you my process for just basically cutting them back to the ground. They're starting to look a little tired, a little ratty, since it is nearing the middle to end of summer. So it's a great time to cut those back and they will reflush with new growth. You can't do that with all perennials, but you can do it with certain perennials. In fact, we had done that with the oxeye Shasta daisy, which is right there, and they're just starting to put out new growth. And some more buds here of the great blue lobelia. And I just want to step back for a moment and just show you what the long border looks like as we just pan down this way. We have the beautiful hydrangeas down there at the end. I'll bring you in for a closer look. Here we have another garden phlox, looking very, very striking. In the background there, we have a beautiful hydrangea. The fringed leaf bleeding heart is continuing to push out blooms. I have been very diligent about coming in here and deadheading it. Ignore these pots here. I'd recently taken them from my plant nursery. I just need to get some more tall phlox planted. In here, we have some beautiful wax begonias that we started from seed this past winter. And another plant that we also have been very good about deadheading, and they need to be deadheaded again, are scabiosa, also known as pincushion flower. And what's looking absolutely beautiful right now are these lilies here. In case you didn't know, Asiatic lilies bloom first, and then the Oriental lilies bloom. And these are Oriental lilies. We have a little bit of tall phlox peeking there in the background. as well as the liatris that were recently added. And what we're looking at right now is up the driveway on the right. And we had recently come in here and just added or sprinkled in little bits of color along here. So this really will be filling in over the next many years. I'm not going to take you in for a closer look with my backyard plant nursery. I'm planning to make a video soon just to tell you how this plant nursery has done this year, what are some plants in the plant nursery, so be on the lookout for that. I want to highlight a few of the hydrangeas that we have here at the end of the long border. We'll start with this one. I always get it confused, so I'll pop it up on the screen. It's either strawberry vanilla or vanilla strawberry. And we cut this back super hard this year, and it's amazing how resilient these hydrangeas are and how they just bounce right back. It's looking so pretty, and I just can't wait until it starts turning over and getting the nice pink coloring to it. But just look how pretty this is. And then right next door, we have the beautiful quickfire hydrangea. I think it's fun to look at the different type of flowers that you can find on hydrangeas. And when it comes to the quickfires, you can see they're just starting to turn a rosy pink color. And I have two quickfire hydrangeas. I have another one down here at the end of the long border. And peeking around the corner here, we have some beautiful coneflower. And in this container pot, we just barely planted this. This is an elephant ear, or colocasia. And it's early morning here, but the pollinators are very happy and they're finding some food for themselves. We have some beautiful bee balm and coneflower that are still looking nice. And even though the bee balm is starting to get powdery mildew, honestly, it doesn't bother me any. I've really enjoyed the look of the bee balm, and I think it's fine. It doesn't, again, it's not something that bothers me. And right nearby to it, we have a beautiful hydrangea. This is a quickfire hydrangea. And I want you to see that it's just starting to turn its pretty rosy pink color. Here on the south side is what I call my side walkway flower bed. And there are some beautiful things happening in here. Let's start with this wonderful specimen of a plant. This is called Joe Pye weed. And you can see that it's just starting to put out some really pretty pink colors. It's a wonderful plant to have during the, I would say, mid to late summer months. And it's right next to a beautiful miscanthus, or ornamental grass. Some other really pretty things happening in this flower bed is this right here. This is Hydrangea, or globe thistle. And look how pretty the blue flowers look here. Some other color that we have in this flower bed is this yellow flower. It's starting to go by. It's a type of native perennial echinacea, and it's called paradoxa. And right next to it, look how pretty that is. That is yarrow. And I need to come in and do some deadheading because you can see the difference between how vibrant of a color this is versus when we look down over in this area here. And if you deadhead your yarrow, it will keep blooming for you. Now, I want to show you these beautiful annuals. These are proven winter annuals. And I'm going to pop up on the screen all the different names of the proven winter plants that I have in this flower bed. I received these for a circle that I take care of close to me. So I had extras, so I just popped them in container pots, to be honest with you, temporarily, in case I need them for my project that I'm working on in the circle. But until then, I'm enjoying them in my own garden. And you can see I have another one over there. And if we just step back a little bit, I don't have a lot of color in this bed, but I do want to show you just by adding some annuals in this space, because I was lacking some color for right now, we add some really pops, really nice pops in here. So this is another Proven Winners annual. And then right nearby to it, we have some echinacea or coneflower. They were just seedlings that dropped in here that are looking really, really pretty. And do you remember when we came in and did a really hard cutback of our dianthus? Well, they're starting to put out some more blooms. They'll never put out as many blooms as the initial flush, but there are some blooms happening here. We have some more of the annuals, the supertunias that are happening, and a little pleasant surprise, my echinacea that self-seeded itself is growing amongst the baptisia here, looking really, really pretty. Speaking of which, I'm going to pop up on the screen a monarch butterfly that was on my coneflower recently. I love bringing in the monarchs, and I've noticed that they've been in the yard quite a bit this year, which makes me really, really happy. This beautiful plant here, look how electric blue it is. This is sea holly, or arrangium. The one thing I'll say about this plant, other than the fact that the pollinators go crazy over it, is that it definitely self-sows. So if you don't want to have a whole bunch of extra baby plants in a flower space, you want to be diligent about deadheading it. So for example, I have a big patch of it over there, and all along the rock here, I have a whole bunch of little seedlings. So I feel like with perennials, there's a time and place for letting them self-seed. But if you have a little bit more of a formal space, it's probably better for you not to let it just go everywhere. I also have an oriental lily that's blooming here, looking very pretty. So again, with not a lot of color happening in here, it's just so nice to enjoy these proven winter plants that I, again, have temporarily placed in my side walkway bed. In this container pot here are some more calla lilies, and I believe these are ones that I overwintered from last year. I got them placed very late in the season, so they're just starting to put out blooms. And I just wanted to bring you in closer again to look at the dianthus. This looked really pretty in the spring when it bloomed, but then we cut it back hard. We gave it some fertilizer. And when you do that, you're not left with like some scrubby looking plant. It's a nice ground cover. It adds a little bit of interest towards the front of the flower bed, and then it puts out a couple of little flowers during the season. And on this side of the side walkway bed, we have some more Joe Pye weed here. Looking very pretty. I want to show you a container pot that we had put together earlier in the season, and it's looking so pretty. It's jam-packed with zonal geraniums or pelargoniums that we overwintered bare root. And we also have the beautiful creeping jenny or Lismachia, and that's a perennial. We also have the gorgeous lamium or dead nettle, and that's also a perennial. And then I love the color in here, Dusty Miller. And this is Dusty Miller that we overwintered successfully in the garage. And what I'm trying to show you is this is packed with beautiful plants that didn't cost me anything. I'm just taking you around so you can see what it looks like from all corners. We have some more Dusty Miller on the other side that we overwintered. I absolutely am pleased and loving this container pot. It's very simple, it's not full of many plants, and again, it didn't cost me anything. The grass that's in the center, I believe it's a type of juncus, and I got that for free a few years ago. It was in a container pot that I received. So I am planning to overwinter that again. I overwintered it in my garage, but I'm pretty sure it's actually a perennial here where I live. So I may take a small piece of it, put it out in the landscape. It's an experiment, see if it will overwinter, and then take another small piece of it and try to overwinter it in my garage. Here at the side porch, we have some beautiful containers. They are absolutely full. They're full of mostly geraniums, the pelargoniums or zonal geraniums. These were geraniums that we overwintered, bare root, so they were basically free to me. Towards the front, we have an annual. It's a trailing vinca, and I'm able to overwinter this in my garage each year, so I don't have to buy that. And then popping through, we have this beautiful blue trailing lobelia, and that's also an annual here. I like to collect the seeds from it, so I don't have to buy that plant, and then just start those plants indoors. What I'm noticing this year is they're getting smothered out a little bit by the geraniums. I think, to be honest with you, next year, all we need to do in these container pots is just put in the 3 zonal geraniums, and that's it. We really don't need much else. But I am absolutely loving this container. It is so full of not only flowers, but flower buds as well. And this is what the identical container pot looks like on this side. This was my patriotic red, white, and blue container pot that I put together this year. So pretty, so lush. Right nearby to this container is another container pot. I was experimenting. I put some alyssum in here. I've decided next year I'm just going to put the dipladenia by itself. And they are budded up here on the porch. They should be blooming by our next garden tour. But I could come in and prune back or shear back my alyssum. I probably will do that because it's looking a little leggy. But again, I think next year all I need to do is just put the dipladenia in a pot by itself. These pots that have the strappy leaves in them, these are amaryllis. They bloom in the winter months. I like to keep them year after year. I don't like to have to buy them every year because they can get very expensive. I'll be showing you in a video my process for basically putting them in dormancy and then taking them out of dormancy so that they can bloom. We have some beautiful container pots or window boxes over here, and they are popping with color. They are filled with impatiens that we started from seed. And speaking of seeds, I'll be showing you pretty soon my process for collecting the seeds of my impatiens. It's been years since I've bought impatiens or even impatien seeds, but look how pretty that is. I want to share that when it comes to the container pots on the side porch here, I swapped them out with the container pots or window boxes that I had on my backyard porch. I noticed that the ones on the backyard porch were getting a lot more sun. Not full sun, but more sun than this area. So I moved those over here, and that's why these look much larger. And I'll show you the ones on the back porch there. They're not as big, but that's important to do with container pots, is move them around. That way you're spreading the wealth basically. And over time, the ones in the backyard will be just as lush and vibrant as these ones. But I really am pleased with how they've turned out over time. I forget how many we planted in these window boxes. I think it might have been 8 plants. Not many, but look how they fill out. Some other plants that we put in these window boxes were this perennial here. This is called lamium. This makes for a great spiller in a container pot. And if you keep deadheading it, it will keep blooming for you throughout the season. Another spiller that we have towards the front here, this is a type of Lismachia, and I was able to overwinter this in my garage. So you can see that we save a lot of money on our container pots when we just do it this way, either starting plants like the impatiens from seed, and it's from seed that we collected, using a perennial ground cover, lamium, and then overwintering plants in our garage or our basement. We can really save so much money that way. Look how much that just fills in. The old arborvite bed is looking absolutely glorious. That very vibrant blue color that you see there, that is trailing lobelia, and that's an annual. Each year I collect my own seeds, and we start the seeds together during the winter months. And then this beautiful white flower is also an annual. That is the alyssum, and the other name is lobularia. We also started that from seed. Be on the lookout. I'll be showing you my process for how I collect seeds from all my annuals. And then we have a beautiful white colored wax begonia. I love wax begonias. I showed you recently my process for deadheading the begonias. I will eventually get to a point where I'm collecting the seeds from them. And then we have a number of coleus in here. And the same is true with my coleus. I've been diligent about coming in here and deadheading my coleus because I don't personally love the blooms on the coleus. And eventually I will let the blooms appear, and then I will collect the seeds from my coleus. But for right now, I'm really enjoying this space. I think it's really filled in nicely. We have a couple of different colors of the trailing lobelia. With this particular lobelia, I bought the seeds. So now I will collect the seeds and never have to buy the seeds from that plant again. Towards the center of the bed, we have a beautiful perennial ground cover. It's black scallop ajuga. Ground covers can take over an area very quickly, but I like the way it looks just in this one particular space in my yard. It really fills in nicely in the center. It's so nice adding annuals in the landscape. Look how they fill in. Just so beautiful. Lots of different colors, different textures going on in here. As we leave the old arborvite bed, it starts to get shadier. And this is my main hosta garden. And it's packed with lots of different beautiful hosta plants. All it takes, friends, is to buy one hosta plant and then just keep dividing it over the years. And if you do that, you will also have nice, lush hosta plants in your yard. I'm at a point where I don't necessarily need to buy every single hosta plant out there. I'm happy with what I have. It's more a matter of just coming in, dividing plants, and moving them around. That's what I really like to do with most of the plants in my yard, in fact. The plants at the base of the tree are mini hosta, and they are looking so pretty. In fact, I want to show you that they are just budding up. So by our next garden tour, we should be able to see the beautiful blooms on these mini hosta. And these are called Lakeside Zinger. I love to repeat the same flowers in my yard. Here are more of the beautiful beacon impatiens that we started from seed. And the Dollar Tree is a great place to buy your seeds from. That's where I buy a lot of my seeds if I need to buy them. Or Ocean State Job Lot, which is local to me. We have some more beautiful lamium here. And then another perennial that I like to use in a lot of my container pots, although it can be invasive, so I like to just keep it contained, is Creeping Jenny. And I love making my own container pots. I feel like I can be creative and I can have many container pots in my yard because I'm using plants that are from seed or perennials in my yard. And attaching these hanging baskets on trees, I think is very whimsical. And if you live in an area like I do with lots of trees, It's a great way to be creative, to just add that vertical interest. I recently came into my Hosta garden and I added some mini Hosta towards the front of the bed. This is just their first year. I really divided the plants down, but just wait, friends. In a couple of years, the Hosta that were added towards the front of this bed here are really going to fill in, and they're going to look so pretty. And I think they're going to complement very nicely with the lakeside zinger Hosta that they have right nearby. There's a beautiful perennial here that's just starting to go by. You can see it has tall spikes with the yellow, and that is a type of ligularia, bottle rocket. It is such a pretty plant. I really enjoy having that color and that height in a shady part of my yard. Although shade gardens can sometimes be viewed as boring, I actually love working in shade gardens. I feel like it's a challenge to make them look beautiful. I do want to show you some beautiful foliage plants that are in here just to give you ideas if you have a shade garden. So some of the plants in here include epimedium, and that bloomed earlier in the year, but it still looks pretty with its heart-shaped leaves. We have the beautiful Japanese painted fern. And then I want to show you all the different pops of color when it comes to heuchera or coral bells. And then we have some hellebores. And even though they're not blooming, the foliage just looks very pretty in a shade garden. And then as we step back a little bit, look how pretty the brunnera is here with its striking leaves. Towards the front of the flower bed, we have some more miniature hosta. And then we also have the nice ferny leaves of the dwarf goat's beard. And I really like how this is looking towards the front of this flower bed. Right behind them, we have a type of tiarella or foam flower. And then we just have some coral bells right behind that. I love the color, I love the texture of this fern here. And this is a maidenhair fern. Right behind that is the beautiful Annabelle hydrangea, which I've been able to successfully propagate. So I have a bunch of it all around my yard now. And look how sweet and tender the blooms look on this coral bells. Even though the coral bells are nothing fancy, nothing great, just look how pretty the blooms are. But what I like about this particular coral bells also, or heuchera, is I have it sprinkled throughout this flower bed, and it has a little bit of a red color to it, which I think is nice to add a little bit of red in a very green shaded space of my garden. Many of the plants repeat themselves in this area, and I want you to see how pretty the spotted leaves look on the lungwort or pulmonaria. Even though they're not blooming, they still look so pretty. So there are a lot of things you can do in a shady garden. This is really just mostly all foliage, and I really am enjoying it. I want you to see how pretty these hanging baskets look from this direction when we're looking at the trees. I really do enjoy them just hanging there. I want to bring you over to my back porch where I was telling you about the window boxes with the impatiens on them. So let's head up there. This area definitely gets more sun than my covered porches. And this is where those impatiens just looked so much larger. Now these don't look bad, they look very pretty, but that's why I went ahead and swapped out my window boxes. I highly encourage you to do the same thing. If you have similar container pots or anything along those lines, and you want to just move them around due to light conditions, experiment with that. So within about 1 week or so, I'm assuming that these container pots or window boxes will also really fill in. I'm enjoying them. I think they're beautiful, but I can't wait for them to be filled in even more. And if you step up on the back porch and you just kind of look over, this is what you see. You basically see the very shady part of my yard down there where the Hosta garden is. And then if you turn around this way, you start to see over there, that's where I have some hydrangeas. And that's what this window box looks like over here. As we head off my back porch, in this area here, this is the rose garden. The roses were looking beautiful earlier on. They're in a lull right now, but within a few weeks they should be blooming again. I am so glad that I placed a bunch of the wax begonias that we started from seed down in this area here. If I didn't have the wax begonias in my rose garden, there really wouldn't be much blooming right now. So if you have an area in your yard where you're noticing that there is a lull, always think about what can you do to fix that. And this was one of my solutions, was adding annuals in here. But you can imagine if I was to buy all of these wax begonias, it would be very expensive, which is why I enjoy just collecting my own seeds and starting them this way. And not only does this make me happy, but it makes the pollinators happy as well. But you can see the new fresh growth that's appearing on the roses. So it's just a matter of time, friends, when we'll have more blooms on the roses. In the center of the bed here, I had placed some perennials that I divided from another part of my yard, and they're doing okay. I think because we just placed them here this spring, they haven't quite taken off. I'm hoping next year they'll put on a greater show. And in case you're wondering what they are, this is Speedwell or Veronica. So I will watch it, and if next year they still are struggling, then I might have to move them to a different location. But I really do enjoy this rose garden. Sometimes it's nice to just have your roses, I feel, in one part of your garden if you can, so you can really enjoy them. Close by to this space, we have a bunch of raised beds. And these were just installed in this area this year. And look how beautiful they are. The beds themselves are very pretty. They are Vigo raised garden beds. But then along them here, we have cucumbers. They are filled with flowers. But the other thing I'm noticing is that the cucumbers are now starting. And not only do I have one raised bed filled with cucumber plants, I have two. Our family really does enjoy cucumbers. And then the next set of raised beds in the middle here, these are a whole bunch of tomatoes. And they are underplanted with sweet alyssum or lobularia that I started from seed. It's nice to sometimes just add some flowers into your vegetable gardens. Aesthetically, it looks nice, but also it brings in pollinators, beneficial insects. So we have started to come in and take some of the tomatoes and enjoy them. I've also been coming in and pruning off the suckers off the plants because we're trying to just do single stem tomato plants. And then I also have been coming in and just clipping my tomato plants to the string here. This is a new method that I'm trying out. I saw someone else on YouTube that had done this method. So it'll be a good experiment for this year. But pretty soon we're going to be coming in and harvesting a whole bunch of tomatoes. And then the third set of raised beds are filled with green beans. And we have already harvested so many green beans this year. So what I'd like to do at this point is finish harvesting all the green beans that are left on the plant. And then I want to go ahead and remove the green bean plants and do another succession planting of them. We still have some time, but I better be quick. I want to make sure I have one more grouping of green beans that I can enjoy. And these are just a bush bean type of variety. You'll have to let me know in the comments, how are you doing with your vegetable garden? And what are you harvesting? And the peas are just starting to go by. We have enjoyed them. We were a little late with planting our peas this year, but nevertheless, we were able to get a harvest from them. There is a beautiful annual on this side of the garden, which is the north side of my yard, that is looking so nice right now. This is a diplodenia. And again, this was one that I overwintered last year, and I plan on overwintering it again. The alyssum is also loving its life. I mentioned it earlier, I will probably not plant the diplodenia with anything. I'll just leave it by itself because it really is the star of the show. It doesn't need anything else in its pot. This is a Martha Washington geranium, and I just barely deadheaded it, so it doesn't have a ton of blooms on it, but I just wanted to show you close up how pretty it is. And this is also a plant that I was able to successfully overwinter in my garage. And we have another diplodenia. When I bought these last year, they were in one pot, and I was able to divide them into multiple plants. So anytime you can divide, even annuals, or at least this is an annual here where I live, and make more plants, that's the way to do it. There are a lot of perennials in these flower beds. I'm really just trying to focus on anything that's blooming in my yard. However, I do want to show you in this particular space, because it is a little shadier here, that there are a bunch of heuchera that I've put towards the front of the flower garden. And I want to show you that you can really just divide your heuchera and move them around. I also like to change up the colors to add a little bit of interest. So I'm just going to show you close up the different heuchera that are in here. I'm basically using 4 different types of heuchera in this space, and I just repeat the pattern along the front here. This just gives you a little bit of perspective of this north side of my house. And this is now heading into my front yard. There are some other pretty plants down here that are almost done blooming, but I want to point them out. So the coral bells, the pink flowers that you see, are almost done blooming, so I'll have to come in and deadhead those. And then I've been diligent about coming in and deadheading this beautiful plant. This is mountain bluet, or centaurea. And if you keep deadheading it, it will bloom for you throughout the season. This variegated plant here is a type of sedum, and you can see it's just budded up. What's also budded up in this bed is cardinal flower, or a lobelia. So for our next garden tour, that should be blooming for us. And then right nearby to it, I'm going to have to think about the placement of it, and I need to come in and deadhead it. This is Stokes aster. It's definitely very floppy in this area, but I do want to show you how pretty it is. The beautiful yellow flower that you see is a type of Rebeckia. It's an annual type that basically seeds itself around the yard. So this was a nice, happy surprise. And the purple flowers you see behind are just Hosta that are around this tree, and the Hosta are blooming right now. I love the color combination of the purple and the yellow right here. I recently came in and just planted a bunch of coleus that I had left over that I started from seed. It's a little late in the season, friends, but the way I look at it, better late than never, right? And actually, what I was thinking to myself is this will be a good experiment to see how the coleus does in this space. I've always struggled with figuring out a good plant to put in this little, I guess you can call it rock garden. So we'll have to see how the coleus does. This area is definitely part shade. So it's fun to experiment in this space. Towards the front, we have the lamb's ear, but I also have things that bloom, like we have daylilies, there is echinacea or coneflower. In the back there, we have a beautiful Annabelle hydrangea that we just put in this year. And we had created that from hardwood cuttings. And then this right here is another type of echinacea, green twister, that I winter sowed a few years ago, looking very pretty. And then a bunch of other coneflower, the purpurea. I recently came in and cut back a bunch of my iris. I just did some tidying up in this flower bed. We have some more coneflower, a white colored one, that I also had winter sowed a few years ago. And then I have a beautiful hydrangea. I don't know what kind it is. I've had it for a number of years, but you can see that it has almost like a chartreuse green color to the leaves. It's very pretty. And then just some more daylilies that are blooming in this flower bed. And this one's really pretty. Oftentimes you can find daylilies on sale, marked down, after many of the daylilies have gone by. Stores just want to clear them out. So it's always a great time to get your hands on different kinds of daylilies. But I am ending the season of daylilies. They might put out a few more blooms, especially the rebloomers, but otherwise they're pretty much done this time of year. There's a little bit of a lull in the lilac flower bed. We'll be coming in soon and cutting back the daylilies in here all the way to ground level. In fact, I made a video recently showing you my process for doing that, when to do it, why to do it. But they will reflush with new growth once we do that. They just start looking a little scraggly, a little brown. And not only that, they are covering other beautiful things that are in here. They basically are detracting or taken away. For example, we have some serendipity allium back there. And I placed them back there knowing that I would be coming in and cutting back my daylilies so that the alliums could basically shine. And also I have some perennial mums that are towards the front of the flower bed. And what happens is the daylilies detract and they also spill over the mums. So there are many reasons why I'll be coming in here and cutting back all of the daylilies in here. The driveway flower bed is looking so pretty. It took its sweet time to fill in, but boy, is it looking so beautiful now. We have a beautiful hydrangea here, and that's basically the centerpiece of this flower bed. And then look at all the impatiens, beacon impatiens, that we started from seed. And I want to tell you a funny story. I recently came in and added some more impatiens that we started from seed. I never got them in the ground until recently, until within the last few weeks. And that's why there are no blooms on there. And I sprinkled them all throughout here because I basically said it's now or never. And that's why you're seeing little sprinklings of plants that don't have any blooms on them. So I'm hopeful for our first frost that these little guys will bloom for us. We also have a bunch of coleus that we started from seed sprinkled throughout this bed. And this is the other side of the bed. So if you're coming up my driveway, you would see the beautiful hydrangea. And then you would also notice the really pretty plantings of the impatiens and the coleus, just looking so nice. Right near my walkway, I have a whole bunch of Rebecca or black-eyed Susan. They are just starting to bloom in this area. They look really pretty on this side. But I want you to see, on this side, they don't look as pretty. And I was thinking to myself, why? Because for many years, they did look pretty over here. Honestly, I think it's because they need to be divided. So this year, I will come in and start dividing these. And if I don't get to it this year, I'll definitely do it in the springtime. And we'll see, but I think that that makes all the difference in the world. I say it in my videos all the time. Divide your perennials every 3 to 5 years. And because these perennials are tucked into this flower space, it's just not an area I think of dividing. But I think the time has come. And as we head down towards the front walkway, we'll be seeing a lot of changes in this area. So I'm not going to really go into detail on what the changes are. I've talked about it in previous videos. But the plants that you see in here right now that are not looking so great, which will be part of the reason we'll be changing this up, are some Hosta, and there are some coral bells, some beautiful plants in here. On the other side of the walkway, we have a number of annuals that we started from seed, and I just want you to see how pretty they're looking. We have some coleus. There are also some gorgeous snapdragons. I say every year I'm not going to grow snapdragons, but then I look at them in this space and I really enjoy them. And I like the look of plants just spilling over my walkway. We have some very strikingly blue lobelia, and then right near it, very pretty white alyssum or lobularia. And as you look down the walkway, you can just see that it's sprinkled along here. And you'll hear me say it a lot. If you start your plants from seed, you can also really pack an area like this with annuals. In the container pots, I love putting dahlias, and I overwinter my dahlias because they're not hardy here where I live. And these are a dwarf variety. They're an unwinds mixed, and they're perfect in container pots. I'm just bringing you in closer so you can really enjoy these snapdragons that are in this space. Lots of different colors. For my front walkway, I like to just put a whole bunch of annuals up along here because I don't want anything terribly tall. I don't want anything to detract from the walkway. So that's why I choose plants that don't get very tall. And when it comes to my coleus, during the season I've been coming in and just pinching them back just so that they're a little bit bushier. Look how pretty that yellow snapdragon is. Just so gorgeous. Lots of different snapdragons in here, providing color. But then to soften up the look of everything, we have the lobelia and the alyssum trailing over the walkway. At the end of the walkway, we have what I call my bay window garden bed, because we have a bay window right here. Many of my flower beds are work in progress, but I will show you some beautiful things in here. Let's start with these strikingly gorgeous purple flowers, which I will be coming in and deadheading very soon. These are Veronica or Speedwell. The pollinators go crazy over this plant. And then right behind the Speedwell, those big, huge white flowers that we see, that is Annabelle hydrangea. And I want to show you, it's just gotten larger since our last garden tour. Look at how big the flower head is on this one. So pretty. I don't come in and stake my Annabelle hydrangea, but I'm considering doing it, especially in this flower bed, just so we can really enjoy the blooms on here. I had tucked in a number of echinacea or coneflower. It was either last year or the year before last, and they were just ones that I had winter sown. If you want to add more coneflower to your yard, winter sowing is definitely the way to go. You can get the seeds of lots of really pretty coneflower and winter sow them yourself. Even if it takes 2 years for them to bloom, it's so worth it. I believe this one here is called Double Decker. And I think a lot of the seeds that I bought when it came to my coneflower were from Baker Creek or rareseeds.com. I just want to show you what it looks like when we're stepping this way. We had come in about a few weeks ago and sheared back or cut back the cranesbill geranium or hardy geranium. So they are starting to push out new growth and new flowers. And we had also come in and cut back very hard all the Stella d'Oro daylilies. So I'm guessing sometime within our next garden tour, I'll show you the new growth emerging. Some plants that I just put in here last year, and we have to be patient, it's going to take a little bit of time, are these right here. And these are black-eyed Susan or Rebecca. They're still very small. They were just added last year. What I noticed was as soon as the Veronica or Speedwell were starting to slow down, there was a little bit of a lull in this space. So I went ahead and I removed every other Veronica or Speedwell, and some of them were placed in the rose garden, and some were just potted up. And we replaced them with the black-eyed Susan. I didn't complete the job in this flower bed. I still need to do that. But I wanted to point it out that those are things I'm always looking for when I'm walking around my garden, is what else can I do to add some color in a flower bed. So for peeking this way, there's a small batch of the Rebecca there, one over there. There's some here that I placed, and you'll see that they're not blooming, but by next year, all 3 of these will look glorious. But then it looks like I stopped. And I love doing that, looking at my garden and saying, okay, where did I stop and where do I need to continue? So I want to add a few more patches of the Rebecca on this side of the garden, and then probably some more on that side. Although as I'm peeking over there right now, I can see I added a small patch. You can see the little yellow there, but I probably need to add another patch of it over there. And I feel like that will just complete the look of adding some of the black-eyed Susan in this flower bed to get that nice pop of yellow or orange that we're missing here. But I really am loving the plants in the front walkway this year. And I do have a number of container pots up near my front porch that I want to show you. This Alyssum or lobularia I purchased the seeds of. So I will be collecting the seeds from this one because it's just so pretty. Here is more of the trailing vinca that I overwinter in my garage. We have the beautiful Lismachia or creeping Jenny. That is a perennial here where I live. It looks like we have a freebie plant here, and that looks like a Cleome to me. So it's going to get cooler this weekend. I need to remember to come in here and maybe move that somewhere else. And then we have some more of the unwind mixed dahlias that are taking a break right now. They were blooming really hard a few days ago. And right behind that, I want you to see how pretty this has filled in. And we put this container pot together. Similar plants, again, we have the vinca, creeping jenny, we have lamium, and then we have some coleus that we started from seed. And then we also have some beautiful calla lilies. And these were ones that I purchased, but I also like to overwinter my calla lilies. So I need to just do some basic maintenance with this plant in terms of deadheading. But I love this container pot. I think it came out really, really pretty. And then right nearby to that container pot, we have some more of the beautiful Diplodenia that we only bought one of in a big pot last year on clearance, and then I overwintered in my garage. And then we also have some alyssum. I think this area is a little too shady, and that's why the alyssum's not blooming. And then right nearby, we have some more beautiful container pots filled with impatiens as well as lamium. And in case you're wondering what that loud noise is, there is a croaky friend in here. There's a couple of them that live in here. So a frog or a toad, I forget which one it is, that likes to live in the water or be near the water. But they are right near our pond. So yes, I am loving how beautiful the window boxes look on the front here. And right near the pond, we have a bunch of mini Hosta that are looking just so pretty. A plant that's new to me is elephant ear. I don't like to go too crazy every year when it comes to buying plants or bulbs, but I wanted to buy this one because I thought it would look pretty around my pond, and I'm going to try to overwinter it in my garage this winter, and if not my garage, my basement. Right nearby to it, there are a bunch of plants in here that we put together. We have more of the trailing vinca vine. There are a bunch of coleus that we started from seed. But what I'm noticing is the coleus, even though I've come in and cut it back a number of times, is swallowing up my beautiful calla lily that's in the center here. And that is trying to flower for us. So I need to come in and just do some maintenance and continue cutting back the coleus. But all of these are good things to know, friends, that coleus can get very big, and it probably is not the best complement when it comes to calla lilies. Calla lilies. And here's another identical type of pot. And I was better about coming in and really cutting back my coleus here just to expose the leaves of the calla lily. But overall, I am very pleased with how everything has turned out for the summer around my pond, near the front porch, in the bay window bed, and up along the front walkway. And our little croaky friend is happy as well. I also want to give you an update on how some beautiful gomphrena is looking. This was my first year growing gomphrena from seed, and it was from seed that I collected myself. So let's go in for a closer look. Here along my front walkway, some of you might know this as my pansy holding bed because I have a lot of pansies that self-seed themselves here. But we had come in and planted a bunch of sweet alyssum as well as gomphrena. And I'm very, very happy to report that the gomphrena is looking gorgeous. It really is filling in. And keep in mind, we planted these pretty late into the season. So I'm very happy with how they're looking, coupled with this beautiful sweet alyssum that we also started from seed. If you've never grown gomphrena from seed, definitely give it a try. It is so worth it, I feel. The quickfire hydrangea is really starting to come into its own. You can see that there's a mix of these light pink colors that always look wonderful this time of year. But then we also have the beautiful creamy white flowers here as well. It's early morning right now. Otherwise, normally this is full of all sorts of pollinators. These hydrangea are in a part sun location and they are set up on drip irrigation. And I want to point that out because I want you to see just how dark green their leaves are. They are very happy where they are. And we have a little surprise there, a little bumblebee still sleeping, and it's too early for it to wake up, but it found a great spot to perch. This area of my garden is going to be seeing some changes pretty soon. You'll notice that we have two quick fire hydrangeas right here. In the center, there's a little bit of a gap. There's a type of spirea towards the back, and towards the front you can see we have coneflower. As we head in this direction, we have the vanilla strawberry hydrangea right over here. So I'm going to be adding another vanilla strawberry hydrangea right here just to really complete the look of this hydrangea border. I think it would look so pretty. Once we leave the hydrangea border, we enter what I call the long border. This area is part sun on the south side of my house. There are a number of flowers in here that bloom for a very long time, and it's worth mentioning them. So we have the beautiful Rebecca or black-eyed Susan, looking just glorious. We also have a wonderful tall phlox, garden phlox, and then the purple coneflower. And right near the coneflower, again, we have a lot more of the red bee balm. So lots of different colors going on here in the mid to late summer months. We have another garden phlox, the white one right over here. And then towards the back of the space, we have some Annabelle hydrangeas. One flower that is just budded up and starting to bloom that I haven't shown in previous garden tours is the wonderful grape blue lobelia. The pollinators love it, and it's native to me here in New Hampshire. And then right behind it is another very pretty garden phlox. Some other really pretty flowers that are blooming in here include balloon flower. A lot of people know balloon flower to be purple in color, but this one is really pretty. I had gotten the seeds from Baker Creek, and that's what the beautiful white colored balloon flower looks like. And right next to it is another white colored garden phlox. On the trellis, providing that beautiful purple color, is a clematis. It's called tie-dye purple, and it's very striking. In this container pot here is an elephant ear, or colocasia, and I will be overwintering the bulbs of it because it's just such a beautiful plant that I wouldn't want to buy it every single year. It's worth overwintering. Along the front of this border are a number of lungwort or plumeria. Even though they usually do well in shade, they thrive in this area, especially in certain parts of this area, if they're being shaded out by plants that are close by to them. Peeking through on the other side of the long border here is also a very pretty white-colored coneflower, tucked in towards the back. What I love about garden phlox is there are a lot of different kinds. I just added them to my garden space this year, so they're all very small. But over time, they will get much larger and really fill in this space. And the same is true with the liatris. I didn't have much of it, so I just dotted it throughout this garden space. I like doing that when I want to have different flowers going all throughout this long border. If I don't have many of a certain flower, I would much rather just put one here and one there. And that way, over time, all of those flowers can just spread over time and really fill in the gaps. In this container pot here, we have a Martha Washington geranium, and I recently came in and deadheaded it. So it's very pretty, but it will be coming out with more blooms in the next few weeks. And just look at all the beautiful great blue lobelia that are budded up, ready to put on a spectacular show. In this container pot, we have a Diplodenia. They are definitely not hardy. They're very tropical here in New Hampshire. I was able to successfully overwinter a whole bunch of them, so I'm looking forward to overwintering them again. And at the base of them are some alyssum or lobularia that I started from seed. And right behind are some more of the beautiful great blue lobelia. You can see in this long border that we have the same plants that continue to just repeat themselves. And right in the back of this section of the border, I wanted to show you I have some Korean lilacs. They put on a great display of blooms during the early spring months. And here we are heading into the end of summer, and they're now putting on another flush of flowers. It might not be the same flush of flowers as in the springtime, but nevertheless, I'm really enjoying them. Together, we had cut back a whole bunch of the Stella d'Oro daylilies that are in this flower bed. I just want to show you, there's a grouping there, and we have another grouping over there. And you can see that they're just starting to put out some new fresh leaves. So it definitely tidies up the flower beds when you do that. I have a very pretty tall phlox over here, a couple of them, in fact. I just dotted them around. The key is to get them rooted in so I can then move them around to different parts of my yard. And the backdrop over here is a beautiful hydrangea. I've had it for a very long time, so I don't know the variety. And then I have a very pretty balloon flower over here. I just purchased it from my friend who has a backyard plant nursery, so I'm not sure if this is a dwarf variety or the taller one. We'll find out next year. The bluish green colored leaves that you see here are fringed bleeding heart. They have bloomed very heavily from spring into summer months, and they're just slowing down right now. But I need to come in, do some more deadheading, and if I do that, they should push out some more fresh blooms. And then towards the front of this area are some beautiful wax begonias that we started from seed during the winter months. And these are wax begonias that were from seed that I collected myself. They were very slow to start early in the spring, but they've really filled in the space nicely. And I think that's important to keep in mind when we're gardening, is to have patience. Good things will come if we have patience with our gardens. This area is located up along my driveway on the right-hand side, and it's right next to what I call my backyard plant nursery. I've had this area here for a number of years, and this is where I sell a bunch of perennials on Facebook Marketplace. If I'm standing inside of the backyard plant nursery and I'm just looking over or peeking over to the long border, it's just such a pretty sight. I love looking at the long border from this angle. From my plant nursery, if you were to head down my driveway, you can see I have a number of hanging baskets lining both sides of the driveway. And these hanging baskets were made on a budget, like much of my garden is. So inside the hanging baskets, which I'm able to basically reuse the baskets year after year, I have lamium or dead nettle. And that's a perennial, so I can reuse that plant every year. I deadhead it almost every week just to make sure that it keeps blooming for me. I also have beacon impatiens, and these were impatiens that I started from seed that I collected. And then we have the beautiful creeping Jenny. That's also a perennial here where I live. From the driveway, if you were coming up the driveway, on the left-hand side, you would see what I call my driveway flower bed. And this also has a vanilla strawberry hydrangea in it, and it's all budded up. At the base are a bunch of different plants. There are more of the beacon impatiens that we started from seed, as well as coleus that we started from seed. And they're all looking very pretty. In between my two garage doors is a lovely planter that we put together. The highlight of this planter are the zonal geraniums or pelargoniums. We had overwintered those bare root and we brought them back to life. I can't wait to do that again this year. Each year that I overwinter my geraniums bare root, I just end up with bigger and bigger plants. Towards the front, it's looking a little sad. I've been giving it water, but it's having a hard time coming back. There's some Dusty Miller. You'll see repeating plants when it comes to the perennials in my container pots. We have lamium, as well as the creeping Jenny. The Dusty Miller on the other side of the pot looks a lot fresher, a lot nicer. Dusty Miller is not hardy here where I live, so I was able to overwinter it successfully in my garage. And I plan on doing that again this year. But I'm thrilled with how this container pot came out. It really filled in nicely. In the center of the container pot, the grassy type texture is a type of juncus. It's supposed to be perennial where I live. I received it from my sister-in-law last year and overwintered it. So I'm going to try to cut it in half and put some of it in my landscape to see if I can overwinter it again, and then the other half I'll overwinter in my garage like I did the previous year. Right next to my garage doors is the flower bed that I call my side walkway flower bed. There are a lot of beautiful things happening in this area. Let's start with the Joe Pye weed. It is just so beautiful this time of year. So if you are finding in your garden space here in August that there's a little bit of a lull happening in your flower beds, consider Joe Pye weed. It's just so pretty and the pollinators go crazy over that plant. Some other options for a late summer garden and to find flowers that are blooming, we have globe thistle. Another plant that the pollinators go crazy over. Here in the early morning hours, you will definitely find the pollinators taking sweet little naps. This flower bed had seen a little bit of a lull in it during the early summer months. So together we came in and we planted up some container pots. There were different proven winter plants that we had left over from a project that I did at a circle that I adopted, a spot that I adopted. So I wanted to make sure I put those plants to good use. So what I'll do is just pop up on the screen the names of these supertunias that are by proven winners. I'm so glad that we planted these up to fill up some gaps that were happening in this flower bed. What a difference it makes. Each of these container pots are set up on drip irrigation, and I'm giving these supertunias fertilizer, just a liquid fertilizer, Miracle Grow, every 1 to 2 weeks. But I just wanted to showcase them because they really are so striking, so pretty in this area. And I love when you walk around the flower bed, there's just pops of color from every angle. You really don't need anything else. We only put together a small handful of container pots, and they've really filled in the space nicely. We have some coneflower popping through, providing a little bit of height and color. But then the other plant that's providing a lot of color right now is sea holly or arrangium. Many of them are just starting to go by, but look at how electric blue the sea holly is. Later in the day, the pollinators will cover this plant, and that's so fun to watch. And I love the color of the blue next to all the pink that we have in this flower bed, as well as the purple. My oriental lily is just starting to go by, but it did provide a lot of color for a number of weeks in this garden space. Tucked into the back of this garden bed is some beautiful yarrow. It has a lot of different colors. You basically have this vibrant pink, but then as the pink starts to fade, you have more of a light pink color, but it's really, really striking, very pretty. The container pots that we put together during the early spring months continue to look just so pretty. They are filled with the beautiful pelargonium or zonal geraniums that we overwintered bare root. And then some other plants in here are the vinca vine, and that's an annual where I live, so I overwinter it in my garage. And then this time of year, some annuals do start to look tired, so I need to come in and just do some pruning. We have trailing lobelia that we started from seed, and it was seed that we collected. And on the other side of the porch here is an identical copy. Just regular maintenance happens this time of year. I give Miracle Grow once a week, and then I just need to come in and do some deadheading. The more I deadhead it, the more it's going to send out blooms, which is why you can see there are a bunch of buds happening, ready to go. And we have more of the white-colored trailing lobelia on this side that we started from seed, and it was seed that we collected. I'm going to be busy very soon. I'm going to be collecting seeds from a lot of my plants, and I'll be sure to bring you along. On the porch, we have some amaryllis that I will be bringing in pretty soon to put them in for dormancy for a couple of months, and I'll show you my process. We have some more of the beautiful alyssum or lobularia, and then the diplodenia that I overwintered in my garage. The window boxes on the side porch here are just filled right up. They're looking so pretty. They are jam-packed with beacon impatiens that we started from seed. When I say jam-packed, I think there's probably a total of 6 or 8 plants in there. And then we have some lamium. We also have this plant that I overwintered in my garage. It's, I believe, considered a perennial. So I'm going to try to put it in the ground and see if it overwinters. I had just gotten a small piece of it. It's a Lismachia. And I got a small piece of it a number of summers ago. And then I just overwintered it in my garage to keep it going. So I will definitely play around with it and see if I can get it to be a perennial, because I think it might be a perennial in my zone. It's just I've never seen it in the garden centers. But they really have filled in nicely since when we first put these container pots together. I'll put a link to any of the container pots that we put together down in the description below in case you're interested in seeing what I did to put them together. In the old arborvite bed, things are still looking nice and lush. Part of the maintenance I'm going to do is come in and I'm just going to be pruning back my lobelia. They need to be pruned back hard just to continue giving us a nice flush into the season. We have some more of the alyssum in here. A lot of these annuals that you're seeing are just annuals that I started from seed, and it was seed that I collected. There are wax begonias, and then we have a lot of coleus in here. Tucked in this garden space are a ton of annuals, and I love doing that because in the center are perennials, but they've already gone by. So the annuals provide a lot of interest and color in this garden space. When we leave the old arborvite bed, we start heading into my backyard. The hanging baskets on the trees provide really nice structure and vertical interest in a very shady part of my yard. I've been watering them every day pretty much. We haven't had a lot of rain, and it's been an unusually hot summer for us. So in order to keep these baskets happy, I'm constantly watering them. I've had these baskets for probably 10 years now. One thing I am considering doing is maybe upgrading and buying some new hanging baskets that are larger. And when I say larger, I mean that have a larger reservoir, because I found that these dry very quickly. I want to show you one thing. The beacon impatiens are just starting to set seed, and I'm going to let them because I want to start collecting their seeds. And it doesn't bother me that the plants might be cross-pollinating and I might have a variety of different colors, because you can see here, this is what was produced from seed that I collected last year. It's always a fun surprise. The Hosta garden is looking wonderful, nice and lush and filled in. I've come in recently and cut back many of the blooms because the blooms had started to fade. Many people ask me about the deer, and the deer do not seem to bother these hosta. I think it's because the hosta are right next to this structure here, which is my barn. So I don't do anything special in terms of the hosta in this particular area of my yard. Well, I do. I give the hosta water because if you want hosta to be happy and healthy, a lot of hosta plants need shade for them to have this nice, vibrant green color. And then if you have large hosta, you need to give them water for them to get to their nice big size. I've made many videos showing my process for dividing hosta plants, so definitely check for those videos on my channel, and I can put a few links down in the description below. But that's how I was able to get as many hosta plants as I have in this garden space. It's just by dividing these hosta plants around over time. At the base of the trees here, we have lakeside zinger. It's one of many kinds of miniature hosta that are out there. And you can see that even the miniature hosta will bloom for you. Look how sweet they look when they're all budded up like that. In fact, you can see at the base of the trees here, I have miniature hosta lining all of the trees here, just to make them look a little more interesting. We might as well make the trees in our yard stand out a little, I feel. Much of my backyard is considered either full shade or part shade. So I'm always experimenting with different plants and trying to make a shady garden still look interesting. So some of the interesting plants going on in this garden space are ligularia, and they have just gone by. They were blooming a few weeks ago, but their leaves are still so striking. We also have a number of Hellebore in here. Some other interesting plants in this garden space that's very shady include epimedium. There is also the wonderful painted fern, Japanese painted fern. And then some bright pops of color when it comes to the coral bells or heuchera. And then the interesting leaf structure of the pulmonaria or lungwort. There is also a very pretty brunnera, And then right nearby to the Brunnera, we have foam flower or tiarella. Many of the plants in here have already gone by in terms of blooming, but I want you to see how much interest they provide in a shady garden space. Towards the back, we have an Annabelle hydrangea looking very happy. And then we have a nice fern here, and that's a maidenhair fern. Right behind the maidenhair fern is a heuchera. Even though the leaves on the heuchera are very pretty, they have a little red to them. The blooms on them right now, this time of year, just look so pretty, so dainty, I would say. Earlier this spring, we had divided and moved a bunch of miniature green hosta towards the front of this flower bed. I wanted to give you an update and just show you how pretty they're looking here. I'm so glad we did that. I really think that having that chartreuse color towards the front of the flower bed makes this area pop. And we coupled the miniature hosta with plants that were already here. And look at how sweet they are. They have a little fern leaf to them, and they are a dwarf goat's beard. Perfect, again, towards the front of a flower bed, especially in the shade. The shade garden looks so pretty, and when you continue heading towards the back of my yard, much of my backyard is considered part shade or full shade. When it comes to flower beds, I still have a lot of work to do in my entire backyard, and that's a lot of space, a lot of ground to cover. I'm not in a rush to do it. It will happen over time. But there is a lot of opportunity in my backyard that I can play with when the time allows. We have some raised beds right there that I'll be bringing you to. We also have the rose garden that I will show you in a minute. But I just wanted to kind of give you some perspective of my backyard. And then right over here is my back porch. And then we end up back where I showed you already, which is my side porch. The impatiens that are here on the back porch were on my side porch. The side porch doesn't get as much sun, and you would think that impatiens need a lot of sun to thrive. But they were looking a little sad, so I moved some container pots around. I'm expecting in a few weeks that these will fill in nicely, but they're still providing some color here. And you can see that I have a total of 3 window boxes that are on this back porch, just to give a little bit of color in this area. Let's head over to the rose garden so I can show you how it's looking. The roses had put on an initial wonderful flush of flowers, and then I came in and deadheaded the flowers. The flowers are now putting on another spectacular show. They're looking really pretty. These right here are a type of drift rose, and I just bought them on clearance from a big box store at the end of season a few years ago. The white flowers that you see are wax begonias that we started from seed, and it was seed that we collected. And I'm so glad that we do that we add the begonias in this space. Because when there's that lull, when the roses are not blooming, these begonias just really fill in the space nicely. And I love the color. I think it's nice to just soften the color a little bit by having the begonias in here. A lot of different roses in here. And these roses are just roses, again, that I've bought at the end of the season on clearance from the big box stores that are local to me. We have irrigation, and when the water sprays on the roses, the rust that's in the water discolors the leaves. But even though it bothers me, it doesn't bother me 100% because I just look past that and I enjoy the flowers that are in here. Sometimes we have to do that as gardeners. We have to face that there's certain situations that we can't do anything about. So let's just embrace the flowers or the opportunities that are presented. So either lots of flowers happening or lots of flower buds. I do like to come in and deadhead my begonias. I find that it helps with the blooming. Since these are begonias that I started from seed, that kind of maintenance is important. And I made a video showing my process for deadheading begonias. I can put a link to it down below, but I will be coming in and doing that maintenance work. The pollinators are waking up. In the center of this flower bed, we had planted some perennials in the early spring months. They don't look great, but I'm going to give them another year because they haven't been here a full year yet. And they are Speedwell or Veronica. They might be getting too wet. I'm not sure. This bed does not have drip irrigation. It just gets sprayed overhead. But I'll have to wait and see. My intent was to have that tall purple color in the center of this area. So hopefully next year they'll put on a better show. We have another drift rose right here. And this one has really pretty white colored flowers. But I really do love my rose garden area. I think it's very pretty. It's the right size. In fact, this is where my kids used to have an above ground pool. And when we had the pool removed, I wasn't sure what to do with this space. And I'm so glad we turned it into a rose garden. One final rose that I want to show you because I just noticed it and it's looking really pretty is this yellow rose right here. It's so sweet. I have been so pleased with the raised beds that we put in during the spring months. There are a total of 6 raised beds here, and 4 of them are Vigo raised beds, and I had shown you in a previous video when we were putting those beds in. The first 2 raised beds that we're looking at here is a nice, beautiful wall of cucumbers. They are loving their life. I'm making sure to keep them fertilized because they are heavy feeders. So I'm coming in with liquid fish emulsion and giving them fertilizer every 2 weeks. We've definitely been harvesting a ton of cucumbers. My husband likes his cucumber tomato sandwiches, but just look at all the blooms on here. It's ridiculous. And it's fun to see the cucumbers growing vertically on this trellis here. And because we weren't sure if we would have enough cucumbers, we planted more cucumbers. I think we're going to have more than enough cucumbers this year. Right next to the 2 raised beds that are filled with cucumber plants are the tomato plants. This year I experimented with doing a single stem on the tomato plants, and I've been pleased. For us, we've had more than plenty tomatoes, more than we need, and we still have a lot more coming. So this system has worked really well for us. I've also been coming in with tomato tone, and I'm sprinkling tomato tone at the base of my tomato plants every 2 weeks. And then on these 2 raised beds that are in the back here, we just pulled out the green beans and we put in a bunch of fall crops. Some radish, lettuce. There are another succession of green beans. We have peas. And I'll have to see how they do because sometimes here in New Hampshire it can be a little tricky trying to get that fall crop going and timing it just right. So I did mark it down, the date that we planted them, and I'm just going to monitor and see which plants do well with this next succession that we've done. But overall, it's been a very productive year for our vegetable garden. We are currently in my backyard, and this area here is on the north side of my house. This has been cleaned up quite a bit. My husband came in and he did some edging. He did a ton of weeding. He cut back a bunch of plants. So we'll be shopping this area pretty soon. This whole area right here is filled with daylilies. And this part of my yard is considered part shade, so it's not optimal. I had planted the daylilies as well as the whole row of peonies because I needed a space to put them when I got them. I didn't buy them. I got them from family members' yards. So I will be coming in here and basically shopping this area, and we're going to be moving them to an area that gets full sun. And when it comes to this area, I'm planning on turning this more into a shade garden. And I'll have to see how that goes. I'm not really sure what I'm going to do yet. Sometimes when we have our garden spaces, it's okay to let an area rest for a year. So I'm anticipating doing that. Taking plants out of here, adding some more wood chips like we did over there, and letting this space rest. But I will tell you, hidden under the soil here are hundreds and hundreds of daffodils. I'm going to pop up on the screen what the daffodils look like when they bloomed in this space. They look so pretty, and I'm not going to worry about them right now. I'm going to keep them where they are. This garden space is what I'm working on these days, and I will be working on this space for the next number of weeks. This area of my yard used to be full shade, but we had some trees cut down during the past winter. When we cut the trees down, this turned a full shade garden into a full sun garden. So I need to play musical plants and shift plants around. The good news is I have enough plants in my yard that I can shop from and bring them over to this space. So we're going to continue working on this area. We've already started, but there's still a lot of work to be done. This container pot has alyssum in it, as well as more of the diplodenia that we overwintered. The diplodenia is being taken over by the alyssum, it seems like, but the bees don't seem to mind. This container pot has a Martha Washington geranium in it. We were able to successfully overwinter it in my garage, and I plan on doing that again this year. And more diplodenia that's being taken over by the alyssum. And yes, friends, I'm making notes to myself. Diplodenia really should just be planted by itself. It can be the star of the show. We don't need to add any sort of a thriller or filler or spiller. I think it looks happy just being planted by itself. This area starts to get a little shady, so we have a lot of coral bells or heuchera towards the front of this garden space. And then towards the back, you can see that we have some Hosta. And in the center, there's some astilbe and Jacob's ladder. There are hellebores, plants that do better in a shady area. As we head towards the front of my house, we continue to have the same repeating plants towards the front of this area. There's a very striking sedum. It's a variegated sedum, and I really enjoy the foliage on that plant. So if you're thinking of getting some sort of sedum that blooms in the late summer, early fall, there are so many different kinds out there, but the variegated sedum definitely is striking. It stands right out. A flower that just stands right out during the late summer, early fall months is this lobelia. It's a type of cardinal flower. So pretty. And it's actually considered native here in New Hampshire where I live. And I have a couple of them. That one's blooming, and then this one here is just budded up. We have a very pretty Rebecca, and this is more of an annual. So when it drops its seeds, it just self-sows readily around the yard. It was a nice, happy surprise. I didn't plant it here. It's intermingled amongst the Hosta that are at the base of this tree. Another happy surprise is this lily, and I believe it's called a tiger lily. And I just want to show you its face, how pretty it is. I got this from my sister-in-law. She has a whole bunch of them in her yard. This flower bed is a little quiet. There are some things blooming in here. This space is definitely considered part shade. So I'm planning on coming in here with more part shade plants and filling this area in with those. There were daylilies that bloomed, and now there are also some coneflower that are blooming. And that's great to know that flowers like that typically do well in full sun, will also do okay in part shade or even full shade. But I would much rather use the space in here wisely and put shade-loving plants. There's a hydrangea that's back here. I don't know the variety. I've had it for a number of years, but it's looking very pretty. If you know the variety or what kind of hydrangea this is, please let me know in the comments below. Sometimes when you use the apps on your phone to look up hydrangeas, it can be a little tricky, especially when they look like this. They're not as distinct as some other ones are. We have a number of mums that will bloom later in the season, as well as a bunch of aster plants. And I just love aster. They're so pretty, and the pollinators go crazy over them. I did tuck in some serendipity allium, as well as some beautiful stonecrop or sedum in this flower bed. So they are providing some interest in this area. Next to the garage, we have the front walkway bed. The Rebecca or Black-Eyed Susan are looking very pretty and blooming. We recently came in and added some window boxes to the side of my garage here. So they are in a bit of a lull right now because I had come in and cut back the petunias pretty hard. So in another few weeks, they will fill right in. The flower bed on the right is still work in progress. We had come in recently and we added a whole bunch of lavender that we started from seed during the winter months. And then towards the back, we added some mums that I overwintered in my garage last year. They are perennial mums, and I wanted to give them enough time to root in. And then I had a rose that came from my mother-in-law's home, and I just planted that right here, just to fill the bed in a little bit. But I really am looking forward to watching the window boxes fill in over time. I've been really pleased with how all the flowers have looked up along my front walkway. We have packed it with so many plants. What I tell people whenever they come by is there's no way I could have gone and just bought all these annuals. It's always so nice to start annuals from seed. All the coleus just looks so pretty. It's always a mix. It's a mixed bag of what I'm going to get because I collect my own seeds. We have some gorgeous snapdragons. And then towards the front of the bed here are a bunch of alyssum. And the pollinators continue to just be all over the alyssum in the yard. There's also trailing lobelia. And I wanted to bring you down here to show you some really pretty colors. I'm especially loving this particular snapdragon. I don't have my snapdragons staked. They're all just supported by all the plants around them. My container pots have dahlias in them, and they're just an unwinds mixed dwarf dahlia. They are the perfect size to have inside of a container pot. If you have cranesbill geranium in your landscape and you didn't cut it back this year, remember to do that next year, because when you do that, here we are, middle of August, and the cranesbill geranium are blooming again and they're looking nice and fresh. We also added some window boxes at the base of the bay window, and I'm really enjoying the look that they provide there. The purple colored flowers that you see are Speedwell or Veronica. They've looked so pretty for the last number of weeks. They just need to be cut back, deadheaded a little bit, so they can push out some new blooms. The Annabelle hydrangea has looked glorious for a long time, and she's just starting to go over. And right near the Annabelle hydrangea are a bunch of different types of echinacea or coneflower. And they're all coneflower that I winter sowed. So they're a few years old now. Lots of different colors going on in here for the coneflower. You know I love my container pots. I really just have so much fun when it comes to making my own container pots. We have a lot of different plants happening in here. More alyssum, a different color of alyssum. More of the trailing vinca, as well as the creeping jenny. And then some more of the unwinds mixed dwarf dahlia. Right behind it is another container pot that has really filled in. There's lamium, as well as creeping jenny, the trailing vinca. There's colocha rose, which is a coleus that we started from seed, and it was seed that we were able to collect. And then in the center is a very pretty calla lily that provides just the right amount of height for the smaller pot. This container pot here has more of the beautiful diplodenia, as well as some alyssum. It's a little bit shadier here, so the alyssum's not really blooming. But what's thriving in this shady part of my front porch are the beautiful beacon impatiens, and also some lamium, and then we have the Lismachia trailing down below. I might have a leak in my pond. I need to look at that because I keep filling it up with water and losing water, so I'm going to have to look at that. But regardless, around the pond, we have a number of different plants, but mostly dwarf hosta plants that are looking so pretty. And then a number of container pots that I really am enjoying towards the back of my pond. Look how big the leaves are on that elephant ear or colocasia. And then a number of beautiful coleus. They are so happy in their container pots, and let me tell you, I'm going to be doing that again. Just filling container pots with coleus. It's such a cheap option to do for impact. They are so lush and full that they keep swallowing up my calla lilies that are in the center here. So I'll have to remember that for next year. Do not plant calla lilies along with the coleus. It's not a good option. The coleus are just too aggressive. But that's how we learn as gardeners, right? I just love the coleus though. Couple that with the elephant's ears. Another plant that I'm really loving is the gomphrena that we started from seed. I wasn't sure how they would do because they were seed that I collected myself, but they have really done well, and I am loving their color. And I especially love the color combination happening here of this color gomphrena coupled with this color of the alyssum. It is early September, and we're currently on my side walkway porch. There are a number of plants that I want to show you in this area. Things are still looking really nice. We have some beautiful window boxes, and they are filled with impatiens. These are impatiens that I started from seed, and they were from seeds that I collected myself. They really have filled in nicely. I just love the way they look with all the different colors. The type of impatiens is a beacon impatiens. When it comes to all the annuals in my yard, pretty much all the annuals, they are annuals that I started from seed, and I will put a playlist link down below on how to collect the seeds from lots of different plants as well as how to start those seeds. When we're on the other side of this container box or window box, I want to show you a few flowers that are here. We have some lamium or dead nettle that the bee is on and enjoying. I've been very good about deadheading it so it continues to bloom for me. And then we also have a type of Lismachia that I got from a container pot. I was able to root it a couple of years ago. I think this is its third year. And I'm glad that I am able to keep this plant going. It's my understanding that this plant is a perennial where I live, so I'm actually going to try to put a small piece of it in the landscape, and I'm going to see if I can get it to survive. Otherwise, what I usually do is just overwinter it in my garage. My garage is unheated, but it stays warm enough so the plants don't freeze. Look how pretty that looks. When you walk down the steps of the porch, I have a couple of container pots. This container pot has calla lilies in it. They were planted fairly late, but you can see that they're just starting to bloom. And I really love the color. Since these are not hardy here where I live, I lift them and I bring them in and overwinter them. And I'll show you that process when the time comes on how to overwinter the calla lilies. But I've done it before and I've made videos on that. I'll also link that. This plant here was blooming, but it's not blooming right now. It's called a diplodenia. It's also a tropical plant that would die otherwise, but when the cold weather hits, I will be overwintering that a second year in my garage. And then we have some beautiful lobularia or alyssum. It has really filled in nicely. Right nearby, we have a gorgeous container pot that has zonal geraniums or pelargoniums. They were really filled with flowers, but now that the temperatures are cooling, the flowers are slowing down. I've been very good about deadheading it and watering it as well as fertilizing it. So it's still putting out blooms, just not as many as earlier in the season. Pretty soon I will be bringing it in and overwintering it bare root. This vining plant that is coming out from the bottom here is an annual where I live. It's a variegated vinca vine, and I like to overwinter that in my garage. In fact, I like to overwinter many plants in my yard as well as start many plants from seed. It just saves a lot of money in the long run. That same planter is copied on this side of the porch, and it's looking equally as beautiful. This bright blue flower that you see towards the front is an annual. It's a trailing lobelia. I really love it. I just think it's so bright and cheery. Right next to my side porch is what I call my side walkway garden bed. It's packed with a lot of different flowers, and this bed changes quite a bit from spring through summer into the fall months. So as we enter fall, there are some really pretty things happening here. This first plant that you're looking at, which is filled with the pollinators, it's called Joe Pye weed. It's very slow to emerge in the early spring months, but then it eventually takes off and it blooms late summer into the fall. It is such a pollinator magnet. It's really a beautiful plant, and I love having it in my yard this time of year. I'm really only going to be talking about things that are blooming. I'm not going to talk about things that are past bloom. So in this flower bed here, we had recently planted these. These are a type of sedum, and this is autumn joy sedum. And it's just putting on some really pretty color now. That's another plant that if you don't have it, definitely add sedum to your landscape. And there are lots of different sedum out there, shorter varieties and taller varieties. This container pot here is filled with just one plant. It's a Proven Winners plant, and I'll put the exact name on the screen. It has done really well for me. I've been really good about watering it, fertilizing it, and I recently had to come in with all of my supertunias and just do a little bit of treatment of BT due to the budworms. This sedum is Matrona, and I love it because it has the dark stems. I had just planted it recently with all the other sedum in this area, so it looks a little funny for this year, but next year it will fill right in. I'm so glad we planted these sedum in this area. I think it's just such a nice pop of late summer color. And as we move around this way, we have another Proven Winners Supertunia. And again, I'll put the name of it on the screen. It definitely doesn't look as good. I've been treating it for budworms. So over the next few weeks, it should bounce back. It's still so pretty though. I'll definitely be making some edits to this area of my garden just to make sure I have enough color in terms of perennials for this time of year. I have some ideas of things I want to add. It always can be tricky if you don't want to use annuals on how to get that late season color in your landscape. But I am thankful I had these extra petunias or supertunias to add to this one flower bed, because notice if we didn't have them, this flower bed would definitely be pretty quiet. This beautiful orange flower that you see here is a calendula. It's an annual, but it self-sows very readily. So it's just a volunteer plant that popped up, and I didn't have the heart to move it. I just wanted to leave it here. On the outside border of this entire flower bed are perennials that bloomed prolifically during the early spring months. I sheared them back, I fertilized them, and they're really just a ground cover at this time of year, but you can see that the dianthus are starting to put out few blooms here and there. So they will rebloom for you. They just won't put out nearly as fresh of a show as they do in the early spring months. They are a great ground cover to have, but they won't put out as many blooms this time of year, but I'm okay with that. And I also have this really pretty hot pink colored dianthus in this bed as well. A plant that I can't wait to see blooming for our next garden tour is right here. This is a perennial mum, and I've made many videos showing you how to get your mums to return year after year. So you'll have to check those out down in the description. But look at all the buds. Spring is the best time for me to divide perennial mums because their roots need a long time to establish. So next spring, I will definitely be coming in here and dividing my perennial mums. And on the other side of this bed here is another big patch of the perennial mums. Same color. Just imagine our next garden tour, how beautiful this is going to look. We had come in twice this season and cut this back really hard. If you have a perennial mum, it's important to do that, because if you don't do that, then they tend to flop. So this should hold a nice form to it because we were good about cutting it back. And then last year we had bought a mum and we planted it here. It was just a small little mum that I got from Walmart. So it should bloom for us. I see a few flower buds on it, but wait until next year when it really fills in. I can't remember what color it is, so it'll be a surprise for us. Tucked in over here is another type of sedum. We had planted it here, I think last year. If I can find the name of it, I'll pop it up on the screen. But this just goes to show you that if you're lacking color this time of year, look into sedum. You want to get the type of sedum that bloom in the late summer, early fall months, because there are types of sedum that bloom during the spring as well. And then over here is a plant that's just starting to go by, but you can see the blue color still. And that's called globe thistle or echinops. Really, really pretty, very striking. And I just want to take a step back and just show you plants that are peeking around the corner when you look this way. It's always fun to just, because it's a sense of mystery of what do you see when you peek around the corner. Lots of beautiful things happening here. And then in the center here, towards the back, is a very large miscanthus. It's an ornamental grass, and I will definitely be coming in and dividing that next spring, so I can show you my process on how to divide an ornamental grass. On the other side of it is yet another beautiful Joe Pye weed. Eventually what will happen with the miscanthus is that it will send out beautiful feathery plumes that look so gorgeous in the fall time. So these flower beds that I'm showing you right now are on the south side of my house. And when we hop over the other side of my driveway here, what we're looking at is what I call the long border. And it's called a long border because it's very long and it's very narrow. And this area changes quite a bit starting from the spring months through the summer and into the fall. So when you come up my driveway on the right, you see, the first thing you see is this long border. So we'll just talk about the plants that are currently blooming. Towards the very front of the long border are a number of wax begonias that we started from seed. Speaking of which, I need to come in soon and start collecting seeds from all my begonias. I'm so glad that I kept these begonias here. They were not looking so pretty when I first planted them, but when you live in a cold climate like I do, that's just the way it goes, especially with annuals. You don't get that instant gratification during the months of May and June. It just takes a while for things to take off. But these begonias did not disappoint. They took off, and I really love them. I think they look so pretty in this area. In fact, I've done this for 2 years now, and I think I'll probably copy this pattern and do it again next year. That one purple flower that you see is a perennial, and that is a type of pincushion or scabiosa, a dwarf variety. And it's so pretty. I've been very good about coming in and deadheading it, just so I can enjoy those little pops of purple amongst the white. Towards the back of this space here is a type of hydrangea. I feel like it's a PG hydrangea, but I'm not quite sure. It's very, very pretty. I've never been one to really prune my hydrangeas, so this year I came in and pruned them. I prune them really hard. I know the rule is you're supposed to prune them back by 30%. I did a very hard prune, so for that reason, the hydrangeas don't have very sturdy stems. That's okay. Next year, when I prune the hydrangeas again, I won't prune them back so hard. I will be very selective in my pruning so that the stems are stronger and so that the blooms are more upright and not flopping. But we can still enjoy them. And when you look at this angle right here, I want you to notice all the color that we're seeing here in a New England Zone 5B garden, where we can get a frost anytime within the next month. It is possible, friends, to have a lot of color using perennials, not annuals, to get that late season interest in color. It's just a matter of knowing which plants bloom this time of year. Many of the plants in this bed repeat themselves in a pattern, but I'll highlight the plants just so you know what they are. We'll start with the orange color, that is Rebecca or Black-Eyed Susan, and then we have the light purple color, that's Echinacea or purple coneflower. The very beautiful purple color that's towards the front here, that is great blue lobelia. We also have a couple of different tall phlox in here, or garden phlox, that are putting on some color. This light yellow color that you see is a type of daylily. It's Stella Doro daylily, and it's looking fresh because we had come in and cut it back really hard, so it pushed out new growth and new flowers. But look at all the colors that you see right there. How pretty that is. There are definitely areas in the long border where there's possibly not as much color, and those are things that I'm looking at all the time. I'm always making notes on where is color lacking. How can I just move some plants around to add some more color? Look at this peekaboo, I see you. Beautiful yellow rose. And I do want to point out with the great blue lobelia, it's a native plant here in New Hampshire. It is also another pollinator magnet. In this container pot, we have some lobularia or sweet alyssum, and that's an annual. We also have the beautiful diplodenia. And I mentioned earlier that I like to overwinter it in my garage. So pretty soon I'm going to have to take all these plants and get them ready for the winter. There are very few annuals in this long border, but whatever annuals are here definitely add that additional pop of color. Another annual that's still blooming, just not as prolifically, is a type of geranium. And it's a very, very pretty geranium that I also was able to overwinter in my garage. And this one I overwintered just in a pot. It's called a Martha Washington geranium. You can see how when I just divide the same flowers along the long border, how they just fill in this area so nicely. I couldn't imagine not having the black-eyed Susan in here. It was just like 2 years ago I didn't have black-eyed Susan in this flower bed. I noticed that this flower bed was very quiet, that there was a lull. I looked around my yard. I saw that I had black-eyed Susan blooming in another part of my yard at this time of year. I went ahead, I started dividing, moving it, and I'm so glad I did. This plant right here in the pot is a type of alocasia. It's an elephant ear. I will be overwintering that in my garage. It's looking a little tired. Our weather is starting to cool down. In fact, the nighttime temperatures are now 40 degrees Fahrenheit range. Daytime temperatures are in the 70 degree Fahrenheit range. So it is definitely getting colder. As we leave the long border, I just want to step back and just give you one last look so you can really take it in. I'm really happy with how this has come along. It has truly been work in progress for me for the last 5 years or so. Speaking of which, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be compiling some videos that I made in the past of how my garden has evolved over the years. Be on the lookout for that video. A number of you have asked me, how old are my gardens? Because you want to just know how are they so established? How long did it take? So I definitely want to share that video with you. It'll be coming out pretty soon. Here's another flopping yet so pretty type of hydrangea. It's called vanilla strawberry. And yes, friends, I got it right. I sometimes call it strawberry vanilla. It really is so pretty, and it's another one of the hydrangeas that I cut back very hard. When you look at the size of my hand next to the blooms, it's just so gorgeous, so big. Actually, here's the larger one right here. Look at that. Very, very pretty. And if you look at it next to the other beautiful plants here, it just complements so nicely. So this area is what I'm going to be calling this year, I started the name, a hydrangea hedge. Because in a way it really is it has become a hydrangea hedge. So right next to the vanilla strawberry hydrangeas, we have quickfire hydrangea, looking just as pretty. And I want you to see how they're different. They're different in their own right, and yet they're so pretty in their own right. I love them both equally. I can't say that I love one more than the other. And if you just step back and look at them, and just look at that display of color that they're giving us. In the center here, we had worked on this area, and am still working on this area. I will be adding another hydrangea. I will be adding a vanilla strawberry hydrangea to complete the look, because we'll have vanilla strawberry, quickfire, vanilla strawberry, and then at the end here, quickfire. I think that will look so pretty. I just haven't gotten to it, but that is on my list of things to do for this season. The quickfire hydrangeas are doing great from being pruned very hard. That goes to show you some hydrangeas can handle it, because I cut this one back just as much as I cut back my other ones very hard. It just seems like maybe the flowers are not as big. I'm not quite sure. But it took to a very hard pruning just fine. This is still very upright. And when you stand back and look at it from a distance, the vanilla strawberry doesn't appear to be flopping. So we still can enjoy it. Every house has a messy room, or 2 or 10. Every garden has a messy room or space. Or maybe yours doesn't, but mine definitely does. I'm stepping back just to show you so you can get perspective of everything here. So we have my 2 garage doors there. We have the side walkway flower bed. In this space here, I will be adding a greenhouse, and hopefully it will be done by next spring. I have a whole bunch of winter sown containers. I've been working hard and tackling them, but I still have many to tackle. I have some raised beds full of strawberries, raspberries, and blueberries that need to be emptied out because they're going to get reconfigured. I have some asparagus plants that were dug out from my backyard when we put in some raised beds over there. And then I have a whole ton of little seedlings. I have a plant nursery on my property, and I'll show you it quickly later in this video, where I sell plants. I've been doing it for 3 years now. So if you're like me and you sell plants, well then you know springtime and late summer into the fall is very busy for our business. We have to be getting ready for next year. We need to be dividing, potting up plants, and that's what I've started to do. These will eventually make their way down to my plant nursery, but since many of these plants are still quite small, for right now I'm just keeping them here. And yes, there are some plants here that are not for sale, they're for me, but I have them potted up. They will end up in the plant nursery, and I'll eventually think about where I'm going to put them. And then finally we have another raised bed here that will also be emptied out. We started the process, but I need to just continue with that. Before we head away from my south side gardens, the last thing I want to show you in this area here is between where the 2 garage doors are. There's a container pot that we had put together during the early spring months. It's definitely been tricky keeping this container pot watered. It's not set up on drip irrigation. We had a very hot, very dry summer, but I'm very pleased with how it is looking. We have the beautiful creeping Jenny, or Lismachia. That's a perennial where I live. It's a wonderful spiller in a container pot. And then look at this silver color. This is Dusty Miller. This is one that I overwintered because it's not hardy where I live, so I overwintered it in my garage, and boy did it fill in. We have a little pop of lamium, and lamium is also a perennial where I live. And then finally we have the beautiful pelargonium, or zonal geranium, and this is another one that I was able to overwinter bare root down in my basement. And I guess I'm forgetting one last plant. This is a type of juncus, or it's a grass, and I got it a few years ago. It was in a container pot that I received. So I'm going to try to overwinter it again in my garage. And I'm also going to experiment and put it out in my landscape. It's my understanding that it's hardy here where I live, so I'm going to try that. I'm very pleased with how this container pot came out, considering that I didn't pay a dime for it, for anything that's in it. So now we're going to head this way, and this is what I call the old arborvite bed. The reason is I used to have 3 arborvite that were jam-packed in this little small space. I removed them because they were not looking good. And there are a lot of different plants in here, but the main thing I want to show you is the annuals. The annuals that I started from seed. Some are looking better than others, but again, it is that time of year. And I want you to see my little friend Chipita. She wants to say hello. Hi, Chipita. Hi. Do you want to come say hi? She's such a sweet little child, or a little baby. I don't know what you call her. She is a baby. Anyway, I love all animals, big and small. So we have some annuals here that I want to go over. The white flowers that you see right here, that's Sweet Alyssum or Lobularia. We also have lots of different trailing lobelia, and that's the purple color. A couple of different shades of purple and blue. Over here where the bee is, that pink color is a wax begonia, and then we also have some white wax begonias. And then finally, towards the center are lots of different coleus. These are all plants that I started from seed, and I collect my seeds every year. So it's always going to be a mixed bag on what I get. I don't mind that. Some things that I've heard from my friends that come and buy plants from me is They don't have annuals in their landscape because annuals are so expensive. They only want perennials. And what I tell them is, but look at this. This flower bed was created on a budget. It really was. They were from seeds that I collected myself, so the seeds didn't cost me anything. And look at how I was able to pack them all in. So it is possible to have a flower garden on the budget, but have perennials that come back every year, absolutely. But also have annuals that you started yourself. And it could be from seeds you bought, nothing wrong with that. But you can have so many plants when you do it that way. This is another area that took a while for this flower bed to fill in, but I'm really happy with how it looks this time of year. As we leave the south side of my house, we're heading towards the backyard. And at the end here is what I call my Hosta garden. It's looking really pretty. You can see I've jam-packed it with all different kinds of Hosta in here. They are just starting to turn over for the season. This one here, I'm not sure why it looks that way because it looks worse than the others. But nevertheless, you can see how just by packing in lots of Hosta, how you can make it just fill in so nicely. Many of these Hosta were Hosta that I've divided and moved around in this area. And that's always a good thing. If you can take your perennials and keep dividing them, you can get more free perennials. In fact, perennials really should be divided every 3 to 5 years, depending on the perennial, of course, if you want your perennial to be healthy and prolific. Sometimes when I come in this space, I feel like it's a small little secret garden, a little nook. It's very peaceful back here. The hanging baskets that you see on the trees are very much the repetitive plants of what I've already shown you. We have beacon impatiens, there is lamium, and then creeping jenny. And that's it. And look how beautifully they just fill in these hanging baskets. I love to grow a lot of impatiens, a lot of coleus, a lot of begonias because much of my yard is shade, part shade, but some of these plants even do okay in sunny situations. Here towards the front of the bed, you can see that I've lined it with mini hostas. We have Lakeside Zinger over there. Mini hosta always do well if you can keep them towards the front of your flower beds. Another thing that I did in terms of lining plants is on the outskirts of my hosta garden, when you look out this way, I kept it to one kind of hosta that just repeats itself because I think it just rests your eye a little bit. Aesthetically, it looks nice. And at the base of my hosta garden over there, we have a whole bunch of lungwort or pulmonaria. I'm letting it naturalize in this area, but sometimes if I need an extra piece or two, I just shop my yard and come here and dig. This beautiful heart-shaped leaf here, this is bottle rocket. It's a type of ligularia. That is a wonderful plant to have in a shade garden. I love it for its leaves, but it also has beautiful yellow flowers when it's blooming. There is a lot going on in here, but this is a shade garden, so I'm not going to go over all the plant names. What I am going to do for you, though, if you have a shade garden and you want to be inspired and know what I have planted here, I'm going to put a link to my August garden tour because I go into a lot of detail on all the plants that you see in my shade garden because it's jam-packed with a variety of plants. But I will, at least at this point, just scan through like this so you can see all the plants. You just won't have all the plant names on the screen right now. But if you refer back to that August garden tour linked below as well as above, then you can get all the plant names seen in my shade garden. And just for perspective, you can see the side porch there, the hanging baskets on the trees, and then the area that I like to just call my shade garden. And also I just want to show you this angle. So we have the side porch, we have the back porch. And then upstairs is my bedroom balcony. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to insert, if I'm at my bedroom balcony looking down, what it looks like from that vantage point. You'll notice right here, half my lawn looks pretty good in the distance and half of it looks kind of weary close up. The reason is my husband's been working very, very hard doing fall maintenance with the lawn. We really try to keep our lawn looking nice, and we try not to hire that work out. To be honest with you, normally it used to be my job to do all this lawn maintenance. He's really been helping me a lot with it, which I appreciate. So I asked him to come in and mow it very short, and then we have a walk behind dethatcher. So he did that, he dethatched, and then I bought some grass seed. I like to buy just grass seed with nothing else mixed in, no other inert material, and lay that grass seed down very heavily. So he's gone ahead and done that, and then I have a fertilizer that's specific for putting down new lawns or for putting down grass seed. He did that. And then I asked him to water the lawn 3 times a day. We have irrigation, so he just turns it on twice during the day and then it goes off in the middle of the night. It's a lot of work, but I really do enjoy a nice looking lawn, and I know that it's possible to do with a lot of effort. So over here is my rose garden. This is an area that my kids used to have an above ground pool, and then we got rid of that. I really have enjoyed this space. It gives me so much peace. It really does. Many of the roses were roses that came from my mother-in-law's home. In fact, many of the flowers from my yard came from my late mother-in-law's home. But I also have put in a bunch of begonias that I started from seed. I was very diligent about deadheading them and having them so they weren't just going to seed. But this time of year, like I said, the weather's starting to cool down. So I'm slowing down in my garden. I'm doing a lot still, but I'm definitely slowing down when it comes to deadheading a lot of my plants. If I lived in a warmer climate where my seasons were longer, I would still be doing that. But at this point, it's really not worth it. So things are looking so nice. Lots of different drift roses, knockout roses. They might not be anything special in terms of like a fancy type of rose, but they're special to me because many of them came from a family member. In the center here, we have a perennial. I just put it in the springtime. It's getting hit by overhead irrigation, so it's not very happy. And it's blooming. You can see it, the purple flowers. It is Veronica or Speedwell. Unfortunately, I'm probably going to have to move it. I think what I'm going to try next year is planting annual salvia. I did that one year and it looked so pretty in here. So one of my garden goals for next year is to plant that in the center of the bed. But besides that, I'm very happy with how my rose garden continues to look here in the early September months. Right near the rose garden, where my back porch is, I have a number of window boxes, and they are looking very pretty. And they have the same type of plants we've talked about earlier. I made videos in the spring showing you my process for filling these in. They were very skinny looking. There weren't many flowers. You know, they didn't look so full. But notice how later in the season, how much they fill in. I really have enjoyed all of my container pots this year. In the springtime, we worked very hard with upgrading the vegetable area back here, this vegetable garden. And I had a raised bed in here, a wooden raised bed that was really falling apart. So my husband came in and he pulled that out. I removed the asparagus patch, which I need to do something with those asparagus. And we reconfigured the beds a little bit. We put in these raised beds. The raised beds are Vigo garden beds. And I love them. I have absolutely loved them, and so has my husband. We really have enjoyed this vegetable garden. These 2 beds at the end are not Vigo. They are Birdie's raised beds that we had purchased previously, and I have loved those as well. I have to tell you, for this being a very small vegetable garden area, it has been so prolific. We have thoroughly enjoyed this space. I'll be making a video just basically harvesting my vegetables. I've been wanting to do this for a few days, and well, you know how it is, life happens. So there are a lot of vegetables to be harvested. Lots of cucumbers. I mean, look at them all. A lot of times we just wouldn't get many cucumbers, and if we did, they were funny shaped, they were bitter. Not this year. Boy, we really have enjoyed the cucumbers. It's like a cucumber forest right here. And then right over here are a whole bunch of different tomatoes. At the base are some sweet alyssum or lobularia. I had a whole bunch left and I didn't know what to do with them that I started from seed. I figured, why not? This is another way to bring the pollinators in. And I'm glad I put them in here. I've really just enjoyed the flowers, and the pollinators have enjoyed them too. I was very good about coming in and not only harvesting my vegetables, but pulling the bottom leaves off of my tomato plants and pruning the plants, taking the suckers off. During the last few weeks, I've definitely not been as diligent about it. And that's why you see that the leaves are starting to get diseased. And that just happens over time. At least we still have many tomatoes left to be harvested. If you could only see all the cucumbers and tomatoes in my house, you would laugh. It's been such a great year. I mean, who doesn't love a cucumber tomato sandwich? Yum. And then in these two far back raised beds here, we are on our second succession of planting. I didn't film it. I just wanted to get things planted. So we pulled out the green beans and the peas that were very good, very productive. And we put in some more green beans. It's been about, I'd say, 2 weeks. That's what's towards the front here. They're just a bush green bean. And then towards the back are some peas. It's always hit or miss when you live where I live. Because our growing season is short, timing is everything. Timing of when do we get our first frost. Timing of when do I get my second succession of crops in. I'm happy. I think this looks really good though. And I'm hopeful we don't get a frost for another month. And if I see we're going to get a frost, I can always drape like a sheet over both of these just to protect the plants. So other than the green beans and the peas, we have radish. And I need to come in because I need to thin these out. So I can always take out some radish and enjoy them while they're small. But it's been almost 30 days, so they should be ready to be eaten anytime now. In the other garden bed, you can see there's a lot of activity in here as well. I planted a mixed type of lettuce in here, and I've been taking from there and making myself actually some really yummy BLT sandwiches. And then we also have some cilantro, and pretty soon I'm going to be making some salsa. I just love chips and salsa. So definitely a great year with my vegetable garden. And when I make that video where we're harvesting the vegetables, I'll go over things that I would change for next year, just so you know what to look for. As we head this way, we're still in my backyard. I will be coming in here within the next month and doing a lot of work. My husband helped me and he really weeded this area. He just helped me out so much by doing that. So there are a bunch of daylilies that we're going to be shopping for and moving them to other areas of my yard because this area gets some sun, but it's definitely not full sun. And then in the center there are a whole bunch of peonies. Now keep in mind all these plants were put in here temporarily until I could think about where they were going to go. You'll notice the peonies have been hit with powdery mildew, so when I do cut them back in the fall time, I definitely will not be composting their leaves. So the peonies and daylilies will be coming in here, we'll be shopping the yard, and we'll be moving them to areas that now get full sun. In fact, we're heading over to that area right now so I can show you it. It's over here. So for perspective, we have the vegetable garden right there. And if we look around the corner, we have my rose garden and the back porch. And then as we slowly turn back around, we are on the north side of my house. This area used to be full shade. We had a number of large trees removed during the winter months. And now, believe it or not, this area is full sun. So I have to make a lot of adjustments, and that happens. Sometimes you have areas in your yard that were full sun that are now full shade, or vice versa. And that's where those plants that love the full sun that are just around the corner there, the peonies and daylilies, a whole bunch of them are going to get moved over here. Because just by moving down the street, if you want to call it, they're going to be so much happier. But then there are plants in here that are not happy, that used to be happy. A lot of different Hosta. In fact, we came in here recently and we deadheaded all the Hosta right there. So they are ready to be dug up, divided, and potted up for my plant nursery or moved into my Hosta garden. We have a volunteer great blue lobelia seedling here. I want to say something about this beautiful plant. I always thought that it does well in full sun. I mean, who wouldn't think that? Look at it. It looks like a plant that should be in full sun. I was recently researching it because someone wanted to buy some of it from my plant nursery. And did you know, if you have this plant or you're thinking of getting it, did you know it actually does well in part shade and even full shade? So for that reason, I'm actually going to be adding some of this to my full shade garden. Because how pretty would that be to have a pop of this color late summer in my full shade garden? And I definitely have a lot of this plant, so I will be moving some of it over in that area. In this container pot is more of the alyssum as well as diplodenia. Next year, when I pot up the diplodenia, I'm going to keep it standalone by itself. It doesn't really need anything else to look pretty. And honestly, when it comes to alyssum, I'm okay having it in my raised beds. I think it looks pretty there. But unless I'm very diligent about pruning it back and cutting it back, it's actually a lot of work. So I'm not sure if I'm going to put alyssum in container pots next year. I'm just not that diligent about keeping it cut back. And since it's an alyssum that I grow from seed, it's not a compact variety. You know, it's not bred to be compact. Towards the front of this flower bed, even though they're not blooming, in case you're wondering what they are, lots of different types of coral bells or heuchera. And then I started planting a bunch of sedum in here. So that's why you only see one here and one there. That is the Matrona sedum that we saw earlier. And the goal is to let these sedum get bigger over time. And then we also have a number of autumn joy sedum. And then on either side of the autumn joy sedum, I don't know what kind of sedum those are, but they're very pretty nevertheless. So another kind of sedum. And funny story, I have a peony here that we planted in the springtime, and growing amongst the peony is Joe Pye weed. Well, that's going to have to get divided out because Joe Pye weed, unfortunately, as much as I love it, does not have a place towards the front of the flower bed. I could move it towards the back of the flower bed. I think it would look pretty there. So this is definitely work in progress, this whole area. And I'm looking forward to working on it. We just finally, our temperatures have just started to dip. They were still 80 degrees Fahrenheit, and I didn't want to work on such a huge planting project until the temperatures cool down. So now that they've cooled down, it's a good time to do that. But I just wanted to bring you in again for a closer look. Not only do the pollinators love sedum, but they just look really pretty this time of year for color. If you're looking for perennials and pops of color for late summer. As we continue heading this way, which now is towards the front of my house, we have more alyssum and more of the beautiful diplodenia. Speaking of diplodenia, since it's a tropical plant, pretty soon I'm going to have to start thinking about bringing that in and overwintering it in my garage. It won't be happy being out here when the temperatures really drop. As we head in this direction, things definitely get shadier. But there's a flower in here that I was very diligent about deadheading. I have to tell you, it blooms a long time if you deadhead this. It is mountain bluet or centaurea. It is considered invasive in certain parts of the world, but it is not considered invasive here in New Hampshire. Look how pretty that is this time of year. I actually want more of this around my yard because of its color and the fact that it blooms nonstop, late spring into the summer, into the fall months. And that's what the flower bud looks like. And I think that's very pretty too. The key is, with a plant like that, the more you deadhead it, the more it will keep giving back to you. And I think it's sometimes worth it to have plants like that in the garden. We have a lot more of the same plants that we've already talked about as we head in this direction. Some more of the autumn joy sedum. And then we have this variegated sedum. We just planted it here last year, so I don't know the name of it. I'm going to pop it up on the screen if I can find it. And I want you to notice right behind it is another one of the same mountain bluet or centaurea. They are actually going to seed, and I've let them go to seed because I want to collect their seeds and winter sow them. But once I collect their seeds, if time permits before a frost, they should bloom for us again. A plant that's really pretty towards the back of this bed, and actually it would do better if it was more in some shade and if it was near more water, is this plant here. This is a type of lobelia, and I showed you the blue one earlier, great blue lobelia earlier. This is called cardinal flower. It is also a type of lobelia, and it is also native here in New Hampshire. So this is what it looks like when it's blooming, but when we pan over this way, this one has already bloomed, and I'm letting it go to seed because I'm going to collect its seeds as well, and I want to winter sow this plant. This is a plant that I've never sold as part of my plant nursery, and I definitely want to offer it starting next year. We have some of the same sedum that we've talked about, as well as the mountain bluet. This plant is just starting to go by. It's the annual version of black-eyed Susan or Rebecca. It almost acts like a perennial, but it's considered an annual that self-sows very readily. I didn't experiment this year because I have trouble coming up with a plant that will do okay in this one particular area. It's kind of like a little mini rock garden. I had a bunch of coleus left over that I never got in the ground. I didn't know what to do with them, so I put them out here, I don't know, maybe a month ago. I think they look really pretty. I may just repeat this for next year and couple it with something else. Maybe I can throw in some impatiens or begonias and see how they do. But definitely this part of my yard is considered part shade. So I guess it would be no surprise that the coleus would look as pretty as they do. But I am happy with how they're looking in this area. And the area right next to it, I've really experimented with this area. There are many plants that do well, very well in full sun, and will do okay in part sun or even part shade. This area is considered part shade. I have plants that love full sun in a part shade bed, and they do bloom. Like we have coneflower here. We also have a beautiful hydrangea. I believe this is the PG hydrangea. Look how pretty that is. One of my goals for next year for this space is to add more full shade loving plants into this space because honestly it really is a shady area of my garden. Another thing I really desperately want to do is either I fix my irrigation from overspraying in this bed or I just move these poor guys. This is lamb's ear and it should be looking very pretty. Because it gets sprayed by water and my water has rust in it, unfortunately it discolors the leaves of the lamb's ear. I just don't think it's practical for me to fix my irrigation so it doesn't spread at all in this area. It's just very hard to get that fine line of spraying the lawn, but not this part of the bed. So most likely I'm going to come in and move the lamb's ear, and I'll have to think of something else that I can put in this space instead. As we leave that area, we're still in my front yard, and I'm actually going to slowly just pan around, and I want to show you, there's my driveway coming up, and then just past the driveway on the right is the long border. You see a large mulch pile, and then that's the front of my house right up there. If we keep going, you can see that's where the vegetable garden is in the distance, and then this area that we've been walking around here. And before we go further, I'm going to put up on the screen, if I'm looking out from either this bedroom or this bedroom, what it looks like when you're looking down at this space, just so you can see an eagle's view, top-down view of this area. There's a little bit of a lull in this area of my garden, but soon there will be color. We have a yellow perennial mum that is budded up and should hopefully be blooming for us by our next garden tour. We also have a number of perennial asters that will be very pretty, and those will be a purple color flower. So we just have to be patient with the mums. They will bloom for us when they're ready, but they are budded up. This perennial mum is definitely a little more, I would call, wild compared to the perennial mum that I showed you earlier. It doesn't have as tight of a habit or a form to it, but I love it just as much. This is a yellow mum that I got from my late mother-in-law's yard, and I love it because it came from her yard. I love it because it's yellow. It's so bright and cheery, and you'll just have to trust me when I say, when you couple that yellow color next to the purple of the aster, it will look so pretty. Towards the back of this bed, I tucked in some sedum. I was experimenting because I felt like I needed color. I think what I'm going to do next year is I'm actually going to put in some container pots. I'm thinking I may put in container pots in here, so you have a little bit of height towards the back of this area. Because I did have a whole bunch of daylilies, but I cut them back because they start looking ratty. But I think if I had some taller container pots, just kind of in here, I think that would look really pretty for height and for color. But I will come in and move these sedum next year. Another plant I will move, because I just didn't get to enjoy them and show you them and enjoy them for myself, were these plants right here. These are the serendipity allium. I bought one plant a few years ago and I divided it, and now I have 4 of them. And I have 2 more on that side over there. Such a pretty plant, and because I can't really see them, I don't enjoy them down here. So those will get moved as well, where I can enjoy them. As we leave this flower bed, which I call my lilac flower bed because there's a big lilac tree here, we have a lot of other flowers happening down this way to add a little bit of color. We have some impatiens. They were planted extremely late, so they're just starting to bloom, but they were just, I didn't get to planting them. So whatever they provide for me for color will be fine for this year. And the other color that you see going on here is more impatiens. And then we also have the vanilla strawberry hydrangea. It gets less light down here than it does on the south side of my house, but it still does provide some really pretty color and interest in this area of my yard that definitely is shadier. It took a while for the impatiens to start blooming in this space, but once they started blooming, they look so pretty. We also have some coleus just sprinkled into this space as well for additional color. Between coleus and impatiens, you can really just make impact in a shady part of your garden. And this is just the other side of the flower bed. I'm standing right now in my driveway. And if you look down my driveway, we have a number of hanging baskets lining either side on the trees. I have to tell you, we've been out there daily, sometimes twice a day, adding water to these hanging baskets. This time of year, the roots have filled in the base of these hanging baskets. So some days the baskets look pretty sad, but the minute that they get a good drink of water, they just bounce right back. And anyone that's visited my plant nursery, that many people have shared with me how they love these hanging baskets, how it welcomes them when they come up my driveway. And as you go up my driveway on the right, this is where my plant nursery is. It is work in progress this time of year. I plan on spending a lot of time in here starting next week. I need to start cutting back perennials, moving perennials around, and this is the time of year to start selling perennials. I recently marked down the prices because I know a lot of people are shopping and looking for plants for next year. So I'll be moving perennials as well. We are back on the south side of my house. This is where my garage is. You can see that I have black-eyed Susans here. And as we head in this direction, well, the good news about this mess right here, remember earlier I said we all have messes and I have many? The good news about this mess, which is a lot of annuals that I didn't get put in the ground, sprinkled with a few perennials, sprinkled with geraniums that I'm going to have to overwinter again. They never made it into larger pots. The good news is I've seen a lot of birds coming in here and foraging the seeds. So in a way I'm feeding the birds and it's all good. I have some window boxes that used to be off my bedroom balcony and I moved them and brought them down here. We put in some brackets. I just wanted some vertical interest, and I'm so glad we did that. We also cut back those petunias pretty hard just to get another flush of beautiful blooms. Our gardens are always work in progress, so I won't go over what are my plans because there are a lot of plans. I'll just show you the beautiful things happening. We have a bunch of trailing lobelia that's blue. We have the white sweet alyssum or lobularia. A ton of the coleus, and these coleus have gotten huge. They love this space, and I love how they look in this space. One of my goals for my walkway, front walkway bed, is I don't want plants that are terribly tall, but I think that the coleus are just the perfect height. I really am loving the way that these container boxes look, and again, I will be overwintering all of the vinca plants because why buy them if you don't have to buy them? And some of the same plants in here that we've already talked about. The creeping Jenny will go back in my landscape for next year because it's a perennial. And then we have the Lismachia here. Some of it will go in a pot and get overwintered in my garage, and some of it I'll put in my landscape and I'll experiment to see if it overwinters. And at the base here are a couple of mums that I overwintered in my garage. And we planted them out here maybe a month ago, maybe a little over a month ago. So let's see how they do. Hopefully, fingers crossed, they overwinter. This one here is budded up, and I have no idea what color they'll be. So that will be a surprise. Towards the front of this area, even though they're not blooming, I'll just point it out. There's some lavender that we planted here, and those are looking still very good. The true test will be how they do after the winter, if they survive or not. This rogue plant that's here, that has flowers that are going by, it's a catnip, nothing special, just a catnip that I keep for my cats. It gives them a lot of joy. And just watching them enjoy the catnip gives me a lot of joy. There are some snapdragons in here. I'd recently come in and deadheaded a whole bunch of plants. So they're thinking about it. They'll be blooming again, but you can see a few of the blooms here. The begonias that are in these container pots have had better years. They struggled this year. I need to figure out why they struggled. I had drip irrigation on them. I'm not sure if they got too much water. I'm not really sure. So we pulled the drip irrigation off of them, and just came in and deadheaded them. And I will be fertilizing them soon. I'm very, very pleased with how this area looks. The trailing lobelia and alyssum is a little wild, but in a way I think it looks pretty sprawling over the walkway. As we turn the corner, I want to show you these coleus that are in the container pots. Just looking at these coleus tells me next year I need to do more of this. I need to have more coleus in container pots, and I need to have them circling all around the pond. How pretty would that look? In the back there, it's gotten quite large, is an elephant ear or colocasia. I believe it's a colocasia, but nevertheless, it's an elephant ear. And I just want to show you down there, it's a little pot that I put it in. They definitely need more room than what I'm giving them, but they do still look so pretty, and I'm definitely going to be overwintering those in my garage this year. Towards the front here, they're not blooming, they're just little babies that I put in these container pots. They are just little offshoots of calla lilies. So I knew they weren't going to bloom, but I put them in here, put them to drip irrigation so that I'm feeding them so they can get bigger and hopefully bloom for us next year. I want you to see the beautiful pink flower in the distance. This time of year, it normally would not be blooming much and it would have a lull, but we came in and we cut that back really hard. That is a type of geranium. It's a cranesbill geranium, and it's looking so pretty. It's actually just starting to go to seed. If I really wanted to, I could come in one more time and just do a quick deadhead job. And if time permits, I will do that. We also cut back our Stelladoro daylilies very hard, right down to the ground. Look at the new fresh growth. And we did a lot in this flower bed together. We came in here and we just deadheaded the speedwell, or the Veronica, on that one rainy day. And they're just pushing out some new growth now, looking very pretty. In my winter sown containers, I had some petunias. I didn't know what to do with them, so I recently just potted them up, maybe 2 weeks ago. And they're very, very pretty in this little container. We have a hydrangea here. That's an Annabelle hydrangea. I have Annabelle hydrangeas in many places of the yard because we planted them a number of weeks ago. But this one's looking especially spectacular. And then we have some coneflower that are going to seed. And over there in the distance is a rogue or stray morning glory that seeded itself from last year, looking very pretty. And here are more of the window boxes that we just added this season. Right here is my front porch. Lots going on. I planted just 4 container pots here, and they have filled in. They're packed with all sorts of great things, like lobularia or alyssum. We have some of the creeping jenny, the variegated vinca vine, and then some dahlias. We have that same mixture of plants on this side here. And this bee is loving its life right now with that dahlia. In this container pot, more alyssum with the diplodenia. I really love diplodenia. I don't care if it blooms late for us here in New Hampshire. I still think it's worth it to have in the garden for that tropical vibe. And then this container pot is just, it's gone wild. We have more of the vinca vine and creeping jenny, as well as lamium. And then we have some beautiful coleus that we started from seed. This is called Colocha Rose. I got the seeds a number of years ago from Baker Creek. I collected the seeds and I only was able to plant out a few of them in the landscape. And then we also have a beautiful calla lily in the center that I need to dig out and overwinter pretty soon. If you're on the porch and you're just like looking over, there are some really pretty things to look at from the porch. I really love this angle right here. And then on the other side of the porch, you can see there's a little seating area. And no, I don't use it. It's very pretty, but I don't use it. It's hard to find time to just sit and relax, but one day I will, I promise. So we have some beautiful Beacon and Patience here. And I have them in 2 container pots. It's amazing how big they get, how much they fill up by the end of the season. And then over here we have a small little pond. The filter or something about it has been struggling a little bit, so it's a little off. I need to come in and clean my pond, but nevertheless, it's a very peaceful area, very pretty. And lining all around the outside part of the pond are a whole bunch of miniature hosta. I'll be doing some work in here. I'll be removing some plants. It's not just miniature hosta, but it's mostly miniature hosta. We have a stray seedling of a portulaca that showed up and some other plants that I will be either keeping or removing. So some work will be done in this space. But otherwise, it is a very pretty spot of my garden that I feel I enjoy when I walk around my yard. I hope you enjoyed this early September garden tour. I hope it inspired you in some way. Hey budget gardeners, Vita Loki here. Join me today as I bring you along for a mid-September garden walkabout in my New Hampshire Zone 5B garden. The hydrangeas continue to put on a spectacular show. This hydrangea right here is called quickfire hydrangea, and just notice how pretty the color is. These are the type of colors that we really enjoy during the late summer, early fall months. I love how vibrant they are, and yet how delicate the flowers are. And it's a nice contrast between the beautiful color of the flowers next to the green leaves. Everything is just looking so pretty right now. As we move along this area of my hydrangeas, we have another very pretty quickfire hydrangea, and then right next to it, even if it's a little flopped towards the top part of it, this is the vanilla strawberry hydrangea. This is a panicle hydrangea, and the panicles are huge if you look at them next to my hands. They make for a really pretty cut flower. You could just cut them and put them in a vase. Next year in the spring, when I come in to prune this hydrangea, I won't prune it back as hard. Earlier this spring, we did cut it back very, very hard, and that's why it's flopping in the center. And that's just something that we learn over time. Certain hydrangeas you can prune harder, and other ones you don't want to prune as hard. Vanilla strawberry could be pruned maybe 30%, but you have to be very selective with the pruning. Whereas when it comes to this type of hydrangea, the quickfire, it's a lot more forgiving. But I did want to show you in this tour how they're looking, because probably when we do our next tour, the hydrangeas won't look as striking as they look right now. But they're just so pretty. The long border is starting to quiet down, which is typical for New England. The temperatures are cooling down. In fact, our nighttime temperatures are dipping below 40 degrees pretty soon. The black-eyed Susans or Rebecca have put on a fabulous show. If you're looking for a flower, a perennial flower that blooms for a long period of time, this is a great option. And although most of my echinacea or coneflower have gone by, you can see that there's still one here that's just looking very striking, very pretty. In the back, we had planted some Annabelle hydrangeas. They have already started to go by, but I'm looking forward to next year when they get larger and really fill in the back part of this bed. Mid-August to mid-September is really the optimal time to overseed a lawn here in New Hampshire. My husband's been very busy. He is almost done, actually. He has come in and mowed the lawn very short, And then he overseeded the lawn and has been watering the lawn every day, a couple of times during the day. So it has started to come back. It was looking really bad, as it always does when you do a job like that. But it's looking really good again this time of year. And we want to do this type of job before the leaves start falling, which they have started falling. Another flower in the long border that's looking really pretty is great blue lobelia. It has flopped, and I'm making notes for next year. This is a plant that I definitely should be coming in and staking. But it is very, very pretty. It adds nice color this time of year. Another plant that I'm noticing that even though it's not blooming, I like the foliage of it, the color of it. It's a penstemon, Husker's red penstemon. Look how pretty that red foliage looks. Pretty soon I will be taking the elephant ears out of their container pots and getting them ready for overwintering. And I'm just walking you along the long border here, just to show you how things are looking as we get ready for the beginning of fall. I do like to leave my coneflowers upright because they will start to go to seed, and then the birds really enjoy eating the seed off of the coneflower. Another plant that I will be overwintering again is Diplodenia. I was successful in overwintering that in my garage, my unheated garage. So I'll be doing that again. And I don't put a grow light or anything to my Diplodenia. It basically just goes dormant. But as we step back and just look at the long border, even though things are quieting down, there's still quite a bit of color here that I'm enjoying. When it comes to the great blue lobelia, I will be coming in and cutting them back pretty soon. If I don't do that, they'll drop their seeds and I'll end up with this plant all over this flower bed. That's something to keep in mind with certain plants. As much as we are trying to keep them up for the pollinators, we also have to be thinking about how much maintenance do we want to do in our gardens. I don't want to be coming in and plucking out all the little seedlings that appear for great blue lobelia. So it's easier for me to come in and just cut them back before they start setting seed. Another hydrangea that I'll be a little more mindful of when it comes to pruning it back next year is this one. I'm almost sure it's called PG hydrangea. The fringed bleeding heart is not blooming as much as it usually does. This is the time of year that it starts to go dormant. So it's a great time for me to cut back the foliage and start dividing that plant, which I'll be doing very soon. Another plant that is starting to slow down is an annual, and these are wax begonias that we had started from seed. I was diligent about coming in here and deadheading it, but at this point I'm actually trying to collect the seeds from it, so I'm not deadheading it as much. But it took a while for the wax begonias to really look pretty in this area, and then when they did, I really enjoyed the look. So I will be repeating that again next year. The hanging baskets that line both sides of my driveway continue to put on a great show. And as we head up my driveway, I want you to see what they look like. I have a number of them. And even though they're a lot of work in terms of keeping them watered, especially this year, we haven't had much rain, I think that they still look really pretty. But once the temperatures start cooling down even more, I'll have to take each of these baskets down and I'll be overwintering the perennials that are in here. And when I say overwinter, they're just going to get potted up and put into the plant nursery that I have, like the lamium. Those are perennials. And also we have creeping Jenny. Those are also a perennial. But I want you to see how they filled in so nicely. And then we have the beautiful pops of color for the impatiens. Up the driveway on the left, we still have some really pretty color happening in here. There's another vanilla strawberry hydrangea, and that is looking really nice. It's always a little bit more behind than my other vanilla strawberry hydrangea, so it's just starting to color up. And then at the base there are a bunch of plants. There are impatiens that we started from seed, as well as coleus that we started from seed. And this whole area has really filled in and is looking so pretty. I'm trying to not walk on this part of the lawn. You can see this was the last section that my husband worked on for really scratching it up and putting down some compost, homemade compost that we made, and grass seed. I joked about it in a previous video. Sometimes you have to kill your lawn to make your lawn look better. So I don't want to walk down on the lawn, but I want to show you from the distance how pretty this section looks right here, where you come up the driveway and again you have the hydrangea there, all the impatiens. Next year, I need to remember this, next year I just want to pack that area with impatiens. I want to pack that area, and as we move this way, I want to continue on with more impatiens down over there. I think that would look really pretty, because I do love collecting my own seeds from impatiens. I love starting impatiens from seed. So we are going to go all in with impatiens down in this pocket of the yard next year. We're going to head down here because I want to show you some mums that are budded up and that are going to be blooming soon. So I'll meet you down there. We're in what I call the lilac bed, and this has a lilac tree in the center of the bed. But what I wanted to show you was I do have some perennials that are going to be blooming soon. They are yellow colored mums. They have a little bit more of a wild habit to them, but I did cut them back once this year. I say it every year, but next year I want to be better about cutting it back a number of times. And the reason is, the more you cut back your mums, your perennial mums, the bushier they'll be and not so leggy. But that's the color of this mum. It's actually very, very pretty. And I have this mum sprinkled throughout this flower bed. One of my goals for next year is to come in and divide this mum and move it to other areas of my yard. Because when there is a lull during the late summer, early fall months in my flower beds, I can basically fill those gaps with these perennial mums. And you can see I have plenty of them. So I need to get after it right in the springtime and divide these mums and move them to other areas of my yard. Another plant that I want to do the same thing to are my perennial aster. I have some really pretty perennial aster that are sprinkled throughout this bed, and I have them dotted in between each grouping of the mums. So when I do my next garden tour in a few weeks, I'll bring you back down here and I'll show you how these plants are looking. Because this area of my garden is basically asleep right now, but in a few weeks it will be full of color. We have some nice big patches of aster down here, and they're all budded up. I experimented a little last year and I put some plants towards the back of the bed, but they're really meant to be towards the front of the bed. We have some sedum here, and I believe this is the autumn joy sedum. So they are providing a little bit of color in this bed, which is nice. But you can see what I mean. I tucked it in towards the back of the bed, And as we slowly pan to the other side of this bed, you'll see that I have another patch of the autumn joy sedum back in here as well. I love sedum this time of year. It's just such a pretty pop of pink color. And there are a lot of different shades, a lot of different kinds of sedum that you can get. I'm trying not to step on the lawn because it's been freshly seeded, but I do want to show you certain areas of my yard. For example, this was an experiment. I put a whole bunch of coleus that I started from seed in this area, and I put them in here pretty late. I think they look pretty. It's better than not having anything in this space. So I may repeat this again next year. And I may sprinkle something like impatiens in this area as well. We'll see. And then if we pan on the other side of this area, we have some beautiful heuchera or coral bells towards the front of the bed. I'm really enjoying how they're looking in the late season months. I think it looks so pretty especially next to this freebie plant that appeared. It's an annual type of Rebecca or black-eyed Susan. But look how pretty that is. All the different types of coral bells or heuchera that we have. And you couple that with the autumn joy sedum. A lot of times people will put these type of plants in container pots, autumn joy sedum and different colors of coral bell. But if you have them in the landscape, you can enjoy them there as well. And in the distance, it's just starting to go by. There's a really pretty red colored lobelia. It's called cardinal flower. It's a perennial. And it's a very striking red. It's very pretty. We have some more sedum here. One of my garden goals for next year is to go heavy on sedum. I want to come in and I want to propagate and I want to divide all the sedum that I have, as well as the mums that I showed you and the aster, and get those plants. I mean, these type of plants really do prefer full sun, so I want to sprinkle them in all of my full sunflower beds. I want to give you a little bit of perspective here. So we're currently in the front yard, and if we look out that way, we're heading towards the backyard. And if we slowly turn this way, this is the bay window flower bed and my front walkway. This is west facing. So there are pockets of full sun, part shade in this whole area. A plant that I'm really enjoying this time of year, and I've learned that if I'm diligent about deadheading it, it actually will bloom for me late spring through the summer into the fall. This is called Centaurea montana. Another name for it's mountain bluet. I recently made a video showing my process for dividing it and collecting the seeds from it. I really love this plant. I know that it's considered invasive in certain parts of the world, but it's not considered invasive here in New Hampshire. So I'm planning to add this into lots of areas of my garden for next year. And not only that, I plan to be diligent about keeping it deadheaded so I can enjoy its blooms throughout the season. I have many pots of the Diplodenia. So when it comes to all those pots, I'll tackle them one at a time, and I will be basically cutting them back and potting them up and getting them ready for overwintering in my garage. And if I can divide any of them, I'll divide them as well. A geranium that I successfully overwintered in my garage was the Martha Washington geranium, and I have a few of them in my yard. So I will be bringing these in to be overwintered again in my unheated garage, and I'm planning to take cuttings from it and propagate it also. So be on the lookout for those videos. I love propagating my geraniums, my zonal geraniums as well as my Martha Washington geraniums. In case you're wondering what those little noises are, those are chipmunks. They're warning each other. Danger, danger. Gardening lady on the loose. We are now in the backyard and we're stepping into the area where I have raised beds. Again, I'm doing funny angle shots here because I'm trying to be respectful and I don't want to step on the lawn. But if you've been following my channel, you've seen these areas before. So this area here is what I call basically it's my vegetable garden. It's my raised beds here. We have 4 Vigo raised beds, which we have absolutely enjoyed. We've loved them. A lot of the vegetables at this point, the plants, I'm just letting them go because it's that time of year. Again, things are cooling down and things are just slowing down in general. What a difference a few weeks makes. The cucumbers were looking wonderful, the plants, and well, now they're not, but they are a tropical plant, right? They like much warmer weather. So all good things have to come to an end, unfortunately. And boy, did we enjoy our cucumbers. We still have many in the fridge that we're eating. So pretty soon I'll be coming in here and taking all these down, taking everything apart. And then here's the second trellis that we had cucumbers on. But it's a good time because I need to come in here and start overwintering some plants that I want to overwinter in my raised beds. So out with the old and in with the new. And the same applies with the tomatoes. The tomatoes are slowing down and oh my goodness, we had so many tomatoes this year. I'm just out here looking and saying, oh, there's even more. The other thing I'm doing this time of year, other than just getting plants ready for overwintering, cleaning flower beds, I'm also coming and collecting the seeds of lots of plants. So I love collecting seeds from plants. So one of them will be the alyssum. In fact, this purple and white colored alyssum, I really love it. It's so pretty. So I'll be collecting its seeds as well as the alyssum that are just plain white. This raised bed, this is a birdie's raised bed, is filled with a whole bunch of things. So I did do a second succession, I believe it was middle of August, of some green beans, bush green beans, even though they don't look it. They are a bush green bean. And then I also have radish in here. Within the next few days, I need to come out here and start pulling some radish because they should be ready now. And then we also put in some peas, but to be honest with you, where we live, it's very hard to get that second succession of peas. It just is. There's that fine line of getting them planted early enough and getting the flowers and getting peas to produce. So fingers crossed. And then in this other birdie's raised bed, we have more green beans, more peas, and then a lettuce mix towards the center. And there's also some cilantro towards the back. My rose garden has done really well. I've enjoyed it. And at this point, there are still some roses in here, but they're starting to go by. The wax begonias that we started from seed continue to put on some really pretty flowers in here. I'm so glad that I add the begonias in this space. I think that without the begonias, this area would not be as pretty. And it's funny, last year all my white begonias that I started from seed were only in the center. And I said, no, I need to have them on the outside of the rose garden. This year, I'm thinking, no, I need to have my white begonias on the outside as well as on the inside. So be on the lookout for that next year. But it's a wonderful space. I really enjoy it. And some of the roses in here are just so pretty. Like, look at this one. So delicate. It's like a peach color. And then I just have some knockout roses that you typically can find at the big box stores at the end of the season. They'll mark them off 50 or 75% off. And they add nice color to your garden. The window boxes on my back porch have put on a wonderful show. They just look so pretty with the impatiens. They have filled right in. And it's mostly impatiens that are in these window boxes. Look how nice they look this time of year. Every year I say I'm going to go heavier and heavier on growing impatiens from seed. And now you know why. We also have this beautiful perennial in here. That's lamium. And then trailing down below is a type of Lismachia. I usually overwinter this in my garage. I'll be doing that again. But then I'm also going to try to put some in my landscape. Just experiment and see if it's a perennial here where I live. I keep putting it off, but I really need to come out here and do some major work in my shade garden. There are a lot of plants that repeat themselves that are tucked into this space. And they're still looking very pretty, but at this time of year, the leaves are starting to fall, the acorns are falling, and the hosta leaves are just starting to turn over. So for this shade garden, I just want to show you some of the plants that are in here. This beautiful plant is tiarella, or foam flower. It has a nice white colored flower to it earlier in the season. There's a bunch of lungwort, or pulmonaria, and it blooms beautiful purple and pink colored flowers early in the season, but then it also has a very nice foliage to it with all the beautiful speckles on the leaves. I have a couple of maidenhair ferns tucked into this space just to add a little bit of interest. And right nearby the maidenhair fern, I want you to look at the color of the leaves as they're changing on this coral bell or heuchera. We have some astilbe. That also blooms during the spring months, but it has a nice look to its leaves this time of year. Towards the front of this bed, this very dainty looking leaf, that's a dwarf goat's beard, and right next to it are some miniature hosta, and they just alternate all across the front of this flower bed. In the back of the flower bed are some Annabelle hydrangeas, and then we also have ligularia, or bottle rocket, with the heart-shaped leaves, and that had a very pretty yellow color flower on it. And that's a really nice plant to have in a shade garden. Tucked in over here is a type of brunnera, and then we also have epimedium, and the epimedium blooms during the early spring months. There is the gorgeous Japanese painted fern, and I love, look at the colors on that. I love the colors. You can't beat that in a shade garden. We have a bunch of different heucheras, or coral bells, with the chartreuse color and the purple color that you're looking at, as well as some red. And then this interesting leaf here, that is a Hellebore, or Lenten rose. And many of these plants repeat themselves throughout this small little space here. Tucked in behind the space here are a bunch more of the pulmonaria, or lungwort. And I'm trying to let them naturalize in this space because I just think that would look so pretty, a whole sea of lungwort. A plant that was a surprise seedling, and I did a little more research on it, is this one over here. Now, I'm very familiar with this plant because I have it in my areas of my garden that are full sun. What I didn't know until this year is that grape blue lobelia actually does even well in part shade to full shade. It's such a wonderful plant that you can have it in many different situations when it comes to sun. So one of my garden goals for next year is to add more of the grape blue lobelia in my shade garden, to add that nice late summer pop of color in a very shady part of the yard. As we head towards the side walkway area of my house, there are many hosta tucked in here, and I call this my hosta garden because it really is the main area where a majority of my hosta plants are. The hanging baskets look so pretty still as we head late into the season. They are filled with impatiens and also the creeping Jenny, as well as the lamium. If your property is like mine and you have lots of trees or a wooded area, I definitely recommend doing this, putting hooks on the trees and hanging some baskets, especially shade-loving flowers on those trees. I just think it looks so cute. The Hosta garden has really filled in. We've continued to divide and move and add plants to this space. And there is such a great variety of hosta plants in here. But then there are a lot of the same kind of hosta plants in here because we just keep dividing them to add to our collection. Probably by our next garden tour, the hosta leaves will start turning. In fact, they're just starting to turn over. And that can look very pretty as well if you leave them and just enjoy them for their yellow and golden color foliage that they provide this time of year. And when I'm in the back of the hosta garden looking towards the house, this is what it looks like this time of year. So there's still lots of color in the distance when you're in this area of the yard. Things are looking really pretty still. In fact, when I'm just looking at the house from this angle, I can't help but enjoy all the impatiens. They just look really pretty. The impatiens that you see on the trees, the impatiens that you see in the window boxes. And then when we slowly turn this way, more pops of pink with the petunias in the distance as well as the Joe Pye weed. The old arborvite bed is definitely slowing down. We still have some pops of color. Mostly what you're looking at here towards the front are alyssum as well as trailing lobelia. They looked much better earlier in the season, but this is the time of year when they start to go by. And then we have some beautiful wax begonias. All of these annuals are annuals we started from seed. And then we also have some beautiful coleus. I've been repeating this pattern of annuals for years. One thing I'd like to change for next year is I think I want to pack it more, just for that impact. I think it looks really pretty the way it is right now, but there are some open gaps in here. Why not just pack this area? So that's one of my goals for next year. But I do love the way that the coleus looks, as well as the wax begonias. Here we are heading into the early fall. The side porch is looking really festive. We had recently come in here and added some just different decor for fall time. When it comes to my container pots, I'm slowly emptying them out one at a time. And I showed you in a previous video my process for overwintering my zonal geraniums. I haven't had the heart to empty these ones out yet because they still look pretty. But again, that we have a night coming, 37 degrees Fahrenheit, within a few days. So the days are limited, and eventually I will be taking the geraniums in for overwintering bare root. We also have some beautiful annuals. I had moved these to this space recently just because I thought that they would look pretty near the porch. This is a proven winners plant. I can never remember the name, so I always say I'm going to pop it up on the screen. It's something Hoopla Vivid Orchid, but nevertheless, it's so pretty. I don't usually buy many plants, but I had gotten some plants for an area that I adopted this year, and I had some extras, so I just kept them and put them in container pots. The one thing I will say that I've never really had to deal with before were budworms. So I did have to spray these at one point. It took a few weeks and then they bounced right back. So they look really pretty. Someone asked me recently if I'm planning to overwinter these. I might try just to cut them back really hard, and I'll just keep them in the pots that they're in. I'll put them in my garage and I will give them very little water. I won't give them any light, or I might. I'm not sure about the light. I do have some grow lights I could put on them, but they will pretty much be dormant. So if I do try to overwinter them, that's how I'm going to do it. And speaking of overwintering, that's another Diplodenia. It's not blooming as much anymore, although I can see it has some flower buds in the center. And that will also be overwintered. I have some calla lilies. I've already started overwintering them, so I have one there that needs to be overwintered. I have another calla lily tucked into this pot over here that needs to be overwintered. And then over here on the porch, we have some of the vanilla strawberry hydrangeas. We had just cut some of them back just to add to the porch, and they're looking pretty. And I'm just loving the impatiens. They look so pretty on the porch here. Look at that, how they fill right in. I'm so glad I kept it to just impatiens. Last year I had a mix of impatiens and maybe coleus and begonias, and I told myself I wanted to try just impatiens for basically the thriller of these container pots. And sometimes when you just go simple, it's better that way. I like having spillers when it comes to my impatiens. But in terms of the thriller, I think just having that one plant and having multiple of that one plant can also be very effective. And if we're just looking at the impatiens from this side, I wanted to show you other plants that are here as the spiller. So it's always going to be repeating plants because I'm going to do whatever is the cheapest and easiest for me. So we have the perennial, and that's lamium. And then we have more of this beautiful glossy leaf here. This is a type of Lismachia that, again, I usually overwinter it in my garage, but I'm going to try to overwinter some of it out in the landscape and see if that works. But they really did fill in so nicely this year. Right near my side porch is a flower bed that I call the side walkway flower bed. I've been spending a lot of time in this flower bed this year. My biggest goal, and it has been for years, and it's not been an easy goal to achieve, but I'm working really hard to achieve this goal, is when I look at this flower bed, I look at it as right there where those two windows are. I view that as the back of this flower bed. Because when you come into my driveway and you walk up the walkway or you go into the garage, I feel like that's the focal point back there. But everything on the perimeter of the bed, I feel like should not be very tall. It should be lower plants. So that's something that I'm working towards because it's taking a while to get to that point. And so that's why you'll see me a lot in this flower bed working on it. I'm getting ready for basically next year. I want it to be closer to what I want this flower bed to look like so that it's ready to go for next year. So some of the things that I want to do, just so you know, is like there's little gaps right here as well as on that side of the grass. I want to add some echinacea or coneflower, pulled out enough so it's not close to the grass on both sides. I also want to add some Rebecca or black-eyed Susan. They bloom at different times, and I just think that that would look really pretty. And then where this grass is, there's a small gap right here where this rock is. And I'm thinking I want to move this guy. This is just a seedling that dropped and has gotten big. It's Baptisia or false indigo. And I would like to move that over here. So I'm continuing to clean out the space. I've shown you in previous videos of us working on this space and cleaning it out. I'm getting closer. Some other things that I want to do is I have a couple of peonies that are in this bed. They're tucked in under here. I want to move one of them right over here, and I want to move another peony over there. I'll show you probably in a different video my process for doing that. Either I'll do it or I'll bring you along. But that's what I'm planning. Now let's talk about something that's blooming in here, looking so pretty. These are a perennial mum, and I had them from my previous house. They were not thriving where they were for a number of years in my yard, and then I put them here a few years ago. Just look how stunning they are. I was diligent about cutting them back twice this year, and that's why they have that really nice form, that really nice habit. And then right nearby is another perennial mum. Together we planted this here. I had bought a small little plant for like $1 something from Walmart, and I showed you in a video my process for getting that mum to overwinter. And that's what it looks like. I believe it's a white color mum. And that's exciting because I don't have any white mums in my yard. So next spring I can come in and divide that and move that around. In fact, I had made a video showing you my process for planting that as well as a few other mums. And I want to show you because I want to be honest, the other ones did not survive. Only one of, I think, the 4 that we planted survived. But it was still worth it because look, we now have one that survived. What I will say is, in my experience, the mums that I overwinter in my garage and then plant out in the spring seem to do better. So I will be doing a little bit more of that this year. Here is another mum, the same one that I just showed you, a bigger one on this side. So one of my garden goals in the spring is to divide my aster, my sedum, my mums, and move them to all the areas in my yard that are considered full sun. The Joe Pye weed is still providing really pretty color, even if it's just starting to go by. The pollinators absolutely loved that plant when it was in its glory. It would be a shame if I didn't tell you what this plant is, but I think a lot of you probably already know. It's a proven winner's plant, and it's another one that when I bought the ones that I showed you on the porch, I also had these ones here. This is Supertunia Bubblegum Vista. I think that's the name, but I'll pop it up on the screen. I have to tell you, this is probably one of my favorite plants. And it's another one that I might as well try to overwinter it. I don't plan on bringing these type of plants into the house. I would much rather, when it comes to overwintering plants, I really want low maintenance. And if I'm not successful, I had nothing to lose. So again, I will be coming in, I will be cutting it back really hard, and it's just going to go into my garage. But I just want to show you, if you're looking right through here, this little pocket, look at all the pretty colors that you see right there. Interestingly enough, I did not have any issues with budworm on this particular Supertunia. It was mostly on the other one. I'm not sure why. This container pot that we put together earlier in the season has been such a joy. I really have loved it. Look how pretty the Dusty Miller looks. And this was a Dusty Miller that I overwintered in my garage. I'll overwinter it again. Why not? It's gotten so big. It's really filling in that pot. And at the base, we're using some of the beautiful Lismachia or Creeping Jenny. And it's hidden, but the other plant that's in here is Lamium. Again, they're perennials that I will end up just potting up and putting down in my backyard plant nursery, basically overwintering them. And then we have Pelargonium. That's another one that I need to come out and get it ready for overwintering bare root. And then we have this grass that, it's my understanding, this type of juncus grass may be a perennial where I live, so I'm going to try to, I normally overwinter it in my garage. I'm going to still overwinter a small piece of it in the garage, but I'm also going to try to put a small piece of it in the landscape and experiment and see if it truly is hardy where I live. The front walkway has been such a joy this year. I really have loved the way it has come along. We added these window boxes midsummer. These window boxes were originally upstairs off my bedroom balcony, and then I brought them down here. And these are all petunias that we started from seed. They're a mixture of dollar store or Dollar Tree petunia seeds, as well as petunia seeds that I collected myself. When you collect your own seeds from certain plants that are hybrid, it's going to be a mix. You never know what you're going to get. So, for example, look at this compared to this. That's what happens when you collect seeds off of, I believe they were proven winter petunias that had gone to seed. You're going to get a mixed bag. I don't mind that. I think that looks pretty. I like the look of it. But that's just something that happens if you're going to collect seeds off of a hybrid. I had shown you in a video my process for cutting back my petunia is really hard. And at this point, if I lived in an area that was much warmer, I could come in and cut them back hard again. But it's getting too cold now, so I'm not going to even bother with that. Same with deadheading. If you lived in a warmer climate, you could come in and deadhead your petunias. But it's just not worth it for me at this point. Some other plants in this window box are, we have a variegated vinca vine, and I have that in a number of container pots. That is not hardy where I live, but I've been overwintering it in my garage for a number of years. So when I take apart this window box, I will overwinter those again. And then we have more of the creeping jenny, as well as a different type of Lismachia. We have some black-eyed Susan or Rebecca at the base here that are still putting on some color. And then up along the walkway, lots going on. Let's start with the right-hand side because it's a little bit quieter. We have the lavender that we planted here earlier in the season, and it's looking really good. The true test will be how they do over winter. I've heard from many of you that your lavender does not come back for you. So let's see what happens. We did originally have drip irrigation right next to the lavender plants because that's how we set up this bed. So we made sure to remove the drip irrigation from the lavender. There's only one line of drip now, and it's towards the back, so it can irrigate these plants, but it's not irrigating the lavender, since lavender doesn't like a lot of water. And in case you're wondering what these plants are, they are, well, this right here is a mum that I got from my friend who's a veterinarian, and he didn't want the mum last year in the fall, so I got it from him and I overwintered it in my garage. You can see that it is slightly budded up. I planted it pretty late in the season, so hopefully we'll see it bloom. The big thing is hopefully it overwinters for us. It should, but you just never know. And then right next to it is a beautiful little rose. I got a piece of it from my sister-in-law's, and she got it from my mother-in-law's home. So we just planted that in here recently. And when I say recently, earlier in the season. And then there's another mum that I got from my friend who's a veterinarian. And it was at the end of the season last year. We overwintered it in the garage, and you can see that that's budded up. So in terms of a color, I think that these mums were a red color, but time will tell. We'll have to wait and see. And then right above where these plants are is yet another window box, looking just as pretty. Do you remember the pansy holding bed? We had put in some different flowers in here once the pansies went by. We put some beautiful dahlias, the unwinds mixed dahlias in container pots. But then we also put a bunch of gomphrena that we started from seed. And I want to show you how pretty that gomphrena is looking. I will absolutely be planting more gomphrena around my yard. I was surprised at how easy it is to grow gomphrena from seed. And these were seed that I collected myself. Right next to the gomphrena, and I think it complements it very nicely, is this alyssum or lobularia that we also started from seed. And even if it's starting to just go by, I love how these two colors complement each other so nicely. I did want to show you in the pansy holding bed, in case you're new to my channel and you're wondering what does she mean by pansy holding bed. They're just basically pansies that seed themselves each year. And in the spring, they look so beautiful. But then they get leggy, and then I cut them way back. But I do that after they drop their seeds. So look at all the little plants that have come up. Now, these will overwinter. And it's no different than some of you like to do like the cool flowers where you get them to grow a little bit and then overwinter. I've been doing this process for a number of years before I even learned about this whole cool flower thing that you hear a lot about. And that's how I get my pansies to overwinter for me year after year. So we have a whole bunch that are a nice big size, but then close by, we have other ones that are still pretty small, but that's okay. They're still putting on some growth and they'll be just fine. So this is the inside of my pansy holding bed. And for reference, when you're looking at the front walkway, we have the gomphrena on the outside part of the pansy holding bed. And then we have all the pansies that have seeded themselves towards the center here. In fact, some of them are just starting to bloom again. I want to talk about some of the plants you see on this side of the flower bed. We have a number of coleus. I was looking back at my garden tour from last year, and I had let a lot of my coleus go to seed because I wanted to collect the seeds. So the flower stalks or the flower spikes looked a little unsightly, but you have to do that if you want to collect the seeds from coleus. I still have so many coleus seeds left that I'm not going to collect any seeds, at least not from these particular coleus plants. But I wanted to mention this because I want you to see that there are different colors, different variations of coleus in here. As I had said earlier in the video, all the annuals that you see, for the most part in my yard, are annuals I started from seed. So when it comes to coleus, we're going to get a mixed bag because I just collect whatever I want and let them mix, and it doesn't matter to me. But they really are happy. They're doing well. Another plant that is looking pretty, but it's definitely going by, are these right here. We have trailing lobelia and alyssum. And we just have these same plants throughout this bed. We also have a number of snapdragons, and they have gone by, but I've been trying to come in here and deadhead them, trying to get the last blooms I can this time of year from them. In this container pot, we have some petunias. I had winter sown some petunia seeds, so better late than never. I got them out of their winter sown container and just plunked them in this pot here. Well, they are adding a little bit of interest and color in this space. And then here we are at the front door of my house, because we're currently at the front walkway. And we have yet more of the beautiful impatiens that have really filled in. And then I had put together a number of different container pots, and they really have filled in as well. We have a Darwin mix dwarf dahlia. I've been growing them for a number of years. I originally bought one packet of seeds, and I have overwintered the tubers year after year. I've collected their seeds. So those are putting on a really pretty show right now. And then at the base of the dahlias, we have the variegated vinca vine. We also have a purple and white alyssum or lobularia. There is creeping Jenny tucked in there. So lots of plants happening in this one little container pot. And then we have its duplicate right on the other side here. The only difference is the color of the dahlias are different, but otherwise everything else is the same. And there's still a lot of buds on these dahlia plants, which is nice this time of year. It's nice to look at these colors. This container pot's looking really pretty. So we have in the center there a calla lily that will be coming out to be overwintered. And then we have some beautiful coleus on either side. And that's called Colocha Rose. I had originally bought the seeds off of Baker Creek, but it's been a number of years since I bought those seeds. And when it comes to that particular coleus, it is an open pollinated coleus. So when you collect the seeds from it, it's going to create a plant that looks identical to the parent plant. We also have more of the creeping Jenny, as well as the variegated vinca vine, which, by the way, I've been coming in every so often and cutting the vine back because otherwise it just trails and looks a little unsightly. So I have been coming in and just keeping that cut back. And then we also have more of the perennial spotted dead nettle or lamium. Another pot on the porch here is full of alyssum and also the dipladenia. One thing I'd like to change for next year is go back to a container pot that I put right in this space last year. And that container pot had impatiens in it. It looked really pretty and it had height to it as well. It had color and height. So I think that's what I'm going to do for next year, because I think it would look really pretty next to these other container pots of the impatiens that you see. The elephant ear on this side of the house is looking so pretty. Look how big that is. One thing I'd like to try for next year is I have space on the rock here. I think it would look really nice to have more elephant ear and more of the potted coleus right there. The only thing I have to keep in mind is that's also where water can come down if we have rain. So I might have to experiment with that. I'd like to come in here and make some changes around my pond. I don't love the way the plants look around this area. And I'm not going to go into too much detail about that. I'll do that when I make the video. But just know that changes will be coming in terms of the plants that you find, mostly miniature hosta, that you find around the base of my little pond here. The potted coleus looks so pretty. I really have enjoyed them. So you have almost like it's like a tropical vibe going on right here. So I will absolutely be repeating that again. And they're no different than the coleus that you see up along my front walkway. They're just happier. They have drip going directly to them, even though the coleus along my walkway also have drip going to them. The ones in the pots just got so huge. They got so huge that they actually smothered out the calla lilies that I also put in those container pots. Definitely not going to do that again. And speaking of calla lilies, I also have more baby calla lilies that are in these container pots. And they were just ones that I had divided and put to drip so that they could get a little bit bigger, with the hope that next year they will bloom for us, because they were just little divisions that needed to put on some growth. And as we just look at this space right here, just look how lush it looks. Jen, I'm using that word. My sister-in-law called it lush. I said to her, does it look like a jungle? She said, no, it's lush. So we will go with that. It has a nice lush look to it. I wanted to bring you back over here to what I call the bay window flower bed. I saw a picture probably a year ago on Pinterest where they had window boxes on a bay window bed. And I'm like, I want to do that. And I'm so glad I did that. It didn't take much effort or much money to put the window boxes up there. And then, of course, we filled it with basically free plants. I love the way that looks. We have a hydrangea here. It's a little floppy, but pretty nevertheless. It's an Annabelle hydrangea. And this area is going to see some change too. But again, I'm not going to go into detail with the changes. Just know that this area needs change. It needs to have some change. This plant right here is just starting to bud up. I'm actually going to bring you inside here because I want to go over a few different plants that are in this space here. What started off as one plant, just because I've divided it, is a plant that is now on the full perimeter of this bay window space. It's a hardy geranium, and it's a bloody cranesbill geranium. I actually just came in recently and deadheaded it because it's a plant that if you keep deadheading it, it will continue to bloom for you. In fact, we came in mid-season after its first initial blooms, and we cut it back really, really hard. And it took about 2 weeks, but then it bounced right back. I don't want to cut it back really hard at this point. If I lived in a warmer area, I would suggest doing it. But for me, it's not worth it. But look at the colors. Again, any perennial that you can kind of limp along and keep deadheading, why not? It gives you that color. We also had come in and cut back our Stelladora reblooming daylilies really hard. And I want to show you or give you an update on how they're looking. Look at the fresh growth that comes from the base. So many people pull out their daylilies saying that they're unsightly, the brown leaves. I get that, but that's why I like to cut them back really hard so that we don't have to look at those unsightly brown leaves. And in fact, we can look at more blooms. And here we are, middle of September, and we have some yellow and we have some of this magenta pink color going on, looking very pretty. The Speedwell or Veronica still have some color on them, but they're done for the season. But right near them, and they're all budded up, is this beautiful plant. This is called Montauk Daisy. It blooms, well, you can see here we are middle of September and it's budded up. So it blooms, at least in New Hampshire, I would say late September, maybe even early October. It's a very pretty white colored daisy. It definitely gets to be large if you don't cut it back, and it flops if you don't cut it back. And I think I only cut it back once, and I want you to see the woody base in the center. It's a little bit of a beast. It's a very easy plant to propagate from cuttings, and I have videos showing you how I do that. But you know, you can't go wrong when you get this color late in the season. So I will be dividing and moving this plant around the yard, and I will show you that probably in the spring when we do that. For this year, we just want to enjoy it when it does bloom. When I do another garden tour later this season, I'll show you what it looks like when it's blooming. But just keep in mind, I probably should have cut it back a few more times. I only cut it back once. But it doesn't matter. The fact that we can get some blooms off of it late in the season is a winner right there. We're going to end the video right here because it's just so pretty, even if I never got it up on a trellis. First of all, look how pretty it looks next to the black-eyed Susan or Rebecca. We have a morning glory that had self-seeded itself here. And yes, it would have looked really pretty on a trellis, but I'm just going to enjoy it sprawling on the ground the way it is. The hydrangeas in the hydrangea border or hydrangea hedge are looking beautiful. This one here is called Quickfire. And I would say right now it is at its absolute prime. The color of the flowers is just beautiful. And if you come in close, you can see that there are still plenty of buds on here, which means that this will be providing us with beautiful color for a number more weeks. And just to show you a reference of the panicles on the quickfire hydrangea, that's how big they are. Very dainty. The leaves are a nice lush green color, and that tells me that the plant is very happy where it is. We have another quickfire hydrangea right here, looking equally as beautiful. I really have enjoyed my hydrangeas this year. They've put on such a spectacular show. And right next to this quickfire hydrangea is vanilla strawberry. And a number of you have commented on how much you love this particular hydrangea. And I'm with you all the way. It just has such beautiful colors on it. It has not only that mauve pink color, but then also some white at the end. And you can see there are some new blooms that are white at the bottom there, but for the most part, this hydrangea has colored up very nicely. And I think that it complements beautifully right next to the quickfire hydrangea. And just for reference, this shows you how big the blooms are. So pretty. The area right next to my hydrangeas is work in progress, but I just wanted to show you that the strawberries that I have in this bed, these are the alpine strawberries, have started producing again. They produced beautifully in the springtime, then they took a little bit of a break when it got really hot out, and you can see that they are now budding up again, and we have lots of strawberries that we've been snacking on. The strawberries are very small, but boy, are they tasty. Also in this raised bed are some blueberry plants, and you can see that they are starting to color up beautifully for the fall months. The long border is doing what it needs to do this time of year. It's starting to get ready for winter. We still have some blooms left on the black-eyed Susans or Rebecca, and then we still also have a few stray blooms left on the echinacea or coneflower. But otherwise, the coneflower have started to go to seed, and I like to leave these plants up for a number of weeks so that the wildlife can enjoy the seeds. I wanted to show you this beautiful red foliage. That plant is a plant that we put in here earlier in the season. It's a penstemon, Husker's red. And look how pretty the leaves look on that. You can only imagine once these plants get much larger, because I only put a sprig of a plant here and there in this bed, we'll have really nice red foliage to enjoy in the years to come. A really beautiful foliage plant in this bed is this plant right here, and I have it in a number of places in this flower bed. This is called pulmonaria or lungwort, and normally you place this in a shade garden. I have it in a full sun garden, but notice that it still looks very pretty. I love to experiment with different plants, and I have that right tucked in next to some other plants, so it's getting the shade that it needs. And in some cases, it looks prettier, and then in other cases, maybe not as much because they're not getting as much shade. But I don't mind that because they put on such a beautiful show during the early spring months that it's worth it. I've been very busy overwintering plants and getting them ready for storage. This is one that I still need to tackle. This is a type of geranium. It's a Martha Washington geranium. And I successfully overwintered this in my garage, and I had it just inside of a pot. I gave it a small amount of water, and that was it. It didn't look good during the winter months, but then it bounced right back. It seems appropriate now that it's fall. I want you to see, look at all the leaves that are falling on the lawn here. It's that time of year. And actually, I love when the leaves fall because pretty soon it's going to be time for composting. I just noticed a happy little surprise tucked in back here. We have a beautiful little petunia, and I'll take that. It's amongst a bunch of weeds, but that's okay. And another happy little surprise that's tucked in this bed is towards the back. And this is a Miss Kim lilac. They usually bloom during the springtime, but I want you to see that it's putting off some blooms right now. And we even have some more blooms back here. At the end of the long border, we have some really pretty wax begonias. And this time of year, they are pretty much done. But I do like to leave them up because, first of all, they're still providing some color. And also, the pollinators are really still enjoying them. So it makes sense to just keep them up for as long as possible. I want to give a big shout out to my husband, Mr. Budget Gardener. His name is Brad. He worked really hard during the last month on the lawn. Normally I used to do that, but I haven't the last few years. So what he did was he came in and he mowed it really short. And then we have a tool that's basically a walk behind dethatcher that you plug in. He dethatched the lawn, and then he top dressed it with some peat moss, and he also put down seed, grass seed. And we have a cool season lawn, so it was cool season grass seed. And I like to buy the grass seed that doesn't have any of that inert material mixed in. It's just pure grass seed. And then we just made sure we irrigated the lawn frequently. And it just looks so beautiful, so pretty. We are still on the south facing side of my house, and this time of year, I really love this area. Although I love this area all different times of the year, to be honest with you. I wanted to show you my perennial mums, and I've made lots of videos showing you how to overwinter mums, and I'll put links to those videos up above as well as down below in the description. But this is their time to shine, and I want you to see just how vibrant and how big they are. And I was very diligent about cutting them back a few times during the season, just so that they wouldn't flop as much and so that they would have that nice round habit. There's another perennial mum in here that together we planted last year. I had bought a very small plant from Walmart for, I think it was less than $2. It was a white colored mum, and you can see that not only did it overwinter successfully, but it also is budded up for us. So by the time we do our next garden tour, that should be blooming. Another plant in here that's putting on a second flush of blooms, although they're not a major flush of blooms, but they're still looking pretty, this beautiful ground cover. It's a type of dianthus, and dianthus are often perennial. They'll come back for you year after year. So if you read a tag and it says annual, give it a try. Put it in the ground. You never know. So like I said, it is a nice, beautiful color towards the front of the bed, but also it adds a little bit of white pops for this time of season, which I really appreciate. My supertunias are slowing down. The weather is cooling down, and therefore the supertunias is slowing down as well. I really enjoyed them, and I plan on trying to overwinter some of these in my garage. I'll just be cutting them back really hard and just letting them go dormant. I'll hardly water them. I won't give them any special grow lights or anything like that, and it'll be an experiment. We'll see what happens. Another plant that's been looking really pretty is just this freebie plant that showed up here. It's a calendula, and I've been pretty good about coming in and deadheading it. You almost have to deadhead it daily in order to enjoy more blooms. But look how pretty that color is. Here we are, end of September, entering October, and this color coupled with the mums in the background, I think just puts on a spectacular display. Because in New Hampshire, where I live, this time of year things start to slow down. There's really not a whole lot to show in my garden, to be honest with you. But if you just pan around here and look at some of the color that we have, I think it's very pretty. In the front yard, this is the west facing side of my yard. This flower bed down here, which is what I like to call my driveway flower bed, is looking really pretty. It has some nice muted colors this time of year, which I really enjoy. We have another vanilla strawberry hydrangea down here. And this one definitely gets more shade than the other one, but I still really enjoy it. It looks really pretty. And then down below it, We have a number of plants. There are a lot of beacon impatiens that we started from seed. And then there are also some coleus tucked in there just to add a little bit of interest, a little bit of color. I think one thing I want to change for next year is I only want to put beacon impatiens down here. Just pack it fully with beacon impatiens. I think that would look really pretty. But definitely this time of year, because it's getting cooler, things are slowing down. But this is a space in my garden that I really enjoy. I have fun with it because it's just tucked in this little nook here. And as we pan this way, we have what I like to call the lilac flower bed, because there's a lilac tree tucked in towards the back there. We have some really pretty color happening. There was a lull in this flower bed, but there's now color again. These are a perennial mum that I got a small piece of years ago from my mother-in-law's home. And I would say they're a little bit more wild of a habit compared to the purple ones that I have near my side walkway bed. But I really love their color because they're so bright, so vibrant. I've said it the last few years, but I really mean it. This coming spring, I want to come in and divide a bunch of my mums and move them around the yard. I basically want to put the mums in every full sunflower bed that I have in my yard, which aren't many, so I just have little pockets and gaps I want to fill. I have a autumn joy sedum that's tucked in back here that's providing some really pretty color. I debated moving it because I felt like it was reaching for the sun, but I actually like it in here because I did cut back some daylilies so I can enjoy that sedum that's there. So if I step back a little bit, I just want to show you overall how this flower bed looks. So again, you can see all of the mums, the full show that they're just starting to put on. I want to say probably next week will be their best show. You'll see little pops of purple, and those are a perennial aster. Perennial asters come in lots of different colors, and I especially like this purple color tucked in here with the yellow. And they are just starting to bloom. They're budded up right now. I want to say I have a few different colors of perennial aster in this flower bed. These few that I've shown you so far are more of a darker color purple. And then as we keep going in this direction, I have a really pretty lighter purple color. And that's another plant that I do want to divide and move to. I want to move a bunch of this actually to my long border. I think it would look really pretty in the long border. Best time to move mums as well as the aster is in the springtime, especially here in New Hampshire. We have a shorter growing season and it's much colder here. The plants take a long time to establish, so I just need to tackle that early in the spring next year. So we'll definitely come in and we'll shop my yard for some beautiful things. And we have another autumn joy sedum tucked in back here. This time of year, there's not a whole lot happening in my garden, but whatever is happening, I really do enjoy. The leaves look really pretty on the lawn this time of year. An experiment that I tried, just because I had extra plants, was tucking in a whole bunch of coleus that I started from seed. And I think I like it here. I think I like the coleus being tucked in this area. So next year, I'll have to remember, I'd like to put some more coleus in this area. It's basically a little area with a rock in the center. And I think it would look pretty with maybe I could try some begonias and impatiens, because it's not a full sun area, that's for sure. I believe this area is part shade. And then right nearby, it's starting to go past its prime, but you can see a little bit of color. This was a freebie Rebecca, the annual type of Rebecca that just seeded itself here. And speaking of which, I'd really like to come in and collect some of its seeds. So now that I'm making this video, I'm seeing that it's starting to go to seed, so I'll have to collect some seeds. And then a plant that I really enjoy, especially this time of year, if you can look past the leaves, is Rebecca or heuchera. And I have a bunch of it towards the front of this flower bed. I just keep dividing and moving it around. And it's very simple and yet very effective, I feel, towards the front of a flower bed. Many times you'll see heuchera or coral bells in container pots, fall container pots, but I think they're just as striking in the landscape. You'll also oftentimes see different types of sedum in fall container pots. So you couple the sedum that we have here with the heuchera, and it's like what you would find in a container pot, except it's in the landscape. This area is not full sun. I forget if it's part sun or part shade. So the sedum are doing okay, but they're definitely stretching in this area. So I may be redoing this flower bed for next year. But at least the sedum that you see here, this variegated one, looks beautiful, very pretty. And they do provide some color this time of year. So I do appreciate that. Because if I didn't have the sedum in here, even if they're stretching a little bit for light, then this flower bed would be a little quiet. And speaking of a quiet flower bed, this flower bed is pretty quiet, but I showed you in a previous video my process for deadheading and collecting the seeds of this flower here. And you can see that it's still putting on a little bit of a show. In fact, if I came in and deadheaded it some more, I'm sure it would bloom for us, but I don't dare deadhead it when there are bees on it, as you can see right there. But nevertheless, this is called Centaurea or mountain bluet. It is invasive in certain areas, but it's not considered invasive here in New Hampshire. So that's another plant that I would love to move around my gardens because it provides that interest that you can enjoy most of the season as long as you deadhead it. Here we are at the front of my house, and this is west facing. There are a few little pops of color. I might as well at least show you what's blooming, even if it's a small bloom here or there. We have a bunch of Stelladoro daylilies that we had cut back really hard. So that's why they don't look so bad. They actually, at least they're providing some green foliage. And we have a little bloom here that we can still enjoy. And then right near it is a nice ground cover. And this is a perennial type of geranium, cranesbill geranium. So it also has a few blooms left here and there. And we've come in a number of times and deadheaded that and pruned it back. A plant that I need to be better about cutting back really hard is this one right here. I did cut it back, I think once. I think next year I want to cut it back probably 3 times or 4 times to keep it shorter. But when it blooms, it's still going to look really pretty. It's called Montauk daisy. Now it looks like a Shasta daisy, but it blooms, as you can see, late in the season. We are in the early part of fall, and they are all budded up. So I'm guessing by the time we do our next garden tour, they should be blooming for us. And they'll put on a spectacular show of white flowers, daisy-like flowers. So as much as the plant needs to be divided and as much as it's splaying towards the center because it needs to be divided, it's all right. Those are the things that I'm always looking for and learning from. And again, next year I'll do better with cutting it back a number of times during the season. That's a very easy plant, by the way, to propagate from cuttings. So every time I cut it back, I can take those cuttings and create more plants. We have a few other things happening in this flower bed right now. The pops of orange that you see are yellow. That's black-eyed Susan or Rebecca. I'm planning to add more of that in this garden next year. So we have a few pieces in here, but I need to add more. And then I'm just letting this plant do its sprawly thing on the floor here, on the ground. This is a beautiful freebie seedling of a morning glory. And look how pretty that is. Just yesterday, in fact, I was thinking I really should just bring a small little trellis out here and pop these on there. So if I have time, I'll do it. It's never too late, right? We have some other color happening in this area. The window boxes that you see on the bay window that's right there are new this year. Well, they were upstairs off my bedroom balcony, and we put them down here. We got some hooks and put them down here. I really am enjoying having the window boxes on the front of my house here. I always had those window boxes, but we just added these this year. And then we have a hydrangea that's still looking really pretty. This is an Annabelle hydrangea, and I love how it looks coupled with the colors that you see right there. The Gomphrena is continuing to put on a beautiful show. I recently came in and collected some seed from Gomphrena. I've been busy collecting a lot of seeds from many of my plants. That as well as overwintering plants. So if you want to know how to do any of that, definitely check out some videos that I have on my channel. You can save so much money when you collect your own seeds from plants. I love dahlias, and I especially love the shorter varieties of dahlias that I can tuck into container pots. And look at the little bee sleeping on this dahlia. This type of dahlia is called Unwin's Mix. I started it from seed a number of years ago, and ever since then, I just like to overwinter the tubers just to create more free plants. We still have some nice pops of color when it comes to the snapdragons, as well as the coleus. And then you throw in some pops of color from the dahlias, and it's a nice little mixture happening here up along the front walkway. Each of these containers that I have up along my walkway are filled with pretty much free-to-me plants. So we have creeping jenny, which is a perennial, and then we also have lamium, or dead nettle. And keep in mind, most of these plants are looking a little tired because it's just that time of year. And then we also have the Unwin Mix dahlias that I overwinter the tubers every year. And I just love having lots of these type of containers up along my front walkway here. The hanging baskets still look very pretty. A number of you have asked me about what this plant is right here with the stripes. Some of you have asked if it's a type of clematis. They're actually just petunias, and they're petunias that I started from seed that I collected. So that's why you see the variation in the stripes on the different types of petunias here. It's just because I collected the seeds from probably a hybrid, and then when you do that, you're going to get a mix of different kinds of plants when it comes to annuals like petunias, which I don't mind. And at this point, I have stopped fertilizing, I've stopped deadheading, because for us, our growing season is coming to an end pretty soon. The spillers that you see, we have creeping jenny. We also have some of the variegated vinca vine. The variegated vinca vine is an annual. I overwinter that in my garage. The creeping jenny is a perennial that I will just put back in the landscape. And then we also have another, I believe it might be a perennial here where I live. And look at the glossy leaves on it. I've had it for a few years now, and I usually overwinter this in my garage. It's a type of Lismachia, but this year I'm going to experiment and put some of it in my landscape and see if I can get it to overwinter in the landscape, because I researched it and I found that it might be a perennial here. I didn't buy that plant, that Lismachia. I got a small sprig of it from a container pot that I saw once. So I've just been able to propagate all of those plants pretty easily. The lavender border that we put in up along the walkway, these were lavender that we started from seed. And I'll show you again this winter my process for starting lavender from seed. It'll be interesting to see how the plants do. I don't have drip irrigation going to them, and they have put on a good amount of size. So I'm hopeful that they will do okay this winter, but time will tell. We have some pretty cold, pretty wet winters here in New Hampshire, so you just never know when it comes to lavender. Right behind the lavender are some perennial mums that we had tucked in, and the two perennial mums that you see here are mums that I got for free from a friend of mine. And he was just going to throw them away at the end of the season last year. So I overwintered them in my garage. And then, middle of the season, together we planted these. So I'm hopeful they should overwinter fine now that they have been in the landscape for a while. In case you're wondering their color, you can see a little piece of it there. They're going to be a nice, like, dark maroon reddish color. And then I also have a small drift rose. This originally came from my mother-in-law's home, and my sister-in-law had it, so she gave me a small piece of it, and you can see that it's really, really pretty. And then here's the other perennial mum that I got from my friend last year and overwintered in my garage. It's going to bloom pretty soon. We actually have quite a few things to look forward to for our next garden tour, which is very exciting. Something that I've really enjoyed up along the walkway are these 2 container pots. They are filled with some coleus that we started from seed, and they have been so happy in these container pots here. I will definitely be repeating that next year. At the base here, we have some more of the variegated vinca vine. I really only just bought one plant a number of years ago, and I just keep propagating that plant to make more plants for my container pots. And these leaves that you see here, these are calla lilies. They unfortunately got taken out. They're not dead, but they haven't been able to breathe because the foliage of the coleus just took over. So next year, the coleus will be by themselves. They really don't need much more. Right behind these 2 coleus plants, this was a new to me plant. I've never grown it before because, there's just so many plants that we can always experiment with. It's called elephant ear, and I will be trying to overwinter that. I've heard that it's not that hard to overwinter them. They're definitely not hardy here where I live, and they're very expensive if you have to buy them year after year. So I am planning to overwinter my elephant ears. I have 3 or 4 pots of them. They really are so pretty. Another thing that's really pretty right here are these 2 window boxes. They are filled with impatiens, beacon impatiens, that we started from seed, and they were just seeds that we collected. And we recently collected some more seeds of the impatiens. And if you're not sure how to do that, I'll put a link to it down below. It's amazing how much they fill in. They look so sparse when we first plant them up, but boy, they fill right in and look so pretty this time of year. It's the perfect amount of light that these plants get in this area of my yard. We have a number of container pots that I'm just tackling one container pot at a time, getting them ready for overwintering. They still look pretty. Our temperatures have been fairly mild, actually. We have some beautiful coleus, and I bought these seeds a number of years ago, and then I just collect the seeds and keep growing the same plants over and over again. That's called Colocha Rose coleus. And then we have some beautiful perennial right here. That's one of our spillers, and that is dead nettle or liamium. Another few spillers that we have in here are the beautiful Lismachia or creeping jenny, as well as you see that we have the same plants in many of my pots. We have the variegated vinca vine. And then in the center is a calla lily that I will be overwintering bare root. This container pot has alyssum that we started from seed, and next year I will not be putting alyssum with my dipladenia because the dipladenia just really needs to be by itself, I feel. I've already started overwintering a bunch of my dipladenia plants, and this was one that I bought last year on clearance, and then I divided it up and overwintered it in a pot in my garage. I'll be doing the same thing again this year. And look how pretty this dahlia is. This is another Unwin mix dahlia blend, the dwarf variety. Just so pretty. I really have enjoyed my dahlias. And these short varieties, they're not for cutting. They're just to tuck into container pots, or they're just perfect towards the front of a flower border. And then we just have some other beautiful things in this container pot. We have an alyssum that we started from seed, and I've already collected all my alyssum seeds for the season. We also have the trailing vinca vine, as well as the creeping jenny. And right near this container pot is pretty much a duplicate of the same plants in this container pot. The only difference is the color of the dahlia that's in this container pot. And then up along the walkway are just a bunch of annuals that we started from seed. So we have some snapdragons, and then we have a bunch of coleus. And the coleus is just a mix of different types of coleus because they are coleus that I started from seed that I collected. And before we move on, I'm just looking at this little nook right here. When you peek through, I want you to see we have the beautiful black-eyed Susan, and coupled with that is the morning glory. I just love that combination right there. I think it looks really pretty. A pot that's looking really pretty right here are some petunias. And these were petunias that I had winter sown. It was pretty late, but I finally got them out of their winter sown container. And, sometimes it's a blessing in disguise when you don't get to your winter sown seedlings, because maybe by now my petunias could be looking pretty leggy, and those look really good. So we have some really pretty things happening in here. This one white flower, this is a seedling of seed that must have dropped last year. It's called Madagascar periwinkle or vinca. And I usually grow a lot of it. So that just dropped its seeds. And some of you have asked me questions about this plant, for example. Can you just take the seeds and scatter it? So let's talk about this. This is just now starting to bloom for me. A frost could hit it any day. There are certain plants that when you grow them from seed until bloom, they can take a long time. And since we have a short growing climate here, it doesn't make sense for certain plants like this one for me to just take the seeds and sprinkle it outside. Unfortunately, I do need to start it indoors if I want to enjoy its blooms during the summer months. It really depends on where you live and how long your growing season is. We had come in here recently and cleaned up the front walkway. We removed a bunch of the annuals that were here towards the front because things were just starting to slow down a little bit. And at this point now, we're just pretty much enjoying the coleus that's left, as well as some of the container pots that are tucked in here. I will say, though, I would love to tuck in more gomphrena next year up along my front walkway because I'm noticing how pretty it looks this time of year. So I think that by tucking in some gomphrena up along the front walkway would look really pretty. Right near the gomphrena is what I call my pansy holding bed. And there were some beautiful pansies in here during the spring months. They dropped their seeds, and I just wanted to give you an update. It might look like a weedy mess in here, but trust me, this is good. These are basically small little pansy seedlings that will overwinter under a whole bunch of snow, and then next year they'll put on a wonderful show for us. In between the two garage doors, we just recently put this container pot together, and we have some dusty miller towards the back of it. In the center is a type of juncus grass. For a spiller, we have some lamium, as well as some creeping jenny. These were all plants that were already in here spring, summer, and now. But then we added a few additional plants. We added in some perennial heuchera or coral bells, and then we also added in some mums. The plan for this container pot is to bring it into my garage during the winter months because I want all the plants to overwinter. I don't want to take them out of the pot and put them in the landscape. And the main ones that I'm worried about would be the mums. The mums would die if I leave them outside in this container pot. And the dusty miller even is not really considered hardy here where I live. It's usually hardy down to zone 7. Unless we have a very mild winter, they may overwinter. But it's especially the mums that I want to overwinter. So we will be bringing this whole container pot into the garage and overwinter all the plants and then tuck them into the landscape next spring. The Joe Pye weed still looks pretty, although this time of year you can see that it has gone by and it's now starting to set seed. And right behind the Joe Pye weed is a type of miscanthus grass. I just noticed the other day that it's starting to create the plumes that will happen. So later in the season, this will put out some beautiful feathery plumes that we can enjoy. On the other side of the side walkway bed, I want you to see we still have some beautiful green color that's provided by the dianthus. And I showed you some of the white dianthus that was blooming, but we also have just little pops of color of this pinkish colored dianthus as well. And then some of the perennials that we tucked into here, namely the sedum as well as the serendipity, they've all started to go by. The autumn joy sedum still has a tiny bit of color left on it, but otherwise things are starting to go to sleep. But if we peek around the corner, you can see the little pops of the mum in the distance there. My front porch is my holding area for some plants that I will be overwintering in my garage. The temperatures have still been fairly mild, so I'm not ready to bring in plants into my garage that will be overwintering in pots. This container pot I still need to take apart. We have a zonal geranium in here, pelargonium, and I've already started the process with many of my geraniums, overwintering them bare root. And then we also have some more of the variegated vinca vine that needs to come out and be potted up. I'll divide it as well, and that will be overwintered. We have a supertunia here that I'll be cutting back really hard, and I'll be overwintering that. We also have a bird of paradise. When I bought my dipladenia last year, there was one bird of paradise plant inside that pot, and I was able to divide it into two and overwinter that in my garage, so I'll be doing that again. We have a number of beautiful dipladenia that I've already potted them up. So you can see there, I potted them down, I should say, into smaller pots. They're ready to be stored in the garage for the winter. Same with my euphorbia that I have here. And then the same thing with my Martha Washington geranium. So lots of fun plants for overwintering. It's often an experiment with new plants, but I also have a lot of experience with many other plants that I feel comfortable with. The diamond frost euphorbia will be an experiment for me. So I'll be cutting them back pretty hard. Like this one here needs to be cut back, but there are a few more over here that I did cut back hard. And then the purple heart will also be an experiment. A lot of times that's a house plant, but I want to just overwinter it in my garage. The big thing will be not giving it too much water. It's better for them to actually dry out a little bit than to give them too much water during the winter. Otherwise they can rot in the garage. Look how pretty this is. This is another one of those dipladenias that will be overwintering in the garage, and then another supertunia. And then we have a couple of window boxes here filled with more of the beacon impatiens that we started from seed. And when you're on the side porch and you're just looking over, you can see that we have some more hanging baskets filled with beacon impatiens, and then tucked in the back there are a bunch of Hosta. The beacon impatiens are so happy on the porch here. And I love just doing something simple, not packing a whole bunch of different plants. Just sometimes when you just put one kind of plant in a container pot, it can look equally as pretty and effective. And I just want to show you the bottom side of these window boxes. There are some spillers here. So first we have the beautiful lamium, and that looks really nice. And then we also have some more of the Lismachia. So when it comes to overwintering, the plants that will be overwintered will include this one here in the garage, but I'm also going to tuck some in the landscape as an experiment. And then this one will just be, I'll pot it up and I'm going to heal the plants out into my holding area so that they're ready for me to use for next year. But I could also take the lamium and I could just dig a hole and plant them out in the landscape. This time of year, it's always fun to do these garden tours, but then I get distracted. I was looking right over here, and this impatiens is going to seed. So right when I pulled it off, that's the seed pod that opened up. And look at all the seeds. I've already collected a bunch of impatient seeds, but can you ever have too many? And then here is the other hanging basket, if you're looking at the bottom of it. The spillers have really filled in. They look so pretty. The old arborvite bed is still providing some color, which I'm very happy with. It's so pretty with the coleus. The coleus is definitely going by, and so are my begonias. But the way I look at it is, at least we still have some color in here. This might be a good place to try some of that gomphrena. I feel like I want to try gomphrena in a bunch of places next year, because I'm surprised at how pretty the gomphrena looks this time of year. We'll see. But in the meanwhile, we do have some pretty colors happening in here. We had pulled out some of the annuals that didn't look very good, and we just kept behind some of the annuals that were still providing some color. This side of the flower bed definitely has more flowers. Sometimes that just happens. I mentioned earlier about how happy I am with the amount of care that my husband put with the lawn, and it really does look pretty. But I have to show you something because I think it's important to be real and show you when you live in the woods like I do and you have a lot of oak trees, what happens. This happens. This is a whole bucket times 2. Well, you see some leaves, but it's mostly acorns. Look at them all. So I started the process a few days ago, and then Brad continued. We are literally handpicking acorns. We already filled up almost a 5-gallon bucket and another 5-gallon bucket full of acorns. And in case you're wondering what we're going to do with these acorns, we're planning to put them way out in the woods because a lot of critters do eat them. They just don't eat them fast enough from my yard. The hanging baskets continue to look really pretty. They definitely get dried out, and I have to water them every day. So, and especially when we don't get a lot of rain. But it's worth it. It really is worth it. So it's mostly beacon impatiens and lamium and creeping jenny. Same plants that I just repeat in all my container pots. And then at the base of the tree are a bunch of mini or miniature hosta. These are lakeside zinger. I wanted to come in and start dividing these and moving some more around. I just haven't gotten to it. So hopefully I'll get to it this year, and if not, there's always next year. This is my main hosta garden, and the hosta are now just starting to turn. They're a beautiful fall color. A lot of times I will come in here and just cut back the foliage pretty early on because a lot of times I don't like the look of the foliage. To me, it looks dead. But I want to experiment this year. I think I want to just keep the foliage into the fall months and see what I think of it. Because I might feel differently. I might look at it and say, that's really pretty, that hue of color in the fall time. And not only that, it's easier. Rather than coming in and cutting them back, which is a lot of work, if I just wait until they fully die back, then I can just come in and rake them all up. So I may end up doing that. The key is to make sure you get rid of that foliage before the winter months, because you don't want pests to overwinter under the foliage of certain plants like hosta. And I'm just stepping back. I wanted to show you if I'm in the hosta garden looking at my house. This is what you see. So you see the side porch there with all of the impatiens. And then we have the hanging baskets that are on the trees. And then we have the back porch. And on the back porch are more impatiens. And then as we continue heading this way, we're basically heading into my backyard. And then if we look down, these are all the hosta. This was the first year where I just put impatiens in the window boxes off my back porch, and I love them. I think that they look really pretty there, and the impatiens have thrived. So I will be repeating that again next year, because to be honest with you, sometimes it's just easier to use the same plants that I started from seed and just repeat those plants over and over again. In this area here, this is what I like to call my shade garden, but honestly, much of my backyard is a shade garden. Oh my goodness. I'm just distracted. Oh boy. Again, it's so important for me to show you this because from the distance, it's like, oh, the lawn looks so pretty. But if we don't come in here and actually do this type of maintenance work, these acorns kill the lawn. They definitely kill the lawn, and then you end up with a whole bunch of bare patches or bare spots. And if we just left them until the end of the season, that also is not good. We have to be on top of it. Okay, I got distracted. That's just overwhelming. And not only do we have acorns in our lawn, we have acorns all throughout my flower beds. We all have challenges in our gardens. So if you ever look at someone else's garden and you're feeling sad or you're feeling bad, think about the acorns that some of us have in our yard. And just know that this is not fun. The shade garden doesn't have a lot of color. There is definitely texture and there is foliage. So we have a lot of different hosta. There are lungwort or pulmonaria that we really enjoy for their spotted leaves. And then there are heuchera or coral bells, but this is not one of them. This is actually a tiarella or foam flower. There are a couple of different types of goat's beard, and this one here is a dwarf goat's beard with some mini hosta next to it. We have some astilbe, and all these plants just repeat themselves in this area. We have some ferns. This is a maidenhair fern. In fact, I want to come in here soon and I want to divide my maidenhair fern. So I hope to show you that soon. I mentioned about the coral bells or heuchera. This is one of them that we have. And actually it's looking very pretty this time of year. I like the color of it. This plant looked better earlier in the season. It's looking a little tired right now. It's a type of brunnera. And then the little heart-shaped leaves are epimedium or barrenwort. And then we also have some more fern in here. This is Japanese painted fern. And then we also have some hellebores. And then if I just step back, it gives you a little perspective of the different spaces here in my backyard. There isn't a whole lot that is happening in the remainder part of my backyard. There's a certain point where I just stopped gardening because I'm trying to focus on buttoning up garden spaces that I already have rather than creating new ones. We have some raised beds here that I've been working on lately. If you've been following along, you'll notice we took down the cucumber plants as well as the trellises, because the cucumber plants were done. And what I've been doing is working fast and furiously at potting up, well, I guess digging, dividing, potting up plants, and I'm healing them in. I figured I might as well make use of some of these raised beds that I have. So the plants that you see here, they're in small 3-inch square pots, and they're miniature hosta. And they're miniature hosta that were not looking good around my front yard pond. I do have plans for all of these miniature hosta. I'm going to be putting them in lots of different areas, so be on the lookout for that for next year. So we have more miniature hosta. And then we also have this smaller variety or dwarf variety of lady's mantle. These were also around my pond. I didn't like the look of them. I spent the time, I divided every single one up, and I have them tucked in. And I also have plans for each one of these for next year in my landscape. The tomatoes are also slowing down. I have kept a few of the tomato plants on here just because I want to see if some of these tomatoes will still ripen on the vine. But I have come in here and just stripped off a lot of the bottom leaves. I've pulled out some of the plants that didn't have any tomatoes left on them. I am excited that I have flowers on my peas, so we should be getting some peas because it doesn't look like we have any frost in the forecast anytime soon. I also have flowers on my green beans. Fingers crossed, it would be really nice to get another harvest of green beans before we get a frost. And then I really need to come in today and pick out all of the radish that are in here. I know they're ready. I started munching on them the other day. So I'll be coming in later today and pulling out all my radish. And in this other raised bed, we also have more peas that are also blooming over here. And then we have some cilantro. These were, again, things that I planted later in the season. And some lettuce. I'd like to actually pull out some of the lettuce and put them in container pots. That will be on my side porch. I'm hoping to do that. And then we also have some more green beans. And I just want to give you a quick update in case any of you have been following along. So these raised beds were put in during the springtime. We used to have a wooden raised bed back here. And we redid all of this to put the raised beds here. And then over here was where my wooden raised bed was. And we had seeded this lawn in the springtime. It looks really nice. You can see it has filled in beautifully. The rose garden still looks really pretty as we are now in the fall season. I have enjoyed the wax begonias that we started from seed, and they still look really, really pretty, even if they're just starting to look tired from the season. And we still have some pops of color from the beautiful different roses that are in here. These are some knockout roses that are providing some pretty pink flowers. And at this time of the year, I have stopped deadheading my roses. If I lived in an area where we had a longer season, I would continue to deadhead. But it doesn't make sense at this point for us to deadhead. We have a beautiful little flower bud there. That will be a pretty yellow rose. We have a drift rose that has pretty much fully gone by, but it is popping out a couple of pretty colors of flowers here that you can see. And then look at this really pretty red rose with the water droplets on it. Looking just so gorgeous. And this rose right here is looking very pretty as well. There is a rose in here that I'd like to move next year. It's this one here. And I had started it from cuttings from a rose that I'd got from my sister-in-law's. It's really, really pretty. But its habit, to me, appears to be wild, but I don't think it's necessarily what I would call wild. I would say that it has a habit of a climbing rose, not a bush rose. So I would like to move it somewhere else in my garden next year and put it up against some sort of a trellis. I think its habit is that way, that it really should be on some sort of a trellis. So for next year, we'll plan to do that in a different video. But otherwise, the rose garden has looked really pretty, and for this time of year, it's still putting on some pretty colors. This is what I call my lilac bed, and I call it that because we have a lilac tree towards the back of the bed. But you can see towards the front of the bed, the star of the show. I absolutely love chrysanthemums or mums. And did you know they're perennials? Most of them are. So these were planted a number of years ago, and they've come back stronger than ever year after year. I love their yellow color, and even though I cut them back a few times during the summer months, they could have benefited from being cut one more time. When you have perennial mums, you want to make sure you're cutting them back a few times so that they're not as floppy. But honestly, I don't mind it. I am enjoying the color, And the purple that you see next to them, that is an aster. It's a fall blooming aster. One of my garden goals for next year is to divide and move my aster as well as my perennial mums around my yard. I want to have these plants in all my full sun flower beds because this time of year it can be tricky in a New England garden to get a nice show of color. So having these perennials providing this much color this time of year brings me so much joy. You'll notice that I have a couple of different types or colors of aster in here. This one has a smaller type of flower to it, and it's a light purple color. And all the other aster that are in this flower bed have a little bit darker purple color to them, and the flowers are a little bit bigger. But just look how striking they are. They really just provide so much color in a pretty quiet part of my garden. And I just repeat that pattern of having the mums here with little sprinkles of the purple. I just love that look. I think it's so pretty. It's funny because the mums and the asters show up during the spring months and they just sit idle. You wait for them for so long, but they put on such a great show. I'm noticing right here there's a gap, so I just need to fill that gap next year and put an aster in its place. But I really wanted to, I just was so excited. I wanted to show you what a spectacular show the mums and the aster are putting in this flower bed. Just so pretty. And I do have videos showing my process on how I overwinter perennial mums. I will link those videos down below. The purpose of today's garden tour is to be as quick as possible because this time of year, I don't have a lot of color in my garden. So I'd rather just focus this video on where do I have color. What I do love are the leaves. The leaves provide that nice fall color. It's just a natural thing that happens here in New Hampshire. And not only that, the trees are starting to change. It's one of the things that New England's known for. It's fall foliage. Even though they're just annuals, they are providing small pops of color in this otherwise very quiet flower bed. These are coleus, and these are coleus that I started from seed. I put them down in this area as an experiment just to see how they would do. And I have to admit, I am absolutely loving them. I think they look really pretty, and I will most likely be repeating this pattern next year. The sedum that I have started to turn over. Their colors are faded, and yet they still are very, very pretty. And something else that I'm noticing tucked in the back of this flower bed, they are really trying to put on a little bit of a show, are my banana daiquiri geum. You'll see that they are budded up and they're just starting to bloom again. That's a pleasant little surprise. In fact, on the other side of this flower bed, you'll see I have some more sedum, the autumn joy sedum here. And then here are more of the banana daiquiri geum, all budded up. The centaurea or mountain bluet are slowing down. I have stopped deadheading them because this time of year there really isn't any use for me to continue doing that. But I wanted to show you the sweet little bees. They know that it's going to be a cold night ahead of them. Here we are at the front of my house, and this flower bed right here is called the bay window flower bed. Things are definitely quieting down, and there are little pops of color here and there. So we still have a few blooms left on the cranesbill geranium, bloody cranesbill geranium. It's Max Frey. And then we also have some blooms on this morning glory that I'm just letting go wild and ramble around in this flower bed. Isn't that stunning? Just so pretty. The window boxes are slowing down. In fact, I went around this morning and I started pulling a whole bunch of my container pots in preparation for tonight's hard freeze. And I'll be showing you that at the end of the video, so you'll want to stick around. I still have more work to do. I'm planning to come in here and pull all these window boxes, not necessarily for the purpose of saving many of the plants or overwintering many of the plants. It's more that I want to make sure that they don't get all soft and mushy from the freeze. It's easier to take them apart when they are still looking like this. So even though there isn't a lot of color in my flower beds, look at the small pops of color that you see here. Small pops of yellow, and those are Stella d'Oro daylilies. We had cut them back really hard right after their first flush of blooms, and they came back and they're putting on little spots of color here and there, and they don't look as ratty as they would have if we didn't cut them back. And then you'll see that again we have more of the bloody cranesbill geranium, giving us the nice violet purple colors here. But the star of the show in this bed this time of year is Montauk daisy. I mentioned in a previous video that they definitely have become a little woody and a little leggy. Next year, I need to come in and cut them back a number of times. I did cut them back once, but from what I'm seeing, they would benefit from being cut back really hard 2, if not 3 times. But who's complaining? I mean, to have these beautiful white daisies blooming this time of year, you really can't go wrong. And this is a plant that is very, very easy to propagate from cuttings. I've shown you in previous videos my process for propagating Montauk daisies from cuttings. I'll link that down below. We will be doing more of that next year, and I'm planning to move the Montauk daisy around the yard in other areas of my garden. But we'll have to remember, we have to cut it back a number of times if we don't want it to flop. The front porch is looking tired. I still have more work to do. Like I mentioned, I need to take down all the window boxes, and I still have 2 more container pots left at the front of the porch there that I need to put into my barn, just so that the dahlias don't freeze. But otherwise, I'm letting most of my garden go at this time. All of these coleus, once they get hit by the hard freeze tonight, it'll be time for me to come in and start cutting them back. It's always hard to say goodbye to our gardens when we've worked so hard in taking care of them. But all good things have to come to an end at some point. And then we just look forward to another wonderful year next year. In what I call my pansy holding bed, you can see that the gomphrena is still looking beautiful. And these were gomphrena that we started from seed, and they were seed that I collected last year. I will definitely be growing more gomphrena from seed next year. I want to have this plant all over my yard. It just looks so pretty. I'll be sad once the freeze hits it, but I've enjoyed it thoroughly this year. I did have a number of container pots here up along the walkway. They were primarily filled with dahlias, but they also had other plants in them. They are tucked into my barn for the night, and I'll be showing you those in a little bit. We do still have some color in the front walkway area here. The coleus looks beautiful. Very, very pretty. I have enjoyed this coleus. These are all coleus plants that we started from seed. I can't wait for us to start seeds again this winter. I hope you join me. We'll be doing a lot of seed starting, lots of wonderful plants. And I've been showing you in videos my process for collecting the seeds of many of these plants. So be sure to check those out on my channel, because most of the annuals that I grow are annuals that I started from seed. In case you're wondering what this beautiful flower is, this is a perennial and it's called Great Blue Lobelia. It's just a stray seedling that seeded itself here, and that's a happy little surprise, isn't it? With all these other colors that you see right there in that shot. But it was a very good gardening year. I mentioned earlier, sometimes it's sad to say goodbye, but it gives us hope for what the next gardening year has to bring for us. These 2 container pots I'll be bringing in. I brought in a whole bunch, but I need to bring these 2 in. And you can see that these dahlias, these are an unwind mix dwarf dahlia, are still looking very pretty, as are the lobularia or sweet alyssum that are at the base of the plant. And then we have our window boxes that are still looking so pretty. And they have the beacon impatiens jam-packed inside of them. I recently came in and collected a whole bunch of seeds off of them. And I will be repeating this for next year. I've been struggling with keeping the level of the pond high, but at this point of the year, it doesn't matter. It's time for the pond to go to sleep. I just need to unplug the filter and pump, and always we have next year to look forward to. Up along the walkway, we have the lavender border that we had put in together, and those were lavender that we started from seed. We have the beautiful petunias that we started from seed, and those are still looking very, very pretty for this time of year. And then here at the base, I have some very pretty things happening. The first thing is, look how dark and pretty this mum is. A friend of mine, he had some mums that he didn't want at the end of last season. I took them, and since it was too late for me to put the mums in the ground, otherwise they wouldn't have lived, I overwintered them in my garage. And then this season, mid-season, I didn't wait too long, I put these mums in the ground. So they should overwinter for us successfully, fingers crossed. And then this is a type of drift rose, and this came from my mother-in-law's home. My sister-in-law Jen had it, and she was very nice to give me half of it, and so we were able to cut it with the Sawzall. So we both now have a piece of that rose. And then here's the second mum that came from our friend, our veterinarian friend. It doesn't have as many flowers on it. It does have buds on it, but I'm not sure if it will bloom any more for us this year after the freeze tonight. But nevertheless, it should hopefully overwinter for us, since again, we got it planted pretty early in the season. Mums take a long time for their roots to establish, so you want to make sure you're getting them in the ground and giving them plenty of time to establish themselves, especially in the cold areas like where I live. But otherwise, I think everything has really put on a nice show for the season. And then we just have our final window box here on the side of my garage. The petunias will definitely not survive for the winter, and I'm not going to overwinter them. My reason for taking them down again before the freeze tonight is so that they're not all soft and mushy. But there are perennials, the spillers at the bottom here, that I will be overwintering. So I need to tend to those on a different day. Look at all the fall leaves. The hanging baskets will all be coming down tonight. They mostly have beacon impatiens in them, which I will not be overwintering, but there are perennials in here that I do need to overwinter. So I will be removing those and just healing these plants into the ground. And then if we look around the corner here, we have some of the impatiens and coleus that we had tucked into this flower bed. This time of year, the leaves start falling, and they just, at this point, I don't worry about it. I will come in and blow the leaves off just to keep my beds tidy and so that they don't harbor disease. But that's going to be an ongoing thing for the next month or two. The hydrangea that's in this flower bed is the vanilla strawberry hydrangea. And it is looking very pretty. This flower bed doesn't get that much sun. So even though it puts on a nice show, it doesn't necessarily put on a spectacular show. And the reason is, I think, because it just doesn't get as much sun here. But I really still am enjoying the way that these blooms look. They add a nice pop of color down in this flower bed. Up along the driveway on the right is what I call the long border. We have some wax begonias that we started from seed, and those will definitely get hit by the freeze tonight. I will most likely repeat this again next year. I just need to remember that the wax begonias take a while for them to really make an impact in this flower bed. And right now they're slowing down, so they're not putting on a great impact or a great show. They are adding color though, which I enjoy. But during the middle of summer, they looked so striking. They looked really pretty. So I already collected the seeds from these begonias, and I can't wait to start them again with you early in the winter months. I've left many of the perennials up because the birds, the finches, they all come and they like to feast on the seeds that are on the coneflower as well as the Rebecca. So for right now, I've kept all of those up. Eventually, what will happen though is we will have a ton of snow and it will be taller than any of these plants that you see in here. So I'm not sure if I'll end up cutting these down or leaving these up for the winter. We'll see. We have a lot of trees where I live, so there are a lot of other places for habitat, like insects to live in. So there's no shortage of that if you look around. We have another hanging basket on the tree over here. But as we walk along the long border, things are quiet. It's that time of year. And if you've been following along on my gardening journey, then you might remember that many of the perennials in this flower bed are herbaceous perennials, meaning they die back to the ground. But in the springtime, this flower bed puts on a spectacular, just very pretty spring show. And it's always fun to see that, how this flower bed changes from season to season. Some pretty colors that I was noticing in here are like these leaves here. These are penstemon. So that's a really nice perennial to have in the flower garden. And when it changes its color during the fall months, it's very pretty. And then this here is a small leaf rhododendron. And they also start to change their colors. So you can see that they're getting a nice orange and red color leaves on the plant here. As we continue up along the long border, we have one little Rebecca, or black-eyed Susan, putting on a final show for us. And then we have some hydrangeas here at the end of the long border. And before we look at the hydrangeas, just peeking around the corner here, we have a few things that are still blooming. Some echinacea or coneflower. And then we do have some white blooms left on this vanilla strawberry hydrangea. But otherwise, this has really put on a great show for such a long time. It really has. I've thoroughly enjoyed this hydrangea. Look how vibrant that is. And you can see as it starts to turn and go by, it has more of a brown color leaf to it, which is fine. I do like to cut off the blooms from my hydrangeas before we get our first snow, because if I don't do that, our snow load is very, very heavy, and we tend to get a lot of ice here as well during the winter, and it would just snap the branches. So I do like to come in and deadhead all of my hydrangeas before our first snow happens. And then we have two quick fire hydrangeas here on the other end of this hydrangea border. And I call it a hydrangea border or a hydrangea bed. We are missing one here. I will be adding another vanilla strawberry hydrangea. I didn't get to it yet, but that is my plan. And then we have another quick fire hydrangea over here. Still holding on to its blooms and still looking so striking. Here on the side of my house, this is the south-facing side. We had put together this container, and this is one of the reasons why I don't put together a ton of fall containers. Again, we're going to get a hard freeze tonight. So this container is still looking okay, but it's definitely not going to look okay come tomorrow. I will be bringing this into my garage tonight, and in fact, I will be overwintering this whole pot in my garage because it has some mums in there that were planted pretty late in the season, and they would not survive if I just keep them out all winter. So I am pleased with this container. It is still providing us some color, which is nice. And then as we move along to what I call my side walkway flower bed, look at the mums. I've shown you in previous videos how spectacular these mums look. I've had these here for I think probably 3 years now, and they've just gotten so huge. I am going to be coming in and dividing these mums next year in the springtime. We had come in, I think twice, and cut these mums back And they have really just held up well. And you can see that they're flopping towards the front and a little bit on the sides. And that's what happens if you don't cut your mums nice and hard. So I most likely didn't cut them back too hard on the sides, but that's okay. They still continue to look really pretty, and I'm not sure how they'll look come tomorrow, but we might as well enjoy them for right now. And then at the base of them, I thought these were a white color, Mum, and they are like a buttercream yellow. We bought these last year from Walmart. It was like a $1.50 for a small little mum. And we planted them during the, I want to say, late summer months. They did overwinter for us, and they're putting on a nice show. They look like they're more of a late blooming mum, which is nice. And next spring we'll come in and we can divide that up as well. The Joe Pye weed has definitely gone by, but the leaves actually look still very pretty on the plant. And the miscanthus that's here, this ornamental grass, it's a maiden grass, is looking so beautiful. I had mentioned in my previous garden tour that it would eventually be putting out its little feathery plumes for us. And that's what it's doing. And I just love them. I think they look so pretty. When it comes to my grass, this is not a very sturdy grass. If I leave it up all winter, the snow and the ice would just make it flop and it would make a big mess. So for that reason, I do come in here later in the season. I will come in here and I will cut it back. And I've shown you in previous videos my process for cutting back a miscanthus grass like this one, and I can put a link to it down in the description. But it is so pretty, just very, very pretty with its feathery plumes. Towards the front of this flower bed, you'll see what looks like a ground cover, a green ground cover, and white flowers. That is a dianthus, and it looks so beautiful when it blooms during the springtime. And I have a couple of different colors of dianthus in this flower bed. You can see that they're putting out small amounts of blooms this time of year. So I really appreciate them. I appreciate them for their interest that they provide in the early spring months. And then I also appreciate them as a nice little lush green ground cover towards the front of the flower bed. And also that the fact that they're putting out some flowers this time of year is a bonus. Another flower that I was diligent about deadheading, I haven't done it in about a week, is this one here. This is an annual. It's called calendula. And it blooms during this time of year. So I would say, what is it, early fall. And it's very, very pretty. So I do need to come in and do some more deadheading, but I'm going to wait. At this point, I'm going to see how this plant does when we get our hard freeze. It is a cold tolerant plant, but let's see how cold tolerant it really is. If she can survive a cold freeze, then I think I will come in and I will deadhead her. When I stand back and I look at this flower bed, the star of the show is right here, plus the grass. How pretty would it look if we just took even one of these mums and moved it over here? So I'm always looking at my flower bed, seeing how can I edit it to be even a little bit nicer, a little bit better. I have a small leaf rhododendron in this flower bed, and you can see that it has some nice, beautiful red colored leaves. They're just starting, and they provide a nice fall interest in the garden. As we hop across the side walkway here, we have the old arborvite bed where I used to have 3 arborvite and then I removed them. And this flower bed is definitely slowing down, and the hard freeze will definitely take out all of these annuals. If I had time, I would come in and I would cut back all the annuals because I feel that it's a lot easier to cut back annuals before you know a hard freeze is coming. But since it was a busy day just bringing in all those plants into my barn, I have run out of time. And that's okay. I will tend to it as soon as I can once the hard freeze hits these. And in case you're wondering what these plants are, we have some wax begonias, the pink as well as the white, that we started from seed. And then we have a number of different colors of coleus that we also started from seed. The side porch is a little quiet. I removed a lot of the container pots from around here, and you'll be looking at those in a little bit. But the window boxes that we have here are still looking very pretty, and they mostly have impatiens in them. There are other plants in here, and I've talked about all of these plants in previous videos, but I'm trying to make this video kind of short just to give you an end of the season tour. So if you are interested in knowing what a lot of these plants are, I do have them by name in some of my older garden tours, and I can link those down below in the description in case you want to check it out. The Hosta garden is still looking very pretty, as are all the hanging baskets. Still putting on a nice little show for us. Many of the Hosta are starting to turn over with their colors. In the past, I would come in before a hard freeze and I would cut back all the foliage. But this year I've decided to not do that right away. I'm going to wait. I want to make my job a little bit easier. So I'm going to wait until the foliage has really died back, and then I can just come in with the rake and just rake everything up. And we might as well enjoy some of the fall color that the Hosta provide for us in the next number of weeks. I will be skipping over all of the plants that I have in my shade garden. It doesn't mean I don't love or appreciate my shade garden. I absolutely love my shade garden. It's really just grown for its foliage, for the texture of the different plants that are in here. I mentioned earlier I'll put a link to another garden tour that I did where I specifically list out all the plant names. Definitely check that out, especially if you do have a shade garden or a woodland garden and you're looking for ideas. I have a number of plants tucked into this flower bed, and I don't want you to miss out on all of the plants that are in here because I name them all in my shade garden tour. I have some more impatiens on my back porch, and those are still looking very pretty. And then as we head in this direction, we are going towards my rose garden. It's primarily roses, but it also is packed with wax begonias that we started from seed. I am so glad that I have these wax begonias in this flower bed, because if I didn't have them in here, this flower bed would definitely have a lull. And it looks really pretty having the wax begonias in here, just for little pops of color. The roses are still putting out some blooms. In fact, look how pretty this one is. Just so sweet. And we have another one over here. I have stopped deadheading my roses at this point because there's really no use. If I had a longer growing season, I would be deadheading my roses still. But at this point, I'm just letting things go in my garden. I'm letting things go to sleep. I want to bring you over to this yellow rose, looking so pretty. I don't want to call this garden tour the final garden tour because final makes it sound like I'll never make a garden tour ever again. It's the last one, most likely, for the season, but you never know. If I'm able to, I might make one more. I'm not quite sure. But I wanted to get out here just this one time before we get the hard freeze, just to take it all in. The garden gave us a lot of joy this year. It really did. And I'm looking forward to what the garden will give us next year. We have some knockout roses here. Looking very pretty. And then as we leave the rose garden, we have our raised beds here. And I have been working out here quite a bit. I've been healing in plants, just plants that I divided. All different kinds of plants. We have some miniature hosta that are in here. I'll be using in other parts of my garden. And some other plants as well, just mixed in. So I just need to come in here and remove these tomatoes. because I want to make sure I enjoy them before we get the hard freeze. And then I can pull down the tomato plants on another day, and I can also remove all of the sweet alyssum or lobularia. That will give me more room for healing in more plants in this space. We have some beautiful sweet alyssum that's a white color here. And then we also have another sweet alyssum on this side of the flower bed, and it has some white and purple. And I've already collected the seeds from both colors of alyssum. It is very difficult, I feel, here in New Hampshire to do a second succession of cool weather crops such as peas. It seems like there's just never enough time because I gave plenty of time for these. I planted them and they were looking great, but if a freeze hits them, they will no longer be. And that the same is true for some of the green beans here. They were starting to flower for me, but it's unfortunate, but that's just the way it is. Unless I was to give some really good protection, it's a tricky thing to be able to have these cool weather crops. Lettuce is fine. I have plenty of lettuce. It's just the other plants. And to be honest with you, I was planning on coming in and digging up the lettuce and cilantro to enjoy, but I've pretty much run out of time, and that's okay. I debated on keeping all these plants in my yard so that I could show you them as part of my garden tour. But honestly, it was more important that I remove them from my garden and get them in the barn, because if I didn't do that and the freeze hits them, they all will die. So they're all tucked in here for the night. It does get cold in my barn, but I don't think that they will freeze terribly in the barn here for the night. There are so many different plants here, and I have plans for all of them. You're going to have to watch my other video because I made a separate video that goes over all the plants that I'm overwintering and how I'm overwintering the plants. But just know that these are all plants that I had. There are a lot of plants here that I had in container pots around my yard, and they are now tucked away for the night before the freeze happens. Don't they look so pretty? I had to show you them because it would be unfortunate not to. Hey budget gardeners, Vita Loca here. Join me today as I show you 10 beautiful things in my mid-October garden. Let's start with mums. Many people think that mums are annuals, but did you know you can get your mums to return year after year? I've made videos showing you my process on how I overwinter my mums so that they return for me year after year. I'll put links to those videos down in the description below. Even though some of these mums are starting to go by, they have put on such beautiful color for me in my October garden. I really love them, and in fact, I have lots of different perennial mums in my yard. But I wanted to start this video with these yellow mums because they are just so bright and so cheery. They've been blooming for me for a number of weeks, and I have thoroughly enjoyed them. Not only do I have the yellow mums blooming in my garden, I have some other mums here as well that are looking just as pretty. These are some newer mums that I just planted in the summertime this year, so they should return for me next year. I overwintered these in my garage last year when I got them, and that's the best way for me to basically get my mums to return. But then I get them right in the ground during the spring or summer months. So pretty. And then these mums have continued to put on such a fabulous show. I pruned them back really hard earlier in the season a number of times so that they would have a nice growth habit to them. And the white mums that you see are mums that we planted together a year ago. We bought them for a very cheap price, and I showed you in a video how to overwinter them. I love the color, and I can't wait to divide all of these mums next spring because I want to move them all around my yard. Something else that's looking beautiful in my garden right now are my perennial asters. I have a couple of different colors of asters in my yard, and I really do enjoy them. And I want you to see how pretty the purple asters look next to these yellow mums. And they also bloom for a very, very long time in the garden. And here is a slightly darker colored purple aster that I have in my garden. It's starting to go by, but again, it's just adding so much nice color in my fall garden here. Here is another aster that I have. It has more of a pinkish color to it. It's so pretty. If you don't have aster in your garden, I highly recommend it. There are so many different kinds you can get, so many different colors, and different ones that bloom at different times of the season. Another very pretty plant to have in the fall garden is the English lawn daisy. It's considered a biennial, but it is just so easy to grow from seed, and it blooms during the spring months. It takes a break during the summer months, and then it comes back for you again in the fall months as the temperatures cool down. It's just so dainty, so cute to have. I love it. Even though dianthus puts on a wonderful show during the spring months, and then it has a little bit of a lull during the summer months, it comes back again and blooms for you during the fall months. I really enjoy dianthus, and I have it in a number of different colors. Just these little pops of color that the dianthus provide in the garden are so bright and cheery. My roses continue to put out blooms in this nice cool weather, and I have a number of different ones blooming right now. Look at this very pretty white one. And then my pink knockout roses also are putting out some beautiful color in the fall garden. And not only are they blooming, I still have many buds, which tells me that they will continue to bloom into the season, even though we've had a frost. Roses are a must in the fall garden, I feel. And look how pretty this coral drift rose is looking. I just love its color. Did you know that there are white daisies that really only bloom in the fall time? Well, there are. These are called Montauk daisy. I really enjoy them. I love the white color in my garden this time of year because I don't have a lot of white when it comes to flowers in the fall time. So I will take it. Very pretty. I'm also enjoying their leaves. I like the mix of the green with the yellow right next to the white flowers. There are so many different kinds of ornamental grasses that you can get for your garden. And this is the time of year when many of them shine. This maiden grass, or miscanthus, is looking so pretty right now. I want you to see the beautiful plumes that it sends out this time of year. I enjoy their color. I think they look so pretty. I have come in and deadheaded this plant so many times, and the more I deadhead it, the more it blooms for me. This is called mountain bluet or centaurea. Look how pretty it looks. In fact, look at the bee. The pollinators are still enjoying these plants. Very pretty plant to have in the garden if you want color pretty much all season long. We've already had a freeze. However, I have to mention some annuals that are still looking very pretty in my fall garden. This is calendula, and it just seeded itself here. I love its color. We are approaching Halloween pretty soon, and who doesn't love the color orange in their fall garden? Another annual that is doing very well in my fall garden are these petunias. Even though we've had some cool weather, they seem to thrive in cool weather. So they're doing very, very nicely. And I'm enjoying their color. I have some other annuals that are still looking very pretty. I have Diplodenia, or Mandevilla. It has some really pretty pink colored flowers on it. And then right near it is a beautiful elephant ear. We have some petunias here. I like the colors of the petunias for this time of year. And then some really pretty coleus. So it's been a warm season here in New England, as it has been for many of you. And I'm able to enjoy some of these beautiful annuals. And on the really cool nights, I just bring them in for shelter, and then I bring them back out during the day. We have some more petunias over here. And then another annual that is loving this cool weather is this Martha Washington geranium, also known as a regal geranium. And this geranium I like to overwinter, so it will be coming in my garage as the nighttime temperatures cool down. It's fun showing you some of these annuals that are still looking really nice in my fall garden. I'm keeping them on my porch just to keep them a little protected. Here we have another elephant ear that I will be overwintering bare root. Some more really pretty coleus that we had started from seed, and then another elephant ear that I'll be overwintering pretty soon. The small leaf rhododendron looks so pretty this time of year. Even if they're not blooming, look at the color of the leaves. I love the nice red colored leaves this time of year. I have many different kinds of sedum in my yard, and even though the sedum have gone by in terms of their blooms, I feel that the bloom heads, or the spent bloom heads, still look so pretty in the fall garden. Even though they are starting to turn over, I honestly am loving their color. I think it looks really pretty in the fall garden. This is where I have a Hosta garden. It's full of lots of different Hosta. And usually the Hosta are a nice vibrant green color or blue color, but I think it's also very pretty this time of year to just appreciate and enjoy the color that the Hosta give us as they're starting to turn over. It's just the natural thing that they do, and we really should enjoy their color this time of year. Soon enough, I will be coming in here and cutting these Hosta back, but let's enjoy them while we can first. Something else that I think looks very pretty in my fall garden is my lawn. My husband and I take a lot of care of our lawn, and we are very proud of it. So I wanted to make sure that I didn't forget about it and that I added it to the list of things looking nice in my October fall garden. Something that I think us New Englanders take for granted is the fall foliage. And if you don't have a chance to enjoy fall foliage where you live, I have to add it as part of something beautiful happening in my garden right now. There are a lot of different trees in my yard, and with those trees, there are a lot of different colors happening. And I really enjoy it season to season. I love the fall foliage here in my garden. I feel like it's a natural backdrop in my yard, and it's something I look forward to each and every year. As we head off of my side porch and to my side walkway, what I'll do is pop up on the screen earlier this morning when I was out here shoveling. I think we maybe only got about 5 inches of snow, but it was a very heavy, very wet snow. So you'll see in the video that the snow was sticking to the shovel. A lot of times you can spray a shovel with Pam spray or put butter on it, something that will make the snow slip off of it a little easier. And since this was the first snow of the season, I forgot about that. So I was struggling a little bit with the snow sticking to the shovel, but that's okay. I eventually got the job done, and I tell you, I'm no longer a spring chicken. I got pretty tired after just doing this one small walkway. This is what the side walkway flower bed looks like with it all covered with snow. It's very pretty, but I want you to see that all of my dianthus that was at the base here is covered. There really isn't much in terms of evergreen interest when you live here in New England and you get a lot of snow like this. The only thing that actually is still standing, and even then, most of this will be covered by the end of winter, is this rhododendron. It's a small leaf rhododendron. If you're new to my channel or you just want a refresher of what my gardens look like during the spring, summer, and fall months, I'll put links to those videos down below because I think it's good to look at this tour, even though it's winter time, and then compare how these spaces look like during different times of the year because they change quite drastically actually. When you hop over to the other side of the side walkway bed here, I call this the old arborvite bed, and one of you suggested a different name for this bed. I don't know what to name it, so I'm looking for suggestions. Please drop a comment below if you have an idea of what I can call this rather than the old arborvite bed. The old arborvite bed has some small leaf rhododendrons towards the center of it. However, later in the winter, all of these will get covered as well. I don't protect them. I don't put any sort of covering on them, and they usually do just fine. If where you live you don't get snow, you might be wondering, what are these ugly looking sticks? When it comes to cleaning our driveway, my husband and I just want to know where the driveway or walkway end and where the flower beds or the lawn begin. Just so that by mistake, we're not driving over any of the flower beds or the lawn with our snowblower or our tractor. I have to admit, so far I do like this selfie stick or stabilizer, whatever you call it. I feel like my videos are not going to be as shaky as they usually are, but I digress. So as we move away from the side walkway bed as well as the old arborvite bed, over here at the end of my driveway is a barn. And inside the barn is my husband's car, but also we keep a lot of gardening tools and just all sorts of junk stored inside of there. So it is important for us to clear in front of the barn during the winter months, just so that a car can fit in that space. And right next to the barn is a small shed that we put in place a few years ago, and that just has more garden tools in it. But it also has a tractor in there, which is really nice because, well, I'll tell you that in a little bit. So as we continue moving this way, there is my fire pit and my raised beds, and you can see that things are all covered up in there. And again, this is just our first snowstorm, so it will be fully covered up later in the winter. I'm just panning you around. So let's continue going down my driveway. So here's where I'm going to share a funny story, although it's not really that funny. My husband was snow blowing, and you can see the snow blower in the distance there. And like I mentioned, it's a very heavy, very wet snow, and we have a long driveway. The snow blower's belt is not working quite properly. So my husband had to pull out his tractor to help move the snow. And sometimes I wonder if the tractor was a waste of money or a waste of investment for our yard. But let me tell you, today it was a lifesaver. There is no way we could have shoveled all of this without having a heart attack. So I'm so glad that he was able to do that. We still need to come back outside and continue cleaning little areas of snow around the house. But I thought it's nice to just walk around the yard and show you how things are looking. So the temperatures are going to get very cold in the next few days. Nighttime temperatures are going to be single digits, like 1 or 3 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's always good to come in and kind of scrape up some of the snow off the driveway. We're hoping that the sun will melt some of it right now. If we don't do that, this basically freezes solid to ice. And our driveway is very, very steep. So it's very important to make sure that we clean the driveway as nicely as we can and make it as black as we can. So when we head away from the barn and the shed, that is the long border. I'm going to walk over the snow, and I want to bring you up close ups just so you can see what it looks like. I am wearing my boots because you can't do a job like this without boots. In fact, I was also wearing my snow pants. You might have seen it in the video. Thank goodness for snow pants. It just keeps the legs warm. And they were dirty because I had worked in my plant nursery just the other day. And I'll show you that in a bit. Over there is my compost pile. For this year, I really didn't work on my compost, and that's okay. There's always next year. These are some hydrangeas that I have. They don't look like much. In fact, when you look at the hydrangeas and you look behind them, you'll see that where I live in a very wooded area. And I often look at videos that talk about winter interest. And I struggle with that in my yard for the simple reason that I feel like I have winter interest in my yard. It's basically what Mother Nature has dealt me. I have all these trees. So even if I came in with a whole bunch of evergreens, yes, it would look pretty, but I'm not quite sure if I personally would enjoy those evergreens, given that there's all these trees behind them. And not only that, when the temperatures are so cold and we're getting all this snow around the yard, the last thing I want to do is walk around, let's say on a weekly basis, and look at my winter interest. But if I lived in an area where I wasn't surrounded by trees or I didn't get as much snow, it might be different. But I do have some winter interest, I guess, here that you can see. I left up a couple of trellises and they have some clematis on them. And they look really pretty as we walk around. I can enjoy that. And then we also have a number of shrubs or bushes. There's a forsythia right there, but then we also have a lot more of the small leaf rhododendrons. I have a ton of small leaf rhododendrons around my yard because I got them from my late mother-in-law's home. They were very small when I got them, and they have gotten bigger over time. And then I'm just going to walk you around the long border. We often talk about leaving a lot of our perennials up for winter interest, but I've mentioned this in my videos before. Because we get so much snow here, many of those perennials get covered by the snow. And when it comes to any insects that are living or burrowing inside of any of those types of perennials, I really feel strongly that there are a lot of areas still left where a lot of those insects can overwinter without a problem. But it's amazing how the blanket of snow makes my long border look so quiet and tucked in for the winter. As we head down my driveway on the left-hand side, this is what I call my backyard plant nursery. I was out here quite a bit during the last week doing some final cleanup and tuck-in of my perennial plants. Some of you have asked me before, what do I do for the winter when it comes to tucking in my perennial plants? Well, I don't cover them. The snow covers them. All I do is heel the plants in, which means I sink the potted plants into the ground. And that's it. And I have to tell you that I am so glad that we got the snow. In previous years, we get that really cold weather. When I say really cold, single digits or even negative degrees Fahrenheit. And when you don't have any snow cover, those plants are not protected. They're fully exposed. But with the snow cover, even though snow is cold, the snow cover insulates all the plants in the garden, not just the plants in my plant nursery, but all the plants around my whole property. So I am very thankful for the snow that we got. It's going to insulate my plants nicely before the cold weather arrives. I mentioned we have a long driveway, and not only is it long, it's very steep. So it goes all the way down to where you see that black road there. And on the right-hand side, that's just a sand bucket or sand barrel that we have. It has a small shovel in there so that we can sand our driveway. It makes it easier for us to come up and down our driveway, but also anyone else that's visiting. As we swing over here, this is what I call my driveway flower bed. It doesn't look like much because of the snow cover. The only thing that you notice here is there's a hydrangea in the middle, and it's gone dormant for the season. It's dropped all its leaves. But again, I recommend you go back to the videos down below so you can see all these different flower beds. I try to name them so you can kind of match them up. So this one is called the driveway flower bed. And as I swing around, yes, maybe it would be nice if I did have some evergreens in here to add a little bit of interest towards the front of some of these flower beds. And those are things that I can think about. But again, these are so far away. These flower beds are not very close to my house. So I'm going to slowly swing you around so you can see where my house is. It's basically up that hill right there. So I am not normally in the wintertime looking out my window down here or walking down here. Although with that said, I would like to get some exercise this year, and I have snowshoes, and I'm thinking of just walking around my property and getting exercise that way. So it might force me to actually look at my garden during the winter months. This flower bed here is a semicircle type of flower bed, and this is called my lilac flower bed. And that's because there's a big lilac tree in the center there. Many of these areas that I'm showing you are packed with all sorts of spring bulbs or perennials that are herbaceous, which means they die back to the ground. So the only thing that you might see that's still standing up above the ground here are some yucca plants. One thing that I used to love doing when my kids were little, especially my daughter and I, was we used to come around the yard after the snowfall, and we just used to walk around and look at any sorts of little prints from animals, footprints that animals have left behind. So clearly something came trudging or tracking through the snow here, and it's just so fun to see that. So as we walk around the yard, I think we'll follow along and see where these tracks go. And I wonder what the animal is. Maybe it's a squirrel, or it could be a deer. Not quite sure, but it doesn't look like it was with any friends. But when we move this way, yes, there's some evergreens here, but again, I'm going to show you. For me to have them look half decent, I have to come out here every time it snows to deal with this. So these are some boxwoods, and I want you to see this heavy snow cover. I could come out here with like a broom and shake off the snow cover. I could have also come out here and covered these, maybe put some burlap around them, but that's why they're just weighing down the way they are. And I have another one that's right over here. They do look pretty, for sure. I do enjoy them with the snow cover on them. And then again, as we swing this way, there's the front of my house. And let's head up there just so I can show you what's happening. So this is what I call my bay window flower bed. And I want you to notice again, the snow cover totally pushes down on this boxwood. So I need to come out here and just shake off all of the snow to help it. And that's a lot of work, because just coming out and cleaning the snow is a lot of work. So can you imagine if I had 50 or 40 boxwoods all around my yard for winter interest? Now I got to come out here and shake all of them off. I don't know about that. So here we have some Montauk daisy that I left up. And I mostly left it up because I wanted to collect the seeds off of it. That's been a question some of you have asked me, is after a frost or a freeze has hit the plants, can you still collect the seeds off of them? You can, absolutely. So go ahead and keep collecting those seeds. In fact, I'm hoping to find some seeds on my Montauk daisies. Whew, I'm out of breath. It's a workout, you know, walking around in the snow. My goodness. The walkway. So I'm going to show you, or pop up on the screen, what the walkway looked like earlier when it was covered in snow. And my husband had asked me to come out here and just shovel this because, again, the snow blower or the tractor cannot reach in this area. And I wanted to show you an area that just does not do well in terms of the snow and the ice. It's right here. You can imagine this is just our first snow that we've received. And look at the small layer of ice. What we have to do is we will be putting a bucket right there, and that bucket will have sand mixed with salt in it. So we need to sand and salt this area. But what happens every winter, no matter how much we treat it, is even the ice ends up down here. It's very dangerous. So we often don't want anyone using our front door. There really isn't a lot of motivation for me to decorate this and make this look pretty, because by probably January, we won't even bother cleaning our walkway. So it's not worth the effort to make this area look really pretty. This is where I have a little pond, and you wouldn't know it except for right there. That's where the rocks are. And it's all covered with snow. We still have more cleanup to do down there. The other thing I like to do up along my walkway is just shovel out any of the landscape lighting that I have. And this is a big reason why I don't have a ton of landscape lighting around my yard, because then I have to come in and shovel them out. If I don't shovel them out, then they're just going to get frozen solid for the winter. So let's head back this way. And we are now heading towards my backyard. This is where I had a bunch of large trees cut down over the last year or two. So as we head in this direction, I'm noticing the trail for that little animal, whatever that animal is. It goes around this tree and it heads, if you can see it, it goes out that way. So it was having fun in the snow. And then we're just going to keep on going towards my backyard. Mr. Budget Gardener said, "Really? You're going to show our yard with snow in it? How exciting is that?" But I think it's exciting. I mean, I like walking around my yard and just more than anything looking at the little footprints of different animals. But it is fun to show you how things look in this garden, because again, maybe where you live, you don't get snow. This is my rose garden. I don't do anything special with my roses when it comes to end of fall care. I just leave the leaves on there, and I really have not had any issues with black spot or anything like that. So I keep it very low maintenance. And then over here, this is where I had all my vegetable plants. So it's my raised vegetable garden. And what I did with 4 of the 6 raised beds was I heeled in a whole bunch of perennial plants that were in little container pots, and they are all hidden, tucked away for the winter. Here in the backyard, things are looking pretty quiet. I do have some small leaf rhododendron right over there, and they do provide a little bit of interest. But again, like I said, I really rely heavily on just the trees in the background to provide that winter interest for me. And then as we swing this way, just some more little shrubs that I have here, mostly small leaf rhododendrons, and I also have some Miss Kim lilacs there. And I'm noticing the area where our little critter friend walked. They walked this way. But then there was another friend right over there. It's fun to see a blanket of snow just like this, but then knowing that there are little animals that are still scurrying around the yard. And then just wondering what those animals are. For example, this one here might have been a squirrel or something. The tracks are much smaller. But I'll definitely plan on putting my snowshoes on and just walking around up in these areas here. When my daughter was younger, we just used to love doing that for exercise. And not only that, it was just so fun to just walk around the yard and take it all in. So this is what my backyard looks like. If I swing around right over there, that is my barn, and then you can see my house. We're just going to walk the rest of the perimeter of the yard. This isn't your traditional garden tour, that's for sure. But it is nice to just show you, in general, some of the winter interest happening in here. I mean, even just having birdhouses on the trees is pretty. And we have a lot more, again, rhododendrons, forsythia. Speaking of forsythia, since we've had a number of freezes, I will be coming out very soon and doing hardwood cuttings. I love doing hardwood cuttings of lots of plants. And I've made videos showing the process before, but I'll make more this year. So in case you want to take some hardwood cuttings, you can follow along. And that's just the back of my house, covered with snow. Something that does look really pretty, and I wish I had more of it in my yard, is right there. That is a larger leaf rhododendron. And it looked very glossy, very pretty for a number of days. But as soon as the cold hit, the leaves just flopped like that. But nevertheless, it is green and very pretty. One thing that I still need to do, and again, I'm just taking a little bit of a break, is remove the snow from this balcony as well as that balcony up there. If I don't remove the snow from the balconies, it just puts a lot of weight on them, and that's not good. So it is important to remove the snow. And not only that, just for a fire hazard, for whatever reason, if we had to use this door, I don't want this area covered in snow and ice. Normally what happens later in the winter is we get a lot of icicles up here. So we are going to have to come in and tackle those as the icicles appear. I do have bird feeders up there. I like to watch the birds off my bedroom, and not only that, it's good to keep the bird feeders up high so the bear can't get to them. We have heating cables up here as well as on the other side because we found that sometimes ice accumulates, so we need to turn the heating cables on so that the ice doesn't accumulate and come into the house. Let's head down that way. So we're basically heading now towards what I call my Hosta garden. It's very shady in this area, although you wouldn't know it fully by looking at it. But trust me, this area definitely gets quite a bit of shade. So as we peek around the corner, that's what the Hosta garden looks like right now. Pretty quiet and sleeping. This over here is just a door that goes down to my basement. And then as we head back up that way, that's my side porch. And we are back where we started, at the side walkway bed. I just made a video yesterday with winter sowing, and you saw me right here, and there are some milk jugs in there. Well, you can't see them right now, and those winter sown milk jugs will be perfectly fine hidden under the snow cover. Something that Mr. Budget Gardener and I put up every year is our heated bird bath. I need to do two things. I normally like to just shovel a path leading up to the bird bath because eventually this area gets filled with snow pretty high up. And not only that, the birds have been coming like crazy and drinking water out of my heated bird bath. So I just need to come out and add a little bit more water in there. I just wanted to show you when I'm upstairs looking down what my backyard looks like. It actually looks very serene, very pretty.